Chapter 1001 Special Mission 9. Xiaoxi still had some thoughts that she didn't say out loud. These bugs do not have much impact on the operation of the game itself. And they are not even as helpful to players as plugins. The probability of finding special items is low. And the probability of piecing together a complete sphere is even lower. Special abilities can only be obtained by players who have cleared the second single-player game. With a huge player base, the proportion of players with special abilities may not be too large. In addition, you need to clear more single-player games in the future to upgrade special abilities. So there are even fewer players who can upgrade special abilities to the highest level. Therefore, these two bugs are a very limited help to all players. Either the firewall of this game is too powerful, or the third-party virus is not powerful enough. Which leads to the final bug that helps players look like this. If it is caused by the former, it means that the special items and special abilities that can be obtained now are the only weapons that players can use to deal with the system and the person behind the system. You must try your best to collect special items. And you must also try to raise the level of your special abilities to the highest level. I can't give you the answers to these questions now, but we can find the answers together. Jiao Xiaolin once again invited Xiaoxi to cooperate. If we succeed, we may have a chance to end these survival games. Well, what you said does make sense, but I have to think about it carefully. Xiaoxi was not so moved by Jiao Xiaolin's words that she wanted to agree immediately. She wasn't familiar with Jiao Xiaolin. And although she didn't think Jiao Xiaolin was lying, she didn't rule out that the other person's acting skills were so superb that he could deceive her. So she can't trust it easily. Whether to cooperate with Jiao Xiaolin remains to be considered. But special tasks must be done, regardless of whether she will cooperate with Jiao Xiaolin or not. She still wants to explore the truth of the survival game. So even if she doesn't cooperate with Jiao Xiaolin, she still has to do special tasks to prevent herself from missing the opportunity to become an observer. Thinking of this, Xiaoxi asked another question. Observer candidates have entered the knockout round. Do you know how many people can pass? Basically, it will exceed 2/3 of the number of participants. Jiao Xiaolin replied. The number of clearances is quite large. Xiaoxi was a little surprised. Generally speaking, survival games will use various methods to prevent players from passing the level. Even when there is a competition between two camps, half of the players may not be able to pass the level. However, 2/3 of the players can pass the elimination round, which is not what she understands by elimination. The purpose of the knockout round is not to eliminate players, Jiao Xiaolin said concisely. You will understand when you actually enter the knockout round. It's not that he wants to sell it off, but that there is not much time now. And he doesn't want to say more about what she can learn afterward. Xiaoxi obviously understood Jiao Xiaolin's intention to save time, and she quickly asked the last question. Is your behavior towards me at the end of the werewolf game just to mark me? Yes. Each observer is marked differently. It is automatically generated when becoming an observer. Jiao Xiaolin laughed and joked. However, being able to kiss a beautiful woman's ear is my pleasure. Chapter 1002 Special Mission 10. Really? Xiaoxi responded lightly, and it was hard to tell whether she was still brooding over that incident. The next second, Jiao Xiaolin let go of Xiaoxi's wrist. Although he didn't say anything, Xiaoxi understood that the time for no ears behind the wall had come. I can handle special tasks myself. Just don't make trouble. Xiaoxi returned to the original topic. As your guide, I have the responsibility of supervising you. Jiao Xiaolin shrugged. His expression returned to a frivolous look. My role is to see how you complete the task, and finally give you score. Xiaoxi. What the hell? There is actually a scoring system? I didn't say anything about this special thing before. Speaking of which, I'm really hungry now. Jiao Xiaolin threw the milk and compressed biscuits that he had taken out before on the ground. They were well packaged and could still be eaten when picked up. However, he had no intention of picking them up and instead took them. He took out a box of instant noodles and said to Xiaoxi, Lend me some hot water. He told Xiaoxi so many secrets. Even if he couldn't fully gain Xiaoxi's trust, at least she would not be as hostile to him as before. So she would probably agree to his small request for instant noodles at this time. Xiaoxi stared at Jiao Xiaolin's delicate and indistinguishable face for a while before she said, I have to use an electric kettle to boil the hot water here. It's okay. I don't mind the trouble. Jiao Xiaolin had already actively started to unpack the instant noodles. Where is the electric kettle? I'll cook it myself. Obviously, he knew that she agreed with what she said. Don't walk around in my room. Xiaoxi said with an unhappy look on her face. I'm going to boil the water, so don't move around. Jiao Xiaolin was very cooperative. He put the unpacked instant noodles on the small round table in front of the sofa. That's okay. Xiaoxi walked to the bathroom and took out an electric kettle from the cabinet under the sink. Then she stood up, turned on the faucet above the sink, and filled the electric kettle with water. Jiao Xiaolin looked at Xiaoxi's back and was somewhat glad that he decisively chose to tell the truth. Otherwise, there would be no treatment for heating hot water now. Just get stabbed. His arm still hurts terribly. This woman is really ruthless. If he doesn't give a valid reason, she will find a way to kill him sooner or later. But he wasn't angry about this. What he wants is a partner who is both smart and ruthless. If he is too soft-hearted or his will is not firm enough, it will be difficult for him to stick to his choice. Xiaoxi stood up, placed the electric kettle filled with water on the open kitchen counter, plugged it in, pressed the switch, and waited quietly for the hot water to boil. She didn't look back at Jiao Xiaolin, but said, Since you can't leave for the time being, find a place to live by yourself. Don't worry. I will solve such a small problem myself. Jiao Xiaolin didn't say anything out of the ordinary about wanting to live with Xiaoxi, and he was quite conscious. The water was boiled quickly. Xiaoxi picked up the electric kettle and filled Jiao Xiaolin's instant noodle cup with water. Then she walked into the bathroom, closed the door, and started washing. Jiao Xiaolin went to pick up the milk and compressed biscuits on the ground. He put away the compressed biscuits, opened the straw of the milk, and drank the milk while waiting for the 3 minutes of instant noodles to pass. After he finished drinking the milk, it was almost time to make noodles. Chapter 1003 Special Mission 11. Jiao Xiaolin opened the instant noodles, blew on them, and finished them quickly. When Xiaoxi finished washing and came out of the bathroom, Jiao Xiaolin was already sitting on the sofa in a daze. There was only an empty cup of instant noodles on the small round table in front of her. Even the soup was drank cleanly. Xiaoxi took a look, turned around and picked up her mobile phone from the bed. It was 7:30 in the morning. It's still early. The woman next door spends most of the morning sleeping at home, and is mostly absent in the afternoon and evening. She only comes back at 3 or 4 in the morning every day. By now, you should be able to find someone at your door. Just as Xiaoxi thought of this, Jiao Xiaolin suddenly stood up on the sofa. Jiao Xiaolin's face looked a little ugly. He held his stomach and walked quickly towards the bathroom without even having time to say a word to Xiaoxi. After a while, there was a splashing sound in the bathroom. Xiaoxi sat on the edge of the bed indifferently, but there was a hint of a successful smile in her eyes. After an hour, Xiaoxi had already been sitting on the sill of the bay window, opening the window and breathing in the fresh air. Jiao Xiaolin came out of the bathroom with a disheveled look on his face. His steps were sloppy, and he looked like he had collapsed from diarrhea. He looked at Xiaoxi. What did you add to the water? He didn't think too much about it at first, but then the diarrhea lasted for so long that it became abnormally long. What he ate was what he took out of his storage compartment, and it could not spoil or add any ingredients. He recalled all the details carefully, and it was only possible that Xiaoxi had the opportunity to do something wrong when she took out the electric kettle with her back to him. Just a laxative, Xiaoxi replied with a smile. She had basically no use for this medicine, and she didn't collect it on purpose. There was only one box in the storage compartment, and she accidentally took it away with other medicines. But luckily she didn't throw it away. Wouldn't it be put to use now? She specially filled the electric kettle in the bathroom so that she could open the medicine box with the sound of water and throw the medicine into the electric kettle. I don't think you will take antidote pills at this time, Xiaoxi said seriously. Defense items cannot protect against poison, and laxatives are not even considered poison, so they cannot protect against it. It should work for you. You? Just as Jiao Xiaolin was about to say something, he suddenly felt pain in his stomach again. He had to enter the bathroom again, and there was another burst of gurgling. This time it was shorter, lasting only 10 minutes. After coming out, he quickly found anti-diarrhea pills from the storage compartment and took 2 pills for himself at once. After feeling much relieved, he weakly said to Xiaoxi, You've gone too far. Xiaoxi chuckled, obviously in a good mood. Jiao Xiaolin, I hope you understand one thing. No matter what your reasons are, you should not make any intimate moves towards a woman who is not your girlfriend. Otherwise you have to be mentally prepared for retaliation. She gave up the idea of killing him for the time being. But that didn't mean that the previous events were wiped out, considering that he didn't really want to pester her. The corresponding punishment she gave him was quite polite. No matter how frivolous you are to others, you have to respect me. she warned Jiao Xiaolin with a smile. I'm afraid if I just tell you, you may not take it seriously. I'll teach you a lesson, so you can improve your memory. Don't you think? Chapter 1004 Special Mission 12. Jiao Xiaolin. Dot! Even stabbing him was not enough. And they also gave him laxatives. He suspected that it was his teasing remarks before that made Xia attack him again. Jiao Xiaolin knew that he was somewhat in the wrong, and he didn't dare to be dissatisfied with Xia giving him laxatives. So he didn't say anything. The matter just fell into place. Xia expressed satisfaction with Jiao Xiaolin's discerning attitude. So she got down from the windowsill, opened the door, and walked to the female neighbor's room. It was now 8:45 in the morning. When she was in the room, she kept paying attention to the movements outside. The female neighbor never left. Xia directly knocked on the female neighbor's door. For a while, there was no movement inside, as if no one was home. But Xia was very patient and kept knocking on the door panel regularly. 5 minutes later, a yell finally came from inside. Although I couldn't hear clearly through the door, I knew without guessing that he must be scolding Xia for disturbing her sleep this morning. Xia was not angry and continued to knock on the door regularly. Jiao Xiaolin was much better now and no longer needed to go to the toilet. He stood outside Xia's room and watched Xia's performance without saying a word. After another 5 minutes, the sound of slippers tapping on the ground was finally heard from inside the door. Soon, the door was opened. A woman with sleepy eyes and strong anger glared at Xia angrily. What are you doing? I want to know the name of the nightclub where you work. Xia was too lazy to chat and went straight to the topic. The anger on the woman's face was even worse. None of your business. After saying that, she was about to close the door. Xia was on guard, quickly reached out and grabbed one of the woman's arms, and pulled her arm out of the door before the woman could react. Whenever a woman tries to close the door, her arm will be pinched. Now the woman had to give up closing the door, but she became even more angry. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Tell me the name of the nightclub where you work, and I'll let you go. Xia said calmly, while struggling to get rid of Xia's hand. The woman cursed angrily. Are you mentally ill? Who told you that I was working in a nightclub? Xia suddenly lost her patience. She took out a pistol and pointed it at the woman's head. She had not originally planned to use a gun, thinking that as long as she could get the answer she wanted, there was no need to use a weapon to scare a woman. It's a pity that this woman doesn't know good from evil, so she doesn't need to be polite. The woman, who was uttering all kinds of curse words, was suddenly startled and forgot to close her mouth. You? What do you want to do? She asked, stammering. At this moment, she no longer had the anger before and looked cautious. I don't want to repeat the question again. Xia smiled brightly. You are not deaf. Are you right? The woman regained her senses and finally remembered the question that Xia had repeated twice before. She quickly replied, Jin Yu Liang Yuan. The name of my nightclub is Jin Yu Liang Yuan. Don't you feel embarrassed that your boss chose this name? Xia couldn't help but complain. What kind of good relationship can you meet in a nightclub? The woman said nothing, but stared at Xia's pistol nervously. Xia didn't care about the woman's silence. She asked again, Do you know who your boss is? What's his name? Chapter 1005 Special Mission 13. Huang Shan. The woman replied cooperatively. The boss's name is Huang Shan, and he is a man in his 40s. Very good. Xia let go of her hand and turned back to her room. Although the name of the boss mentioned by this woman is most likely not the real boss behind the scenes, having the information about the boss behind the scenes will also help to find out the identity of the boss behind the scenes. The woman did not expect that Xia really just asked a few questions and then left. She subconsciously looked in the direction where Xia left. I saw the profile of an extremely good-looking man. Although the light was not bright enough, the light from the opposite room was just enough for her to see the other person's face clearly. It was a beautiful androgynous face, but looking at the other person's height of over 1.8 meters and his completely non-feminine temperament, no one would mistake his gender. The woman couldn't help but be stunned. She felt that the stars on TV might not be as good-looking as this man. Not to mention that the customers she usually came into contact with in nightclubs were often crooked. She, the lowest-level person in a nightclub, would be lucky if she could meet a decent-looking man. But she never expected to meet such a good-looking man. It's a pity that she didn't stay in love for long. And the door of the opposite room was closed, cutting off the beautiful man from her sight. The woman came back to her senses and couldn't help but feel a little jealous. It's really unfair that such a good-looking man is with that dangerous and violent woman. Apart from having a pretty face, what's good about that violent woman? even though she was complaining in her heart. The woman did not dare to do anything. She's afraid of guns. More afraid of death. Asterisk. In the room, Xiaoxi took out her mobile phone and sent a message to the detective who had helped find Mr. Li's illegitimate son. Let the detective find out who the real boss behind Huangshan, the owner of Jinyu Liang Yuan nightclub, is, and need this person's detailed information and permanent address. Now that we have the name of the nightclub and the name of the owner, the search becomes more purposeful. You can check it directly from the boss's interpersonal relationship, or you can check it from the high-end customers of the nightclub. The detective responded quickly and took the order. However, the price this time was 200,000. It was said that there might be some dangers in this investigation, so the price was higher than the previous search for an illegitimate child. Xiaoxi made no counteroffer and readily paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan. The gray area of nightclubs is somewhat related to the characters in the black area. There is indeed a certain danger in investigating. Moreover, she only gave the detective 10 days, which was not a lot of time. The detective's price was reasonable. Today is already the 17th day of the game, and she still has 13 days left. So her game time here is over. So she could only give the detective 10 days. She set aside 3 days, just in case the boss behind the scenes was difficult to find. If the detective wasted no time and went all out to find the person. If 10 days were not enough, at least there would be some time to extend it. Anyway, as long as she knew who the other party was, it would be easy for her to kill him. So the point is still to spend time finding people. Of course, she wouldn't place all her hopes on the detective. She still had to take action herself. She only wanted to find the detective because there was some information that was inconvenient for her to retrieve. But the detective's identity could. And what she has to do is sneak into the nightclub to investigate the situation. Starting from these two aspects, the identity of the boss behind the scenes can be determined more quickly. Chapter 1006 Special Mission 14. After chatting with the detective, Xiaoxi put down her phone and looked at Jiu Xiaolin. Do you have to follow me all the time while I'm doing this special mission? It's not that I have to follow you all the time. Jiu Xiaolin answered every question. But you must inform me of any progress you make. He obviously has a long memory. And his attitude towards Xiaoxi is much more polite than before. He didn't want Xiaoxi to retaliate again because of his frivolous teasing. This woman has many ways to take revenge. Even if he deliberately guards against her, there will be times when he cannot guard against her. It's better not to provoke them casually. And if he really wanted to cooperate with Xiaoxi, he had to show an attitude and get along with him in a way that Xiaoxi could accept. Otherwise the cooperation would definitely fail. Thinking about it from another angle, Xiaoxi's series of operations are also beneficial. At least when he was getting along with Xiaoxi, it seemed natural that his behavior was different from how he treated others. The system in the game has seen it, and can understand his changes, so it won't suspect anything is wrong. Thinking of this, Jiu Xiaolin couldn't help but take another look at Xiaoxi. Could it be that what she did was not just to get back at him, but also to allow him to naturally change the way he got along with her? Xiaoxi glared at Jiu Xiaolin. In that case, you should leave my place quickly. I will contact you when I make progress. Jiu Xiaolin came back to his senses and smiled. Yes, but you don't have my contact information now. How can you find me? Of course he would not ask the questions in his heart. Otherwise the secret would be revealed to the system. However, he believed that was Xiaoxi's mind. It was not surprising to do something that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Where is your mobile phone? Xiaoxi reached out and tapped her mobile phone. When you play a single-player game, don't you always arrange your identity and mobile phone? Normally, there is indeed such basic equipment. But my situation this time is different from normal times. Jiu Xiaolin looked at Xiaoxi innocently. This is your single-player game, and the system will only equip you with the corresponding equipment, the basic items and identity. And I appear as a guide. The system will not arrange anything for me. Xiaoxi remembered that Jiu Xiaolin suddenly appeared in her room. This is a place that represents her identity in this world. It does not belong to Jiu Xiaolin, and it is unlikely that Jiu Xiaolin will bring her own ID card from this world when she appears, let alone her own mobile phone. So you want me to buy it for you? Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. Jiu Xiaolin's red lips raised slightly, revealing a nice smile. For the convenience of contact, it's better than letting me stay here all the time. Right? Xiaoxi said angrily. If I buy you a mobile phone, do you have to rent a house for you? This guy doesn't have any official identity now, and he can't have the currency of this world. He is equivalent to a poor gangster, whether you are buying a mobile phone or renting a house. You need an ID card. And you have to find a way to get him an identity first, which is another additional expense. This Meow is just here to hustle her money. That's not necessary. Xiaolin waved his hand and showed a rather proud smile. Didn't I say before that I can handle the accommodation issue myself? In that case, please take care of the cell phone thing yourself. Xiaoshi said, pointing in the direction of the door. Slow down and don't send me away. Chapter 1007 Special Mission 15. The smile on Xiaolin's face froze for a moment. But in this case, how can I contact you? He asked. When I get my own mobile phone, will I come here to find you again? If I come to find you, you may not be at home. Although if he had to do it by himself, he could do it, but it would be a bit troublesome. Mainly because he was afraid that after he left, Xiaoshi had no intention of contacting him again. If he can't find anyone by then, everything will be over. Why don't I tell you my mobile phone number? Xiaoshi looked at Xiaolin with an idiot's look. When you get a mobile phone, give me a call. Then you can contact me normally? Xiaolin. Duh. That's right. He has been away from normal society for so long that he has almost forgotten this basic common sense. Xiaoshi looked at Xiaolin's expression and suddenly realized something. She couldn't help but ask, how long have you been in the survival game? Xiaolin held out 3 fingers. It's been more than 3 years. No wonder. Xiaoshi showed a clear look. If you play the survival game for too long, you will become a little unaccustomed to life in the ordinary world. She has been in the survival game for less than a year now. But every time she enters a single-player game, she always feels a little dazed at first. What's more, it has been more than 3 years since Xiaolin. Many rules of the ordinary world are of no use to survival games. As time goes by, they will gradually be selectively forgotten. She did not laugh at Xiaolin because of this matter. She took out a pen and paper, wrote down her mobile phone number, and handed it to Xiaolin. Can you go now? She pointed to the door again. Xiaolin knew that he could not stay any longer. He put away the note and asked Xiaoshi, when do you plan to take action? When you leave, I'll be ready to take action. Xiaoshi didn't hide anything and told the truth. Anyway, the progress of the mission must be known to Xiaolin. So it doesn't matter if he reveals the plan now. She planned to follow her previous habit and go check it out. It was very inconvenient to bring others along. So when Xiaolin said that she didn't need to follow him all the time, she was relieved, seeing Xiaoshi actively carrying out special tasks. Xiaolin also breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether Xiaoshi plans to cooperate with him or not, as long as she is still willing to choose to do special tasks after hearing so many secrets, it means that their direction is the same. That's a good thing. Xiaolin nodded and left the place Xiaoshi rented. Xiaoshi checked the official information about Jinyu Lianyuan nightclub at home, and then checked the official information about Huangshan. She waited until noon to tidy herself up and went out to have a delicious lunch before taking action. She deliberately chose to eat in a small restaurant outside the community gate. When her female neighbor came out of the community gate, she saw it at a glance. At this time, she had finished her meal, paid the bill decisively, and followed her female neighbor. The female neighbor definitely didn't expect that she would be followed. In addition, when Xiaoshi passed by a deserted alley, she hid in and put on the moonlight shadow, so the female neighbor was even more unable to detect it. He was being followed by an invisible man. Following her daily habit, she first went to a cheap noodle shop and ordered plain noodles for 5 yuan. Then squeezed into the bus and wandered to the luxuriously decorated Jinyu Lianyuan nightclub. Chapter 1008 Special Mission 16. When Xiaoshi's female neighbor got on the bus, she put on her fairy wings and followed her slowly on top of the bus. When the female neighbor got out of the car, she landed and followed her into the Jinyu Lianyuan nightclub. This nightclub is located in a wealthy area. The interior decoration is even more upscale and luxurious than the outside, as magnificent as a palace. Obviously, the guests received are either rich or noble. It would be difficult for an ordinary well-off family to enter this nightclub. The female neighbor came over at this time, and the guests had not yet arrived. Nighttime is when nightclubs are busiest. She came over in the afternoon, firstly to make preparations, such as putting on makeup, choosing today's clothes, etc., to make the makeup delicate and not easy to take off. It would take a lot of time to paint it slowly. The second is to listen to Mama-san, who is in charge of me, to arrange today's task targets for me. Xiaoshi couldn't help but become distracted while listening, although she didn't listen carefully to the content. She already had a basic judgment about her female neighbor's status in this nightclub. Her female neighbor belongs to the lowest class. She has no regular customers and does not charge particularly high prices. She basically receives individual customers. However, it is not the female neighbor's turn to receive high-status guests. Because that Mama Sang has been emphasizing that female neighbors will never be allowed to go to the second and third floors, and gave examples of the tragic consequences of several people who did not listen to the advice and tried to go upstairs to snatch guests. There were probably a lot of low-level bartenders who were just taking chances. So Mama Sang took so much trouble to warn the female neighbors. Oh, by the way, we can't call her a female neighbor now. Xiaoxi heard Mama Sang call her neighbor's nickname, Jasmine. Jasmine's appearance is not outstanding, but she wears a pure and refined makeup, which adds a lot of beauty to her, and it seems to match the flower name. Jasmine acted very well behaved and obedient in front of Mama Sang. No matter what Mama Sang said, she nodded in agreement. After Mama Sang finished speaking, Jasmine cautiously said to Mama Sang, "Sister Sue, I met someone today who kept asking me about our nightclub." Sister Sue was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Who? Why are you asking about this?" "I don't know for sure." Jasmine shook her head and added, "But I feel like the person who came here is evil." "Little girl, do you know what it means to be a bad person?" Sister Sue disagreed. "She kept asking me who our boss was, and even took out a gun." Jasmine showed a scared look. She deliberately did not mention that Xiaoxi asked her the name of the nightclub first, because she knew that mentioning this matter would easily make Sister Sue think that Xiaoxi was targeting her. She only talked about Xiaoxi's questioning of the boss to create the impression that Xiaoxi was targeting this nightclub, so that she could use the power of the nightclub to vent her anger. Yes, how could she possibly swallow this bad breath in her heart? She was sleeping well when suddenly there was a knock on the door of her room. As soon as she opened the door, she was asked what the name of the nightclub was. The fact that she was in the nightclub was hidden from all her family and friends. Otherwise she wouldn't have moved to such a slum where chickens don't poop and birds don't lay eggs. And she has to take the bus for a long time every time she goes to work. She hid so well that the only people who could guess the nature of her job were the two neighbors who lived with her. Chapter 1009 Special Mission 17. Although Jasmine had never met her two neighbors at all, when Xiaoxi knocked on the door, she knew it must be one of her neighbors. She didn't really care when her unfamiliar neighbors found out that she was working in a nightclub. But when the other party came to her door and specifically asked for the name of the nightclub, she was really embarrassed. The most annoying thing is that the other party has a gun, so she has no other choice but to compromise. But just when she was furious, the other party actually asked her who her boss was, which undoubtedly gave her an opportunity to let others help her vent her anger and deal with the woman who threatened her with a gun. Although she didn't know exactly how powerful her boss was, she knew that he was more than enough to deal with a little person, as long as she adds fuel to the fire, makes the situation more serious, and makes the other party more dangerous. The boss will definitely take action in order to protect his nightclub if he knows about it. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but be happy. But Sister Sue was still there, and Jasmine didn't dare to show it. She tried her best to make her expression look angry and scared. Sure enough, after Sister Sue heard what Jasmine said, her expression changed slightly. She confirmed, "The other party has a gun? Is he a man or a woman? In addition to asking who the boss is, did you ask anything else?" "It's a woman," Jasmine replied. "She just kept asking me who my boss was. If I didn't tell her, she would shoot me to death. She didn't ask any other questions. I saw her holding a gun, and my legs were scared." "Soft. Then you told her?" Sister Sue's face darkened. Jasmine hurriedly explained, "Sister Sue, don't worry. I only mentioned Huang Shan's name, not the boss behind it." At the end, she did not forget to say aggrievedly, "I had to say it to save my life. If I didn't say anything, she would definitely beat me to death." Hearing that Jasmine just said Huang Shan, Sister Sue's expression improved slightly. "I guess you still have some brains." Xiaoxi on the side raised her eyebrows slightly after hearing this. She checked the information about this nightclub on the internet and found that the owner was indeed Huang Shan. But judging from how relieved these two people were, it felt like neither of them took Huang Shan seriously. At least they should all think that telling Huang Shan's identity is irrelevant. So, these two people know that there is a boss behind Huang Shan. And they even know who the boss is? If that were the case, things would be a little easier to handle. Xiaoxi was gearing up, and unknowingly Sister Sue and Jasmine were still talking about her. "Are you sure that gun is real?" Sister Sue couldn't help but have some doubts. But not just anyone can get a gun. Not to mention that Jasmine said the other party was a woman. In black areas, there are even fewer women who can own guns. Me. I don't know real guns or fake guns. Jasmine didn't expect Sister Sue to ask this question, and she was a little confused. But in this matter, she didn't dare to lie. If the other party was a fake gun, and she said it was real, she would be suspected of provoking trouble. Both Sister Sue and Huang Shan cannot tolerate people who deliberately stir up trouble, so she can't show it too obviously. I understand. I will tell my boss about this and ask him to check it out. Sister Sue frowned and reminded Jasmine. Tell me the details about that woman. Chapter 1010 Special Mission 18. I actually don't know her, Jasmine said. She just lives next door to me. I don't even know her name or what she does for a living. I haven't had any contact with her. How long has she lived with you? Sister Sue asked. Probably less than a month, Jasmine replied. So, maybe she stayed at your place just to find out about our boss through you? Sister Sue seemed to be asking or talking to herself. It is indeed possible. Of course Jasmine would follow Sister Sue's words. This is what she wants to achieve. Okay, I already know this matter. Sister Sue nodded. I will tell the boss and let him decide how to deal with it. Jasmine wisely did not say anything more. She was also afraid that if she said too much, her secret would be revealed. Neither of these two people knew that their conversation had been clearly heard by the invisible Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi looked at Sister Sue, who was wearing heavy makeup. She could tell that the boss in Sister Sue's mouth definitely did not refer to Huang Shan. In this way, Huang Shan felt more like a puppet to her. He was just a facade, but had no real power at all. He probably didn't even have much say in this nightclub. This was somewhat different from what she thought. She originally thought that even if Huang Shan was not the big boss behind the scenes, he was at least a small boss in front of the stage, and he should be able to speak and act in the nightclub. If this is the case, then the connection between Huang Shan and the boss behind the scenes may not be that deep. It may be difficult to find the boss behind the scenes through this line. But it doesn't matter. She now has a new clue. Although she didn't think that the boss that both Sister Sue and Jasmine knew would be the real boss behind the scenes, it was obvious that this boss had more actual power than Huang Shan. It should be more useful to check from this person than from Huang Shan. What she needs to do now is to figure out who this boss is. Just as she was thinking about it, Sister Sue urged Jasmine to leave, saying that she wanted to call her boss. Jasmine didn't dare to delay, and quickly got up and left Sister Sue's office. Obviously, with Jasmine's status, she definitely does not have the boss's contact information, and she is not even qualified to listen during the conversation. Xiaoxi didn't really care about Sister Sue filing a complaint against the nightclub owner. Anyway, she wasn't afraid even if he came to trouble her, so she didn't stop Sister Sue from calling. She just leaned over and took a look at Sister Sue's phone screen. However, it was discovered that the number Sister Sue made was WeChat, and the remark only contained the word boss, so no more clues could be obtained from it. So she quickly walked out before Sister Sue closed the office door and found Jasmine walking to the toilet. At this time, the people walking around the nightclub, except for a few security guards, were all employees at the lowest level. These employees can only move around on the first floor and are not allowed to pass on the second floor. Before she followed Jasmine into the bathroom. She looked specifically in the direction of the stairs and elevator. Both of these places were guarded by dedicated people and would not let people go up easily. The guards were all tall and thick-looking, more like thugs than security guards. With these people guarding, there are still people who can find opportunities to run upstairs. Otherwise, there are too many people to avoid chaos when the business is open at night. Or these people only guard before the business opens and ignore it after the business opens. Chapter 1011 Special Mission 19. Xiaoxi actually thinks the latter is more likely. After all, these girls are ordinary girls, and it is not easy to take advantage of the chaos and go upstairs. Moreover, there are usually people patrolling the corridors in nightclubs like this. Generally, if someone runs up, it is enough for those patrolling to catch them. The purpose of guarding now is probably to prevent the girls on the first floor from disturbing the girls on the second and third floors. The hierarchy is clear, and they do not disturb each other, which is also beneficial to the business of the nightclub. Xiaoxi thought casually and followed Jasmine into the toilet. There were actually not many people walking around on the first floor. Most of the girls were still busy dressing themselves in attractive clothes or putting on good-looking makeup. So there were only 2 people in the toilet at this time. Not long after Jasmine entered, the 2 people left in a hurry. Seeing that the opportunity was good, Xiaoxi immediately closed the toilet door and locked it. The time for invisibility just passed, and she was not in a hurry to wear new invisibility props for herself. When Jasmine came out of the toilet cubicle, she saw Xiaoxi standing by the sink. She was stunned for a moment, then panicked. You? What are you doing here? No. How did you get in? Not to mention that the nightclub is not open yet. It is impossible to let customers in, even if it's open for business. We won't let just anyone in. What's the name of the owner of this nightclub? Xiaoxi still went straight to the point without beating around the bush. If you tell me the name Huang Shan again, I'm really going to attack you. As she spoke, she slowly took out a pistol from behind her. Jasmine opened her mouth wide in shock. But for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Why does this woman know that the boss is not Huang Shan? Did you just overhear it? Impossible. She just went to Sister Sue's place. She and Sister Sue were the only two people there. Moreover, Sister Sue's office was very soundproofed, and she didn't speak at a high altitude. So it was impossible for people outside to hear her. But how did this woman get in? It seemed like he was not noticed by the security guards and thugs at all. This is too abnormal. You've been in a daze for a bit too long, Xiaoxi reminded. My patience is limited. Jasmine panicked for a moment, but quickly calmed down. Don't you dare. There are so many people here. If you dare to kill people here, you will never escape. Xiaoxi approached Jasmine calmly and said with a smile. I didn't attract anyone's attention when I came in. Do you think it will be difficult for me to go out? Jasmine's expression suddenly changed, although she didn't know exactly how the other party did it, and she wasn't sure whether the other party deliberately lied to scare her. She didn't dare to risk her life at all. Tell me what you know, and I won't kill you. Xiaoxi showed a bright smile. I'm definitely not targeting you. Jasmine was a little frightened. I don't know if it was her imagination, but she always felt that the last sentence had a special meaning. It was as if she was responding to what she said to Sister Sue before. Could it be that the conversation between her and Sister Sue was really heard by this woman? But this is impossible. But if you still don't tell the truth, then I have to settle the score with you. For example, if you try to get your boss to deal with me, how do you think I should punish you better? Xiaoxi looked at Jasmine leisurely. Chapter 10-12 Special Mission 20. Xiaoxi's gun was pointed directly at Jasmine's chest. The cold metal texture of the gun's muzzle still made Jasmine shiver through the thin clothing. Xiaoxi's words were very straightforward, and clearly conveyed a message. She heard everything that Jasmine and Sister Sue just said. Jasmine understood this, and became even more frightened. She was more frightened than having the gun pointed at herself. The conversation that obviously shouldn't be heard was heard, which is weird no matter how you think about it. In addition, Xiaoxi entered the nightclub without anyone noticing, which made it even more weird. Jasmine couldn't help but think about some fantasy and supernatural things. You still have 3 seconds. Xiaoxi started counting down directly. Jasmine didn't dare to play any more tricks. In order to save her life, she chose to tell the truth. I only know that the nightclub is owned by 3 owners, but I only know one of them, named Wang Hao. Does it have something to do with Huang Shan? Xiaoxi asked again. Have you seen Wang Hao? What does he look like? How old does he look? This name is so common that even if a detective had access to check the information of all citizens, he would probably be able to find thousands of people with the same name in this city. There must be some other clues to narrow down the scope. I don't know if it has anything to do with Huang Shan. Jasmine tried to take a step back, trying to keep herself away from the muzzle of the pistol. But when Xiaoxi looked at her with a light look, Jasmine immediately stiffened and did not dare to move any more. Jasmine said dryly, Huang Shan is actually a lobby manager in the nightclub, but he claims to be the owner of the nightclub. Even the information on the internet says so on purpose. But he rarely appears. And he doesn't. How does he care about nightclub affairs? So I don't know if he has anything to do with Huang Hao. Then what? Xiaoxi asked calmly. Jasmine remembered that Xiaoxi had asked her several other questions just now, and she quickly answered. I have met Huang Hao a few times, but never in close contact. People like me have no chance to stand in front of the boss and talk. Xiaoxi interrupted Jasmine's rambling and reminded. Tell the important point. Jasmine choked for a moment, then said again. He looks to be in his 30s, a little chubby, and has a mole on his chin, which is dark, large, and very conspicuous. Isn't this good? Xiaoxi smiled at Jasmine and encouraged. Is there anything else you want to say? For example, what is the relationship between the other 2 bosses and Huang Hao? What are their names? Etc. Jasmine didn't dare to hide anything at this time. She told everything she knew. I only know that the other 2 bosses and Huang Hao should be very close friends. I don't know their specific names. I heard what others said. I remember someone called Brother Fei, who seemed to have a bald head. Well, is there anything else? Xiaoxi asked again. It's really gone. Jasmine became a little anxious. I've really told you everything I know. Even if you want to beat me to death, I can't tell you more. Xiaoxi's smile became brighter. If you tell me honestly from the beginning, you will suffer less. After saying that, she kicked Jasmine on the knee. Jasmine was in pain and half knelt on the ground uncontrollably. After a few seconds, she looked up at Xiaoxi angrily. But when she saw the black muzzle of the gun, she immediately swallowed the curse word she was about to say. Chapter 1013 Special Mission 21. You said that as long as I tell you everything, you won't kill me. Jasmine's aura was very weak, but she still tried hard to give herself a chance of survival. Yes, don't worry. I always keep what I say. Xiaoxi stepped on Jasmine's kneeling calf. The smile on her face did not change. I won't kill you, but if you try to mess with me behind my back, you need to be punished. Right. Her attitude was gentle, and she seemed to be asking for the other person's opinion. But in fact, she did not give the other person a chance to express her opinion. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a long memory. If I let you go now, you will turn around and go to add insult to injury and talk to Sister Sue. And then let your boss deal with me. He picked up a silver table knife and gently shook the sharpened blade on Jasmine's cheek. Do you think so? Jasmine was really scared now. She trembled and begged for mercy. You? Don't scratch my face. I beg you. I know I was wrong. She couldn't help but tremble. But she tried her best not to tremble too much, for fear that she would accidentally put her face on the knife edge. When the time comes that her face is disfigured, she will be completely finished. Although her current job is not as good as those on the second and third floors, she makes much more money than outside. But once she is disfigured, the nightclub will never want her again. She cannot be disfigured. Xiaoxi didn't respond to Jasmine. She made gestures on Jasmine's body for a long time, and finally inserted the knife into Jasmine's calf. She has her own principles in doing things. Normally, she would not do such immoral things as ruining someone's appearance. It just so happened that she wanted to take the opportunity to try the moves that Yi Kongqing taught her before, to see if she could accurately avoid the aorta and bones and successfully penetrate the leg muscles, causing only a small amount of bleeding and enough pain. Yi Kongqing had told her many times about the structure of the human body in detail, especially focusing on some places that could kill with one blow, as well as ways to make the opponent incapacitated but not fatal. One hit to kill is more commonly used, mainly to test the accuracy, but it is not suitable for use in this world with perfect laws. The non-lethal method of incapacitating the opponent has never been used in practice before. It is still in the theoretical stage. Now it is time to give it a try. After Jasmine was stabbed, her whole body stiffened. It was not until she pulled out the blade from her leg that she felt pain after a few seconds. But before she could scream, Xiaoxi had already issued a warning. If you lure someone here at this time, I will have to kill you in order to protect myself. Just such a sentence immediately frightened Jasmine so much that she didn't dare to make a sound. She bit her lip tightly. Because of the pain, tears kept flowing down, and her delicate makeup was also ruined. The waterproof effect of your cosmetics is not very good, Xiaoxi commented casually. What if the guests are unhappy and throw wine on your face? And your makeup is like this? How can you retain the guests? Her serious tone seemed to be thinking of Jasmine. Jasmine couldn't care about this at this time. All her attention was on. Her legs hurt so much, and can't make a sound. This is just a little lesson for you. Xiaoxi put away the knife and said to Jasmine, if I find out again that you are causing trouble behind your back, I won't just get you injured. Do you remember clearly? Chapter 1014 Special Mission 22. Jasmine nodded quickly. She was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. She could only express that she heard it in this way. Xiaoxi couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This girl seems to have never suffered much. If she was willing to endure hardship, she would not choose to do this job. This job makes a lot of money and comes quickly, but it has a lower threshold than many that require technical skills, and is easier than many jobs. If you don't have to urgently need money, then choosing such a job will mean you can't bear the hardship. Jasmine couldn't even bear the pain. If she entered a survival game in the future, she would be among the first to die. Xiaoxi didn't say anything else. She tied Jasmine's hands behind her back with a rope, taped Jasmine's mouth with tape, blindfolded Jasmine's eyes, and made Jasmine sit against the innermost wall, waiting for others to enter. The people in the toilet found it Then she put on her new invisibility props, opened the toilet door and left. She went to stare at Sister Sue. At this time, the office door was open. Sister Sue had finished making phone calls and was lecturing several female employees in the office. She walked into the office and stood in the corner. After listening to a few words, she found that Sister Sue was warning the employees one by one not to go to the second and third floors casually. It wasn't an important topic. She took out her phone and made sure it was on silent mode before sending a message to the detective. She check if anyone Huang Shan knows is named Huang Hao. He is in his 30s, slightly fat, and has a mole on his chin. After waiting for a while, the detective finally sent a message. Okay. She thought for a while and sent another sentence. How long will it take? Detective, I'll give you an answer tomorrow at the latest. This time was not long. So she didn't press her any further. She put away her phone and watched quietly as Sister Sue called a second batch of employees to lecture her. Soon it was time for the nightclub to open, and the light outside was no longer bright and became hazy and ambiguous. Sister Sue let the last batch of lecturers leave, got up and walked out of the office. She also went out together. Singing and dancing performances began on the stage outside. The dancing girls moved boldly and wore bolder clothes, which caused many people below the stage to cheer. It's not the time when there are the most people, but it's already a bit lively. At this moment, someone hurried over to whisper to Sister Sue. Following Sister Sue, they went to the women's bathroom together, where they found Jasmine blindfolded, her mouth covered, and her leg injured. Sister Sue asked people to take Jasmine out and clean up all the blood stains in the toilet. After returning to the office, Sister Sue asked Jasmine, "What's going on? Why are you tied there?" At this time, the ropes, tapes, and cloth covering Jasmine's eyes were all removed, and her legs were also being inspected. But she seemed to be so frightened that she couldn't say a word when faced with Sister Sue's question. In order to deal with emergencies, the nightclub is equipped with emergency doctors and many medical kits. After the doctor examined Jasmine's wound, he took out disinfectants and gauze and said to Sister Sue, "Her injury is not serious. Her bones and aorta are not damaged. She will recover after a while." Hearing the doctor's words, the invisible she nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. It seems that she is not a good student, although it is the first time to put the theory into practice. Nothing went wrong. Chapter 10-15 Special Mission 23. The doctor's technique was good, and he quickly bandaged Jasmine's wound. Jasmine still looked dumb. Sister Sue sent the doctor away, closed the office door, and then asked Jasmine again, "Molly, tell me what happened. Who did it?" Jasmine looked up at Sister Sue for a while, her eyes a little sluggish, as if her brain had not received what Sister Sue said. "Why are you looking at me stupidly?" Sister Sue suddenly became a little annoyed. "I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Jasmine opened her mouth and was about to say something, but stopped, not sure what she was thinking of. She shook her head. "It's okay. I'm okay. If you have anything to do, just tell me directly. Why are you hesitating here?" Sister Sue was angry. Jasmine just shook her head and said nothing. Sister Sue raised her hand and patted Jasmine on the head, but she still endured the curse words she was about to say. After thinking about it, she decided to change her approach. She softened her attitude and said to Jasmine, "Since our nightclub has been open, no one has ever dared to come directly to provoke. There is such a bold person who dares to come to the door. If we don't take measures, this matter will spread and others will think we are easy to bully in nightclubs. How can we hang out in nightclubs in the future?" Having said this, she reached out and patted Jasmine on the shoulder, encouraging, "Tell me who did it, and I'll let someone handle it. It can help you vent your anger, and it can also establish prestige for our nightclub. It's the best of both worlds." She doesn't really care about Jasmine getting hurt. If she is the number one or the most favored woman of a certain big boss recently, she will certainly be very concerned about her. But a small character like Jasmine is not worthy of her care. But injuring her employees at a nightclub is a completely different story. This is a matter of face. If it is a malicious provocation from the opponent, but there is no response at all from their side, it is inevitable that the unsighted will think that they are afraid, and something more serious will probably happen in the future. So this matter must not be solved so easily. Jasmine's inner world was at war for a long time. Finally, she glanced at her injured calf and lowered her head. She whispered, "Sister Sue, this is my own personal grudge and has nothing to do with the nightclub." Sister Sue was stunned for a moment, then asked, "You mean Someone who has a personal grudge against you came to bully you. Jasmine nodded silently. Sister Sue's expression suddenly changed again. She cursed a few times before saying to Jasmine, "If you cause trouble outside, you should handle it outside. If this happens again next time, people come to the nightclub to cause trouble. Don't even think about doing it here." Jasmine responded humbly. Sister Sue looked disgusted. "You can't receive guests like this today. Forget it. I'll give you a few days off. Go back and rest." Jasmine finally raised her head to look at Sister Sue with a worried expression. "Sister Sue, I can do it. My injury is not serious and I can go to work. You don't mean that the guests like to see you limping?" Sister Sue waved her hand impatiently. "Go home quickly and don't cause trouble for me here." Jasmine didn't dare to say anything more. She knew that Sister Sue was very angry now. If she continued to make trouble, she might lose the opportunity to work here immediately. So she could only leave dejectedly. Chapter 10:16 Special Mission 24. As soon as Jasmine left, Sister Sue asked someone to retrieve the surveillance video near the toilet, even if it was Jasmine's personal grudge. Now that the matter had reached the nightclub, she had to figure it out. Next time if the troublemaker comes again, you might as well just block the door and prevent him from coming in. As a result, Sister Sue looked at all the surveillance and found that no one followed Jasmine before she entered the toilet. And the two people who entered the toilet before Jasmine left quickly after Jasmine entered the toilet. After the two people left, the toilet door suddenly closed and opened again not long after. But until someone found Jasmine tied there, no one came out of the toilet. Even when Jasmine was taken out later, no suspicious-looking person came out of the toilet. Obviously, there was no situation where someone had been hiding in the toilet. Sister Sue looked suspicious. She looked at the surveillance video and said to herself, "Did that woman Jasmine direct an act? But how could he still tie his hands so tightly with ropes behind his back? Besides, doing such a thing to herself would not do any good to Jasmine. No matter how you think about it, it's unlikely that Jasmine did it herself. But not a single suspicious person was seen, which was too weird. It can't be haunted, right?" Just when Sister Sue was puzzled, there was a knock on the office door, saying that a big client was coming. Sister Sue quickly turned off the computer, put this matter aside for the time being, and went out to greet the guests. She also went to join in the fun. There was more than one big client, and it seemed that the two parties were discussing business and came out to have fun. Sister Sue went up to him and took him to the second floor. At this time, no one was guarding the elevator and stairwell on the second floor. As she had guessed before, no one would be guarding here anymore when the business started. Most of the people on the first floor are individual tourists. Those who can go to the second and third floors can see obvious differences in their dress and temperament. They are either rich or noble, and they are definitely not the kind of people with a small amount of money. She followed her to the second floor and found that the second floor was filled with independent private rooms, which were very private. She was not interested in listening to others discussing business, so she did not follow him into the box, but wandered around on the second floor. She also saw some nightclub employees in the corridor, both men and women. Their temperament and dress were much higher than those on the first floor. She went to the third floor to take another look, and sure enough, the employees on the third floor were even more upscale. The workmanship and fabrics of the clothes on their bodies can be seen to be of high value, and their clothes are not mainly for exposure, but more to highlight their figure advantages or fit their temperament. Some people even look like knowledgeable top students or elegant art students. Maybe there are really talented students and art students among them, but I don't know why they choose to work here. Of course, other people's lives are their own choices, and there is no need for her to delve into it so much. She wandered around the third and second floors for several hours, especially spending the longest time in the bathroom. On the one hand, there is no surveillance in the toilet, which makes it easier to replace new stealth props. On the other hand, the toilet is the most likely place for gossip, and you might be able to hear something related to the nightclub owner. Just like that, when she went to the toilet for the third time to change the invisibility props, she finally heard a little bit of interesting gossip. Chapter 10:17 Special Mission 25. This is the toilet on the third floor. As soon as she finished changing her invisibility props, two women walked in. They all came in to have their makeup touched up. One of the women in a red skirt was reapplying lipstick and said to the woman in a black skirt beside her, "I just heard from a customer that our boss will hold a large party here in a few days." The woman in the black dress was using powder on herself. When she heard this, she paused. "Boss? Which boss? Of course, the three bosses are together. The woman in the red dress looked in the mirror carefully to see if her lip makeup was perfect. It is said to be to celebrate the birthday of an important person. So that party is very important. The nightclub will not be open that day. To receive foreign guests, we will only hold this party. Will we sisters be allowed to participate? The woman in black dress immediately asked the question she was most concerned about. Of course. The woman in the red dress was very satisfied with her lip makeup. She winked at herself in the mirror, and then said to the woman in the black dress, "The best ones will be selected as companions at that time. Like this, good opportunities don't come along very often." The woman in the black dress suddenly became energetic. "Such a good thing. Then we have to prepare well." Both of them knew very well that once selected for such an important event, the bonus for the month would be doubled. And if you perform well enough at the party, you will get much more tips than usual. If she is chosen as the new favorite by an important guest who is favored by all three bosses, she will be a star in her career. You have to know that this kind of information is difficult for ordinary people to find out. The woman in the red dress turned her head and looked at the woman in the black dress. If I hadn't had a close relationship with this guest, he wouldn't have revealed it to me. I told you as soon as I learned the news. I know. The woman in the black dress nodded knowingly. You are my good sister. And I know that you think about me in everything. In this way, I will buy the bag you were interested in the day before yesterday. I give it to you as a thank you gift. The woman in the red dress showed a satisfied expression. That's pretty much it. The woman in the black dress added some lip makeup to herself, and then continued to ask the woman in the red dress, "Do you know when the party will be held?" "It should be within a week." The woman in the red dress spread some powder on herself and covered up the little oil on her nose. The specific date is not clear yet, but let's pay attention these days. You'll always know. That's true. The woman in black skirt agreed. Since we need someone to accompany our guests, we can't keep this matter a secret. We will definitely know when the day is coming. We have performed better these days. The woman in the red dress put away her cosmetics. With our looks, it won't be a big problem for us to be selected. Then, the two people left the toilet gracefully. Xiaoxi followed and left. She did not continue to stay on the third floor, but walked downstairs. The person the woman in the red dress was talking about might be the owner behind the nightclub. After all, being able to gain the attention of three bosses at the same time, and even have to close the business for a day to throw a birthday party for each other is not something that just anyone can get. In this case, she must not miss the birthday party. It's just that she's not sure yet on which day the party will be held, so she can only come over every day to check it out. Chapter 10-18 Special Mission 26. Xiaoxi had received enough news tonight and did not intend to stay in the nightclub anymore. She left directly. For safety reasons, she did not return to the rented place. Instead, she found an ordinary express hotel not far from the nightclub. Anyway, there is no luggage of hers in the rented apartment, so she doesn't need to go back to get her things, and she doesn't have to worry about anything being stolen. Although she thought that Jasmine should not dare to provoke her again. Jasmine told Sister Sue about her situation. Sister Sue called her boss and told her that the boss would definitely send someone to find out the situation. If she goes back to live at this time, she might have to fight again. If you have this free time, why not go out and eat something delicious? Although the Express Hotel is not luxurious, the surrounding area is more lively than the slum area where she rented, and there are many small vendors selling late-night snacks. The hotel room has a TV and a big bed, and the accommodation conditions are much better than renting. She took a hot bath comfortably and sat on the bedside to watch TV. When I was hungry, I ordered a takeaway, and when it was almost the same time, I brushed my teeth, washed my face, and went to bed. Asterisk. The 18th day of the game. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Xiaoxi received a message from the detective. Huang Shan does have some relationship with Huang Hao, but they are not in a close circle. Huang Shan's family is not in this city, and even across the province. However, he is a distant relative of Huang Hao. According to seniority, he is an uncle and nephew. Huang Shan, who is in his 40s, is his uncle, and Huang Hao, who is in his 30s, is his nephew. Although they are distant relatives, Huang Shan's family conditions are much worse than Huang Hao's. It was precisely because of the economic difference that when Huang Hao approached Huang Shan and said that he would register a company using Huang Shan's identity and promised to give Huang Shan a large sum of money, Huang Shan, who wanted to send his children to study abroad, agreed. So Huang Shan and Huang Hao signed a contract. Huang Shan provided his identity to register the company. Huang Hao gave Huang Shan money, And then the company was handed over to Huang Hao for management. And Huang Shan could not interfere. Huang Shan didn't know that Huang Hao was going to open a nightclub at first. But by the time Huang Shan found out, everything was a foregone conclusion. Huang Shan only came to the nightclub a few times. He only came when Huang Hao asked him to go through some formalities. He never asked about other matters. After Xiaoxi read this, she received another document from the detective. The document contained basic information about Huang Hao, and attached was a 2-inch bareheaded photo of Huang Hao. He was exactly as described by Jasmine. He was indeed a slightly fat man, with an obvious black mole on his chin. Xiaoxi casually glanced at the information about height, weight, age, etc., and then focused on some of the introductions below. Huang Hao belongs to the Black Zone, and is considered the third in command in a large organization in this city. Those thugs in the nightclub are all his people. He is mainly responsible for the order management of the nightclub. Whether it is causing trouble inside or trying to cause trouble outside, he will handle it. Therefore, he appears more frequently in nightclubs, and more employees know him. At this point, the information is gone. Xiaoxi put down her phone and couldn't help but wonder, could the big boss behind the scenes be the leader of Huang Hao's organization? Normally, a nightclub managed by the third in command must have some relationship with the first in command. Otherwise, it would be possible for the third in command to come out and work alone. But with such a big nightclub opening here, it would be difficult to hide the leader. Chapter 10-19 Special Mission 27. Once it is known that the third in command is working alone, the first in command will think that the third in command has the intention to go out independently, which will cause a big conflict. The nightclub was running so safely, and the information provided by the detective did not say that the third in command tried to go out independently or had a conflict with the first in command. So the probability that the first in command was behind the nightclub was very high. Thinking of this, Xiaoxi sent a message to the detective. Xiaoxi, check whether the top leader of Huang Hao's organization is the actual boss behind this nightclub. Xiaoxi, in addition, I found out that besides Huang Hao, there are 2 other people managing the nightclub. Check Huang Hao's social circle to see who the other 2 people are. After a while, the detective's reply came over. Detective, I am only responsible for helping you check their information and nightclub relationship. But if you want to collect evidence of their illegal crimes, or want to know what these people have done, it is not included in this order. Inside, detective, it's too risky. Even if you had money, I won't accept it. After reading this passage, Xiaoxi couldn't help but laugh. It seems that the detective thought that she was going to cause something big. He probably thought that she wanted to get evidence to report, or to learn the truth and publish it on the internet. Although she was indeed planning to cause big trouble, it was completely different from what the detective thought. Xiaoxi, don't worry. I only need to know the information and materials, and identify the characters. I don't need to collect any evidence of illegal crimes. What she has to do is to find out the identity of the big boss behind the scenes, and just take action. The evidence didn't matter to her at all. Xiaoxi's reply reassured the detective a lot. The detective quickly gave an okay reply and said that he would find out the information she wanted to know as soon as possible. Xiaoxi put down her phone and continued to wander in the mall. Adhering to the habit of going to bed early and getting up early, she got up at 7 o'clock. She even ran around the street outside the hotel for half an hour, then went back to take a hot bath, and then went out to have breakfast. Later, when I had nothing to do, I simply went shopping. Now that she has found the person who triggered her hidden mission, there is no need for her to run around anymore, and she feels more relaxed while aimlessly shopping. She was even in a good mood and bought herself some new sets of underwear at one of the cost-effective underwear stores. When she was tired from shopping and it was time for dinner, she randomly entered a Japanese restaurant. After ordering the set meal, she selected 2 sets of men's down jackets online. She remembered that Yi Kongqing didn't have much luggage at first, and he definitely didn't have 2 down jackets. If something got damaged in the game, he had to have a spare. She was choosing while having lunch, and also bought some men's scarves, hats and the like. After she finished eating, everything was bought. The address is the hotel where she is currently staying. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaoxi received a text message from an unknown number. There were only a few short words on it. I am Jiosilan. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect this guy to have a mobile phone so soon, and I don't know how he got it. Could it be that the kind of mobile phone I bought on the black market that doesn't require ID information? But even that requires money. He didn't have any money. Forget it. It's none of her business anyway, so she won't worry about it, as long as the results are achieved. With such thoughts, Xiaoxi did not expect that she would soon know how Jiu Xiaolin did these things. Chapter 1020 Special Mission 28. At dusk, after Xiaoxi spent a day shopping, she was going to treat herself to dinner at a high-end restaurant. Who knew that as soon as he walked in, he saw Jiu Xiaolin sitting at one of the dining tables. No way. Jiu Xiaolin's appearance is very eye-catching, and it is difficult for people to ignore it. What's more, when Xiaoxi walked in, Jiu Xiaolin glanced up at her, which she could hardly ignore even if she wanted to. At this time, a woman with long hair shawl was sitting opposite Jiu Xiaolin. Xiaoxi only saw the woman's back and couldn't tell what she looked like, but she should be around 25 years old. Most importantly, a woman's earrings, necklaces, rings and bracelets all reflect her wealth. One of Jiu Xiaolin's hands was holding the woman's hand, and his fingers were caressing the back of the woman's hand intentionally or unintentionally. He exuded fatal attraction all over his body, and I am afraid that few people could escape his charm. Xiaoxi. I didn't expect that I could bump into it just about anywhere to eat. She finally knew how Jiu Xiaolin solved her accommodation and mobile phone problems. Obviously, Jiu Xiaolin found a financial sponsor to support himself. Since all Jiu Xiaolin needs is a temporary place to live and a mobile phone that can be used for communication, the financial demand for the financial owner is not high, which also makes his choice range become very large, and he can naturally choose something that suits his taste. Beautiful young woman. Xiaoxi turned around and walked out of the restaurant without staying any longer. She decided to eat at another restaurant instead of watching the show here. But objectively speaking, Jiu Xiaolin was able to find a sponsor willing to spend money for him in a short period of time, which was also his ability. After all, not every man can have as beautiful a face as him, and at the same time be as cheeky as he is. Not far after Xiaoxi walked out, she suddenly received a text message from Jiu Xiaolin. Jiu Xiaolin, why did you leave when you saw me? Xiaoxi, I'm not afraid that my presence will make you embarrassed and affect your performance. Xiaoxi, take good care of your sponsor and don't get distracted. Otherwise, if your sponsor is unhappy, you may end up sleeping on the street. Jiu Xiaolin, she won't let me sleep on the street just because I send messages to friends. My charm is not that small. Jiu Xiaolin, how is your progress? Xiaoxi was not ready to reply to Jiu Xiaolin, but after seeing Jiu Xiaolin's last message, she remembered that she had not informed him of the current progress. She was about to edit the text message when Jiu Xiaolin sent another message. Jiu Xiaolin, I'll call you later. Texting takes too much time. Xiaoxi thought for a while and replied, I have something to do in the evening. Please give me a call tomorrow morning. She didn't know when Jiu Xiaolin had time, but she herself had time except at night. So it was more appropriate for Jiu Xiaolin to call her than for her to call Jiu Xiaolin herself. Jiu Xiaolin, okay. Xiaoxi put away her mobile phone, went into another high-end restaurant, and asked the waiter to recommend a few signature dishes to her. Then she sat quietly at the table by the window and waited. She was in a daze when a person suddenly stood in front of Xiaoxi. Beauty, have we met somewhere? The other party greeted Xiaoxi familiarly. Xiaoxi looked up. He is Li Mingjun, the grandson of Mr. Li, and the third son of Li Fu. Seeing Xiaoxi looking at him, Li Mingjun showed what he thought was a handsome smile. I have always been fond of beauties, especially beauties like you. We must have met on XXKTE. Right. Chapter 1021 Special Mission 29. Xiaoxi's reaction was very cold. Sorry. You may have recognized the wrong person. I have never seen you. Li Mingjun was followed by several men of similar age, who all started to boo after hearing Xiaoxi's words. Li Mingjun, your tricks to seduce beautiful women are too old-fashioned. Yes. This beautiful woman doesn't know you at all. You have to say that you have met her before. Now it's okay. It's embarrassing. Li Mingjun's face was a little confused, but he didn't want to get angry at this time and look too ungraceful. He changed his way and said to Xiaoxi, I have only met the beauty once. It is normal for the beauty to have no impression of me. Why am I not handsome enough? As he spoke, he sighed with some disappointment, and then said, But since it is fate that we can meet each other for the second time, why don't we get to know each other? Xiaoxi stood up. Sorry. I don't think it's necessary for us to know each other. With that said, she was about to leave around Li Mingjun and others. Li Mingjun hurriedly stopped in front of Xiaoxi. It's just to make friends. Don't be so stingy. He was rarely rejected by women, and most women came to him on their own initiative. It was rare that he took the initiative to strike up a conversation with a woman, only to be rejected twice. This time, in front of so many buddies. He couldn't let the other person leave easily anyway. Otherwise, where would he put his face? At this time, Li Mingjuan's heart is more about the desire to conquer, and the face he must earn in front of his buddies. Xiaoxi knew very well the psychological activities of people like Li Mingjun. She raised her eyes to look at Li Mingjun and said confidently, "I'm just so stingy." Li Mingjun was stunned for a moment, not expecting that Xiaoxi would reply to him like this. Taking advantage of Li Mingjun's stunned moment, Xiaoxi quickly walked around Li Mingjun and walked out. But he didn't expect to be stopped by several men behind Li Mingjun. "Beauty, men won't like you if you are too stingy." "Yes, Beauty. I just want a contact number. It never hurts to make a friend. More friends mean more paths. Besides, we are all good people who can give you a bright road. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss it?" After saying that, several people burst out laughing, not caring about the looks cast on them by the other guests. Xiaoxi endured it, but did not take out the gun. This is a normal and orderly world, and it's in a public place. She can't just use weapons to hurt people. At this time, the lobby manager came over and said politely to Li Mingjun and others, "I'm sorry, gentlemen. If you have something to deal with, can you go outside? You will disturb other guests dining." Li Mingjun and others ignored the lobby manager and looked at Xiaoxi. Li Mingjun said to Xiaoxi in a persuasive tone, "Look, because you don't cooperate, the guests around you can't have a good meal. Give me your contact information, and everyone will be happy, and everyone can enjoy dinner quietly." One of the friends immediately helped. "Yes, Beauty, if you become friends with us, we will treat you to dinner, so you don't have to spend money yourself. Isn't it great? I'm rich myself, so I don't care if you invite me to dinner. Besides, it's you who are noisy and entangled that prevents other guests from having a good meal. Don't blame me." Xiaoxi took out her cell phone and said rudely, "If you keep pestering me, I will call the police." Chapter 1022 Special Mission 30. Xiaoxi knew very well that the restaurant manager didn't want to cause trouble. If he could calm down the trouble or invite the troublemaker out, as long as it didn't harm the interests of the restaurant, he actually didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs. Not everyone is willing to do something like this, especially when faced with a rich person who is not easy to mess with. Most people will consider whether they can afford the consequences. What's more, everyone should think that it's just a few men showing affection to a woman, and it's not a serious matter. There's no need to worry about it. It's just asking for trouble. Xiaoxi didn't expect anyone here to stand up and help her. Anyway, she could solve it on her own. It was just a matter of which way to solve the problem. She took out her phone, opened the dialing interface, and quickly pressed the alarm number. When several men saw that Xiaoxi was not just talking casually, but actually wanted to call the police, their expressions changed slightly. Li Mingjun reached over and tried to snatch Xiaoxi's cell phone. Xiaoxi was on guard and avoided Li Mingjun's hand by turning around. The man behind Li Mingjun was a little anxious. "It's just a chat. As for calling the police?" Then someone said, "Yes, you are making too much of a fuss. We haven't broken any laws. It's useless even if you call the police." Xiaoxi raised her head and looked at the men. "Really? We'll know if it's any use. We'll know if we call the police?" As she spoke, she put her finger on the call button. This matter is indeed not serious, but since the police have been called, the police will definitely be dispatched. Even if she just criticized and educated these people, she would have time to get away. The most important thing is that these playboys all belong to the wealthy generation who are not doing their jobs properly. Their family members are also very aware of their urine habits, and some people should be deployed to supervise their behavior. Once caught by the police, regardless of the nature of the matter, it will not be a good thing for these wealthy families. If you cause trouble outside, in order to avoid being in the news, your family will definitely help clean up the mess. But scolding and beatings will definitely be inevitable, and you may even be banned from your feet and card, and your consumption will be restricted. These punishments are already serious for these idle young men. To put it bluntly, these people do not have the strength to inherit the family business, so they have to be controlled by other members of the family, no matter how glamorous they look outside. In fact, they still have to do things based on other people's faces at home. They may not care about calling the police or being criticized and educated, but they must always consider whether they can bear the punishment if their family members find out. Seeing that Xiaoxi really wanted to call the police, and there was no room for compromise or negotiation, Li Mingjun's face suddenly became extremely ugly. "Okay," Li Mingjun said angrily. "I just want a contact number. If you don't want to give it, forget it. You have to call the police on this matter. What man like you dares to approach you? No matter how good-looking he is still an ignorant idiot who is unappetizing. The other men said nothing, but they all looked at Xiaoxi with disgust. Xiaoxi knew that she had won the bet. She didn't care what these men thought, let alone how they belittled her for their own sake. She only said, "Since you don't want me to call the police, then get out of the way." Although they were reluctant, several men still made way. Xiaoxi quickly walked over. Chapter 1023 Special Mission 31. After passing a few men, Xiaoxi suddenly turned around and smiled at Li Mingjun. "Isn't it just to prevent people like you from approaching me that I do this kind of thing?" Seeing Li Mingjun's face turn red with anger, Xiaoxi quickly left the restaurant in a great mood, not giving those people a chance to say another word. She walked 2 streets and found a restaurant that looked like a good environment. When she sat down to order again, she remembered that she hadn't paid for the food she had just ordered from that restaurant. Forget it. I had to leave anyway because of trouble. And it was Li Mingjun who had to pay. I just didn't expect to be so unlucky tonight. I went into 2 restaurants one after another and couldn't sit down and have a good meal. Fortunately, this 3rd restaurant is finally safe. After Xiaoxi finished her dinner, she found a deserted place to use the invisibility prop, and then returned to the Golden Jade Good Marriage nightclub. The nightclub is open as usual today. Obviously, it is not a day to close for a party. Xiaoxi wandered around the nightclub for several hours, but did not receive any particularly useful news. Seeing that it was getting late, she returned to the hotel to rest. Asterisk. The 19th day of the game. 7 o'clock in the morning. As soon as Xiaoxi opened her eyes, her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and took a look. It was a call from Jiao Xiaolin. She sat up, leaned against the head of the bed, and pressed the answer button. "Hello? Are you awake?" Jiao Xiaolin's somewhat unexpected voice came from the other end of the phone. "I thought you were sleeping." He felt that she was the kind of woman who was very lazy. She would not stand if she could sit, and would not sit if she could lie down. Generally, this kind of person will never get up early if he can sleep in late. But when he heard Xiaoxi's voice, he was very awake and didn't feel like he was woken up at all. "You thought I was sleeping, but you chose this time to call me?" Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. "Are you trying to wake me up on purpose? Don't miss me so much." Jiao Xiaolin's tone sounded a little helpless. "I only have this time in the morning to make phone calls, so I had to call you when I thought you were not awake." "Oh, right." Xiaoxi had no intention of continuing to argue with Jiao Xiaolin about this matter. She took the initiative to change the topic. "I still made some progress regarding the special mission." Then she explained the general situation as if explaining the project report to the team leader. Jiao Xiaolin listened quietly and then asked, "So you are living in a hotel near the nightclub and have not returned to the rental house?" "Yeah," Xiaoxi responded. She thought about changing her place of residence and thought it would be better to tell Jiao Xiaolin. If Jiao Xiaolin came to see her for something, it would be a waste of time to rush to her. It would be better to let Jiao Xiaolin know where she lives now. There was no need to hide it. She was not in a hostile relationship with Jiao Xiaolin now. Although she still didn't like Jiao Xiaolin very much, she didn't need to act like she had a grudge, which would be detrimental to the progress of the mission. "Then you now suspect that the top leader may be the big boss behind the nightclub?" Jiao Xiaolin asked again. "Yeah," Xiaoxi still responded. "Okay, I understand." Jiao Xiaolin paused and then said, "I did not receive a new system prompt here, but it did not show any abnormalities. Judging from the current progress, you are looking for clues. There should be no problem with the direction." Chapter 1024 Special Mission 32. "Okay," Xiaoxi responded again and then said, "I've finished reporting on the progress of the past 2 days. If nothing happens, I'll hang up." There was a teasing smile in Jiao Xiaolin's voice. "You really look like you are reporting to the leader." "Stop dreaming," Xiaoxi retorted rudely. "You want to be my leader?" "No way." After saying that, she hung up the phone decisively. Jiao Xiaolin glanced at his cell phone screen and made sure the call was hung up. He was not surprised at all by Xiaoxi's reaction. "Honey, who are you talking to on the phone?" On the somewhat messy bed, a woman with straight long hair stuck her head out from under the quilt. She stretched out her hand to rub her sleepy eyes, and her naked, not shown in parentheses, arms were also exposed from the quilt. Jiao Xiaolin's expression remained unchanged, and he turned to face the woman with a charming smile. "Of course I'm calling my family to tell them what's going on, so as not to worry them. By the way, let them know that I was taken in by a kind girl like you, not living on the streets." The woman looked up at Jiao Xiaolin's exquisite and beautiful face, and couldn't help but feel a little moved. "I thought you were calling some other woman," she said coquettishly. "There are women in the family too." Jiao Xiaolin smiled. "Baby, you won't be jealous of my family." "Right. I won't be jealous of your mother," the woman scolded, and then said, "It's still very early. Should we sleep a little longer?" "Of course." Jiao Xiaolin threw the phone on the bedside table and walked slowly towards the bedside. "You can sleep however you want." As he walked, the unbuttoned collar on his chest opened a little, revealing his beautiful collarbones and strong chest muscles. The woman felt like her legs were getting weak just by looking at him. She reached out and hooked Jiao Xiaolin's neck, extending an invitation warmly. After a while, the two people became entangled. The other side, Xiaolin's mother, Xiaolin, started wandering around again today, thinking that I forgot to check in to the gym 2 days ago because of Jiao Xiaolin's appearance. So today I purchased a nearby experience package and went to the gym for 2 hours. When she finished taking a shower and left the gym and headed to the restaurant she had made a reservation for, the detective sent some information again. She didn't rush to read the information. She waited until she sat in the restaurant and started eating. Then read while eating. Wang Hao's interpersonal network is very complicated, and there are many people who are closely related to him. It is a bit difficult to find the other 2 owners who are in charge of the nightclub. It would be easier to confirm if there is other information. But based on the information currently available, it may take a little longer to confirm the identities of the other 2 people. However, it is now more or less certain that the top leader of Wang Hao's organization does have something to do with the nightclub. In some photos and short videos sent by the detective, we can see the figure of the top leader entering the nightclub, and the person receiving him is Wang Hao. Although this is not direct evidence, since Wang Hao can generously receive the top leader in the nightclub, it means that the top leader knows that Wang Hao opened the nightclub. Being so peaceful means that Wang Hao is definitely not going out to work alone. Nor is he secretly opening a nightclub with a leader behind his back. Therefore, the possibility that the top leader is the big boss behind the scenes is very high. These photos and videos cannot be counted as evidence, whether they are handed over to the media or to the officials. They can only show that the top leaders visited the nightclub. Chapter 1025 Special Mission 33. But what she wanted was not evidence. It was enough to infer that the top leader was the big boss behind the scenes. For her, these photos and videos are enough to speak for themselves. This means that she can already take action. She was in a good mood. After leaving the restaurant, she bought another ice cream to reward herself. Then she sent a text message to the detective. "Help me find out where the top leader has been recently and where he lives." Detective, okay. Detective, do we still need to investigate the other 2 people who managed the nightclub together with Wang Hao? She thought for a while and replied, "Check." Detective, okay. She finished an ice cream while strolling around. Then she took out her phone again and sent a text message to Jiao Xiaolin. Regarding the content of the special mission, is it said that there is only one big boss behind it? She had never considered this direction before. But now, she suddenly had this idea. And since this idea appeared, it has been lingering in her mind. She had found the big boss behind the nightclub so quickly. As long as she found out the address, she could successfully do it tonight if she was quick. But it was a little too smooth. So smooth that she always felt like something was missing. While eating ice cream, she carefully reviewed all the information she had learned. The number 1 leader was indeed the big boss. This should be correct. But when Jiao Xiaolin told her about the content of the special mission, he said, "Find the big boss behind it and kill it." But he did not say that the big boss was a person. Combined with the fact that there is more than one boss on the surface of the nightclub. Is it possible that there is more than one big boss behind the scenes? Think about it carefully. Wang Hao is already the 3rd in command. How likely is it that he will allow others to manage a nightclub on an equal footing with him? Unless the status of the other 2 people is similar to his. It can even be said that there is a big boss behind the other 2 people. Only then can the 3-legged situation be explained more reasonably. It's not particularly complicated to open a nightclub. If the operation of a nightclub is just a facade, and all kinds of transactions are actually conducted there, then the water involved is quite deep. It can be seen that the identities of the 3 apparent bosses in charge of the nightclub cannot be simple. They correspond to different fields, and they each sent a representative to become the apparent owner of the nightclub. If her guess is correct, then she needs to find 3 people and solve 3 people before she can complete the special task. The difficulty suddenly increased a lot. and it felt more in line with the particularity of the special mission. Chapter 1026 Special Mission 34. This was also the main reason why Xia asked the detective to continue investigating. When the detective asked Xia if she wanted to continue investigating the other two apparent bosses. Anyway, there are still many days before the end of the game, so it is always safer to check everything thoroughly. After waiting for more than 40 minutes, Jiao Xiaolin finally sent a reply message. Jiao Xiaolin, I have not made it clear how many people are behind the big boss. Jiao Xiaolin, do you think there is more than one? Xia, I have this guess. Jiao Xiaolin, any new discoveries? Xia, it is currently confirmed that the top leader of Huang Hao's organization is the big boss behind Huang Hao. Jiao Xiaolin, so you suspect that behind the other two bosses, there are also big bosses? Xia, it's just a guess. Not confirmed yet. After sending these words, Xia put away her phone and did not intend to continue chatting with Jiao Xiaolin. If there are any new discoveries in the future, we will report them at the same time. She and Jiao Xiaolin are not close friends, so there is no need to talk to Jiao Xiaolin if there is any progress. Asterisk. Game Day 21. It's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Xia finally received some information from the detective again. It's about another apparent boss. Although it took a little longer to confirm Huang Hao's identity than before, it was not too slow. This person did not have much relationship with Huang Hao, and the number of contacts between the two people was not too many. Therefore, when checking Huang Hao's interpersonal relationships, it took a lot of effort to find such a person. This person went to nightclubs very rarely. Only a few people in the leadership knew that he was one of the bosses, and most employees didn't even know him. What's interesting is that based on this person's identity, it's easy to determine that there must be someone else behind him. This basically corroborates Xia's guess that there is indeed more than one big boss behind the scenes. The man the detective found was called Li Mingxian, who was 37 years old and was Li Lu's eldest son. Li Lu is Li Fu's younger brother and Mr. Li's second son. After Xia learned the identities of Li Mingxian and Li Lu, she instantly understood the relationship. According to the will she had seen from Mr. Li before, Mr. Li's inheritance to his eldest son was much larger than that of his second son. Moreover, the head office is also inherited by the eldest son. Although Li Mingjun cannot hold up the wall, Li Fu also has two very outstanding and reliable children, both of whom are very enterprising and have good work ability. This is also the most important reason why Mr. Li can safely leave the company to his eldest son Li Fu. Although the second son Li Lu's ability is not bad, the strength of his two children appears to be much weaker. Li Lu's daughter did not have any business talent, so she married early and had children. Li Lu probably realized that the wealth he could inherit was not as large as that of Li Fu, so he made preparations long ago. On the one hand, he asked his daughter to take his granddaughter to please Mr. Li and strive to get more family property. On the other hand, he asked his son to open such a nightclub in partnership with others. This kind of industry that wanders in the gray area has considerable annual income. Even if it needs to be shared with others, it can make money faster than ordinary business. In this way, regardless of whether he can get more of Mr. Li's inheritance, Li Lu will be able to create more profits for himself. Obviously, the big boss behind Li Mingxian is undoubtedly Li Lu. This is also the second goal that Xia needs to solve. Chapter 1027 Special Mission 35. The detective also sent the two addresses where the top leader recently lived, as well as Li Lu's residential address. After sending these information, about half an hour later, he sent a few more messages. Detective, I won't help you check the last person. Detective, originally, when I took the order this time, I thought I only wanted to check one big boss behind it, so I offered a price of 200,000. But in the end, you asked me to check a second related person. Detective, seeing that you paid readily, and that you are an old customer, I checked the second person for you without adding any extra money. Detective, but I won't check the third one. Xia raised her eyebrows slightly. The detective is indeed a smart man, and he should have guessed that there are three big bosses behind this nightclub. Xia, I'll add money. Detective, it's not a question of adding more money. Detective, that's the end of the list. I won't continue. Detective, but you still have to pay me the balance. Xia had thought about the detectives going on strike, but she didn't expect that the detectives would go on strike so simply that they couldn't even impress him with more money. The detective's attitude showed that he really didn't want to continue working, and he had no intention of asking Xia to increase the price. This made Xia wonder if the detective had some guesses about the third big boss behind it. Because I felt I couldn't afford to offend him, I chose not to continue in order to save my job. If this is the case, The identity of the third big boss behind the scenes is likely to be related to politics, as she guessed. After all, now there are both Shang and He. However, if this detective refuses to help with the investigation, the result of looking for other detectives will probably be the same. It seemed like she had to find out in her own way. She did not try to retain or persuade the detective. She directly paid the detective the balance and expressed that she respected the detective's choice. Soon, the detective sent another message. Detective, since you paid the balance so readily, I would like to remind you that that is not a role that ordinary people can afford. So you better give up as soon as possible. Xiaoxi, so you have already guessed the identity of the third person? Detective, I can only say that among the people who have interacted with both Huang Hao and Li Mingxian at the same time, the person who can be on an equal footing with them has an extraordinary identity. Xiaoxi, now that you have confirmed this person's identity, why not tell me directly, and I won't bother you with the rest? Xiaoxi, of course. If the matter is exposed, I will not expose you. She knew very well that the detective wanted to get out as soon as possible because he was worried about getting into trouble. She couldn't explain it to the detective. She was absolutely sure she wouldn't be caught. Even if she said so, the detective wouldn't believe her. So the way she could reassure him was to promise not to give him away. There was silence for a while before another message came. Detective, I did not confirm the identity of the other party. I just found several points of overlap when integrating the interpersonal relationships between Huang Hao and Li Mingxian. Detective, according to my own speculation, among those people, the person who is most likely to be the third boss on the surface is that person. Xiaoxi already understood when she saw that the detective mentioned this, but never revealed any information about the other party. Xiaoxi, how much does it cost to buy your message? As the detective said before, the price they negotiated for 200,000 yuan was to find out the big boss behind one of them. Chapter 1028 Special Mission 36. Now that the identities of the two big bosses behind it have been discovered, the detective did not give Xiaoxi any extra money, which was considered very kind. If Xiaoxi wants to know other information now, she has to spend money to buy it, which is fair. The relationship between her and the detective was just a transaction, and it was understandable that the detective wanted money. Moreover, the information that the detective sold to her was just the identity of the boss on the surface, and there was no need for the detective to continue to investigate further. There is no risk for the detective, and he can make more money. So why not do it? Sure enough, the detective responded to the message quickly. Detective, 20,000. No bargaining. Xiaoxi didn't bargain and directly paid the detective 20,000 yuan. The detective was also very straightforward and sent all the relevant information he had found to Xiaoxi. And a final reminder, the power of the boss behind this person is beyond your imagination. So stop as soon as possible. Xiaoxi, thank you. She had no intention of explaining anything, but she should express her gratitude to the detective for his kind reminder. The detective could have not reminded her, but since he reminded her, it was the detective's kindness. After that, the detective didn't send any more messages. Xiaoxi looked at the new information. That's a woman. At 35 years old. He looks capable and shrewd. But he is not an easy character to handle. This is normal. Being on an equal footing with the other two men. Of course he cannot be an easy person to deal with. After reading the basic information, Xiaoxi checked this woman's basic information online. There is absolutely no information about this woman. Generally, people who can appear online are somewhat famous, including celebrities, scientists, politicians, artists, leaders, etc. If not, then this woman is no longer a public figure. It is a bit difficult to find the interpersonal relationships behind this woman through information on the internet. After thinking about it, Xiaoxi first sent a text message to Jiu Xiaolin. Xiaoxi, is it convenient to report the progress? Soon. Jiu Xiaolin called. There was some noise on the other side, but it calmed down after a while. Apparently Jiu Xiaolin found a secluded place. Xiaoxi didn't ask where Jiu Xiaolin was, but just told her about her progress in the past few days. Jiu Xiaolin listened quietly and then asked, "Are you ready to take action?" "There's no rush," Xiaoxi replied. "We'll wait until the third person confirms." Once she takes action, it will definitely cause an uproar. Everyone's identity is not simple, and their status in various circles is not low. As long as one dies, the other two will probably not show up again in a short time out of caution. Especially the nightclub they opened together. They will definitely not show up there. Then it would be difficult for her to find out who the third big boss behind it was. She didn't have much time, so she couldn't alert the enemy. Knowing the identities of all three people before taking action can reduce a lot of trouble. Then what are you going to do next? Jiu Xiaolin asked again. The detective has gone on strike. Of course, I have my own way. Xiaoxi didn't say much. She was just reporting the progress of the mission to Jiu Xiaolin out of the rules. But there was no need to tell her what she was going to do next in advance. Do you need my help? Jiu Xiaolin said with a smile in his voice. I'll be happy to help. No. Thank you. Xiaoxi refused simply. You are not in my plan. After saying that, she hung up the phone decisively. Chapter 1029 Special Mission 37. Jiu Xiaolin glanced at the hung-up phone and chuckled. It's so heartless. My dear, what are you doing here? The long-haired woman's delicate voice suddenly came from behind Jiu Xiaolin. She hugged Jiu Xiaolin's waist. Why don't you go in and play with me? My family called me and asked me how my job search was going recently. Jiu Xiaolin lied without changing his expression. It's only been a few days. How can I find a job so quickly? The long-haired woman immediately comforted Jiu Xiaolin. Besides, if you are with me, I can support you. So don't be in a hurry to find a job. Jiu Xiaolin turned around and kissed the back of the long-haired woman's hand. You are so kind to me. The long-haired woman immediately burst into laughter. She took Jiu Xiaolin and walked to the video game city. Let's go. Play with me for a while. How about we go have a French dinner later? Jiu Xiaolin followed the long-haired woman's footsteps obediently and said in a sultry tone. I'll listen to you. Asterisk. After Xiaoxi hung up the phone, she took a taxi and went to the addresses given by the detective. She was unfamiliar with these places, so in order to avoid taking the wrong route, it was more reliable to take a taxi instead of flying around on her own. Thinking carefully, she asked the driver to stop the car a few blocks away from her destination. Then she found a place without anyone, put on moonlight shadow and fairy wings on herself, and quickly headed to her destination. The two permanent addresses of the top leader are far apart. One is a single-family villa, and the other is a top floor of a luxury apartment. Both places are guarded by special personnel. Even if the leader is not there, there is always someone watching in the room. No one will be given the opportunity to sneak in and do tricks. Of course, except Xiaoxi. While there was no one in the bathroom, she opened the screen window and entered the house. Then she walked through every room. After doing this, she left immediately without staying longer. Li Lu's residence is a large villa in a wealthy area. There are many servants, and it is difficult for strangers to enter quietly. However, Xiaoxi's invisible state is much more convenient. She walked in while one of the servants was coming out of the door to throw away garbage. Then she also walked through every room in the villa before teleporting away. By the time all this was done, it was already past 7 in the evening. Xiaoxi simply teleported directly into the Jinyu Liangyuan nightclub. Seeing that the nightclub was in normal operating conditions and many customers had come in to spend money, she knew that today was not the day for a birthday party. So she left again, found a deserted place to take off all the props on her body, and went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. She has been so busy that she hasn't had dinner yet and is already hungry. As she ate, she thought about her plan. In fact, her plan is very simple. By the time the birthday party comes, she will basically know what to do. If her previous speculation was correct, then the protagonist of that birthday party should be one of the big bosses behind it. After knowing the identities of the top leader and Li Lu, she checked their birth dates online. None in the recent time period. That means that the protagonist of the birthday party is most likely her third target. When she meets someone that day, she will basically know whether her inference is correct. If everything goes well, that will be the best time for her to take action. Before that, she could first consider what other supplies she could buy with her remaining money. Chapter 1030 Special Mission 38. For several days in a row, Xiaoxi went to the nightclub every day to check on the situation. But it was still open every day, as if the birthday party had been cancelled at some point. She even began to consider whether to tie up the female owner of the nightclub and torture her. After spending a little time, she should be able to find out the person behind her and where she currently lives. Although that is not as convenient as doing it in a nightclub, it is better than not being able to use it. And just when Xiaoxi's idea became stronger and stronger, and she was ready to put it into practice, on the 25th day of the game, a "Closed to the public today" sign finally appeared on the door of the nightclub. Xiaoxi quickly found a deserted place, put on Moonlight Shadow and White Horse Instant, and teleported directly into the nightclub. At this time, the first floor of the nightclub was decorated with lights and colorful decorations, making it look even more gorgeous than usual. The light is also very bright, not just dim and ambiguous light like usual. The crowd gathered together in twos and threes and chatted with each other. But judging from the atmosphere, it seemed that today's protagonist was not there yet. After waiting for about half an hour, the apparent owners of the 3 nightclubs all appeared. Huang Hao and Li Mingxian were wearing well-tailored suits, and the woman was wearing a black evening dress. All 3 of them seemed to take today's birthday party very seriously. Of course, everyone else present was also wearing formal dresses and formal attire. And even the girls, who were accompanying the wine, wore bright and beautiful dresses, showing off their charms in front of everyone. The 3 bosses appeared at the same time, and the entire venue became quite quiet. Many people looked in their direction, and some people already took the initiative to say hello. The 3 bosses didn't respond much, but they all behaved politely. After waiting like this for more than half an hour, today's protagonist finally arrived. It was a man who looked to be over 50 years old, but his appearance and temperament were not old-fashioned at all. He was wearing a casual suit and was full of aura. It was the aura of a superior person, with a natural sense of superiority to everyone present. When he spoke, he naturally showed a sense of arrogance. She quickly took out her mobile phone, turned off the flash, and took a photo of the man. Information about this man was quickly found online through photos. Sure enough, this man's identity was very impressive. It's no wonder that the detective didn't dare to continue investigating. In this city, he can be regarded as a person who covers the sky with one hand. Today happens to be his 50th birthday. This kind of very important birthday is certainly worthy of a grand celebration. That's why the 3 bosses decided to hold a birthday party for the man in the nightclub. Through several people's conversations, She also learned that the female boss was this man's distant cousin, probably because the blood relationship is very distant. There is no information about this niece at all in the online information about this man. But none of this matters anymore, now that it has been determined that the female boss is related to this man, and that this man has a strong identity and background. It is now basically certain that this man is Xiaoxi's 3rd target. Xiaoxi took out a pistol, put on the silencer, and made several gestures at the man's head. It was really a little exciting to do it in front of everyone. Chapter 1031 Special Mission 39. Xiaoxi approached the man, aimed at his left temple, and decisively pressed the trigger. The bullet penetrated the man's right temple, creating a larger wound than the left side. Blood spattered, and the faces of several people who were close to him were instantly splashed with warm blood. The man even maintained a reserved smile, but he died instantly and fell to the ground slumped. Everyone nearby was stunned on the spot, and it took a while to realize what happened. The guests who were farther away didn't even know what the accident was, and it took a while to realize that something was wrong here. A few minutes later, all kinds of panicked screams finally sounded in the nightclub. The whole nightclub was in chaos. Before anyone could react, Xiaoxi had already put on the Baiju moment and teleported to the leader's villa. She searched in every room, but did not find the figure of the leader. She only saw many subordinates responsible for guarding the villa. She changed into a new Baiju Yishuan and teleported to the top apartment. As soon as she appeared in the master bedroom of the apartment, she heard a woman's moans that attracted her imagination. Turning around, I saw a man and woman lying on the bed exercising vigorously. Fortunately, the important parts were covered with a quilt, so there was no need to worry about getting needle holes. Xiaoxi tried her best to block out the sounds, walked over, and took a closer look at the man's face on the bed in the dim light. After confirming that he was the leader, she decisively shot the man in the forehead. The man lost his breath in an instant, and even retained a look of enjoyment on his face. The woman kept her eyes closed, and it took a while before she realized something was wrong. When she opened her eyes and saw the man with blood on his face, she immediately screamed in fear. She struggled and fell off the bed. After hearing the noise, the people outside the door quickly came to knock on the door to ask about the situation. At this time, Xiaoxi had teleported to the villa where Li Lu was. Li Lu was not at home at this time, and I don't know if he went out to socialize. There were only Li Lu's daughter Li Mingmei and granddaughter Li Curson in the villa, sitting in the living room watching TV. Xiaoxi was not in a hurry. She remained invisible and waited quietly in the villa. After solving 2 mission targets one after another, she was not in a good mood. This was her first time doing such a thing in a world with normal order. Although being invisible meant that she would never be spotted by anyone, and she really didn't have to worry about being caught. Her heart was still pounding a little. I couldn't tell whether I was nervous or excited. Of course, comforting yourself that these 3 people are not good things can really make you feel more at ease. Li Curson watched cartoons in the living room for a long time. until 9 o'clock. She was urged by Li Mingmei to wash up and go to bed. The two of them went upstairs together, and the living room became much quieter. Only 2 servants were left packing the snack bags that the children had left on the coffee table. She waited until 10:30 and finally reached her goal. She stood at the entrance, waiting for Li Lu to open the door and come in, and shot him to death. Li Lu didn't react at all, and was already dead. A pop-up window instantly popped up in front of Xia. Congratulations to player Xia for completing this special mission. Xia teleported again and returned to the hotel where she lived. As soon as she sat down on the edge of the bed, before she could take a sip of water, Jiao Xiaolin's phone call came. Chapter 1032 Special Mission 40. Xia pressed the answer button. Has your special mission been completed? Jiao Xiaolin's first sentence after the call was connected was this. I just suddenly received a system prompt. Yes. Xia responded. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I want to rest. Jiao Xiaolin didn't seem to hear that Xia didn't want to chat, and instead asked, what are you planning to do in the next few days? Eat, drink and have fun. After Xia finished speaking, she hung up the phone without waiting for Jiao Xiaolin's reply. Just as Jiao Xiaolin was about to say something, he found that he was hung up on again. He looked at his phone with a helpless expression. However, he did not call again to avoid attracting suspicion. After Xia hung up the phone, she took a bath and ordered a midnight snack. After eating, she brushed her teeth and washed her face before falling asleep to the bright light of the TV. Her fear of the dark has never completely gone away. During this time, she slept alone in the hotel, turning on the TV and muting it to give the room some light. Asterisk. Game Day 26. After Xia got up and washed herself, she turned on her phone and saw a lot of news popping up. It's all related to the deaths of 3 people yesterday. There are all kinds of speculations, and there are even rewards. But because none of the witnesses at the crime scene saw the murderer, and no suspicious person appeared in the surveillance, it was as if the dead shot by bullets suddenly appeared in the air. And in addition, the 3 big shots disappeared on the same day. No many people can't help but speculate on supernatural events. This incident caused panic for a while. And for a while, no one dared to walk alone at night. Most people won't even hang out at night if they don't have to. And the downtown area seems a lot deserted at night. In contrast, there are more patrols and stricter security controls. But these 3 cases are destined to yield no results. In the next few days, Xia purchased a variety of tools and integrated 2 huge, super rich toolboxes. I bought 2 copies of tools that may come in handy and can be used as weapons at critical moments. In addition, she bought some stun guns in case of emergency. In addition, she also bought a lot of disposable medical masks, several 4-piece bed sets, several Simmons, and spare large and small towels and bath towels. Most of the remaining money was spent on large bottled water. Water is the source of life. No matter what, you need to prepare more for this. After loading these things, Xia only had 2 free storage compartments left. In the end, she only left 20,000 yuan for herself. In the last few days, she ate all the food she liked and ate several expensive and sumptuous meals. On the last day of the game, she also bought 20 roast chickens and 30 cups of milk tea of various flavors and put them in the storage compartment. By this point, all her money had been spent. Then, she sat on the hotel bed and waited for the final time to arrive. As dusk approached, Jiao Xiaolin finally came to find Xia. What are you doing here? Xia's attitude towards Jiao Xiaolin was still not good. But she didn't kick them out. She still let Jiao Xiaolin in. Jiao Xiaolin walked into the house and explained to Xia. This is your single-player game. I must be with you at the last moment. Chapter 1033 Ability Upgrade. Xia blinked and suddenly figured out something. You mean, if you weren't with me, you might not be able to go back? Don't make bad ideas. Jiao Xiaolin immediately knew what Xia was thinking. And he reminded, sooner or later, this world will be assimilated, and I can leave here. Don't worry. I won't let you stay here. Xia snorted. Let you enjoy a stable and quiet life here for a period of time. This is not a punishment, but a reward. I won't let you have such a good life. Jiao Xiaolin laughed out loud. This is in line with your central idea of hating me. Xia ignored Jiao Xiaolin. Jiao Xiaolin took the initiative and said to Xia, let's become friends. After a pause, he added, after all, I am also the one who tagged you. Adding a friend will also facilitate communication if you have any questions later. His words were unclear, mainly to prevent the system from knowing what he wanted to express. But Xiaoxi understood it. If there is still a possibility of cooperation between them, add each other as friends first so that they can have a way to communicate when needed. Even though this channel will be monitored, there is always a way to pass some information to each other. Xiaoxi thought for a while and agreed. After adding each other as friends, the two of them stopped talking and waited quietly for the game to end. Asterisk. In the white room, a cold and organic voice sounded. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for clearing the special single-player game and completing the special mission. Please submit items for the main quest. Xiaoxi took out the key from the backpack behind her and clicked submit happily. The system's voice sounded immediately. Player Xiaoxi submitted the task item successfully. Player Xiaoxi has the opportunity to upgrade her special abilities twice in a row. Please choose whether to upgrade. Aren't you talking nonsense? Xiaoxi said angrily. What fool would choose not to upgrade? The system secretly told itself to hold back from saying unnecessary words. And then it continued with the process. Congratulations to the player Xiaoxi's special ability, Searching for Objects, which has been upgraded to level 3. Please check the ability description yourself. Then, a pop-up window popped up in front of Xiaoxi. She looked carefully. Explore the bag to get items, can be upgraded. Current level, level 3. Ability description, you can take something from the opponent. There are 2 opportunities to use this ability in a game. One time you can specify a certain item, and the other time, the item is random. Restriction 1, the other party must be a human being. Restriction 2, must touch the other party's body. Restriction 3, you must pronounce the 4 words. Find the bag and get the object. Before you can activate this ability, there are no changes in terms of restrictions. But the number of times it can be used in a game has increased. And most importantly, you can finally specify a certain item. Sure enough, as she had guessed before, after leveling up, she would have the ability to specifically pick up items. This is good news for her. The system waited for Xiaoxi to read the description of her abilities before speaking again. Player Xiaoxi has successfully completed the special task and will obtain the status of Observer Candidate. Next, the player Xiaoxi can choose whether to enter the knockout round. If he clears the knockout round, he can officially become an Observer. Chapter 1034. Whether to enter the knockout round? Xiaoxi looked surprised and asked a lot of questions in succession. What does Observer do? I actually became an Observer Candidate? What you said was unclear. But suddenly tell me, I want to enter the knockout round? What is the knockout round for? Her performance was quite in line with the behavior of a player who knew nothing about this news. This time the system did not pretend to be deaf and said nothing. It picked out the parts it could say and explained. Marked players who complete special tasks in special single-player games can become Observer Candidates. Observer Candidate is eligible to enter the knockout round. If you pass the knockout round, you can officially become an Observer. This is the highest honor for a player, and an affirmation of the player's strength. So that's it. Xiaoxi showed a look of realization and asked, Then what does the Observer do? When she said these 2 sentences, she was already complaining madly in her heart. Believe it or not, treat her as a 3-year-old child, and still get the highest honor and recognition of her ability. I'm afraid this line has been written a long time ago, so I'm going to save it for players to brainwash. When players officially become Observers, they will know what their responsibilities are. The system has begun professional confidentiality work again. Xiaoxi was not surprised when the system didn't answer. In fact, she already knew what the Observer did, but she had to ask this question so that it would be consistent with the setting of her not knowing. Otherwise it would arouse suspicion. It's so mysterious again, Xiaoxi complained before continuing to ask. Then tell me, what is the purpose of this knockout competition? When players enter the knockout round, they will know the rules of the knockout round. Another similar answer. But it was also within Xiaoxi's expectation. She looked like she had been thinking for a while before asking. Do I have to enter the knockout rounds immediately? The candidates can temporarily not enter the knockout round. During this period, they will continue to play the survival game like other ordinary players. But after the candidate has passed 3 rounds of the survival game and still does not choose to enter the knockout round, he will lose his candidate qualifications and become an ordinary player again. If I become an ordinary player again, there will be no chance of becoming a candidate again? Xiaoxi asked again. Unless you are marked again. Enter a special single-player game again, and complete special tasks. You can become a candidate again. Xiaoxi nodded, indicating that she understood. Then she said, Then I won't enter the knockout rounds for the time being. If she entered the knockout round now, she would be separated from Yi Kongqing again. If the situation is bad, you may still be unable to communicate using the friends function. She must first meet with Yi Kongqing and explain everything she can before she can advance to the knockout rounds. The most important thing is that she has to give all her special items to Yi Kongqing. Once she becomes an observer, she can no longer touch those special items. But she must collect special items to try to piece together a complete ball. So these items must be given to the people she trusts most. After hearing Xiaoxi's words, the system didn't say much, and just started to follow the usual process. Players have a total of half an hour's rest time here, and will enter the Mist Village game in half an hour. Players are asked to choose products to purchase, or move on to the next game immediately. Chapter 1035 Misty Village 1. Xiaoxi did not buy any props or weapons. She is not lacking these now. There are no new props in the mall. There is nothing she needs. So when the half hour was over, she left the white room again. She found herself standing at the entrance of the village, with several players already standing around her. But obviously not everyone is here yet. The system sound is not sounded yet, and everyone's range of activities is limited to the entrance of the village. They cannot go out to other places. So everyone can only wait here. Everyone was quietly sizing up everyone else. No one knows what the rules of the game are this time. Whether they will compete with each other, or whether they are directly enemies. To be cautious, everyone did not talk to anyone else, but quietly looked at each other and tried to gauge whether the other party was easy to deal with by their appearance. Xiaoxi glanced at it casually and found that there were already 5 players, including herself. I don't know how many players there are in this game, but one thing is for sure. The appearance of the village, this time, really fits the name of the game. Full of fog. It was clearly daytime at this time. The sky was bright at the end of the village, and the blue sky and white clouds in the distance were very clear and beautiful. But the village was filled with thick fog, and even the sky above the village was shrouded in gray fog. From the position at the head of the village, it is impossible to see clearly what is going on inside the village. You can only barely see the outline of each house. Xiaoxi's eyes returned to the players around her. Among the 5 players currently, 2 are women and 3 are men. No one she knows. And Yi Kongqing is not here either. Although there was no special expression on her face, she was actually a little uneasy. She was not sure that Yi Kongqing would definitely appear. Although she and Yi Kongqing are bound, under normal circumstances, as long as the end time of the previous game is the same, they will be together in this game. But Yi Kongqing has not yet cleared the 3rd single-player game, so it stands to reason that he has not met the conditions to enter the advanced game. This makes it unclear whether Yi Kongqing will enter the advanced game with her, because of the binding relationship. Although a similar situation occurred when a beginner game was upgraded to an intermediate game. At that time, Yi Kongqing did not clear the single-player game, but still entered the intermediate game with her. But this time her identity is different from before, and the situation of high-level games may be different from that of beginners and intermediates. So she is not sure whether Yi Kongqing will be with her this time. When she was in the white room, she tried to ask the system, but because the half-hour break was up, the system didn't answer her at all and kicked her out. I have to say that this special cat's half-hour rest time is too short, especially when you have to learn some other important information in the white room. Half an hour is simply not enough. Just like this time. Submit mission items. Upgrade special abilities. Check the instructions after upgrading special abilities. Introduce things about the knockout competition. Ask about observer and observer candidate, etc. After all this, the rest there is very little time left. Later she remembered to ask about the binding. But the time had come. In fact, she knew in her heart that if the system was willing to answer her, it could let her leave after finishing speaking. It would only take a sentence or two, which would delay it for more than 10 seconds at most. Chapter 1036 Misty Village 2. The reason why she didn't want to waste even a second was simply that the system didn't like Xiaoxi and was unwilling to give her extra time. During normal times, these systems cannot force her to leave. After finally waiting for the time to come, of course, he couldn't wait to kick her out immediately. Just as Xiaoxi was thinking about all this, another new player appeared not far away. She looked up and saw a young woman. As time passed, Xiaoxi had a vague premonition in her heart, the worst premonition. Yi Kongqing might not show up this time. Just when this idea came up, another new player appeared next to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi looked over subconsciously. He was a gentle-looking man, with extremely white skin, thin lips, and gold-rimmed glasses. He looked like a frail scholar. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, as if he was always smiling politely. But the sense of alienation in those eyes made it difficult to get close. When Xiaoxi looked at the man, he was also looking at her. The two people's eyes only met for a brief moment. And then they naturally shifted their gaze. Didn't attract anyone's attention. The next second, the system sound rang. It was the sweet voice that she had heard in the last round of single-player games. Welcome 7 players to Misty Village. Next, I will explain the rules of the game to you. Please listen carefully. The moment the system made a sound, she knew that her worst premonition had come true. In this game, there really is no Yikanqing. There are only 2 game rules for this round. The sound of the system continued to sound in the sky. First, players must survive to the 15th day in Misty Village before they can clear the game. During this period, players cannot leave the range of Mist Village. Second, after the player enters the village, every villager he meets must answer the first question asked by you in the affirmative, such as okay, yes, okay, etc. And then according to the question and answer, and act reasonably. The rules of this round of games have been explained. Wait a minute, a middle-aged man asked immediately. Are the rules of the game so short this time? Yes. The sweet female voice gave a positive answer. I have a question. The slightly plump woman asked immediately. The first question asked by every villager must be answered in the affirmative. All subsequent questions can be answered in the negative. Right. That's right. The system gave a positive answer again. What if we don't answer the first question asked by a villager? Or give a negative answer? The middle-aged man who was the first to speak also asked. Are there any bad consequences? Certainly. The system said very definitely. If you do not answer, or give a negative answer, you will be punished accordingly. What is the specific punishment? The middle-aged man asked again. Point deduction? Deduction of props? Or some other punishment? Will vary on a case-by-case basis. This time, the answer given by the system was ambiguous. This statement is too vague. The slightly fat woman frowned, a little dissatisfied with the system's answer. What do you mean by this specific situation? Don't you have an example to refer to? Chapter 1037 Misty Village 3. When one of you breaks the rules of the game, you will naturally understand what the punishment is. After the system said these words, everyone was silent for a moment. Although it is unclear what the specific punishment is, the fool also knows that it must not be a light punishment if it is made so mysterious. If you think about it seriously, it may be life-threatening. No one is willing to take the initiative to try the consequences of this punishment. So everyone secretly tells themselves that they must not violate the rules of this game. No matter how difficult the question is to answer, no matter how difficult the task to be done based on the question is, the answer must be yes. I also have a question. Some elderly people coughed before asking. Do all our players have to act together? You can choose to act together, separately, or form a team of several people. There is no limit. The 7 people all looked at each other, and no one said anything for a while. It seems that all your questions have been asked clearly. So I wish all players good luck. Game start. As the system's last words fell, the wooden door at the entrance of the village slowly opened. The thick fog puffed out a little, but it didn't make the visibility a few meters away any better. 7 people walked in silently. As the last player enters, the wooden door slowly closes. The swaying look made it look as if a kick could knock the door down. But no one will do this, because they can't leave here at all. And kicking the door will be useless. After entering the wooden door, everyone found themselves standing on a bridge. Obviously, this village is connected to the outside world by this bridge. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be a wooden door at the end of the bridge. This may be a simple wooden door built after the survival game started. In order to draw the boundaries of Misty Village, the 7 people did not rush to the village, but stood there and looked at each other, not knowing what they were thinking about. After a while, the fat woman spoke first. I think it's better if we don't act separately. I agree. The middle-aged man nodded immediately. According to the rules of this game, there is no competition between players. Cooperation is the best option. I also agree to act together. She finally spoke and expressed her opinion. The rules of the game say that the first question asked by every villager the player encounters must give an affirmative answer. In fact, there is a trap in this. Trap? The short-haired woman looked at Xiaoxi. What do you mean? Xiaoxi glanced back at the short-haired woman and explained. If we act separately, even if we encounter the same villager one after another, it will be the first time for different players. Then the same villager will be different for different players. The questions raised by the players may also be different. Subsequently, we have to respond accordingly based on the villagers' questions. And we can only act alone. Yes, I also have speculations about this. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses echoed Xiaoxi. It is easier to encounter danger when acting alone. And it is safer to work together in a group. Since the rules of this game allow players to survive to the 15th day. Which means there must be a lot of risks in the game. Chapter 1038 Misty Village 4. The few remaining silent players heard this, and nodded in agreement. So the 7 people unanimously approved the proposal to act together, and introduced each other. Then, everyone organized into a formation. The man with gold-rimmed glasses took the lead. And the others walked side by side. And the group walked toward the village together. This is obviously a very old village. The bridge is a stone bridge with no guardrails on both sides, and the bridge deck is not wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. After getting off the bridge, there is a dirt road with tire tracks from various bicycles, and some shallow footprints of different sizes. There are some tall and thin trees of different species, growing sparsely on both sides of the dirt road. Because the fog is so thick, only things within half a meter can be seen clearly. Beyond half a meter, you can basically only see a vague outline. Out of caution, the group walked very slowly, stopping from time to time to take a closer look at the vines and weeds that suddenly appeared on both sides, and only then continued to move forward when they were sure it was safe. After walking like this for more than 10 minutes, I clearly saw the first family's house. It was a dilapidated red brick house with only 1 floor. Judging from the size, there should only be 2 rooms in it, plus a small kitchen at most. The large gray iron door was already stained with rust and was ajar. There was the sound of chopping wood in the house, and it was obvious that someone was inside. The 7 people looked at each other, but no one moved forward immediately, although I have been mentally prepared to be asked by the villagers. If I can avoid asking questions, I don't have to do the next thing. Who would be willing to send it up and let the villagers ask questions? Although everyone didn't say it clearly before, they all had similar plans in mind. The best option is to find a place in the village where villagers don't go often until the game is over, and avoid contact with villagers as much as possible. But in this case, the iron door was ajar, and the people chopping wood might be in this small yard. They could easily be spotted walking over. Let's walk softly, the fat woman said in a low voice. And move faster. We won't be discovered if we walk from here. When introducing herself, she did not say her full name, and just asked everyone to call her Sister Ching. The others followed suit and only gave a rough name, but did not say their full names. I think what Sister Ching said makes sense. PPI, the short-haired woman, said in a very low voice. The man who is chopping wood should keep his head down, as long as he doesn't look up and look out. We won't make a sound. He won't find us. The others said nothing and nodded in agreement. So the 7 people held their breath and tiptoed forward. Xiaoxi was very cooperative throughout the process, but she had a vague feeling that she would not let the players leave so easily. The half-open iron gate and the villagers chopping firewood in the small yard made it feel like they were waiting for them to appear. Otherwise she couldn't figure out why the door was left open while chopping firewood. Sure enough, just as a group of people passed by the iron gate, the shirtless middle-aged man, who was chopping firewood in the yard, suddenly raised his head. As soon as their eyes met, the players immediately quickened their pace to run forward. At the same time, the enthusiastic voice of a mature man rang out. Are a few of you guests from outside? Xiaoxi looked surprised. If she understood correctly, this sentence was already the first question asked by a mature man. Right. Chapter 1039 Misty Village 5. Xiaoxi did not expect that the first question asked by the first villager would be so simple. Other players didn't think of it either. So after hearing this question, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Several people who were still complaining in their hearts about the strong man suddenly raising his head also showed a little smile, and put down their legs before they had time to take them back. Yes, we are all from outside. Luer, a middle-aged man, answered first. Others followed suit and responded in the affirmative. The strong man put down the axe in his hand, patted the sawdust on his pants, and wiped his hands with the dirty cloth placed on the small bench. Then he walked to the door and smiled at everyone. We haven't had guests in our village for a long time, and we didn't greet them well. I hope you won't find it objectionable. How can we dislike it? Luer agreed casually. Since you don't mind, then come in and have a cup of tea. The strong man showed a simple smile and waved to a few people. Although my house is a little simple, I can still serve you a cup of tea. Several people looked at each other and didn't refuse immediately, but they didn't really want to agree either. The current situation is whether this is a matter of waiting for their corresponding response after the first question. If so, they had to carefully consider whether there was any trap in it, and whether they could refuse. So no one spoke for a while. Everyone was thinking carefully. It stands to reason that the answer to the first question can only be given in the affirmative. But there is nothing that cannot be refused for what is to be done next. The rules of the game require appropriate and reasonable responses based on the villagers' questions and their own answers. Confirm that you are an outsider. And refuse to go in to drink tea. Should not conflict in behavior and logic. In other words, it is reasonable to refuse tea. Ahem. The eldest old manchian coughed, then smiled at the strong man and said, No. We want to walk around to get familiar with the environment first. You are busy, so it's better not to disturb you. Yes. Yes. Lu Er quickly echoed. It's inappropriate for so many of us to come in and disturb you. So let's forget it. The strong man still smiled naively. Okay. Then I won't force you to stay. With that said, he returned to where he was chopping firewood, picked up the axe and firewood again, and continued to chop wood. The players all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this, and no longer needed to step forward at a slower pace. After leaving the big iron door, Xiaoshi glanced back subconsciously. The strong man didn't know when he stood behind the door again, with only his head exposed. There was no expression on his face, and he stared straight at everyone. Even if he was discovered by Xiaoshi, he did not change his gaze, and just stared at Xiaoshi expressionlessly. He looked completely different from the innocent and smiling face before. At that moment, Xiaoshi was startled, but she didn't stop and continued walking forward. What's wrong? Sister Qing saw that Xiaoshi, who was walking in front of her, suddenly had a strange expression and looked back. At this time, the players had gone a little further. The big iron gate of the strong man's house was shrouded in fog and became hazy, and the strong man's face could no longer be seen. I just don't know whether he returned to the yard or was hidden in the mist. It's okay. Xiaoshi turned around and spoke calmly, just seeing the changes in the expressions of the villagers. What can it mean? If she said it, others would just think she was making a fuss. Chapter 1040 Misty Village 6. Sister Qing didn't see anything, and seeing that Xiaoshi didn't react much, she didn't take it seriously. The group continued walking forward. Every house in this village is some distance apart. After walking slowly for about 5 minutes, I finally saw the outline of the second house. Several people stopped. I said. Lu Er was the first to speak. We should find a place without villagers as soon as possible. If we keep walking along this road, I'm afraid it will be the residential area of villagers. It's better to change to a small road and encounter the probability of villagers should be much lower. But the fog here is so heavy. If you want to change the route, you don't know where you will go? Xiao Yang, a young man, expressed his doubts. This is a road after all, and I have not encountered any dangers along the way. If you take a small road, you may encounter venomous snakes, poisonous insects, or some traps set by the villagers to prevent wild beasts, which is far less safe than taking this road. With defense props and antidote pills, there is no need to worry about traps, poisonous snakes and insects. Lu Er glanced at Xiao Yang. It's better than taking this road and encounter all the villagers. It's easy to lose your way when walking in this kind of heavy fog, and we don't have a map yet. Maybe we will go around and back to the main road. Xiao Yang continued to object. Instead of taking a random detour and finally returning to the starting point, there are still if you have to be troubled by snakes, insects, rats and ants. It's safer to just take the main road. This is just your worst guess. Lu Er said angrily. I think as long as we are careful, we won't be able to circle back, and we will definitely be able to find a safe place to stay. How can such an obviously backward and dilapidated village be absolutely safe? Xiao Yang also became a little tempered and his attitude became tougher. There are definitely only houses where the villagers live. The rest are either wilderness or fields. Do you want to sleep in the wilderness or a field at night and be bitten by various poisonous insects? Or do you want to rely on weeds or rice fields to protect yourself from the wind and rain on rainy days? In order not to attract the attention of people in the house not far away, he kept his voice as low as possible. But the tough attitude and dissatisfied tone were not hidden at all. He added, what's more, one antidote pill is only effective for 12 hours. If you want to live in the wild, do you have enough antidote pills to last until the end of the game? Lu Er's expression froze, and he couldn't help but feel embarrassed by Xiao Yang's rebuke. Let's just discuss it carefully. Old Man Qian said to smooth things over. Everyone wants to have a safer time in the game. You can speak out if you have any ideas. If you think it is inappropriate, you can reject it. There is no need to quarrel. Anyway, I think the question asked by the first villager we just met is very simple. Maybe the rest of the questions will be this kind of daily questions and answers? Seeing that he had the upper hand, Xiaoyang couldn't help but say a few more words. Then why should we risk taking small roads to go to the wilderness and fields? We should just take the main road. After communicating with the villagers, we can completely relax and find a larger house to live in. This is already an advanced game. And there are still players as naive as you? Lu Er seemed to have finally found a point to refute. He sneered. I'm 100% sure that these NPCs deliberately did it at the beginning. If we take some simple questions lightly, then the questions will become more and more difficult. Chapter 1041 Misty Village 7. I agree with this. Sister Qing nodded. We should still try to avoid contact with the villagers. If the things to be done in the subsequent questions and answers are difficult, it will cause trouble for ourselves. Hearing Sister Qing's words, Lu Er showed a proud expression. Xiaoyang looked a little ugly. However, I also think we should find a suitable house to stay in. Sister Qing added, it is not suitable to rest in the wild or in farmland. Xiaoyang has mentioned all kinds of dangers and inconveniences. I won't go into details. In short, I think what he said is reasonable. Xiaoyang's eyes lit up, and he felt a joy of being recognized. Lu Er became unhappy again, and he asked, if you want to find a suitable place for so many of us to live, it must be at least a big house with 4 rooms. Look at the 2 houses we see now. It's a little bit small, and I don't know how many villagers I have to meet before I can see a big house. So how can I try to avoid contact with the villagers? When he said this, he raised his hand and pointed at the second house, whose outline could be clearly seen. The same red brick house is slightly smaller than the first house. And this house has no courtyard wall or large iron door. Only a wooden door, which you can open directly into the house. The wooden door is closed at this time. The family conditions of this family are obviously much worse than those of the strong man in the first family. Sister Qing showed a troubled look. I understand your concerns, but we can't live in the wild. Old man Qian coughed lightly and then said, actually, I have an idea. You can listen to it first. If you think it's okay, we'll do what I say. If you have any different opinions, you can express them. Lu Er and Xiaoyang suddenly became quiet and looked at Old Man Qian. Everyone else also looked at Old Man Qian, waiting for what Old Man Qian would say next. We can take a look at the situation of the third family first. Old Man Qian was probably older and spoke a little slowly. If the third family can spare 2 empty rooms, we can separate the 7 of us according to gender. Live. Although it's a bit crowded, it's better than everyone being separated. Everyone knew that the second family's house was too small, and it was impossible to live in it. So they had to give up. I agree. Xiaoyang immediately expressed his position. At the same time, he glanced at Lu Er and said meaningfully, under the current circumstances, it would be good to find a place to live. Who would ask for 1 or 2 people? How about living in a room? Lu Er was blushing at the rebuke, but he still snorted unwillingly. According to the situation we see now, it would be good if a family can spare 1 room. It is probably difficult to have 2 rooms. If the house of the third family is not big, as long as there is an empty room, half of the people can live in it first. Old Man Qian had obviously thought of this possibility. He said, the rest people then go to the 4th house to see if they can spare an empty room, so that even if everyone lives separately, they can still be close together, and there is no need to contact more villagers in order to put everyone in 1 house. I think this method is very good. Sister Qing smiled, and her expression became a little more relaxed. She looked at the others. Let's do it like this. Xia Shi, who had never expressed any opinion on this matter, nodded. I agree. Chapter 1042 Misty Village 8. Seeing that Old Man Qian had considered it comprehensively, the others all agreed because they couldn't think of any other better way for a while. So the 7 people walked forward quietly again, tried to cross over without attracting the attention of the second family. Unexpectedly, as soon as they reached the wooden door suddenly opened. An old man with gray hair met everyone. Xia Shi. She knew that there was no way she could pass by these people's homes quietly. The old man looked much older than Old Man Qian, with a stooped back and snow-white hair. Because he was too thin, the skin on his face was droopy, making him look both spiritless and extremely old. When he saw everyone, the old man showed a kind smile. Come in and have a cup of tea? Xia Shi subconsciously turned her head and glanced into the distance. The first family's house was completely submerged in the thick fog, and no outline could be seen. I don't know if she's overthinking. The first question asked by the old man was also the second question asked by the strong man from the first family. Is it just a simple coincidence? Under normal circumstances, when you meet a stranger and say hello, You will always ask where you are from and what you are doing. No one's first words would be to invite a stranger into the house for tea. The old man's attitude was as if he had confirmed their identities and was following the procedure to invite them to tea. Just like the old man seemed to already know the answer to the question asked by the strong man. Of course, it is also possible that it is just a simple game setting and does not have any deep meaning. Otherwise, the first question every villager will ask the players will be the same. And then, there will be no difficulty for the players. Despite their reluctance, the players replied, okay, and followed the old man into the house. There are almost no furnishings in the room. This should be an old man living alone. Apart from a small kitchen outside the house, there is only one room. There is a wooden bed on the left side of the room. The mattress on the bed is a little worn and has many patches. On the right side, there is a wooden square table and 2 wooden chairs. On the wooden table are several broken porcelain bowls and 2 small teacups. After 7 players and an NPC entered the room together, it seemed extremely crowded. The old man didn't seem to feel everyone's discomfort, and he warmly invited everyone to sit down. There are only 2 chairs in the room. Even if 2 people sit down, the remaining 5 people cannot all sit beside the bed. Besides, no one wanted to sit down, so they politely refused, saying that they could just stand. The old man did not force himself. He took out a bag of tea leaves from the small drawer of the dining table and put a little tea leaves into teacups, bowls, and other containers. Then he picked up a hot water bottle from the corner and poured water into those containers. There are 3 bowls and 2 teacups, which can only make tea for 5 people. While the old man was pouring water, Xiaoxi swallowed an antidote pill for herself. Although it seems that the old man should not poison himself, there is always nothing wrong with taking it just in case. Seeing this, other people also took out their own antidote pills and ate them quietly. The old man took the lead in carrying the largest bowl and handed it to Sister Qing with a smile. There are not enough water glasses at home. This bowl is big enough. Why don't you 3 women drink together? Chapter 1043 Misty Village 9. Sister Qing glanced at Xiaoxi and the short-haired woman Peipei, and seeing that neither of them had any intention of objecting, she took the bowl. The old man showed a satisfied expression and brought bowls or teacups to the 4 men one by one. Pepe stood in the corner and couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Isn't this person a patriarchal person? In such a remote and backward village, it is normal to favor sons over daughters. Sister Qing reluctantly took a sip of tea and handed it to Xiaoxi. We don't really want to drink his water anyway, no matter if he favors sons over daughters. Xiaoxi calmly turned the bowl around, chose a spot that looked clean, took a symbolic sip, and handed it to Pepe. Pepe looked at the almost unchanged bowl of tea and was a little unhappy. What do you 2 mean? Leave me to drink alone? Just take a small sip and that's it. Sister Qing said to Pepe. He didn't say that he had to finish the tea. And when we just answered, we only promised to drink the tea, but didn't promise to finish it. While drinking tea, the old man's eyes were always lingering on the players, obviously urging them to drink tea. So it's okay not to drink, but there's no need to finish it. Pepe thought about it and thought it made sense. So she only took a small sip, taking advantage of the opportunity for the old man to chat with a few men. Xiaoxi sent Yikomqing a message through the friends function. As expected, I received a system reminder that the other party is not in the service area and the message cannot be sent. Xiaoxi felt relieved and turned off the friend function. She spent too long in the single-player game this time. 30 days was enough for Yikomqing to experience 2 survival games before entering the single-player game. Now it seems that she can only wait until the next game to reunite with Yikomqing. Who are you chatting with? Pepe saw Xiaoxi's movements and knew that she was probably using the friends function, so she couldn't help but ask in a low voice. A friend. Xiaoxi spoke concisely and had no intention of going into detail. Pepe also understood that Xiaoxi didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't continue to ask. The old man asked the 4 male players various questions, but they were all commonplace matters. For example, how old are you this year? Are you married? Have children? Etc. Of course, the players have no intention of chatting with the old man, especially after the first question has been answered. So no matter what the old man asked, they would just say a few perfunctory words and then stay silent. However, the old man did not feel unhappy and continued to ask questions. During this period, he would urge the male players to drink water from time to time, because the players agreed when the old man invited him to drink water before. But now it would be unreasonable not to drink, so they could only drink one mouthful after another. And before they knew it, They had finished the entire bowl/cup of water. The 3 female players did not receive such caring and warm care, so they all only took a small sip and placed the bowls on the windowsill. During the awkward chat from time to time, the 4 male players finally drank their own water, stood up and left. The old man did not stay any longer and sent the players out the door. When she walked out half a meter away, Xiaoxi looked back again. The old man who had shown a kind smile before was now expressionless, staring blankly at Xiaoxi and others. Even though she was mentally prepared, Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel shocked when she saw that scene. Chapter 1044 Misty Village 10. This time, Sister Qing also noticed something strange about the old man in the distance. She couldn't help but mutter, "This NPC is really weird." But other than that, she didn't say much more. NPC abnormality is not a strange thing for all experienced players. What's more, it's just that the expression is weird, and it doesn't have any substantial impact on the players. So there is no need to discuss this matter. The team continued to move forward. After walking for almost 5 or 6 minutes, we finally saw the 3rd house. This house is much larger than the previous 2. The same thing is that it is also a red brick house. The large iron gate in the yard is rusty, and the overall look is shabby and old. At this time, the iron door was closed, and it was quiet inside. It was unclear whether there was anyone there. But this time, no one had any intention of not attracting the attention of the villagers, and walked directly through the door of the house in a swagger. Sure enough, as soon as a few people passed by the door, the iron door was opened from the inside. An old lady with gray hair showed her head from behind the door. She looked surprised when she saw so many people suddenly appearing at the door. Then, her expression softened and her smile was kind. "I see you are all hungry. Why don't you come to my place for lunch?" When Xiaoxi heard this question, she breathed a sigh of relief. At least the first question asked by the 3rd person is not the second question asked by the 2nd person. Then we can rule out any special correlation. It should just be a game setting that allows all villagers to automatically default to the player's foreign identity, so they won't be asked the same questions as normal. All the players replied, "Okay," tacitly, and then followed the old lady into the house. The family conditions of this family are obviously much better than those of the previous 2 families. After entering the yard, you can clearly see that there are 3 rooms in this house. In addition to a main room, there are 2 bedrooms, according to the situation discussed by the players before. This is a suitable place to stay. In addition, although there is not much difference in the appearance of the houses, the items inside are much richer. In addition to a separate small kitchen in the yard, there is also a wooden swing frame. A 5-year-old girl is sitting on the swing and swinging slowly. Seeing so many strangers coming into the house all at once, the little girl's eyes widened and she looked at all the players curiously. "That's my granddaughter." The old lady gave a brief introduction to the players, and then she waved to her granddaughter. "Nani, call someone quickly." The granddaughter slid down from the swing and jumped up to the players. She timidly called out, "Hello, uncle," "Hello, auntie," and "Hello, grandpa," several times, and then asked, "I want to drink egg soup. Can you make it for me?" To the first question asked by the 4th villager, the player can of course only answer, "Okay." The old lady quickly thanked everyone. "It's great that you are willing to help. I am old now. My eyesight is not good, and I can't lift my arms. It is very difficult every time I cook. As long as you are here, today I will no need to make your own egg soup." The players glanced at each other, but there was no obvious change in their expressions. Anyway, they all took antitoxic pills, so there is no need to worry whether they touch anything poisonous or eat poisonous food within 12 hours. Chapter 1045 Misty Village 11. The problem is that the conditions here are very backward, and there are no gas stoves and induction cookers. To cook, you have to burn firewood and use a large pot on the stove, which is a bit difficult for people who grew up in the city. It's not very early now. Why don't we start preparing lunch? The old lady looked at the players kindly. There are only 2 of us at home, my granddaughter and I, and each time we chop wood, we can only cook for 1 or 2 days. I just ran out of it today. As she spoke, she pointed to the small kitchen in the corner of the yard. Behind the kitchen stove, there were piles of various dry firewood. The dry firewood is also wrapped with a tarpaulin to prevent the firewood from rolling around and prevent rainwater from entering through the windows and getting the firewood wet when it rains, because it has not been processed. The arrangement of dry firewood is a bit messy, and the appearance is not the neat cylindrical shape in the TV series. It has all kinds of strange shapes and inconsistent sizes. Beside the woodpile, there was an axe. The old lady's intention is obvious. asking the players to help chop wood, because they agreed to have lunch here and made egg soup for the little girl. The whole cooking process became something that the players couldn't refuse, including chopping wood and making fire. I don't have that much strength. I don't chop wood. Pep was the first to express his opinion. I can be responsible for beating eggs and washing vegetables, but I can't do other things. I can't cook. Xiaoxi told the truth. I can only do it. Then leave the cooking to me. Sister Qing took the initiative to take over the job and said to Xiaoxi and Peipei, "You two will stand next to me later and do whatever I ask you to do. Cooking will be faster this way." Xiaoxi and Peipei both readily agreed. "Let me light the fire," Old Man Qian said proactively. "I grew up in a rural area, so I have more experience in lighting fires on this kind of stove." The remaining 3 men were assigned the task of taking turns chopping wood. It doesn't take much firewood to make a meal, but since you may have to live here for a while, it's always a good idea to chop 3 days' worth of firewood first. Mainly, they had nothing else to do, and 7 people couldn't fit in the kitchen. They can only express themselves from other places. The reason why everyone is so positive is because they all have the same ideas. Behave better now, and you will have a reason to get the old lady to agree to stay later. Seeing that everyone quickly assigned tasks and began to work on their own, the old woman smiled happily. She walked to the kitchen tremblingly, opened the cupboard, and took out 2 unwashed eggs with dirt and chicken cake on them. "You guys get busy first. I'll wash these 2 eggs so they can be used by you later." After she said this to everyone, she walked to the corner on the other side of the yard. There is a large water tank there, probably used to catch rainwater. The old lady took a ladle and scooped up a ladle of water. She carefully put the eggs into the ladle and washed them carefully. Finally, she poured the dirty water into the muddy ground next to a row of onions, ginger and garlic. After watching the whole process, Peipei couldn't help but make a retching expression. And then she lowered her voice and said to Xiaoxi and Sister Qing beside her, "You must never use that water ladle to collect water for cooking. Otherwise, the thought that there might be remnants of shit in there makes me sick. Let's get a bowl to catch the water later." Sister Qing's brows wrinkled slightly, obviously feeling a little unacceptable about what she saw. Chapter 1046 Misty Village 12. "Then leave it to me to collect the water," Pepe volunteered. "I don't trust anyone else. I can make sure it's clean myself." Xiaoxi had no objection. In fact, she couldn't accept the old lady's behavior. Of course, she won't blame the old lady. After all, she is used to living in such an environment, so she won't think there is anything wrong with her behavior. She also believed that the old lady didn't mean anything in this matter, but there was no need for her to force herself to accept such poor hygiene in order to fit in. When she can make her life better, she will try to make herself more comfortable. Sister Qing also agreed to Peipei's request, and Peipei immediately went to the cupboard to find a bowl of suitable size. "Then you can help me wash the vegetables," Sister Qing said to Xiaoxi. "No problem." Xiaoxi agreed readily. She found a porcelain basin in the kitchen for washing vegetables. Although it was not big and the porcelain was a little chipped, it was very clean. Pepe quickly got some clean water and poured it into the porcelain basin. Xiaoxi followed Sister Qing's request and started choosing and washing vegetables. The 3 men outside quickly chopped some firewood, which was a suitable thickness. Old Man Qian carried the firewood into the kitchen and began to work on making a fire. Matches were used to light the fire here. It took Old Man Qian a while to get the fire going. Xiaoxi, who was washing vegetables, watched the whole process and had no intention of providing her lighter. Most players should have basic equipment like a lighter. Since Old Man Qian doesn't use his own lighter, he always has his own considerations. There was no need for her to be the standout at this time. After the fire came up, Sister Qing began to cook and make soup. Although using a large iron pot is a bit awkward, it doesn't cause too much of a problem. Just when everyone was busy, the grandma's granddaughter had already returned to the swing and was shaking herself slowly. The old lady was sitting outside the main room, holding needle and thread and slowly picking up the soles of her shoes. By the time Sister Qing finally prepared all the dishes and poured the boiled egg soup into a big bowl, it was already noon. Of course, under the influence of thick fog, all the players here have no great concept of time. It's just that there happens to be an old small clock placed in the main room of the old lady's house. From it, you can clearly see that the time points to 11:30. The female players filled the dishes and brought them to the 8 immortals table in the main room. The male players washed their hands and helped carry the chairs and stools. Although there are only 2 people in the old woman's house, there are 8 chairs and stools in total. which is just enough for the 7 players and the 8 adults. The old woman. It's just that there is no seat for the little girl. My granddaughter is still young and doesn't have to sit alone. The old lady put down the soles of her shoes and told everyone. I just hold her and feed her. The players were not polite and took their seats one after another. After a busy morning, everyone is a little hungry. Everyone gathered around the 8 immortals table, with 2 people sitting on each side, which was just right. You're welcome. You can eat whatever you want. The old lady greeted her simply. Then she hugged her little granddaughter and asked in a kind tone, Nani, tell me what you want to eat, and I'll pick it up for you. Egg soup. The little granddaughter said in a sweet voice. Let's eat something else first, and then drink the soup last. Okay. The old lady coaxed patiently. If you drink the soup now, you won't be able to eat anything else later. Chapter 1047 Misty Village 13. The little granddaughter didn't make much noise, and she listened to the grandma throughout the whole process. Moreover, the little granddaughter is not picky about food and will eat whatever the grandma feeds her. Whenever the old grandma asks if this is delicious, the little granddaughter will also praise it and praise it. When she finally drank the egg soup, her little granddaughter was so happy that her eyes turned into a crescent-shaped smile, as if she had eaten the most delicious food in the world. The lunch was finished in a harmonious and warm atmosphere without any trouble. If it weren't for the thick fog outside that always makes people feel a little uneasy, the atmosphere here would feel like an ordinary small village. After the meal, the old lady took the initiative to wash the dishes and stop the players from doing any more work. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sister Ching helped the old lady clean up the dishes and said, by the way, Grandma, we don't have a place to live for the time being. I wonder if we can stay at your place. The old lady looked surprised. She thought for a few seconds before saying, It's not that I don't want you to stay overnight. It's just that there are too many of you. Just the 3 of us. Sister Ching pointed to herself, Xiaoxi, and Pepe. The 3 of us can live in one room, and we are all women, so it is more convenient. On this point, the 4 male players all have a consensus. The grandmother and granddaughter who live here are both women. It is inevitably inconvenient for male players to live here. It is better to let female players stay. The old woman subconsciously turned her head and glanced at the 4 male players sitting and resting in the yard. Then what should they do? They will find someone else to live in. After answering, Sister Ching added, Grandma, don't worry. We won't live here in vain. We will pay you. When entering the bridge, all 7 players took out a backpack from their respective storage compartments and filled it with 2 sets of changes of clothes. They carried their backpacks on their backs and used them as cover whenever they need to get something. They pretended to be taking things out of their backpacks so that the villagers wouldn't see the strange scene of them taking things out of thin air. Originally, Sister Ching wanted to say that they could help with the work, but thinking about it, they were afraid of playing into the hands of the NPC. When the time came, they would not be able to refuse anything the other party asked them to do. So it's safer to just say pay. Remuneration? The old lady hesitated for a while, then said, As you can see, each of our families is self-sufficient. Unless we go to the market to buy things with people in other villages, we usually don't need money. But even if we go to the market, we mainly exchange things and basically don't use money. Finally, the old lady added. Sister Ching was stunned, as if she didn't expect that this village would be so backward. However, not wanting money is not a bad thing for her, because she also has no money. We can also exchange items with you to stay with you for a few days, she said to the old lady. You don't have some practical things here yet, but you should need them. What is it? The old lady became interested and asked while washing the dishes. Can you show it to me first? Wait a minute. I'll go out and discuss it with those 2 friends, Sister Ching said, walking out of the kitchen and waving to Xiaoxi and Pepe. When Xiaoxi and Pepe came over, Sister Ching explained the situation, and then asked in a low voice, What do you think is more appropriate to give her? Chapter 1048 Misty Village 14. Although Sister Ching thought of using items as rewards, she was suddenly asked to pick out items suitable for rewards from her huge storage compartment. She couldn't think of anything suitable for a while. Xiaoxi thought for a while and said, A lighter should be fine. Isn't this too shabby? Pepe tooted. Although this village looks very poor, but I am not a fool and would not agree to a small thing like a lighter. It's not about whether things are expensive or big, but about how practical they are, Xiaoxi said bluntly. Only matches are used to make fire here. To the villagers here, lighters are rare items with high practicality. The value will naturally go up. In addition, if you think I can give you something else, I just said that I would give you a lighter. Xiaoxi emphasized again. This is an idea I thought of. It is my personal reward for living here. Not for the three of us. Reward? The remuneration was indeed not high. But she didn't plan to pay such a small amount for 15 days. But she wasn't sure yet whether she could stay there for a long time. As a reward for staying for 1 or 2 nights. She thought a lighter was enough. Pepe was very unhappy. You begged me to give someone a lighter. But I'm embarrassed. I'll give you something else. Then what are you going to give? Sister Qing looked at Pepe with a headache and stopped the upcoming quarrel. Have you thought about it? I'm going to go over and talk to Grandma later. Pepe was quiet for a while, and then said, Then let me give you 2 bottles of milk. There happens to be a child in this family. It is practical to give her milk to supplement her nutrition. Sister Qing thought about it, and thought it was a good idea. So she said, Then I will also give you 2 bottles of milk. This is a larger quantity, which is reasonable. It's worth more than a lighter anyway. When Pepe said this, he didn't forget to turn his head and glare at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi raised her chin slightly, as if she didn't notice Pepe at all. Pepe is only about 1.6 meters tall, while Xiaoxi is 1.77 meters tall. When the two of them stand together, Xiaoxi has a condescending perspective. Now Xiaoxi raised her chin and looked into the distance again, showing off her arrogance. She has no intention of deliberately going against others. But if the other party insists on making her unhappy, she won't be too polite. This Pepe gave her an average impression. If she could coexist quietly and peacefully, she would not take the initiative to cause trouble for Pepe. But because Pepe doesn't understand, she can't let Pepe go. Pepe was very angry when she saw Xiaoxi's appearance, but was held back by Sister Qing. Sister Qing said, Pepe, you take out the milk first, and I will give it to the old lady now. If we can negotiate, the things will be given directly to her. Then she turned to Xiaoxi and said, Xiao Xia, you too. Xiaoxi pretended to take something from her trouser pocket, took out a lighter, and handed it to Sister Qing. Being interrupted like this, Pepe could no longer argue. So he had to pretend to take out 2 bottles of milk from the backpack behind him. Sister Qing also pretended to take out milk from her backpack. And then she walked into the kitchen with 4 bottles of milk and a lighter. After just a few words of conversation, the old lady reached out and took away the lighter from Sister Qing's hand, and then motioned to Sister Qing to put the milk into the cupboard. It seems that the old lady agreed to let them stay. Chapter 1049 Misty Village 15. When the male players saw that the female players had confirmed where they would stay tonight, they all stood up and left, saying that they were going to find their place. The old lady didn't hold them back. She just sent the male players out the door. Before leaving, the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses suddenly turned to look at Xiaoxi. If everything goes well, I should come find you in the evening. After saying that, he turned around and left. Regardless of other people's reactions, Sister Qing showed an unexpected look. She lowered her voice and asked Xiaoxi beside her, Do you know Xiao Jun? I met in a game before. Xiaoxi shrugged and spoke concisely. The man called Xiao Jun is actually Jun Nanju. Jun Nanju left a deep impression on her. So when Jun Nanju appeared, she immediately knew who he was. But she and Jun Nanju were not familiar with each other, and the rules of the game were not clear at the time. So both of them chose to remain silent. Later, when the game officially started, she didn't think it was necessary to get close to Jun Nanju. So she never showed that she knew Jun Nanju. Unexpectedly, Jun Nanju would actually take the initiative to find her. But that's fine. Jun Nanju also has the special ability of exploring bags to retrieve objects, and his ability level should have been raised very high. Taking this opportunity, she can try to explore the extent of his abilities, and also give her a reference. Then why did you pretend that you didn't know each other before? Pepe, who was standing on the other side of Sister Qing, heard Xiaoxi's words and asked, Are you two trying to do something secretly? You understand. Xiaoxi paused and looked sideways at Pepe. He and I have just participated in the same game before, and have no friendship with each other. He is just a stranger to me. If I go out of my way to declare to all of you that I know him, wouldn't you think it strange? Pepe choked for a moment, and couldn't think of anything to say in reply. Xiaoxi continued, What's more, in this game, players have no personal missions, and no hostile relationship. What can he and I do? Yes, Pepe, you are thinking too much. Sister Qing couldn't help but say something for Xiaoxi. Seeing that Sister Qing was helping Xiaoxi, Pepe's face became a little ugly. I just have reasonable suspicion, Pepe said sternly. Why else would he not talk to anyone else but you? What would he want to say to you? Why didn't he talk to everyone together, but why he wanted to talk to you alone? Then you go ask him. Xiaoxi spread her hands innocently. He is looking for me. Not me. How can I know what his purpose is? Maybe it's something that has nothing to do with the game itself. Sister Qing smoothed things over. In this game, there is indeed no antagonistic relationship between players. And there is no need to create divisions or small groups. She just said that she and Xiao Jun are not familiar with each other. Peipei asked, unconvinced. How can two people who are not familiar with each other talk about anything other than games? Can they still fall in love? Hearing these words, Xiaoxi couldn't help but chuckle. After a long time. You like him? Peipei's face froze. And then he denied it. Don't talk nonsense. In a survival game full of crises, who would think that a man talking to a woman is related to falling in love? Xiaoxi hit the nail on the head. Unless you like him, you will subconsciously think about it. Chapter 1050 Misty Village 16. Before Peipei could speak again, Xiaoxi waved her hand. Don't worry. I'm not interested in him. Although I don't know what he wants to talk to me about. It definitely has nothing to do with the romance you think he is. Who knows whether what you said is true or not? Peipei muttered in a low voice. He is so good-looking. How could you not be interested? Xiaoxi was too lazy to deal with Peipei's love brain anymore. She turned to Sister Qing and said, Sister Qing, let's go clean up the house. Qing Jiela changed the subject and cooperated with Xiaoxi to find the old lady and asked the old lady to arrange which room they should stay in. Peipei didn't follow. She stood in the yard sulking. The old lady took out a thin quilt with many patches from the big cabinet in her room, walked to another bedroom, and put it on the bed. She said to Xiaoxi and Sister Qing, This is the room of my son and daughter-in-law. But they all go out to work and will only come back once during the Chinese New Year. You can live here. My granddaughter and I have always slept together. This room is usually empty. Thank you, Grandma. Sister Qing thanked her. I clean this house all the time. And it's all clean inside. The old lady added, I just keep the mattresses and quilts. You guys have to spread them out. We can just make the bed ourselves. Sister Qing said to the old lady, Don't do such tiring work. The old lady agreed with a smile, went to get 3 more pillows, and then left the room. Although Sister Qing is slightly chubby, she moves quickly and made the bed in a short time. Then she turned to look at Xiaoxi and asked, This bed is not big. It might be crowded if 3 people sleep together. Lie down and sleep on your side. Xiaoxi suggested. That way it won't be so crowded. This was an old wooden double bed. Not too wide. If she lay horizontally, part of her legs and feet would definitely be exposed outside the bed due to her height. But it's more spacious than lying upright, so it won't be crowded with 2 other women. Showing your feet during this season has little impact and won't freeze you. In fact, she considered sleeping on the floor, but after thinking about it, she decided against it. The NPC would definitely find it strange if she pulled out mattress sheets and other things out of thin air. She didn't want to be too conspicuous before she figured out the specific situation in the village, so she could only restrain herself and sleep in the same bed as others. That's okay. Sister Qing had no objection to Xiaoxi's proposal. Sister Qing is a little taller than Peipei, so lying down will not have much impact on her. After thinking about it, Sister Qing said to Xiaoxi, Don't argue with Peipei. She is just a little willful. Don't worry. I won't affect the cooperation of the entire group because of the ignorance of individual players. Xiaoxi understood Sister Qing's worries and said, But if she insists on finding me unhappy, I won't do anything to her. She's polite. Just don't interfere. Sister Qing saw that Xiaoxi had hit the point, so she didn't say anything more. In fact, she didn't really want to help Peipei speak. She was just afraid that Xiaoxi and Peipei would have such a conflict and affect the progress of the game. Now that Xiaoxi understands what she means, she won't meddle in other people's business. At this time, the old lady came over again, holding another quilt in her arms, and said to Xiaoxi and Sister Qing with a smile, There are not many quilts at home, and 1 quilt for the 3 of you is definitely not enough. This I used it when my son got married, but I haven't been willing to use it since. Now I'll give it to you. Chapter 1051 Misty Village 17. Thank you so much. Sister Qing did not refuse, but expressed her full gratitude. Xiaoxi took the quilt, thanked the old lady, and then put the quilt on the bed. By the way, if you want to wash your feet and face at night, you have to boil water now. Otherwise it will be too late. The old lady said again. Okay, we'll boil the water right away. Sister Qing agreed and took Xiaoxi to the kitchen with her. Boiling water is much simpler than cooking. Just fill a large iron pot with water. Add firewood to the stove. And wait for the water to boil. Xiaoshi used a lighter to light some dried dead leaves. And then put in some thin chopped firewood. Although she didn't light the fire in the morning. She watched the whole process when Old Man Qian was lighting the fire. And now she is very clear about the overall process. After a while, the fire became strong. Peppa walked into the kitchen, holding a large iron basin in his hand. The old lady just gave it to me, saying that we can use it to wash our feet. She showed a reluctant expression. It's too unhygienic for 3 people to use only one. Sister Qing approached Pepe and said softly, according to the situation here, foot washing should be done in the bedroom. Later we will close the door and draw the curtains. Then we will use our own basins. Just wash it and it'll be fine. And no one outside will know about it anyway. We are all girls, and we all like to be clean. So Sister Qing knew that Pepe and Xia, she should have spare foot baths and other things in their storage compartments just like hers. Pepe's face looked better now. That's okay. This method of boiling water is relatively slow. And everyone has nothing to do but sit in the kitchen in a daze. It's just that everyone wasn't very familiar with each other. And Pepe didn't like Xiaoshi. So no one spoke for a while. Xiaoshi was sitting behind the stove, occasionally adding a little firewood. I don't know how much time passed, but a pop-up window suddenly popped up in front of her. When Zhuling requests to add you as a friend. Agree refused. Xiaoshi was a little surprised. She remembered when Zhuling, whom she met in the game, Phantom of the Ancient House. It was also because of Wen Zhuling that she knew she was marked. In other words, Wen Zhuling has the ability to mark others and should also be an observer. But after that time, she and Wen Zhuling never interacted again. More importantly, Wen Zhuling already knew that she had been marked by someone else. And even if he looked for her, he could not mark her again. Normally, Wen Zhuling would look for other targets who could be marked instead of coming to her. But now, after such a long time, Wen Zhuling actually wanted to add her as a friend. After thinking for a few seconds, Xiaoshi chose agree. Wen Zhuling always made people feel comfortable. And she didn't hate him. What's more, she will soon become an observer. So it is also a good thing to have more contact with other observers. Explore their voices, and learn more about the situation in advance. 10 seconds after Xiaoshi clicked agree, she received a message from Wen Zhuling. Wen Zhuling, I finally contacted you. Seeing this sentence, Xiaoshi was a little surprised. And she quickly replied, Xiaoshi, have you been trying to contact me? Wen Zhuling, yes. But before, my friend application could not be sent out. Every time I was prompted, it said you were not in the service area. Xiaoshi, I was in a single-player game before. Maybe this is the reason. Chapter 1052 Misty Village 18. Wen Zhuling, I know. Wen Zhuling, however, the time in each world is different. I don't know if you have been in the single-player game for 30 days. If you think carefully, I will send you a friend request every morning when I wake up. Xiaoshi blinked her eyes. She felt that the amount of information in this sentence was a bit large. Wen Zhuling not only confirmed that she was in a single-player game, but also confirmed that her single-player game this time was for 30 days. Why is Wen Zhuling so sure? Even if it is guessed that she will be playing a single-player game, one should not be sure of the game time she will go through this time. There is also another unimportant piece of information. The game Wen Zhuling is currently in should be in the morning. But she is here in the afternoon. Wen Zhuling, now it seems that you have finally come out of the single-player game. Xiaoshi, how do you know that I will stay in the single-player game for 30 days? Wen Zhuling, the time for special single-player games is fixed for 30 days. Xiaoshi, so the question is, how do you know that I am experiencing a special single-player game this time? Wen Zhuling, I met Yi Kongqing in a previous game. When she saw this sentence, Xiaoshi's eyes narrowed slightly. So what Wen Zhuling means is that by knowing from Yi Kongqing which round of single-player game she is in, and Wen Zhuling knowing that she is a marked player, he can determine that she has entered a special single-player game, and thus determine her game time. But Yi Kongqing couldn't tell others about her casually, unless there were some special circumstances. Xiaoshi, what happened? Does the fact that you are looking for me have anything to do with Yi Kongqing? Wen Zhuling, you are very smart. Xiaoshi, let's talk about the key points. Wen Zhuling, I marked him. And he is now in the special single-player game. Xiaoshi was stunned for a moment, unable to tell whether she was in a good or bad mood. Wen Zhuling was obviously not a person who liked to show off and embarrass others. She quickly sent several messages and explained the general situation clearly. Wen Zhuling, after you entered the special single-player game. Yi Kongqing experienced 2 survival games. One for 7 days, and one for 8 days. When Juling, I met Yi Kongqing during the 8-day survival game. His air pressure was very low at that time. Later, I found out through some ins and outs that it was because you were not in the same game with him, and he was still in contact. If he doesn't have sex with you, he's worried about your situation. When Juling, although he is not a man of many fortunes, he has a very strict tone. If I hadn't revealed that I might know what your situation was and took the initiative to tell my guest first, he might not have done it even with the knife on his neck. Say one more word to me. When Juling, when I knew that Yi Kongqing couldn't contact you in 2 consecutive games, I was sure that you were already in the special single-player game. When Juling, I told Yi Kongqing the general situation and let him know that special single-player games take 30 days. When Juling, but due to my status, I can't reveal more to him. Just tell him that if I mark him, then he can also enter his own special single-player game. After clearing the game, he will still have the opportunity to act with you. Otherwise, you will be forced to separate completely, and it may be difficult to be together again in the future. Met in a game. When Juling, he agreed without any hesitation. When Zuling, Xiaoxi, I have to say that Yi Kongqing is very affectionate towards you. He didn't even consider whether there would be any bad consequences from being marked. He just agreed for you. Chapter 1053 Misty Village 19. When she read the last paragraph, Xiaoxi felt her chest swell and feel warm. If Yi Kongqing were around now, she really wanted to pounce on him and bite him hard. Forget it. It's better not to be harsh. It's a bit reluctant to give up. When Juling, in fact, I am most optimistic about you. But you have been marked by others. So the next best choice is Yi Kongqing. I think Yi Kongqing is also a good choice. When Juling, and I think it would be better if you two were together. When Juling, he agreed to let me tag him. And there was only one condition, which was that I must contact you and tell you his situation in a timely manner, so as to prevent you from worrying about not being able to find him after you come out of the single-player game. When Juling, this is why I insist on trying to add you as a friend every day. Xiaoxi watched the news quietly, and did not make any move for a while. She suppressed the various emotions in her heart towards Yi Kongqing, and tried her best to think about the problem calmly and rationally. The design of the special single-player game is fixed at 30 days. This should be to allow the observer to complete his own survival game and still have time to enter the marked player single-player game, and try to give the player the opportunity to complete the special mission. As long as Yi Kongqing can complete special tasks, he will also become an observer candidate. This is actually not a bad thing. The only problem is that Yi Kongqing will also become an observer, and the special items in her hand cannot be handed over to Yi Kongqing for safekeeping. She had to find other suitable candidates. While Xiaoxi was thinking, when Juling said several more messages. When Zuling, judging by the time, it should be Yi Kongqing's 16th day in the single-player game. When Juling, because I marked him, I received a message reminder on the first day he entered the special single-player game. When my round of survival game is over, I will go to him. When Juling, if you have anything you need me to convey, you can tell me. Xiaoxi thought for a while before sending a sentence. Xiaoxi, tell Yi Kongqing that after this round of the game is over, I will choose to enter the knockout round. Her round of survival game lasted for 15 days, and the special single-player game lasted for 30 days. Today was Yi Kongqing's 16th day in the special single-player game. In terms of time, after her survival game ended, Yi Kongqing's special single-player game also ended. They can enter the knockout round together. Since Jiu Xiaolin said that the purpose of the knockout round is not to eliminate players, and the pass rate is not low, then she and Yi Kongqing enter the knockout round together, and there is no need to worry about insufficient places. The development of things was somewhat different from her original plan, and she had to change her plan. But it doesn't matter. She still has 15 days, and she should have time to come up with a suitable plan again. When Juling quickly replied to the message. When Juling, if he can complete the special task, I will convey your words. But if he fails to complete the special task, I can't. She was not surprised by this. Jiu Xiaolin has said before that becoming an observer will be closer to the truth, but it will also be monitored more closely. It is conceivable that some important information cannot be disclosed to others that will under surveillance. Otherwise, Jiu Xiaolin wouldn't have to activate his special ability to tell her the truth. Chapter 1054 Misty Village 20. Xiaoxi knew very well that now she could chat with Wen Juling about these topics through the friend function. Not because these things would not be blocked by the system, but because both she and Wen Juling had already learned about special single-player games. special tasks, and knockout matches. Things. So the two of them can communicate without any gibberish. If one of the players was a player who had never been exposed to related events, there would be no conversation at all today. Or maybe if she wants to ask Wen Juling about the observer, it will also turn into a bunch of gibberish. Xiaoxi, I believe he can complete special tasks. Wen Juling, you have great confidence in him. Xiaoxi, yes. Wen Juling, okay. I will try my best to convey your message. Xiaoxi, thank you. After that, the two didn't chat anymore, because Xiaoxi had been staying behind the stove. She was just blocked, and her movements were very small. So her chat with Wen Juling was not noticed by Peipei and Sister Qing. After waiting for a while, the water in the big iron pot finally boiled. Sister Qing filled 2 thermos bottles with water and took them to the bedroom to wash up. There are only 2 thermos bottles here, which cannot hold a large pot of water. But after the 3 female players finished washing and used up the water, they could hold the remaining hot water. Sister Qing filled the last bit of water and handed the 2 thermos bottles to the old woman who had already returned to her bedroom. The old lady smiled and asked Sister Qing to put the hot water bottle behind the door, and then said to Sister Qing, I also have a kerosene lamp here. You can use it. Otherwise you won't be able to see anything at night. Sister Qing did not refuse and left with the kerosene lamp. There are no electric lights here. All lighting relies on kerosene lamps. Of course, you can't watch TV at night, let alone have a computer. In short, there was no entertainment of any kind. It quickly became dark, and with a thick fog covering up, the visibility was even lower than at night. Even with a kerosene lamp, it was difficult to see clearly beyond a few steps. Fortunately, Sister Qing was only walking between 2 rooms and would not get tripped. After returning to the room, Sister Qing immediately closed the door. She put the kerosene lamp on the bedside table and said to Xiaoxi and Peipei, I don't think there is anything to do tonight, so why not go to bed early? It's not long since dark. I looked at the clock in the main room before I entered the room. It was only 6:30. Pepe sat on the bedside with some reluctance. It's impossible to sleep so early. After a pause, she turned to look at Xiaoxi. Besides, didn't Xiao Jun say he was coming to find her? Why don't you wait? It's completely dark now. Xiao Jun may not come over. Sister Qing expressed her opinion. Maybe he has something delayed over there. Or maybe he thinks it's not safe to run around outside in the dark, so decided to come back tomorrow. I agree with Sister Qing's idea. Xiaoxi nodded. Xiao Jun said before that he would come to me in the evening. Since it is already past evening, he probably won't come. She was not in a hurry to talk to Jun Nanju. Anyway, they were both in the same game. If they couldn't talk today, they could talk tomorrow, for the sake of a conversation that can start at any time. It is not a wise move to choose to run around alone at night in a game that has not yet figured out the situation. Jun Nanju's mentality should be similar to hers. So after it got dark, she had already estimated that Jun Nanju would not come. Chapter 1055 Misty Village 21. Xiaoxi did not expect that the person she was dating was not in a hurry, but Peipei was looking forward to it. But it's no wonder. Jun Nanju is good looking, and it's normal for her to have a heartbeat, even in survival games. No. In other words, just because they are in a survival game and are faced with the huge pressure of dying at any time, some people will have the thought, I may die in the next second, so I want to indulge myself every moment of life. Idea. This group of people are more likely to have admiration and affection for others than in the normal world, and their expressions will be more direct and enthusiastic. Peipei was a little disappointed when she heard both Xiaoxi and Sister Qing say this. Although she was a little jealous that the person Xiao Jun was looking for was not her. It was better to be able to see Xiao Jun than not to see him at all. Well now, there is no hope of seeing it. If everyone hadn't agreed to this grouping model, she really wished she could sleep with Xiao Jun. Pepe turned around and punched the quilt on the bed. It's too early to go to bed now. It's so boring. In my opinion, with the lifestyle here, it is very likely that you will wake up very early in the morning, such as 4 or 5 o'clock. Sister Qing also sat on the bed and pulled back the quilt on the bed. So let's go to bed early now to avoid being too early tomorrow. Being woken up makes it uncomfortable. Okay. Peipei also knew that no matter how much he complained about being bored, he would never be able to conjure up a game console for himself. So he could only lie down resigned to his fate. While lying down, she grabbed the new wedding quilt. I want to cover it with this. Sister Qing glanced at Xiaoxi subconsciously. Xiaoxi didn't react much to this. She was still sitting on the stool by the window. combing her hair. Seeing this, Sister Qing gave the new quilt to Peipei. Then she said to Xiaoxi, "Xia, come over and sleep too." Xiaoxi responded, walked to the bed, and slept on the other side of Sister Qing. Sister Qing handed the patched old quilt to Xiaoxi. "You are tall, so you won't catch cold easily if you cover yourself with a quilt. Peppa and I can cover you with one quilt together." The weather here is not cold during the day, but it is a bit cool at night, so you still have to be careful when sleeping. Xiaoxi knew that Sister Qing had good intentions and did not refuse. "Thank you, Sister Qing. Although this quilt is very old, it has been washed very clean and has no peculiar smell. Instead, it has a fresh scent of soap locust. She can accept such a quilt." Peipei didn't raise any objection to sharing a quilt with Sister Qing. Just like that, the three of them covered themselves with quilts and lay on the bed. No one said anything to each other. The only tacit understanding among everyone was that they did not propose to blow out the kerosene lamps. In an unfamiliar environment, a little light can always give people a sense of security. I don't know how much time passed before everyone gradually fell asleep. Perhaps because she slept in the same bed with a stranger. Xiaoxi never slept very peacefully. She had many bizarre dreams, in which she always felt that a pair of eyes were staring at her, no matter where she went. She could not avoid the gaze that came from nowhere, which made her feel very uneasy. As she slept like this till late at night, the feeling like a light on her back never disappeared, and she finally woke up from her dream. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a very close face, a pair of gray eyes staring at her unblinkingly. Chapter 1056 Misty Village 22. Xiaoxi was still a little sleepy, but she was completely frightened and woke up in an instant. She sat up from the bed suddenly, turned around and took out a pistol in her hand, pointing it at the other party. Under the weak light of the kerosene lamp, you can see the other party's rickety back and gray hair. The body was squeezed into the gap between the edge of the bed and the wall, still bending over and lowering its head. Xiaoxi's move was not small, and she instantly woke up Sister Qing. Sister Qing rubbed her eyes, and her voice was hoarse as if she hadn't woken up yet. "What's wrong?" Xiaoxi stared at the figure, and never moved her eyes away. At the same time, she said to Sister Qing, "Sister Qing, get up and take a look." Sister Qing heard something was wrong in Xiaoxi's tone. She became a little more awake and hurriedly sat up. Seeing Xiaoxi staring in a certain direction, Sister Qing also turned her head and looked over. At this moment, the person who had been bending down and bowing his head suddenly raised his head, revealing a wrinkled face. It was the owner of the house, the old lady who let them stay. When the old lady raised her head, it was as if a compressed spring suddenly sprung up, which was completely different from the normal raising of her head. Her body is still in a bent posture, but her head is raised. The posture is very strange. Sister Qing was also startled, and while dragging Peipei up, she quickly turned around to face the old lady. Peppa was sleeping a little deeply, and was still dazed when she was pulled up. But when she saw the strange posture of the old lady, all the sleepyheads ran away. "What's going on?" Peipei grabbed Sister Qing's hand tightly. "What is she doing?" "When I was sleeping, I kept feeling like someone was staring at me. Then I woke up because I felt really uncomfortable." Xiaoxi told everything she knew about the situation. "When I opened my eyes, I saw her in this posture, staring at me." At that time, the old lady and her were very close, only a punch apart, and their foreheads could touch each other. Even thinking about it now, Xiaoxi couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body. "Could she be sleepwalking?" Sister Qing expressed her guess. "It's possible." Peppa nodded quickly. "I've read some news about sleepwalking. People behave a little weird when they sleepwalk." With her opinion confirmed, Sister Qing plucked up the courage and whispered to the old lady, "Grandma, why did you come to us?" She remembered that sleepwalkers cannot be forcibly awakened, but they can be guided through some dialogues to stop sleepwalking and allow the sleepwalkers to go back to rest. As if she knew she was being called, the old woman's eyes suddenly slid, and her somewhat cloudy pupils stared at Sister Qing. But he didn't speak. Sister Qing's scalp was numb, but she continued to speak. "Grandma, it's getting late now. If there's nothing else, why not go back and rest?" The old woman's back suddenly bounced up like a spring, and she stood upright. Her body was pressed tightly against the wall behind her, and her legs seemed to be stuck between the wall and the edge of the bed. Her cloudy and gray eyes kept spinning slowly, as if they suddenly lost control. It was as if he was staring at the three female players in turn. "Something doesn't seem right." Xiaoxi swallowed, feeling a little nervous. If it was sleepwalking, she wouldn't be afraid. She was just afraid that it wasn't sleepwalking at all. but that it was related to the supernatural event that she was most afraid of. Chapter 1057 Misty Village 23. The strangest thing is why the old lady squeezed into the other end of the bed. This bed was placed against the wall. But for some unknown reason, there was a small gap left on the side against the wall. Even a very thin person will feel crowded when entering this gap. No matter how you place your legs, they will press against the wood on the edge of the bed and rattle your leg bones. Most people would not think of walking there, even if he was in a sleepwalking state and his behavior was a bit strange. It was too weird to walk halfway around the bed to the side against the wall and stare at people. Not to mention the state of the old lady at this moment. Her body posture. And her movements. She didn't look like a normal human being at all. I feel something's not right. Either. Pepe couldn't care less about the unpleasant thing she had with Xiaoxi before. And kept echoing. She's a bit like a zombie like this. Let's get out of bed first and then talk. Sister Qing suggested. It's not an option to just stay in a stalemate with her here. Xiaoxi and Pepe both agreed to Sister Qing's proposal. Xiaoxi still pointed the gun at the old woman. She said to Sister Qing and Pepe, I will keep an eye on her. You go down first. And then you will keep an eye on me while I go down. In this case, someone must be watching to feel at ease. Sister Qing and Pepe didn't object. They turned around quickly. Before she could get out of bed, Pepe couldn't help but let out a scream of terror. Sister Qing also shouted in a low voice. Xiaoxi felt that all the hairs on her body stood up. She resisted and did not look back. She stared at the old lady and asked, What's wrong? After all, Sister Qing is older than Pepe, so she is relatively stable. She took a deep breath and said to Xiaoxi, The little granddaughter is squatting beside the bed. Even though Sister Qing did not describe her granddaughter's posture, state, or expression in detail, just hearing these words was enough to make Xiaoxi feel uncomfortable. She happened to be squatting on our shoes. Pepe's voice was trembling. I didn't even dare to come close. The little granddaughter, who looked so cute during the day, now had her head raised expressionlessly, and her eyes were a lifeless gray-white. She stared at Pepe's opening and closing mouth. And when she heard Pepe say, shoes, she suddenly opened her mouth and smiled silently. One of her hands dropped down and grabbed the sneaker closest to her. Her fingers exerted slight pressure, causing the upper to wrinkle. While doing this action, her head was still tilted up and her eyes were looking at Pepe without blinking. Pepe felt his scalp numb. What the little girl was grabbing happened to be her shoes, but it gave her the illusion that her feet had been grabbed and twisted out of shape. She felt like she never wanted those shoes again. Get out of bed over her. Although Xiaoxi was a little nervous, her reason was still there. She tried her best to stay calm. I don't need any shoes. Sister Qing reacted quickly. She had just been affected by inertial thinking and always felt that she should put on her shoes before getting out of bed. But really, in this case, it doesn't matter at all whether you're wearing shoes or not. But she's right next to the bed, Pepe said, still a little scared. She's so close. I feel like I might be touched by her no matter where I go. Although she still couldn't figure out what was going on with this old woman and her little granddaughter, she almost instinctively had this idea she must not let these two people touch her. Chapter 1058 Misty Village 24. Just jump out. And jump farther. Sister Qing urged Pepe, while she was already ready to jump. Just in case, she took out a pistol from her storage compartment and pointed it at the little girl. As long as the little girl made any abnormal movement during this process, she would shoot without hesitation. Then, before Pepe could mentally prepare herself, she jumped out first. Although she was slightly chubby, her jumping ability was pretty good. She passed the little girl without much effort and landed behind her. Before she could stand still, she turned around nervously. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the little girl didn't get up or even look back at her. Then, she urged Pepe. Pepe, jump over here. She kept staring at me. Pepe looked like she was about to cry. My legs are weak. Then I'll jump first, Xiaoxi said immediately. Sister Qing, watch for me. Pepe's expression was stiff for a moment. And then, he looked a little angry and aggrieved. Sister Qing did not take into account Pepe's emotions at this time. She shifted her gaze cooperatively, looked at the old woman on the inside of the bed, and said to Xiaoxi, I'm watching. Jump now. As soon as Sister Qing finished speaking, Xiaoxi immediately turned around and jumped down. Her movements were done in one go, without any pause or hesitation. The moment she jumped out, she also saw the little girl squatting in front of the bed. Just like the old lady, she has a weird posture and gray eyes. The only difference was probably that the little girl kept staring at Pepe and kept her grin on her face. under the flickering kerosene lamp. It looked particularly strange. Xiaoxi landed next to Sister Qing, and she quickly turned around to look at the old lady. The old woman's eyes were still moving slowly, as if she hadn't decided yet who she should look like. But she didn't move because Xiaoxi and Sister Qing left. She still maintained her stiff posture, standing motionless in the gap between the wall and the edge of the bed. "Pei, it's just you," Sister Qing urged Pei again. "It's coming as soon as you close your eyes and jump. The more you hesitate, the less you dare to jump." Pei bit her lip and leaned against the bed tremblingly. Of course she knew what Sister Qing said was right. But it was one thing to know the theory. It was another thing to be able to follow the theory when actually implementing it. Especially when someone who looked so weird kept staring at her. She felt that her mind was blank, and she couldn't control her body movements freely at all. Just when Pei hesitated and made no move, Xiaoxi, who had been staring at the old woman, suddenly saw her upper body lying on the bed. Immediately afterwards, the old woman's body twisted, as if she was trying to pull herself out of the gap. "Jump quickly," Xiaoxi reminded Pei. "The old lady is moving. If you don't jump, she might crawl to your side." Pei became even more panicked when she heard this, and she subconsciously turned around. "Don't look back and waste time." Sister Qing became a little anxious, and her tone became stern. "Jump quickly." While speaking, the old woman had already twisted her thigh out of the gap. She stretched her arm straight forward, as if trying to reach Pei. "Hurry up!" Sister Qing was a little angry. "If you continue to be so worthless, we won't care about you anymore." Chapter 1059 Misty Village 25. Pei was crying, but finally mustered up the courage to jump. Probably because she was too scared. Her legs became stiff, and she was unable to get over the little girl, but fell to the ground next to the little girl. The little girl turned her head stiffly and mechanically, with a grin still on her face. Then she mechanically raised her arm and grabbed Pei's leg. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sister Qing hurriedly ran over and dragged Pei away to hide away. The little girl's speed was very slow. When Sister Qing pulled Pei away, the little girl still maintained the movement of slowly extending her arms. At the same time, the old woman finally pulled herself out of the gap. She lay on the bed, as if she had exhausted all her strength. She did not move for a while, but looked up at the three female players. Those gray eyes turned slowly and slowly. Pei leaned closely against Sister Qing. Her legs were still shaking a little, and her voice was trembling when she spoke. "I am most afraid of this weird scene. Of all the survival games, the one she can't accept the most are games with a weird atmosphere. She would literally be so frightened that she would lose her ability to react." Sister Qing did not comfort Pei. In fact, she herself was a little scared. It was already good to be able to hold Pei and not let go at this time. It was impossible to expect her to comfort Pei. "Go out and take a look first." Although Xiaoxi was afraid, she quickly entered a state of looking for a solution. She said as she walked towards the door. "Where are you going?" Sister Qing pulled Pei to follow Xiaoxi. As she left, she didn't forget to stare at the old woman and the little girl. "Go take a look in the bedroom next door first," Xiaoxi suggested. "Where are you going?" Pei seemed to have not recovered from the fright. She said reluctantly, "We should leave this house now to be safer." "Are you stupid?" Sister Qing, who has always had a good temper, was a little angry. "It's full of fog outside, and you can't see the road at all. Where can you run at this night? What if you encounter a more dangerous situation? You may have died before you even had a chance to react." Only then did Pei remember that there was still fog outside. She immediately shut up and said nothing. She knew that her brain had completely lost its function at this time. And no matter how much she said, it would only cause confusion. Although she didn't like being led by Xiaoxi, she also knew very well that now was not the time for internal conflicts. At this time, Xiaoxi had already taken out the flashlight, adjusted the light to the brightest, then opened the door and walked out. Sister Qing and Pei followed closely and walked out. As she walked, Xiaoxi whispered her thoughts. "I want to confirm if anyone is still sleeping in this bedroom, or if there are any useful clues that can explain the current situation." Sister Qing was stunned for a moment, then realized. "Do you suspect that the two people in our room may not be me? It's just a guess. Although the appearance is exactly the same. Both the expression and the eyes are obviously different from what they were during the day. It may not be me." Xiaoxi paused before saying, "But I think it's me. The possibility is relatively high. So I mainly want to look for any clues." She did not forget that when she left the first and second families, the people in those two families ended up looking the same as the old woman and the little girl now. Chapter 1060 Misty Village 26. In Xiaoxi's speculation, this should be the same person, but he behaves differently during the day and at night, or in front of him and behind him. But this is just speculation and cannot be completely certain. Going to the old lady's bedroom and taking a look may help her confirm whether her guess is correct. Let's look for clues by the way. Whether it is finding clues to explain this phenomenon or clues to what secrets are hidden. As long as there are clues, it is better than being like a headless fly without knowing what to do. While talking, Xiaoxi had already walked to the master bedroom. She raised her hand and turned the doorknob, but found that she could not open the door. "It's locked," she said to Sister Qing and Pepe. "That's wrong." Pepe, who was out of sorts, finally discovered something strange. "If the two people in our room are themselves, how did they come out of the bedroom with the door locked? Did they climb through the window?" "Wait a minute." Sister Qing's expression changed slightly, as if she suddenly remembered something very important. "I remember that I was the last one to enter the room, and I locked the door after entering." Before Sister Qing finished speaking, Xiaoxi had already reacted. Xiaoxi's face also became unsightly. "When I just opened the door, it was indeed locked." The incident was urgent, and everyone was busy leaving at that moment, ignoring this small detail. But now that I think about it, I know something is very wrong. The doors of the two bedrooms were locked, but there were two more people in their house who were behaving strangely. No, it is no longer certain whether it is human or not. Thinking of this, Xiaoxi decisively installed a silencer on her pistol and fired 2 shots directly at the door lock. No matter what, she had to find a way to confirm something. Sister Qing didn't expect that Xiaoxi would shoot as soon as she said it. She glanced behind her nervously and relaxed a little when she saw that the two strange people hadn't chased her yet. Then she whispered to Xiaoxi, "Don't destroy everything. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to explain it later. If everything is normal during the day, then they will face ordinary villagers, and they may make the head of the household unhappy by breaking the door lock. In such a closed village, almost every household would know if something happened. In other words, if they offend a family, they may offend a whole village. It would probably be even more difficult to spend the rest of my days in this village. Now it is destined to be difficult at night. And if it becomes difficult during the day, then it will be really difficult to work in this game. Don't worry. I only broke the door lock." Xiaoxi opened the door and walked directly in. The room was pitch dark and nothing could be seen clearly. Xiaoxi turned the flashlight and took pictures of all the places in the room. There was no one in the house. "It seems that those two people are me." Sister Qing exhaled slowly, feeling extremely heavy. "Then are they ghosts?" With the doors of both rooms locked, he suddenly appeared from one room to the other. But the door lock did not move at all. She could only think of ghosts with the ability to walk through walls. Xiaoxi took a deep breath to keep herself calm. "Let's look for any clues first." She was a little panicked when she thought it might be a ghost. But at this time, she couldn't lose her position. She had to hold on. Chapter 1061 Misty Village 27. "It would be best if you have a diary or letters." Xiaoxi approached the bed and began to look through the bedside table. She did not forget to remind Sister Qing and Pepe. "Magazines, newspapers or photos, etc. are also the best. You can pay special attention to it." Pepe didn't dare to act alone, so she followed Sister Qing closely, and the two of them went through the closet together. Sister Qing knew that Pepe was not in good condition. She said to Pepe, "Stand behind me and stare at the door. If those two people follow, remind us." At this time, it is better to hope that Pepe, who is shivering, can find something, than to hope that Pepe will look out for the wind. Pepe said, and took out a flashlight, turned it to the brightest, and pointed it directly in the direction of the door. Sister Qing took out a small flashlight and held it in her mouth, leaving both hands free to rummage through the closet, so she could go faster. There are actually not many things in this room, apart from the bedside table and wardrobe. There is no other place to store things. It didn't take much time to find. Xiaoxi even turned over the bed in the end, not even leaving it under the pillow, but found nothing. Sister Qing also shook her head. There are only clothes and some banknotes in here. The banknotes were neatly folded, and it looked like they had never been used since they were obtained, and they were hidden in the closet just to save them. Maybe it's to prepare my granddaughter for going to school in the future. Sister Qing guessed this in her heart. They're coming. Pepe's trembling voice suddenly rang out, and at the same time, she stepped back and moved closer to Sister Qing. Xiaoxi and Sister Qing immediately turned to look at the door. I saw the old woman and her little granddaughter walking into the room slowly. As soon as she entered the door, her little granddaughter's eyes were fixed on Pepe without blinking. She grinned silently, as if she saw her favorite toy. The old lady's eyes turned slowly again, as if she hadn't decided who to look at. Xiaoxi frowned slightly. The two people seemed to be choosing a partner. The granddaughter had already chosen Pepe, while the old woman was still considering it. So what is the purpose of selecting a target? What to do with the object? While Xiaoxi was thinking, her little granddaughter had already started walking towards Pepe. The steps of the little granddaughter were slow, as if the scenes in an old videotape would freeze during playback. She walked forward mechanically, but her gray-white eyes were filled with excitement. For the first time tonight, I saw emotion in her eyes. Pepe was so frightened that she collapsed and screamed. Why does she keep staring at me? She didn't expect to get a reply. As soon as she said the words, a freeze gun appeared in her hand, and she shot her little granddaughter without saying a word. The little granddaughter's movements were slow, and she was hit hard without even reacting to dodge. Then, the little granddaughter seemed to be still, stopping in place without moving. Seeing that the freezing gun was effective, Pepe felt a little more at ease, not so scared anymore, and his sanity had returned to some extent. Seeing this, Sister Qing quickly took out her freezing gun and shot the old woman. In an instant, the old woman stopped moving, but her eyes were still moving slowly. It's like an out-of-control part, moving up, down, left and right erratically, not knowing where it will turn in the next second. Chapter 1062 Misty Village 28. Although the old woman's behavior was still weird and scary, because the freezing gun could control her actions, it made both Sister Qing and Pepe feel a lot more at ease and not as scared as before. Pepe even thought about the current situation and offered his own suggestion. Since we didn't find any useful clues here, why not go to the previous room and have a look? Sister Qing agreed. We haven't looked for that room yet, and it is the room where the grandma's son and daughter-in-law live. It feels more likely that there will be diaries or letters. A grandma of this age who lives in such a closed village will most likely be illiterate. Not to mention a 5-year-old girl. She must not be able to read either. The only ones who could read were the old woman's son and daughter-in-law. So even if there are diaries, magazines, newspapers, letters, etc., they must belong to the son and daughter-in-law. So the probability of them being in another room will be higher. The old lady and the little granddaughter were in that room before. They were in a hurry to get away and had no way to find anything. But now that these two people are trapped here, they can go back to that room. The only problem is, freeze gun can only freeze the opponent for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the two people can move freely again. Even if these two people walk very slowly, they will come to them sooner or later. The night is still very long, and this back and forth tug of war will last for who knows how many hours. She only has 3 freezing guns in her hand, one of which has been used and needs to cool down for an hour before it can be used again. During this time, she had no way to control these two people. Thinking of this, Sister Qing said to Pepe and Xiaoxi, I only have 3 freezing guns. How many do you two have? I have 5. At this time, Pepe didn't dare to hide it, for fear that he would be caught because he took out one less freeze gun. I have 16, Xiaoxi said calmly. The 3 of us add up to a total of 24, which is enough for the old woman and the little granddaughter. It is enough for 1 reincarnation. She is very experienced in this matter. She freezes for 5 minutes each time and cools down each gun for 1 hour. 12 freezing guns can be used to treat a person for just 1 cycle, and there will be no window period for the frozen object to act. 24 freeze guns are needed to deal with 2 people. Of course, she actually had 30 in total, but since others have 8, she only needs to make up for the missing part, and there is no need to tell the real number. Even though Xiaoxi lied about the number of her freezing guns, the number 16 still surprised both Sister Qing and Pepe. You actually have so many freezing guns! Pepe showed an envious and jealous look. You must have a lot of points. At least a lot more than her. Anyway, at least the number of freezing guns we put together is enough. Sister Qing was very measured and would not ask such privacy questions. She said to Pepe, Let's go to the next room quickly. Looking for something. Pepe's attention was diverted, and she no longer asked about Xiaoxi's points. She quickly walked around the old lady and granddaughter and walked out. The 3 people returned to their original room and began to rummage through the boxes. In addition to the bedside table and wardrobe, there was only a simple dresser in the next room, and it was in the small drawer of this dresser that Xiaoxi found a letter. Chapter 1063 Misty Village 29. As soon as Xiaoxi took out the letter, Before she had time to open it, PPI, who was in charge of the lookout not far away, spoke nervously. "They're here again!" As he said this, Peppa took out 2 freezing guns and shot the old woman and the granddaughter once, successfully stopping the other party in the door frame. After making sure that the old woman and the little girl were no longer moving, Peppa relaxed from the tension. Although she knew that the other party moved slowly, she couldn't help but feel nervous as long as those 2 people could move. Only when she has control over the other person and is sure that the other person will not come close can she feel at ease. But this peace of mind wouldn't last long, because the little granddaughter was always staring at her and smiling silently at her. Even if she wasn't looking at the little granddaughter, she could feel the gaze sticking to her like a substance. What's more, she didn't dare not watch, for fear that missing a little bit of time would give the other party a chance to get closer to her. And when looking at the other person, the intuitive feeling is even more annoying. In addition, there is an old woman next to her who keeps turning around as if she has lost control of her eyes, which is weird and scary. The longer she stayed in such an atmosphere, the more she felt broken. Seconds passed like years, and Pepe suddenly saw the old woman's eyes stop moving. Those gray eyes were like rusty gears, slowly turning towards Pepe. Where? Then, the old lady grinned silently. Pepe felt a chill running straight from the bottom of her heart to Tianling Gai, and she went a little crazy. Should we try to kill them both? She couldn't stand the torture anymore, so she took out her pistol and pointed it at the old woman. She opened the safety catch. Don't be impulsive. Sister Qing closed the closet and immediately went over to hold Peppa. These 2 people are so weird now. The pistol may not be able to kill them. If the situation is worse, we may take the initiative to attack and cause them to go berserk. Or there may be other scenes that are more bizarre and difficult to deal with. Sister Qing is right. Xiaoxi had just finished reading the letter in her hand. She raised her head and glanced at Pepe. In this situation, the most they can do is put some mental pressure on you. But there won't be anything substantial. Hurt. If you act rashly, the situation is likely to get worse. Under normal circumstances, she would have taken action long ago. The reason why I always choose to dodge, and at most use the freeze gun to limit the opponent's movements, is to consider the possible negative consequences. It is unwise to act impulsively before clearly understanding the situation. Being stared at by the 2 of them all the time, I think the mental harm to me is greater than the physical harm. Peppa took back his pistol, but still couldn't help complaining. Why don't they look at you too? But you just look at me? Perhaps they were chosen based on age? Sister Qing hesitated to express her guess. She looked at Pepe. You are the youngest among the 3 of us. Pepe and Xiaoxi are both 20 years old, but Pepe is a few months younger than Xiaoxi. Sister Qing is much older than Pepe and Xiaoxi. She is already 30 years old. This doesn't make sense. Why are you targeting people based on their age? Pepe said she couldn't accept it. Besides, that old lady had never determined who she was targeting before. Why did she suddenly target me just now? Chapter 1064 Misty Village 30. Then think about it first. Have you done anything to trigger them to focus on you? Xiaoxi's tone was calm. I didn't do anything. Pepe looked angry. I suspect they just thought I was the easiest to bully, so they chose me. Xiaoxi did not respond to Pepe's emotional words. She turned to Sister Qing and said, I just found a letter, which was sent by the grandma's son. Sister Qing's attention was diverted, and she noticed that she was holding a letter in her hand. She asked, Is there any important information in the letter? Xiaoxi shook her head. She walked over and handed the letter to Sister Qing. It's just some family chat. It also said that I sent some money back. I hope the old lady can help save it for my granddaughter's schooling in the future. Then it seems that the banknotes I found before were sent by this son. Sister Qing thought of the wad of banknotes wrapped in a handkerchief that she had found in the grandmother's closet. It was exactly as she guessed. Then what should we do now? Sister Qing thought of the current problem again. There are no useful clues here. We have no way of knowing what is going on in this village. Let's go see the village chief during the day tomorrow. Xiaoxi already had a plan in mind. This village is backward and backward. There are not many literate people. It is difficult to find newspapers and magazines in ordinary households. But the village chief, there should be one at home. She searched 2 bedrooms, but couldn't find a newspaper or magazine. The only letter she found contained a special thank you to the village chief at the end. Obviously, this letter was sent to the village chief's home, and the village chief handed it to the old lady. It was probably the village chief who read the letter to the old lady. These villagers are illiterate, let alone keeping diaries. As the head of a village, the conditions should be the best, and the cultural level should be relatively better. In other words, there may be text clues found in the village chief's house. Sister Qing understood what Xiaoxi meant, and she nodded.
This is the only way. This is not good.
Pepe raised his doubts at this time.
If we contact new villagers and have to agree to their first question and then do things, there are risks involved.
Although the few things she was doing for the villagers were just daily tasks, and there was nothing risky about them. She listened to the whole story when Lu Er and Xiao Yang had a conflict before. She wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Er's idea. Even if the NPC's questions were simple at first, they would definitely become more and more complicated later on. So her plan had always been to have as little contact with the villagers as possible, so as to ensure that she would not go on any dangerous tasks.
Then you plan to live here for the next few days?
Xiaoxi looked at Pepe and raised her eyebrows slightly. To be fair, as long as the old lady and granddaughter can be controlled, continuing to live here is a safe choice, so that there will be no big danger for a period of time. But this situation is too passive. It is neither possible to understand the real situation in this village, nor to guarantee whether other changes will occur in the old woman and her little granddaughter as time goes by. Now it seems that it is safe during the day, but dangerous at night. You can choose to sleep during the day and stare at the old lady and little girl at night, but no one can be sure whether the next day will be safe. Chapter 1065 Misty Village 31. Even if you stay at the old lady's house, it doesn't mean that other villagers won't come to visit. This still means that contact with other villagers is unavoidable. Moreover, the number of freezing guns is limited, but the number of villagers is more than 2. It is unrealistic to rely on freezing guns to last until the last day of the game. Compared with this method, which may be safer in the early stage, but can only passively wait for danger to approach in the later stage. Xiaoxi wants to take the initiative to understand the situation and find a solution. Pepe didn't think too much. She just didn't want to contact more villagers. After listening to Xiaoxi's words, she realized that if she didn't want to leave here, she would have to continue to deal with these 2 people who made her whole body tremble. NPCs live together. She was a little reluctant. But then I thought about it. If I went to other villagers, I might still face the same situation. So it would be better to stay here. At least a few villagers can be given less tasks to do. So she frowned and said,
Yes, I just want to live here forever and never go anywhere. That's up to you,
Xiaoxi said lightly, then turned to look at Sister Qing.
Sister Qing, what do you think?
Sister Qing glanced at Pepe, who was standing next to her, and said to Xiaoxi without any hesitation,
I will go to the village chief with you.
When Xiaoxi just proposed to go to the village chief, she agreed in her heart. This idea has not changed now. She could understand Pepe's idea, but she didn't agree with it. She and Pepe were just strangers who had only been together for a day in this game, and it was impossible to change her decision because of Pepe's thoughts.
Okay, let's get together tomorrow morning.
Xiaoxi nodded to Sister Qing. Pepe was stunned. She didn't expect that she would be left behind like this. Although she did propose to stay, she thought Sister Qing and Xiaoxi would at least discuss it with her or try to persuade her. But these 2 people didn't say anything and just excluded her. There is no conflict of interest or hostility between players in this game. Everyone is considered a teammate with the same goal. Under such circumstances, they are so decisive in abandoning their teammates. So cruel. Just when Pepe was distracted, the old woman and her little granddaughter regained their mobility. Xiaoxi didn't say anything, but took out 2 of her freezing guns and shot one at the old woman and the little granddaughter. When the old woman and her granddaughter were frozen again, Pepe discovered that she had overlooked a very important issue.
You 2 are gone. The number of my freezing guns is simply not enough to control those 2 NPCs.
Pepe looked at Xiaoxi and Sister Qing.
Then how can I ensure my own safety?
Xiaoxi didn't say a word. She took out a piece of chocolate from the storage compartment, broke half of it, ate it, and put away the remaining half. If you stay up late at night and don't eat something to replenish your energy, you will get tired more easily. Pepe and Sister Qing both looked at Xiaoxi subconsciously. They saw that Xiaoxi had no intention of talking after eating the chocolate, and their expressions were different. Pepe was dissatisfied with being ignored, while Sister Qing tried to smooth things over.
Actually, these 2 NPCs walk very slowly. You can avoid them in time without using the freeze gun.
Sister Qing comforted Pepe.
Use the freeze gun only when you think you may not be able to avoid them. This not only saves the number of uses of the freezing gun, but also protects oneself at critical moments.
Chapter 1066 Misty Village 32.
It's quite easy to say,
Pepe couldn't help but mutter.
If you watch 2 strange people staring at you and chasing you, You can calmly wait until they get very close before using freezing gun?
Sister Ching's face became a little ugly, and her tone became serious.
To put it bluntly, this is your own problem. You can't blame others.
She has always adhered to the principle of putting peace first, and she tried her best to avoid unnecessary fights between players when there was no conflict or hostility between them. But like Pepe, who is a bit pretentious and uninformed, she can't just tolerate it. Pepe did not expect that Sister Ching's attitude would suddenly change 180 degrees. She was stunned for a moment before she defended herself.
I'm afraid that they will get close. So what's wrong with wanting to keep a distance from them? Are you also afraid of them getting close? There's nothing wrong with you being afraid. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to keep a distance from the NPC.
Xiaoxi finally spoke up at this time, with a hint of a smile in her voice.
But you want to use this reason to make us urgent, freeze gun, is left to you. It's just you who are wrong.
Pepe's expression stiffened for a moment, and his voice lowered due to guilt.
I never said this.
Xiaoxi chuckled and said to the point.
You didn't say it directly, but what you said was clearly a hint.
Sister Ching also helped.
If we are in the same place, for the purpose of cooperation, we should help each other. But since we have to go our separate ways, there is no reason to leave our things to you.
It's not like everyone has a deep friendship. So of course they all choose to protect themselves first before they can consider whether to help others. Judging from the current situation, her freezing gun is far from enough, let alone leaving it to Pepe. Pepe said nothing. She was really trying to show off her pity and wanted Xiaoxi to leave a few more freezing guns for her. Xiaoxi has 16. So many. Giving her a few won't have much impact. But it had been exposed, and she was too shameless to continue asking for it. Forget it. She has 5 freezing guns, and she can still cope with it using the method Sister Ching said. Just watching the 2 NPCs get closer and closer, she could easily become too nervous and lose her ability to think. She was afraid that when she was alone, she would not be able to control the situation as well as she did now. Thinking of this, Pepe was a little hesitant, and she also thought of some other potential problems. Should she go with a larger group, as it might be more dangerous to act alone? Even if you have stayed here for one night, it does not mean that there will be no changes in the following days. She had never thought of this before, but now that she thought about it, she felt that staying was not a wise choice. But the words had already been spoken, and she felt embarrassed to change them so easily. Xiaoxi didn't pay attention to Pepe's mental struggle. She said to Sister Ching,
there should be some hot water left in the afternoon. Let's wash our feet.
When they got out of bed, none of the 3 of them wore shoes. They walked a lot barefoot all the way back and forth, and the soles of their feet were already dirty. There was nothing serious to do now. So Xiaoxi noticed the discomfort in her feet. It's okay when you don't notice it, but once you notice it, you really want to wash away those dirty things. Chapter 1067 Misty Village 33. Sister Ching felt the same as Xiaoxi, so she passed over the 2 NPCs and took 2 hot water bottles from the old woman's room. Xiaoxi had already taken out her footbath from the storage compartment. Sister Ching handed Xiaoxi a hot water bottle, and the 2 of them poured some hot water into their respective footbaths to wash their feet. Seeing this, Pepe also took out her own footbath. Without saying a word, she took away the remaining water that Sister Ching used and washed her own feet. After washing their feet and putting on new shoes, the 3 women felt much more comfortable. In the following time, the 3 women took turns using the freezing gun on the 2 NPCs, and no one slept for the rest of the night, due to the thick fog, which blocked most of the skylight. It dawned very late here. It wasn't until the clock in the main room rang 7 times that I really felt that the sky outside had turned white, and the old woman and the little girl who had been staying at the door suddenly disappeared, just under the noses of Xiaoxi and the others. They suddenly disappeared.
This,
Sister Ching swallowed.
This must be a ghost. Right.
Otherwise, how could it be gone at dawn? As if it had evaporated.
But they also come out during the day, and they don't seem to be afraid of dawn. And they look normal during the day. Not like ghosts at all.
Pepe expressed her doubts. As soon as Pepe finished speaking, heavy and delayed footsteps suddenly came from the door next door, and they gradually approached the room here. Under the gaze of the 3 women, the old woman staggered to the door of the room. Seeing the 3 women staring at her, the old woman smiled kindly.
It turns out you have all gotten up. I am still thinking about whether to call you up later and have breakfast with us.
Her demeanor, posture, and tone of voice were all normal. There was nothing weird about her. Just like an ordinary human being. He was completely different from what he was at night. and he seemed to have no memory of what happened at night. But this is exactly the weirdest part. They went to the grandma's room at night and made sure there was no one in the room. In other words, the two people who looked abnormal were the grandma and the granddaughter herself. It becomes so weird at night, but returns to normal during the day. What is going on? Sister Qing turned her head and glanced at Xiaoxi subconsciously. Her mind was in chaos, and she didn't know what to say right now. Xiaoxi was still calm. She smiled at the old lady and said,
"We won't have breakfast. We want to ask where the village chief's family lives."
She knew very well that it was impossible to get the answer to the different status of NPC during the day and night by asking the old lady. Instead of wasting time asking this, let's go to the village chief's house as planned last night. The old lady looked puzzled.
"Do you want to go to the village chief's house?" "Yes."
Xiaoxi nodded and said the reason she had thought of for a long time.
"We want to write a letter to our family and send it to them. We can only send the letter through the village chief's house." "Right. So that's it."
The old lady nodded.
"We only have a postman here once a month, and we only send and receive letters from the village chief. If you want to send a letter, you really can only go to the village chief. Then please show us the way,"
Xiaoxi said politely.
"The village chief's house is not far from my place."
The old lady pointed in the direction.
"Go that way. The 5th house is the village chief's house."
Chapter 1068 Misty Village 34. The old lady smiled and said,
"Actually, you don't have to count the houses. When you get there, you can tell at a glance that it must be the village chief's house. The village chief's house is the most magnificent in our village, and it is different from everyone else's houses. Okay, let's look for it later."
Xiaoxi stood up and walked a little closer to the old woman.
"Thank you, Grandma. Why don't you be polite to me? If you have any questions, you can ask me."
The old lady looked at Xiaoxi kindly. Xiaoxi paid attention to the old woman's eyes. Because of age, the whites of his eyes are a little yellowish and turbid. But they are not the kind of grayish white that looks like death. Completely different from nighttime. Grandma, behind the old grandma. The sound of her little granddaughter's milky voice sounded. I don't know when. The little granddaughter also got up and was walking out of the house. The old woman turned around and staggered towards her granddaughter.
"Why did you wake up so early? Did I disturb you?" "Grandma."
The little granddaughter rubbed her belly.
"I'm hungry." "Oh, I got up late today and didn't have time to make breakfast."
The old lady seemed to have remembered something and said to her little granddaughter,
Yes, I got a few new bottles of milk yesterday. Can I drink milk this morning?"
The little granddaughter showed a sweet smile.
"Okay."
The old woman took her granddaughter back to the room. Xiaoxi watched the whole process and also paid attention to her little granddaughter's eyes. The eyes are clear and innocent. The eyes of a normal little girl. And the expression is natural and innocent. Which is what a little girl would look like. She is completely different from her little granddaughter at night. What is the reason why their states are completely different during the day and at night?
"Are you leaving now?"
Pepe finally couldn't help but speak out after the two NPCs left.
"It's still very early now. At least we have to wait for those male players to come over and explain the situation to them. Let's talk about it and decide whether to leave or not."
Sister Qing looked up at Xia, she who was standing by the door.
"What Pepe said makes sense."
Xiaoxi had no objection.
"Okay."
She could indeed leave directly. And when the male players came over, Pepe, who stayed here, could tell what happened. But then I thought about it. Being too unique in a group game is not a good sign. More importantly, she wanted to know if anything strange happened to the male players last night. So the three female players ate some compressed biscuits and drank a bottle of milk in the room, and waited quietly for a while before the male players arrived. At this time, the old lady was already sitting in the yard, watching her little granddaughter play on the swing and picking up the soles of her shoes. When the male players came over, they greeted the old lady one by one, and all three female players in the room heard them. Then, four male players walked into the room. Old Man Qian, who was walking at the end, closed the door as soon as he entered the house. Then Xiaoyang, the youngest, started to talk about what happened last night as if he couldn't hold it in any longer. The situation is similar to that of Xiaoxi and others. The only difference is that the family where the male players live has only one middle-aged man who is lame, due to the inconvenience of his legs and feet. He moved extremely slowly. Apart from creating a terrifying atmosphere, it did not have much impact on the male players. After Xiaoyang finished explaining his situation, he asked curiously,
"I heard screams from your side last night. Did something similar to ours happen?"
Chapter 1069 Misty Village 35. Pepe, the Screamer. looked a little embarrassed.
I was targeted by 2 NPCs alone. That was very creepy.
She did not forget to defend herself.
If it were you, you would not be able to help but scream. I was also targeted by that lame NPC.
Xiaoyang couldn't help but stand on end as he recalled the scene. He rubbed his arms.
There was a dead air in that guy's eyes. But he was standing straight staring at me, and just walking toward me was quite scary. But I didn't scream. You only have 1 person watching. And I have 2.
Pepes said unconvinced.
Besides, I'm a woman. So it's normal for me to be less courageous than you. Okay. You're right.
Xiaoyang didn't argue, and went along with what Pepe wanted. Of course, Pepe felt that Xiaoyang was perfunctory. But it was not good for him to be reluctant to do so just for this matter. Xiaoxi looked at Xiaoyang and asked,
"Why do you think the NPC chooses to stare at you instead of staring at others?"
Xiaoyang scratched his head and felt a little confused.
I really haven't figured out why I was targeted. There is no difference in my performance from other players. If I have to say it, it may be because I am the youngest.
He discussed this matter with several other male players last night. Everyone has stared at the NPC. Many times and for a long time. Everyone has never had physical contact with the NPC. During the day, everyone has not been alone with the NPC. Nor has there been any special communication with the NPC. Overall, he doesn't behave particularly differently from other players. That basically eliminates the possibility of being targeted by an NPC because of any interaction with the NPC. The reason can only be found from the objective aspect. The final result of the discussion was that he was the youngest. So he was targeted. Although this reason is a bit casual and does not seem like the real reason for being targeted. This is the only possibility that has been found so far. Pepe glanced at Sister Qing subconsciously.
It's really because of her age.
When Sister Qing said this guess, she couldn't accept it at all. Unexpectedly, the situation on the male player's side was similar to hers. If both sides are staring at the youngest player, it is indeed possible that this is the real reason for being targeted.
But this is too outrageous.
Pepe curled her lips.
Why are you staring at us just because you are the youngest? It is possible that the game is designed like this. There is not much logic in the detailed settings in some aspects,
Old Man Qian said.
But I think we should be more concerned about the next plan now. I plan to go find the village chief.
Xiaoxi directly expressed her thoughts without hiding anything.
What a coincidence.
Jun Nanju raised his glasses slightly and said with a smile.
It's exactly what I thought. Are you all planning to go to the village chief?
Pepe suddenly panicked. She originally thought that when all the male players came, she would stay with them. She couldn't sleep at night anyway, so she would feel more at ease if someone was with her. But it would be terrible if everyone went to the village chief's house, and she stayed here alone.
Actually, I don't think it's necessary for everyone to go together.
Jun Nanju's tone was gentle.
The village chief's house may not be safer than here. And on the way to the village chief's house, you will definitely meet many other villagers. When the time comes, you have to do something for the villagers. So whether you go or not depends on your personal wishes.
Chapter 1070 Misty Village 36.
We have already discussed this matter before coming here.
Lu Er also spoke.
The final result of our discussion is that if you don't want to encounter danger so soon and strive to be safe,
then choose to stay here. If you don't want to, if you are so passive, then choose to go to the village chief's house. However, it is better for the remaining players to gather in one house. Which is safer?
After he finished speaking, he looked at Xiaoxi and the other 3.
The 4 of us all agree with this plan. I don't know what happened to you 3 female players.
Consider it. My idea is the same as before. I want to go to the village chief's house.
Xiaoxi expressed her stance first without any hesitation. Taking the initiative is more in line with her code of conduct. Sister Qing did not respond immediately, looking a little hesitant.
No matter what other people's choices are, I will go to the village chief's house.
Jun Nanju also expressed his position.
Only by going to see the situation in person can I have a better grasp of the situation. I won't go anyway,
Lu Er said proactively.
My thoughts have not changed. I always believe that we should minimize contact with the villagers to avoid having to agree to the villagers' things later. It will become more and more difficult for myself. Looking for trouble.
If it weren't for living in the wilderness and farmland, he wouldn't even consider living in a villager's home. Now that he has finally determined where to live, he doesn't want to move easily. In particular, he asked about how many families there were between here and the village chief's house. Judging from yesterday's experience, he was forced to stop every time he passed a house. The risks involved can be imagined.
As I get older, I won't mess around anymore.
Old Qian drooped his eyelids and looked tired.
I woke up after not sleeping for 2 hours last night. Now I just want to catch up on my sleep. Actually, I don't think it's a good idea for everyone to be divided into 2 groups. It will be safer if we are all together. Once we are separated and encounter trouble, there will be fewer companions who can help each other.
After Xiaoyang expressed his views, he added,
However, if we must act separately, I'd better go to the village chief.
He and Lu Er have always had completely opposite views. In his opinion, Lu Er is just a timid middle-aged man, not as young and courageous as him.
Then I'd better stay here.
Sister Qing finally made up her mind. Since there are many players staying here, she doesn't have to take risks. I decided to go to the village chief last night because it was the best option. Between Peipei and Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi definitely feels more secure. But now that there are male players together instead of just Pepe, she can be protected to a certain extent. So she doesn't really want to take risks.
Me.
Peipei glanced at Jun Nanju, bit her lip, and said sadly,
I'll stay here too.
Her mind has never changed. She just feels that it is safer to stay here than to go to the village chief. But when she thought of Xiao Jun going too, she felt a little reluctant. I really want to follow. But reason still prevailed. No matter how much you like it. In a survival game, saving your life is the most important thing.
Okay. Xiao Xia, Xiaoyang, and I will go find the village chief. The others will stay here.
Jun Nanju's tone was gentle, and he did not show any dissatisfaction because there were so many people who chose to stay.
Those of you who stayed, let's discuss whether we should stay at the old lady's place or at the lame uncle's place next door, so that we can meet you when we finish our work.
Chapter 1071 Misty Village 37.
Then we must stay here.
Pepe immediately responded.
If we go to the lame uncle's place, wouldn't Sister Qing and I have to agree to the lame uncle's first question? I also hope I can stay here.
Sister Qing's attitude was much better than that of Pepe. She said to Lu Er and Old Man Qian,
This way, Pepe, and I can take less risks. You have 2 NPCs here.
Lu Er was a little dissatisfied.
We only have 1 NPC over there. I think it's much easier to deal with 1 NPC than 2. One of the 2 NPCs I have here is an old lady, whose legs and feet are not very convenient in nature. And the other is a child. Aren't they both easy to deal with?
Pepe said quickly.
Although the lame uncle has inconvenient legs and feet. After all, he is a middle-aged man with great strength. If he really touches me,
he will probably be more difficult to deal with than the old lady and the little girl.
Lu Er opened his mouth and wanted to refute. But for a moment, he couldn't think of what to refute.
Ahem.
Old Man Qian coughed twice to smooth things over.
Just stay here, so as not to go out and run around again.
As he said that, he yawned.
I'm really tired. If you don't mind, I want to sleep for a while.
He looked towards the only bed in the room. Pepe opened her mouth to refuse, but was held back by Sister Qing. Sister Qing said to Old Man Qian,
Okay, you can rest here first, and we'll go out first.
She knew very well that Old Man Qian's request for a break after smoothing things over was actually in exchange for this. If Old Man Qian is not allowed to sleep on the bed, I am afraid that Old Man Qian will change his mind immediately. In order to be able to stay here, it doesn't matter if I give up my bed to Old Man Qian. She could sleep on the long bench in the main room, or borrow the old lady's room to catch up on her sleep. Anyway, it's safe during the day, so just find a place where you can catch up on your sleep. Whether she sleeps in this bedroom or not is not that important to her. Not moving to a new place is the most important thing. When Sister Qing pulled her out, Pepe still had a look of dissatisfaction on her face. But she probably guessed Sister Qing's purpose, so she didn't say anything anymore. Seeing that the 4 people who stayed had already discussed where to stay, Jun Nanju looked at Xiaoxi and Xiaoyang.
Then let's get ready and set off.
The 3 of them also walked out of the bedroom and came to the yard. At this time, the little granddaughter was sitting on the swing again, swinging slowly. The old lady was sitting outside the door of the hall, concentrating on picking up the soles of her shoes. Hearing the footsteps of everyone walking out, the old lady looked up and smiled kindly.
Are you having lunch here today? No, Grandma. There is no need to prepare our lunch today.
Sister Qing answered on behalf of everyone. Regardless of whether you want to stay here or leave here, everyone will definitely not cook for this family again. They can eat their own food and save time. The old lady looked regretful, but didn't say much. Xiaoxi, Jun Nanju, and Xiaoyang politely greeted the old lady and walked out of the courtyard.
How are you going to get there?
Xiaoxi asked Jun Nanju and Xiaoyang as soon as they came out. Xiaoyang showed a puzzled look.
I must have walked over. Otherwise, how could I get over?
Jun Nanju already understood Xiaoxi's meaning at this time.
You want to use the flying one?
He remembered clearly that Xiaoxi had fairy wings. Chapter 1072 Mist Village 38.
I have this idea. But it also depends on what your plans are.
Xiaoxi admitted frankly. During the collective action, it would be too conspicuous for her to fly away alone. And she might be targeted by the NPCs here. Moreover, the visibility range here is only half a meter. If she flies a little higher, she can't even see where the house is. And she may fly in the wrong direction. So she never brought up the idea of flying over. But now there are only 3 people acting together, which reduces the chance of conflicts and makes it easier to come up with a unified opinion. If your 2 teammates have wings, you can try to fly over. In this way, you can avoid encounters with strange villagers to the greatest extent. And you don't have to answer the strange villager's first question. But if neither of them has wings, she won't fly alone just to be on the safe side.
I agree.
Jun Nanju smiled slightly.
What a coincidence. I just bought fairy wings before entering this game.
Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly.
Not bad. It seems that you have accumulated a lot of points during this period.
According to her own thinking, if she is willing to buy an item with 100 million points, she must have at least nearly 200 million points in hand. When I met Jun Nanju before, he didn't have fairy wings. It seems that in the subsequent games, he won many levels. However, based on her previous judgments, Jun Nanju should have started participating in advanced games very early.
The points for clearing advanced games are also much higher. As long as you can clear more levels, it is indeed better to accumulate points.
It's okay.
Jun Nanju smiled modestly.
Wait a minute.
Xiaoyang had already understood at this time, and he looked embarrassed.
But I don't have fairy wings. It doesn't matter.
Jun Nanju looked at Xiaoyang with a kind face.
I'll take you flying.
Xiaoyang's expression immediately relaxed.
Thank you very much.
He almost thought these 2 people were going to leave him behind. When he thought that he could only move forward alone, he had the idea of staying.
But before that, I have something to say to Xiao Xia.
Jun Nanju said politely to Xiaoyang.
I wonder if you can give us some time. Of course. That's no problem.
Xiaoyang immediately walked back to the grandmother's yard in a sensible manner. This way, you can ensure your own safety without overhearing the conversation between the 2 people due to being too close. Jun Nanju was very satisfied with Xiaoyang's knowledge. He turned to look at Xiaoxi.
I didn't come to see you as promised last evening. I thought you would ask me this question immediately when we met this morning.
There was always a faint smile on his face.
I didn't expect that I would be the first to bring up this matter in the end.
Did you forget about it? I haven't forgotten.
Xiaoxi said calmly.
It's just that I think there must be something delayed if you didn't come last night. Whether you talk to me today or not depends on whether you think the time is suitable to talk. I don't need to ask more. Your behavior makes me think that you are not curious about what I want to talk to you about.
Jun Nanju said, as he took out a neatly folded clean handkerchief from his pants pocket.
I'm still a little curious.
Xiaoxi spread her hands.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have stood here waiting for you to speak. I would have just walked away. That's true.
Jun Nanju handed over the handkerchief.
Look at this handkerchief.
Chapter 1073 Misty Village 39. Xiaoxi didn't reach out to pick it up. She just lowered her eyes and looked at the handkerchief. Crow blue handkerchiefs are not common. But this color is very suitable for men. Especially a man like Jun Nanju who looks gentle and elegant, but is actually quite dignified. This darker color is very suitable for him.
Are you afraid that I'll poison you under the handkerchief?
Jun Nanju chuckled.
You didn't even pick it up to read it. This handkerchief looks very ordinary. What do you want me to see?
Xiaoxi asked without answering.
I want you to see if the dark patterns on this look familiar.
Jun Nanju replied with a natural expression. Hearing this, Xiaoxi became more interested. She picked up the handkerchief, unfolded it, and looked at it carefully. There is no printing or embroidery on this handkerchief, but the dark patterns woven out add a more low-key beauty. But unlike what she thought, this was not a common dark pattern on defensive items. She thought that the dark patterns on the handkerchief that Jun Nanju asked her to see were somehow related to the dark patterns on the props in the system mall. But in fact, it can be said to be irrelevant. Xiaoxi was about to ask Jun Nanju what the meaning of the dark pattern was. Jun Nanju suddenly sighed, with some regret in his tone.
It turns out that you have been marked by someone else.
Xiaoxi reacted immediately. She returned the handkerchief to Jun Nanju with a calm expression.
So the way you mark others is to let them pick up this handkerchief?
Jun Nanju put away the handkerchief and looked at Xiaoxi with some surprise.
It seems you know a lot. Of course. After all, I am already an observer candidate.
Xiaoxi said calmly. She said this with consideration. In this round of the game, she and Jun Nanju have no hostile relationship or conflict of interest. And Jun Nanju is a pretty good person. Although he is a bit clumsy, he is still a worthy person to communicate with. As a senior who is already an observer, she can get some new information from Jun Nanju. But if she were an ordinary player, she would definitely not be able to ask anything. Only if she expresses her close identity to Jun Nanju first can there be more room for Jun Nanju to tell her some information that he can tell.
After all, the proximity of their identities means that a lot of information can be exchanged between them. Sure enough, after hearing these words, Jun Nanju, who originally showed a bit of inscrutable expression, suddenly became much softer. It was as if he had planned to hide the secret but found that the other party already knew it. So there was no need to hide it.
When did you become an observer?
Xiaoxi asked bluntly.
The last time I met you, you were not an observer. Right.
Jun Nanju's desire to mark her must have been similar to Wen Juling's and Jiu Xiaolin's, thinking that she was suitable to become an observer. Moreover, Jun Nanju had the idea of marking her at the beginning of this game. It was obviously not after he experienced a new game that he passed his assessment, but that he had planned to mark her before. If Jun Nanju was already an observer when they last met, then he would have looked for an opportunity to mark her at that time instead of waiting until now. Jiu Xiaolin and Wen Juling both found opportunities to mark her when they first met. So when she first met Jun Nanju probably wasn't an observer yet. Chapter 1074 Mist Village 40.
You guessed it right.
Jun Nanju nodded.
When I first met you, I was still marked. But at that time I didn't know that I was marked. After that game, I entered the special single-player game. And after clearing the special single-player game, I entered the knockout round.
Xiaoxi silently made an estimate in her heart. Jun Nanju has been an observer for a while, and has experienced at least 7 or 8 survival games since becoming an observer. During this period, he actually never found a suitable target for marking. I don't know if it's because the requirements are too high, or because I haven't marked other people's ideas before. Jun Nanju paused for a moment before asking Xiaoxi.
Since you are now an observer candidate, you should be able to enter the knockout round. Why did you choose to play an ordinary survival game instead? There are some personal reasons,
Xiaoxi said ambiguously. Jun Nanju didn't ask in detail, but he could probably guess that it was related to Yi Qing. After passing the knockout round, you will become an observer, and you may not be able to join Yi Qing by then. Xiaoxi probably wanted to see Yi Qing again, so she didn't directly enter the knockout round.
So, your last round of the game was a special single-player game?
Jun Nanju thought about it for a moment, and he could think of it. Unfortunately, even if Xiaoxi chose to enter the ordinary survival game, she did not meet Yi Qing. It seems that the 5% probability of not being in the same game has been triggered.
Yeah.
Xiaoxi nodded. She had nothing to admit about this.
There is one thing I have always been curious about.
Adhering to the principle of coming and going, Xiaoxi also began to ask Jun Nanju.
When I first met you, you should have been in the advanced game. Why? Can I enter the intermediate game?
Jun Nanju showed a gentle smile.
Did you deduce it from my special ability?
He didn't think he had exposed himself in other ways. The only thing that might attract Xiaoxi's attention was his special ability. After such a long time, Xiaoxi must have obtained special abilities. Naturally, she knew that special abilities could be upgraded. And she also knew the difference between the abilities after the upgrade and those before the upgrade. If we think about the special abilities he displayed at that time, we can naturally deduce that he should have cleared a lot of single-player games. Otherwise, the special abilities would not be able to be upgraded to that level.
Yes.
Xiaoxi nodded and admitted.
After entering the high-level game and meeting one of the 2 conditions, you will have the opportunity to choose to enter the low-level game or the mid-level game.
Jun Nanju did not give in, and explained the situation to Xiaoxi thoughtfully.
One is to clear the single-player game, when the special ability has been upgraded to the full level many times. There is another one that I am not comfortable talking about now. So that's it,
Xiaoxi murmured, but did not ask about the second condition that was not convenient for Jun Nanju to explain. It's actually not hard to guess. Everything that can make Jun Nanju inconvenient will basically have to do with the observer. It can be inferred from this that after becoming an observer, you will have the opportunity to choose to enter low-level games and mid-level games. This is normal. If all observers are in high-level games, then special items in low-level and mid-level games cannot be destroyed. Chapter 1075 Misty Village 41. That also increases the possibility of ordinary players finding special items in low-level and mid-level games. This is not a result that the person behind the system wants to see. The existence of Observer is to destroy special items. So conditions will naturally be set up to allow Observer to enter the primary game and intermediate game. As for whether there are any other specific restrictions, Jun Nanju can't tell now. He can only find out after Xia becomes an Observer.
Speaking of which, you have to meet the first condition to enter the intermediate game. Right.
Although Xiaoxi's words were a question, her tone was affirmative. Jun Nanju was not an Observer at that time, but he could already enter the intermediate game. He had obviously met the conditions for upgrading his special ability to the highest level.
Yes,
Jun Nanju replied with a smile.
I was marked after meeting the first condition. Then you have cleared so many rounds of advanced games. But you are still reluctant to buy Fairy Wings now?
Actually, I bought it once before, but then the durability ran out.
Jun Nanju shrugged helplessly.
When I first met you, I was still in the point-saving stage, so I didn't have Fairy Wings at that time. Yes, you have experienced many more games than me, and naturally you have consumed a lot of props.
Xiaoxi understood. Only players who have cleared 5 rounds of survival games in a row can participate in a single-player game. From the fact that Jun Nanju can clear so many single-player games, it can be seen that his strength is very powerful. If it is an opponent, it will be difficult. However, as both observers, there should be no clear hostile relationship. After all, even if observers fail in the game, they will not enter the punishment and cycle stages according to the process of ordinary players. Well, it is a good thing for her not to be hostile to Jun Nanju.
Then do you plan to enter the ordinary survival game in the next round of the game?
Jun Nanju asked curiously. He specifically asked when the system asked him if he would enter the knockout round. So he knew that he could participate in up to 3 rounds of survival games before entering the knockout round. But if it exceeds 3 rounds, you will lose the qualification to enter the knockout round. You will no longer be an observer candidate, and you will revert to an ordinary player. He didn't think Xiaoxi would give up becoming an observer. So Xiaoxi would have at most 2 chances to meet Yi Kongqing in the survival game. But in his opinion, it is not wise to delay entering the knockout rounds just to wait for a companion. If you continue to participate in the survival game as an ordinary player, if something unexpected happens and you die in the game, or you have to enter a cycle of failure, you will easily miss the opportunity to enter the knockout round. After becoming an observer, you can avoid such risks to a large extent. Although Xiaoxi should not be clear about these things, this woman is very smart and should be able to guess that there are benefits to becoming an observer. Then she should be able to guess that entering the knockout rounds as soon as possible at this time is the wisest choice.
No, I'm going to enter the knockout round.
Xiaoxi paused and looked at Jun Nanju.
I'm a little curious. What is the content of the knockout round game? Chapter 1076 Mist Village 42.
You can only know this after you experience it yourself.
Jun Nanju gave a rather official answer. Xiaoxi had already been mentally prepared for this answer, and she did not feel disappointed. She only asked with a 1 in 10,000 chance. Now that she was sure that the other party couldn't tell, she became more determined to become an observer. Only by experiencing it herself could she understand the situation. Otherwise, even if Yi Kongqing becomes an observer, even if Yi Kongqing is very willing to tell her the specific situation, he will not be able to convey those secrets. If you want to get closer to the truth, you have to rely on yourself.
It's getting late. Let's leave as soon as possible.
Xiaoxi changed the subject.
By the way, do you have Moonlight Shadow?
Her plan was to become invisible and fly from here to the door of the village chief's house. In this way, even if the flight is very low, it is easy to appear in the sight of these residents in the middle. But in the stealth state, there is no need to worry about being discovered. This also prevents you from doing too many tasks and wasting time. She didn't bring this up yesterday because she estimated that not all of the 7 people had invisibility tools. If it was brought up at that time, it would easily lead to arguments and conflicts. Maybe there will be a split, directly divided into 2 groups of people with invisibility props and those without invisibility props. In a game that requires players to work together to clear the level, it is not a good thing to have serious disagreements from the beginning. What's more, most players will never have 30 invisibility props like her, and it is impossible to completely avoid encounters with villagers by relying on invisibility props. It is only appropriate to use it at some critical times. So she didn't say anything at the time.
Yes, we have the same idea.
Jun Nanju obviously also thought of using invisibility props. And he laughed at the end.
I just don't know if Xiaoyang has won. Go and ask. And call him out by the way.
Xiaoxi took out her props and made preparations. Jun Nanzuz walked into the old lady's yard and called Xiaoyang out.
Moonlight Shadow?
As soon as Xiaoyang came out, he heard Jun Nanzhu ask himself this question. He nodded quickly.
I have it. Okay. Let's enter the invisible state and fly over. This can avoid being discovered by the villagers along the way.
Jun Nanzhu said and took out his own props. When Xiaoyang heard this, he suddenly showed a happy expression.
This is a good idea. In this way, our risks can be reduced to a minimum.
All three people put on their own props and entered the invisible state. Jun Nanzhu listened to the direction of Xiaoyang's voice and grabbed Xiaoyang's arm.
Don't make any noise when flying along the road. Just in case the villagers hear the sound. It will be judged as being encountered by the villagers.
Xiaoyang replied in a small voice.
Okay. I understand. The old lady told me that when we saw that house, we could tell it was the village chief's home.
Xiaoxi said to Jun Nanzhu and Xiaoyang not far away.
It should be a more elegant looking house. Okay. I understand.
Jun Nanzhu responded.
Then I'll fly first.
After Xiaoxi said that, she took the lead to fly out. The fog was too thick. In order to avoid flying in the wrong direction, she did not fly too high. She tried to fly forward at a height where she could clearly see the roofs of each house. She also flew very slowly, fearing that she would fly too far in the thick fog and not be able to react immediately. Chapter 1077 Mist Village 43. The distance between each house here is quite far, and Xiaoxi didn't dare to fly too fast. About 20 minutes later, she saw a house that should be the village chief's house. It was not as grand and beautiful as she had imagined, but it was indeed significantly different from the houses of ordinary villagers, because this is a two-story building. Although it was still a red brick house, and its appearance was not much different from other houses. It was the only building she had seen in the village so far. Xiaoxi quickly landed outside this small building. Oh! I saw another obvious difference. The door of this courtyard is painted with bright red paint, and is not rusty at all. There is also a door god posted on the door. It looks much more impressive than the other houses.
It seems like this is it.
Jun Nanzhu's voice suddenly sounded next to him. Xiaoxi came to her senses. She took off the fairy wings and put them away. And this time she took off the moonlight shadow. Soon the bodies of Jun Nanzhu and Xiaoyang were also revealed.
I'll knock on the door,
Jun Nanzhu said. Walked to the big iron door and knocked on the door gently. Xiaoyang stood beside Xiaoxi and took a deep breath. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous at the thought of being asked questions again later. He silently prayed that it was a simple question. After waiting for a while, the big iron door opened from the inside. An old man with gray hair poked his head out from behind the door. He looked at Jun Nanzhu up and down, but did not speak immediately.
Hello.
Jun Nanzhu greeted politely.
I'm here to see the village chief. I am.
The village chief's voice was hoarse. He looked past Jun Nanzhu and looked at Xiaoxi and Xiaoyang behind Jun Nanzhu.
The three of us would like to stay with you for 2 days. Is it possible?
Jun Nanzhu seemed not to notice the village chief's gaze and continued.
Of course. We won't live and eat for free and we'll give you something.
As a reward?
The village chief's eyes returned to Jun Nanzhu. He looked at Jun Nanzhu again for a moment, and suddenly laughed.
My family has harvested a lot of corn recently, and I haven't had time to process it yet. I wonder if you are willing to help. Of course.
Regarding the first question raised by the village chief, no player could refuse, and the three of them almost answered in the affirmative in unison. After receiving this answer, the village chief finally opened the big iron door completely.
Then come in. If you don't want to be paid, you don't need to pay. Just help me work. Thank you.
Jun Nanzhu politely thanked him and walked in first.
Thank you.
Xiaoxi followed closely and said thank you when passing by the village chief.
4.
Seeing this, Xiaoyang also said
thank you
to the village chief before going in. The village chief's yard is larger than that of other residents. There are 2 piles of corn piled in the yard. Corn husks and long corn silks wrap the corn, and some corn husks still have some wet moisture on them. A young man with a strong build was sitting in the middle of 2 piles of corn. He reached out and picked up a corn cob, peeled it neatly, and then put the corn cob into the basket in front of him.
That's my son,
the village chief introduced to the 3 guests in a hoarse voice.
De Shuang.
The young man then raised his head to look at the 3 guests. He stood up and greeted shyly.
Hello, you guys.
Xiaoxi and the other 3 also responded politely to De Shuang. Chapter 1078 Misty Village 44. De Zhuang rubbed his hands and rubbed some of the corn silk off his palms. And then he spoke.
Tomorrow happens to be my son's second birthday. I have always wanted to get him something delicious to celebrate. I don't know. Can you do this for me? Of course.
Xiaoxi agreed readily. The main reason is that it doesn't matter if you don't agree. Who would let this be the first question raised by De Zhuang? Jun Nanju and Xiaoyang also nodded.
That's great.
De Zhuang smiled honestly. Very happy.
Thank you in advance.
Then, De Zhuang asked again.
By the way, is there anything that needs to be prepared? For example, some vegetables and meat. For the sake of my son, I will try my best to prepare everything. A 2-year-old child can't eat meat. Right?
Xiaoyang was young and didn't know much about this. But in his impression, the 2-year-old baby was still drinking milk.
The baby is eating mush now.
De Zhuang explained.
The meat and vegetables are prepared for you. I can't treat you guests badly when celebrating my baby's birthday. It doesn't matter to us. Just prepare anything.
Xiaoxi said to De Zhuang as the representative.
The key is to prepare some delicious food for the children.
De Zhuang looked at Xiaoxi. His dark cheeks flushed.
The girl is beautiful and kind-hearted. She is a good person. Xiaoxi smiled politely, then turned to Jun Nanju and said,
Let's help SH. All the corn now.
She didn't respond to De Zhuang's words. De Zhuang didn't mind. He went to the kitchen to get 3 small benches and asked Xiaoxi and the others to sit down next to him. The village chief took out 3 baskets from the woodshed and distributed them to Xiaoxi and the others.
You guys get busy first. I'll take care of the children.
After the village chief finished speaking, he slowly entered the room. De Zhuang sat down again and showed the 3 people how to peel the skin more easily. It was the first time for Xiaoxi to do this kind of farm work, which was a bit new. However, after doing it for a while, she discovered that although peeling didn't seem to be strenuous, her hands still hurt a little if she repeated it too many times. In particular, there are many corn silks wrapped around the fingers and palms, making it itchy and uncomfortable. Xiaoyang's situation is a little better than Xiaoxi's. He doesn't have as thin skin and tender flesh as Xiaoxi, so he doesn't feel pain in his hands so easily. And corn silk doesn't have much impact on him, because Jun Nanju had strengthened his physical strength. It was quite easy for him to do it. He was also the fastest among the 3, even faster than De Zhuang. Upon seeing this, De Zhuang couldn't help but said to Jun Nanju,
This brother's techniques and movements are very good. He looks like he does this job often. No.
Jun Nanju smiled.
This is the first time. You are so skilled for the first time. And you can do it faster than me. It's amazing.
De Zhuang showed admiration.
Hey. As expected, the gap between people is really too big.
Xiaoxi sighed, and glanced at the basket beside Jun Nanju.
I just peeled off so many corn cobs, and you already have them.
Half a basket full of corn. Girls are less powerful, so it's normal for her to work slowly.
De Zhuang comforted Xiaoxi.
It's good if you can help. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Thank you.
Xiaoxi turned to look at De Zhuang and smiled sweetly. Then she naturally changed the subject.
By the way, I want to write a letter to my family. I wonder if you have any letter paper and stamps at home.
Chapter 1079 Misty Village 45. De Zhuang was stunned for a moment, and then said,
It is slow for us to send letters here. If you are in a hurry, you may be delayed. It's not an urgent matter.
Xiaoxi looked embarrassed.
I promised my parents before I went out that I would write down some interesting things I saw and send them to them, no matter when they can receive it. I will always if you want to send it out. You can't break your promise. That's it.
De Zhuang finished peeling the corn husks in his hands, and then said to Xiaoxi,
My dad should have pen and paper in his room. I'll go help you and tell my dad.
With that said, he stood up and started to leave.
There's no rush.
Xiaoxi said quickly,
It's not too late to talk to the village chief after we finish the work. It's better not to disturb him now.
De Zhuang sat down again and showed a simple smile.
That's okay.
In this way, 3 players and 1 NPC, after a day of hard work, finally peeled 2 piles of corn. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the corn threshing started manually, but the manual speed was not fast. By dusk, the work was not finished yet, so we had to do it again tomorrow. Xiaoxi's palms turned red due to long-term friction, and there was obvious pain on the surface. Her original novel interest has long since disappeared, and she just insists on doing it because of the task.
Thank you for your hard work today,
De Zhuang said to Xiaoxi and the others while cleaning the floor.
Just leave the cleaning to me. You go wash your hands, and you can have dinner later.
This day's lunch and dinner were prepared by the village chief alone. At this time, the smell of rice was already coming from the kitchen. Xiaoxi and the others did not refuse, and went to the well to get water to wash their hands. Speaking of which, the village chief's house is the only one I've seen so far that has a well. The old woman who lived there before had only a water tank in her house. It looked like it was collected rainwater, or it was collected from a collected well outside.
In contrast, the village chief who has well water in his home does not have to worry about the water source. And the water quality is fresher than that of other villagers. So he does not need to drink stale water for a long time. In all aspects, the conditions of the village chief's family are indeed much better than those of the vast majority of villagers. When the three of them were washing their hands at the well, they finally had a chance to avoid the NPC. Until this time, Jun Nanju lowered his voice and said,
I didn't hear any noise in the house before I knocked on the door. I didn't hear any footsteps before the door was opened. That's really weird.
Xiao Yang couldn't help but rub the goosebumps on his arms. Everyone knows that under normal living conditions, there will inevitably be some sounds at home. For example, the sound of footsteps, conversation, the sound of moving stools, the sound of sweeping the floor, the sound of opening and closing the door in the house, coughing, etc. But before Jun Nanju knocked on the door, there was no sound at all in the room, which seemed very abnormal. Not to mention that when someone in the house comes over to open the door, there is absolutely no sound of footsteps. Either the other party was deliberately quiet and silent, but this was not necessary at all, or the other person had been waiting for the knock on the door, and then deliberately delayed opening the door for a while, pretending that he had just walked over. That means that when these players appeared outside, the people inside had already noticed them, and had been secretly observing them. Or there is another possibility, which has to be linked to supernatural events. Chapter 1080 Misty Village 46.
I told Zhuang before that I wanted to write a letter.
Xiaoxi also spoke. She looked down at her somewhat red and swollen palms, tried not to move her lips, and kept her voice very low.
Did you notice that there was something wrong with his expression? Oh?
Xiao Yang was stunned.
I didn't pay attention at the time.
He was busy peeling corn husks when he suddenly heard Xiaoxi saying that he wanted to write a letter. And he felt puzzled. What letter should Hao Duanduan write, and to whom? It seems that as a player, there is no task to write a letter. Right? Later, when I heard that Xiaoxi said she wanted to send it to her parents, I knew she was talking nonsense. It was then that he realized that Xiaoxi might be testing something, but he couldn't guess what it was. And at that time, I had already missed the change in Zhuang's expression.
I noticed.
Jun Nanju put the bucket aside and said to Xiaoxi,
He looked a little nervous at that time, as if he didn't want you to write a letter.
After a pause, he added,
But after you said, there is no rush to write, his expression relaxed again. It felt like he was sure that you had no other purpose for writing. So he let down his guard. My views are consistent with yours,
Xiaoxi responded.
He seemed to think that I wanted to convey some information to the outside world at first. So when I said that I wanted to write a letter, he was not very willing to tell me. After I said even when I wanted to send daily letters to my parents, I didn't fully believe it. When I said I wasn't in a hurry to write, I finally believed what I said. From this point of view, it can at least be confirmed that the secrets in the village cannot be asked through the mouths of the villagers. The NPCs are still very wary,
she added.
I want to check whether the village chief's home is if there is any useful information. We can only do it secretly, and try not to be discovered by the village chief's family. Otherwise it may trigger some bad results. Oh, okay. I understand.
Xiao Yang finally understood the purpose of Xiaoxi's previous conversation with Zhuang. He responded repeatedly, saying that he would not act arbitrarily.
What are your plans for tomorrow's birthday meal?
Jun Nanju asked a new question.
Let's make complimentary food. Add some minced chicken, vegetables, and grains.
Xiaoxi thought for a while, and then said,
I'm afraid our milk is not suitable for infants and young children. So don't give it to it. That's fine.
Jun Nanju nodded, and then said,
The materials are all provided by the village chief's family. It would be weird for us to bring out the vegetables ourselves. We don't have fresh vegetables either.
Xiao Yang spread his hands.
Putting this kind of thing in the storage compartment has no use other than taking up space. After all, it can't be eaten directly.
Xiaoxi glanced at Xiao Yang and said nothing. At this moment, the village chief from the kitchen raised his voice to invite everyone to have dinner. The three of them wiped off the water stains on their hands and walked to the kitchen together. During dinner, Jun Nanju mentioned some ingredients needed for tomorrow, and the village chief and the Zhuang both said they would try their best to prepare them. After the meal, the village chief took the initiative to take Xiaoxi and the others to their rooms to rest. Jun Nanju and Xiaoyang shared a room, and Xiaoxi shared a room. Both rooms were on the first floor. The village chief pointed to his room and said to the three people,
I will sleep here. If anything happens, you can come to me.
Then he looked at Xiaoxi.
By the way, De Zhuang told me that you wanted to write a letter.
Chapter 1081 Misty Village 47.
Yes.
Xiaoxi nodded with a smile.
But it's too late now. Let's wait until tomorrow.
The village chief nodded.
That's fine. I have letter paper and envelopes here, as well as a pen. Just tell me whenever you want to write a letter. Okay. Thank you, village chief.
Xiaoxi thanked her politely. At this time, De Zhuang came over with several hot water bottles and put them in the bathroom. Yes, the village chief's house was the only one with a separate bathroom. The bathroom was opposite the village chief's room and next to the stairs. It was not big in area. It's big, but at least it's an independent space. De Zhuang said to Xiaoxi and the others.
That hot water is specially used for washing. You can use it. If it's not enough, tell me and I'll boil it again. Thank you.
Xiaoxi politely thanked her again. And then she said to the others,
Then I'll go wash up first.
Walking into the bathroom, she closed the door and locked it. Then she checked the position of the transom and made sure it was safe before taking out her storage basin and pouring water to wash herself. There was a large bathtub in the bathroom, which was very convenient for taking a bath. But Xiaoxi didn't use it. After all, if this kind of cleaning is not clean, she is somewhat picky. When the small clock in the main room rang 8 o'clock, everyone had already finished washing and went back to their rooms to rest. Xiaoxi locked the door of the room, blew out the kerosene lamp, then put on the Baiju instant and teleported directly to Jun Nanju and Xiaoyang's room. She didn't want to be alone when she knew there was danger. Before, she deliberately entered Jun Nanju and Xiaoyang's room and pretended to look them over, just to facilitate teleportation. Jun Nanju and Xiaoyang knew before that Xiaoxi would come, and when Xiaoxi showed up, they both acted very calmly. The kerosene lamp in the room was not very bright, but it was enough for everyone to see each other's faces clearly.
I estimate that the change started after 12 o'clock,
Jun Nanju said to Xiaoxi.
For safety reasons, we can take turns to rest and leave one person to keep watch.
His speculation was based on his experience last night, but he only woke up after the mutation occurred last night. He didn't know the specific time when the mutation started. He was just guessing about 12 o'clock. The most important thing is that the only thing that can be used as a reference is last night's experience. But I don't know if tonight will be different. So someone keeping watch is the most appropriate choice. Neither Xiaoxi nor Xiaoyang objected.
Then I'll rest first.
Xiaoxi was not polite to Jun Nanju and Xiaoyang. She hadn't slept since midnight last night, and she had no chance to sleep during the day when she was shucking corn at the village chief's house. If she doesn't sleep for a while, she won't have enough energy. She directly took out her Simmons and put it on the ground, took out a blanket, and then laid down on Simmons. Jun Nanju, who originally wanted Xiaoxi to sleep on the bed, swallowed his words. Jun Nanju turned to look at Xiaoyang.
Then I'll rest first. When the clock strikes 10 o'clock, you wake me up.
Xiaoyang opened his mouth, as if he wanted to object. Jun Nanju added,
There are basically no changes between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock, because it is still too early. If you accidentally take a nap during this time, it will not be a big problem. But if it happens between 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock, taking a nap in between hours could put everyone at risk.
Xiaoyang's originally open mouth immediately closed again without making any rebuttal sound. He understood what Jun Nanju meant. Chapter 1082 Misty Village 48. Xiaoyang knew that he was indeed a person who dozed off easily, so he was not suitable to keep vigil at the most critical time. And Xiaoxi had to rest now, so he could only keep vigil during this time period.
Okay, then I'll keep watch first.
Xiaoyang agreed.
Although the first 2 hours should be safer in comparison. You should try not to nap.
Jun Nanju reminded again.
If you feel that you can't handle it, it doesn't matter if you wake me up in advance. I understand.
Xiaoyang nodded, looking more relaxed because of Jun Nanju's last words. Asterisk. When Xiaoxi heard the voice calling her, she fell into a deep sleep and didn't want to wake up. She was really sleepy. She didn't sleep all day and night. She also did farm work during the day and wanted to have a long sleep. Although this thought came to her, her vigilance was still there. After a few seconds, She realized the environment she was in and quickly woke up. At this time, Jun Nanju was standing next to Xiaoxi Simmons. Seeing Xiaoxi sit up, Jun Nanju lowered his voice and said,
"The bell just rang 12 o'clock.
Xiaoxi immediately stood up, put Simmons and the blanket back into the storage compartment, and then asked in a low voice,
"Is there any unusual movement?" "Not yet."
Jun Nanju shook his head. Xiaoxi yawned and asked casually,
"Where is Xiaoyang?"
Although she only had 4 hours of sleep, she felt more comfortable, and the heaviness in her body had eased. Jun Nanju pointed to the bed.
"I just called him. Maybe he is still confused and hasn't gotten up yet."
Xiaoxi glanced at Xiaoyang, who was rolling around on the bed reluctantly, and thanked Jun Nanju.
"Thank you."
It was agreed that they would take turns to keep vigil. But in fact it was Xiaoyang and Jun Nanju who were keeping vigil. For the next time, for safety reasons, no one would sleep again. This meant they both only got 2 hours of sleep each, leaving her with a longer sleep. She was able to sleep for 4 full hours, which was much more comfortable than 4 hours of intermittent sleep. She knew very well that Jun Nanju could wake her up in advance and ask her to watch the night instead of him. But Jun Nanju didn't. So she had to express her gratitude. Jun Nanju is a smart man. And of course he understands what Xiaoxi's thank you means. He smiled politely.
"This is what every gentleman would do."
At this time, Xiaoyang finally sat up from the bed. He rubbed his eyes, with a tired look on his face.
"So sleepy,"
he muttered while yawning. When he got out of bed, he glanced casually at the end of the bed, and then his whole body froze. Under the dim kerosene light, a small shadow swayed slowly at the end of the bed.
"Then, there seems to be something there,"
Xiaoyang stammered. Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju immediately turned around and looked towards the end of the bed in the direction Xiaoyang pointed. A small standing figure walked out from the end of the bed. The round face showed no expression, and the gray-white eyes stared straight ahead, without any expression at all. He only wore a bellyband and no pants, and his gender characteristics could be clearly seen. And he seemed not to feel the coolness of the night, and only focused on the situation in front of him. He walked slowly out of the end of the bed, then suddenly turned around and walked toward Xiaoyang, who was still standing beside the bed. Chapter 1083 Misty Village 49.
"Damn it!"
Xiaoyang couldn't help but curse and hurriedly approached Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju.
"I'm being targeted again!"
He was now 100% sure that it was definitely because of his youngest age that he was targeted. During the day, he always acted with the other 2 players, and never had any special communication with the NPC. He is not as good looking as the other 2 players, and there is also a female player among them. Under such circumstances, he was still targeted, and it was only because of his age. After walking behind Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju, Xiaoyang felt a little safer and couldn't help but ask,
"Could this kid be the grandson of the village chief?"
"Probably." Xiaoxi looked at the little boy who was still walking towards the bed and said,
"The only person in this family who is of this age is the grandson of the village chief."
The little boy didn't seem to realize that Xiaoyang was no longer beside the bed. He kept walking towards the place where Xiaoyang was standing before. His steps were small and very slow. For a while, he still didn't reach the place where Xiaoyang stood.
"We have never met this kid, but he actually comes to our door."
Xiaoyang looked like he had a headache.
"This is too difficult to handle. The children have appeared, and it is estimated that the village chief and the village chief's son will also appear soon."
Jun Nanju reminded Xiaoyang.
"Don't focus all your attention on the children."
Xiaoyang was instantly alert and quickly looked around, fearing that he would be attacked. Fortunately, these NPCs move slowly at night. Although they look a bit weird, they at least have time to react, while paying attention to the movements around her. Xiaoxi said to Jun Nanju and Xiaoyang,
"If the village chief and De Zhuang come here, we can go out to look for clues."
As long as the village chief and De Zhuang are sure to mutate, the NPCs will become sluggish, which will help them delay a little longer when looking for things in the room.
"I suggest that we don't separate our actions,"
Jun Nanju suggested.
"When the time comes, we will take care of each other." "I agree."
Xiaoyang nodded repeatedly. He is obviously being targeted by NPCs now. If he acts separately, all the NPCs might follow him. He was afraid that his eyes would be too late to be wary of the 3 NPCs. If he accidentally gave the NPCs a chance to get close to him, he might be doomed. Therefore, he would not dare to act alone even if he was killed.
"Of course, we can find a room faster if we work together."
Xiaoxi also agreed. As soon as she finished speaking, a gray-haired figure suddenly appeared next to the wardrobe. Immediately afterwards, a sturdy figure appeared at the head of the bed. The village chief and De Zhuang appeared almost at the same time. At that moment, the three players reacted quickly and immediately walked towards the door to facilitate escape. The door to this room was not locked. Jun Nanzhu opened the door easily, and the three of them quickly walked to the village chief's master bedroom. The master bedroom is larger than the other rooms and has an extra desk. This should be where the village chief usually works. Xiaoxi and the other three took out their respective flashlights and pointed at 3 locations in the room, each one responsible for one. Xiaoyang went to look through the bedside table, while Jun Nanzhu and Xiaoxi were in charge of the desk drawers on one side respectively.
Xiaoyang, there should be relatively few things you are looking for over there. After you are done searching, be responsible for staring at the door.
Jun Nanzhu opened the drawer and said to Xiaoyang,
"If they come, remind us in time."
Chapter 1084 Misty Village 50. Xiaoyang listened to Jun Nanzhu's words. Of course, the more important thing was that he was afraid that he would be the first person the NPC was looking for. So when he was looking for something on the bedside table, he would look up at the door from time to time. I am afraid that if I am not paying attention, I will miss the time when the NPC appears. There were 3 drawers on the side she was looking for. Inside the first one was a thick booklet with statistics on the village's population written on it. It can be as detailed as what date and time someone died, or what date and time someone was born. The population of this village is indeed very small. According to the earliest and last time shown in this booklet, there is 50 years in between. In 50 years, the total population has not exceeded the thickness of a book, which shows that the number of villagers is indeed small. Xiaoxi took a look at the recent records and found that there were only 23 households in this village. She scrolled forward again and found that there were more households in the past than now. By rough calculation, there should be more than 50 households. That means there should be some empty houses that are no longer occupied. Xiaoxi thought about it and gave up the idea of finding an empty house to live in. We don't know exactly where the empty house is. Looking for an empty house means increasing the risk of meeting other villagers. If the empty house is not found by then, we will have to do a lot of tasks for the villagers. Another point is that if these houses remain vacant for too long, they may no longer be suitable for habitation. This kind of red brick house has no cement wall protection on the outside. If it is left unattended for a long time, it will weather and become dilapidated very quickly. Living in such a dangerous house, you may be sleeping well when suddenly the house collapses on you. Besides, there is no guarantee that those empty rooms are safe. There are too many uncertainties, so it is better to maintain the status quo for the time being. Xiaoxi opened the second drawer, which contained some photos. The photo shows the village chief and De Zhuang, and it looks like it should be a photo of the village chief's family members. There are not many photos. There are group photos and single photos. The gray-haired woman standing next to the village chief must be the village chief's wife. Xiaoxi flipped through it and saw a photo of the village elder's wife holding a swaddled baby. It looked like it was a photo taken when her grandson was 1 year old. But she never saw the village elder's wife come out during the day, and she didn't show up for dinner. It seemed that she had died. Xiaoxi took out the book in the first drawer and flipped through it, using De Zhuang's name to determine the page number on which the village chief's family was located. Sure enough, she found the record of the death of the village chief's wife. What puzzled her was that the book only recorded the date on which the strong wife was married, and there was no other record. The booklet didn't say that De Zhuang's wife was dead, but she didn't see De Zhuang's wife during the day. It is unlikely that De Zhuang's wife went out to work, because she had seen records of villagers who went out to work in the booklet. There was no record of death or employment. But this woman was not seen at the village chief's house. Xiaoxi carefully searched for the photos in the second drawer, and finally found a photo of De Zhuang and his wife in the very back. It was a delicate-looking young woman who looked younger than Xiaoxi. In the photo, De Zhuang smiled honestly at the camera. He held the young woman's shoulder with one hand and held both her wrists with the other hand. Chapter 1085 Misty Village 51. The young woman in the photo looked sleepy. Her body was leaning into Zhuang's arms, looking like a little bird clinging to someone. It seemed that her body weight was resting on De Zhuang's body, and it seemed that without De Zhuang's support, she would lie down and fall asleep. This is one. No matter how you look at it, it's a somewhat awkward photo. Among all the photos, there was only one related to this young woman, and it was a group photo. It's like women are not something people want to mention in this family. And why does the woman in the photo look sleepy? If the woman hasn't woken up yet, why don't you wait until she wakes up before taking pictures? Why are you so anxious? If you are sick, you should wait until your body recovers before taking pictures, rather than forcing it. She pinched the photo in her hand and handed it to Jun Nanju, who was standing aside. She directly expressed her opinion.
I feel like women are being trafficked.
In such a backward mountain village with a sparse population, it is very difficult to find a wife. Coupled with photos like this, it was easy for her to think of some social news she had seen before. Jun Nanju put down the things in his hands and used the flashlight to shine on the photo in Xiaoxi's hand. After looking at it for a moment, he nodded.
Indeed. De Zhuang's posture obviously means controlling the other person. And this woman seems to be drugged when she is not sober. I found the death record of the village elder's wife in this booklet, but not the death record of this young woman.
Xiaoxi handed the booklet to Jun Nanju again.
I don't know whether this woman is dead. Still, hidden.
According to the social news she knew, in order to prevent the trafficked women from escaping, buyers would choose to lock them in the room, especially when outsiders come over. They will hide the woman even more to prevent outsiders from discovering the woman's existence. If it was really abduction, it would be easy to explain why this woman did not appear. In all likelihood, she was hidden. Jun Nanju obviously had something in mind with Xiaoxi. He took out a key from the drawer he was looking for.
This key doesn't look like the key on the drawer. It should belong to a certain door. Then let's go up to the second floor later and see if we can use this key to open a certain door,
Xiaoxi suggested.
That's what I meant,
Jun Nanju said, putting the key into his pants pocket.
Here we come!
Xiaoyang suddenly shouted loudly.
3 people are here.
Xiaoxi looked back and saw the village chief, De Zhuang, and the little boy all appearing outside the door. She decisively took out 3 freezing guns and froze all 3 NPCs. Then she said to Jun Nanju and Xiaoyang,
Find everything here first. I've finished searching here,
Xiaoyang said quickly.
There are only some socks, needlework, handkerchiefs and the like. Nothing else. Then watch those 3 NPCs,
Xiaoxi said to Xiaoyang without looking back.
As long as they move, they will alert us immediately.
She still had a drawer to look through, so 5 minutes might not be enough. It would be safer to have someone watching the NPC's movements.
Okay, I understand,
Xiaoyang agreed readily.
Besides the key, I have some letter paper, envelopes and pens here,
Jun Nanju said.
There is also a small locked box.
Chapter 1086 Misty Village 52. The side that Jun Nanju was responsible for had only one drawer and a sliding door. In the drawer were letter paper, envelopes, pens, and a key hidden deep inside. And inside the sliding door was only a small box. He took out the small box and illuminated it with a flashlight so that she could see clearly that there was a small lock on it.
See if you have a key over there.
She took the time to look up and then opened the third drawer. Inside are some common tools, such as screwdrivers, awls, wrenches, pliers, and the like, but nothing else. She shook her head.
There is no key. Then it seems that the key is probably with the village chief.
Jun Nanju turned his eyes to the village chief, who was still standing outside the door.
Let's go through the closet first,
Xiaoxi reminded.
It's not a wise move to touch the village chief at this time.
Jun Nanju didn't object. He walked to the closet, opened it, and rummaged through it with Xiaoxi. Midway, Xiaoyang reminded once that the NPCs had started to move, and Xiaoxi shot all 3 NPCs again. Jun Nanju couldn't help laughing and said,
You really have a lot of props.
Xiaoxi casually responded while rummaging around.
It's okay.
The 2 men found a small cloth bag hidden at the bottom of the closet, which contained a neatly folded stack of banknotes. Other than that, there are only clothes in the closet.
It seems that the key is with the village chief.
Jun Nanju looked at the village chief again.
If the key is kept close to the village chief, then the contents of the small box should be very important and worth a look. Actually, you don't necessarily need to find the key.
Xiaoxi glanced at Jun Nanju.
This is just the most ordinary lock. With your strength, you should be able to pull it off by force. Although your idea is feasible. If you do this, I will not be able to restore the fracture of the box,
Jun Nanju reminded.
In the daytime, the village chief may see that the box has been damaged, even if he doesn't know who it is. If you do it, you will immediately suspect us foreigners. Then go to the second floor first and see which room the key in your hand can open.
Xiaoxi immediately changed her mind.
Then we can decide whether to steal the village chief's key or directly destroy the lock of the box.
Jun Nanju's concerns are justified. Even if they leave the village chief's house after destroying the box, they cannot leave the village. As for the offended village chief, it is very likely that the village chief will make the entire village come to trouble them. then the situation will be much worse than now. But she never recommended touching the NPC at night when there were changes in the NPC. It was much better to find opportunities to steal the key during the day than to touch the NPC's body now.
That's fine.
Jun Nanju agreed.
Then let's go to the second floor first.
He put the small box on his desk back into the sliding door, trying to restore it to its original placement. At the same time, Xiao Yang's voice sounded again.
They moved again.
This time Xiaoxi did not take out the freezing gun, but watched the 3 NPCs gradually walk into the house. The 6 gray-white eyes of the 3 NPCs all turned toward Xiao Yang, and they slowly approached Xiao Yang step by step. Xiao Yang.
Dot!
If he hadn't remembered that he had just laughed at Peppa screaming during the day, and felt that it would be too embarrassing for him to scream now, he would really want to scream. 3 dead-looking NPCs were staring straight at him. It was too scary. Chapter 1087 Misty Village 53. It wasn't until the 3 NPCs walked into the house, and there was a gap between them, and the door that Xiaoxi said,
"Run!"
She immediately ran out first. Xiao Yang and Jun Nanju followed closely behind. The movements of the 3 people were very flexible, and their speed was very fast. The snail-like NPCs had no chance to react, and they had already ran out of the room, and ran directly towards the second floor. There are a total of 3 rooms on the second floor, one of which is a washroom with the door open, and the other is similar to a utility room with all kinds of messy things, and the door is not closed. Only one door was closed. Xiaoxi and the others went straight to the closed door. Jun Nanju took out the key. Xiaoxi turned on the door lock, and Xiao Yang looked back to see if the NPCs had followed. Jun Nanju inserted the key smoothly, turned the door lock, and opened it immediately. Xiao Yang was a little excited when he heard the voice.
"It's really the key to this door. Xiao Yang, just watch outside the door and tell us if anything happens,"
Jun Nanju said and opened the door. Xiaoxi followed Jun Nanju and walked in. Xiao Yang took 2 steps back and stood against the door frame. He felt that his back was not empty in order to feel a little more secure. There is an unpleasant smell in the house. It's like the dull smell accumulated from years of lack of ventilation, which makes people feel uncomfortable. Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju shined their flashlights in all directions of the room, and the first thing they saw was the woman sitting motionless by the bed, and the loose ropes on the bed. There are iron rings on the woman's wrists and ankles, and an iron chain is connected to the iron rings, and the other end is tied to a ring above the head of the bed. Even when she heard the sound of the door opening, the woman did not raise her head to look up, as if nothing in the outside world had any impact on her. Xiaoxi's flashlight shone on the woman's body, and saw that the woman was wearing a long linen skirt with disheveled hair. Her hair completely covered her face, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. She recalled the name of the woman on the booklet and tentatively called out,
"Chen Xiaoya?"
The woman's shoulders suddenly moved, and she slowly raised her head. Her long hair was messy and loose, covering the woman's face. Even if she raised her head, no one could see her face clearly. But Xiaoxi felt the gaze looking at her. Since this woman responded to the name, it must be the young woman in the photo.
"Were you abducted?"
Xiaoxi went straight to the point. The woman didn't speak or make any move, although Xiao Yang was looking in the direction of the stairs. His ears were always paying attention to the movements in the room. He didn't hear anyone answer Xiaoxi's question for a while. He couldn't help but turn around and saw a woman with disheveled hair and an unclear face. A very classic female ghost look. Xiao Yang was startled, turned around quickly, and continued to stare at the position of the stairs. After a few seconds, he suddenly remembered the scene in the room he had just seen, and asked with some confusion,
"There is no crib in this room. Where does that child usually sleep? What are you being stupid about? Didn't the village chief say during the day that he was taking care of the child? The little boy must be sleeping with the village chief,"
Xiaoxi said angrily to Xiao Yang.
"Don't interrupt at this time."
Xiao Yang immediately shut up, not daring to say anything anymore. He also found that it was inappropriate for him to ask such an irrelevant question at this time. But he just suddenly thought of it, and couldn't help but want to ask without thinking too much. Chapter 1088 Misty Village 54. Xiaoxi patiently asked Chen Xiaoya again.
"Were you trafficked? If so, maybe we can save you."
She was actually not sure whether she could save Chen Xiaoya. But the only thing that could attract Chen Xiaoya's attention at this time was leaving the village. In order to get the information you want, you have to offer some conditions to attract the other party. Sure enough, Chen Xiaoya had some reaction this time. She slowly raised her hand and pointed to her wrist, then to her ankle. Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju exchanged glances, and both saw the same message in each other's eyes. This Chen Xiaoya may be mute. It's not that she doesn't want to speak. It's that she can't make a sound. I just don't know if it's because I couldn't speak since I was born. Or if I came here. Xiaoxi adjusted her mood. And then she continued to ask Chen Xiaoya.
Do you want me to help you unlock the chains?
Chen Xiaoya nodded slowly. Xiaoxi looked at the iron rings on Chen Xiaoya's limbs. There were no keys on them, and they seemed to be welded shut. After thinking for a while, she said to Chen Xiaoya.
I can try to help you unlock the chains, but it may take a while. Before that, can you answer a few questions for me?
Chen Xiaoya was quiet for a while, then nodded slowly. Xiaoxi asked the previous question again.
Were you abducted?
This time, Chen Xiaoya responded quickly, and she even nodded a little faster than before.
Besides you, are there other trafficked women in this village?
Xiaoxi asked again. Chen Xiaoya nodded again.
Do you know why the villagers here become so strange at night?
Xiaoxi finally asked the key question that concerned her most. Chen Xiaoya sat quietly for a while, before slowly nodding her head.
Then you can write. Right.
Xiaoxi took out a pen and paper from the storage compartment.
How about you write things down, and we will help you untie them, and do it at the same time.
Chen Xiaoya seemed to be thinking about it. After more than 10 seconds, she stretched out her hand towards Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi glanced at Jun Nanju beside her, who nodded slightly. Xiaoxi then came closer and handed the pen and paper in her hand to Chen Xiaoya. While Chen Xiaoya was holding the pen and paper, Jun Nanju suddenly took out a long sword and opened Chen Xiaoya's long hair that was covering her face. At the same time, Xiaoxi took 2 steps back, and the light of the flashlight hit Chen Xiaoya's face. Under the light of the flashlight, Chen Xiaoya's gray-white eyes rotated several times, like uncontrollable marbles on a turntable. They rotated extremely fast for a while, before slowly stopping. The last sight stayed on Xiaoxi's face. Superior. Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju's expressions were both calm, but they were a little surprised when Chen Xiaoya locked her eyes on Xiaoxi. Chen Xiaoya, like the village chief, would also undergo strange changes at night. This was what they had expected from the beginning. Even if Chen Xiaoya was indeed trafficked, the villagers in the whole village would look weird at night. Chen Xiaoya, who has become one of the villagers, is unlikely to be a special case. If Chen Xiaoya had been here for a short time, it might have been different. But she already had a 2-year-old son, so it had been too long. Even if Chen Xiaoya does not identify herself as a villager here, the influence of her children in time has objectively made her a villager here. Chapter 1089 Misty Village 55. What's more, Chen Xiaoya just said that there are many abducted women here. If the abducted women had no abnormality, then the night should not be so peaceful. Those women would always find a way to escape, or they would be frightened and scream. It is even more impossible for Chen Xiaoya to be the only one who has not mutated, while the other abducted women have mutated. Therefore, the possibility that Chen Xiaoya has also mutated is extremely high. Even if Chen Xiaoya doesn't speak, it may be due to the influence of the mutation rather than actually becoming mute. After all the NPCs here did not speak or even make any sound after the change at night. Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju guessed from the beginning that Chen Xiaoya must have also changed. The previous conversations were because they found Chen Xiaoya valuable in communication. The other NPCs don't know whether they have lost the ability to communicate after the mutation, or they are unwilling to communicate with players like them. No matter what the players say, they will not get any response. Chen Xiaoya is the only NPC so far who will give a certain response. This also gives Chen Xiaoya more communication value. The only thing that surprised Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju was that Chen Xiaoya's eyes did not look at Xiaoyang, but at Xiaoxi. Another point is that although Chen Xiaoya also has many abnormal characteristics, including his eyes turning gray and white, and his movements being slow, he is somewhat different from other NPCs they have seen so far. The speed of his eyes turning is so flexible and fast that he is not a normal person at all. Normal eyeballs can do it. The other NPCs all move their eyes slowly. The old lady before had her eyes slowly turning like clockwork when she had not locked her target. There was no one like Chen Xiaoya. Xiaoxi felt a chill in her heart when Chen Xiaoya stared at her like this, but she didn't show any uneasiness on her face. After calming down, she said to Chen Xiaoya,
Now, I still want to ask you whether you were really abducted.
Chen Xiaoya's gray-white eyes moved slightly, and after a while, she nodded slowly. Even though the mutation had been discovered, she still responded to Xiaoxi's questions. It seems that she is indeed different from other NPCs. Maybe because they were kidnapped. They are not completely counted as villagers here. Or maybe because they have a different mentality from other villagers. So their state after mutation is not exactly the same.
If you still want to be free from here, I can still help you untie these constraints,
Xiaoxi continued.
In exchange, you have to write down everything you know and tell me why the villagers here have changed. It's become what it is now.
Chen Xiaoya's hand holding the pen and paper stiffly returned it, without making a clear statement for a long time.
They are here.
Xiaoyang reminded Xia Shi and Jun Nanju softly at the door.
But they are moving very slowly. It seems that the limbs are too stiff. Climbing the stairs is a little more strenuous than walking. We are only on the second step now.
Xia Shi didn't look back. She just looked at Chen Xiaoya, quietly waiting for Chen Xiaoya's response. After waiting for a while, seeing that Chen Xiaoya still had no expression, Xia Shi spoke again.
Maybe you are worried that I will not fulfill my promise after you tell everything. I have no way to prove that I will fulfill my promise. But you don't have to choose. If you don't tell me, that's okay. I can always find out the inside information from other places.
Chapter 1090 Misty Village 56. After a pause, Xia Shi pointed out.
After all, you are not the only woman who has been trafficked here.
Chen Xiaoya's hand holding the pen and paper tightened slightly, and the paper made a slight sound.
She may not be able to ask anything for the time being.
Jun Nanju looked at Chen Xiaoya and lowered his voice and said to Xia Shi.
She may have concerns, or it may be because the village chief and the Zhuang are coming to have an impact. Then I'll find a chance to ask her again during the day tomorrow.
Xia Shi said decisively.
If you can't ask her anything at night, maybe you can ask her during the day.
She is now at least sure that Chen Xiaoya was abducted. There are irreconcilable conflicts between Chen Xiaoya and these villagers, and some questions may be asked from Chen Xiaoya's mouth. It's difficult to ask in a mutated state, so wait until Chen Xiaoya is normal during the day. Jun Nanju understood Xia Shi's meaning. He did not object, but just asked,
Then how do you plan to spend the next time?
Chen Xiaoya's matter will have to be asked during the day tomorrow, and the locked wooden box in the village chief's room will have to be asked during the day tomorrow to see if the village chief's key can be stolen. Then, there will be nothing to do tonight. The only thing to do is to avoid the pursuit of these NPCs.
What else can we do?
Xiaoyang couldn't help but interjected outside the door.
Just keep moving and avoid these NPCs.
Although he couldn't sleep all night, he had no choice but to risk being caught by the NPC. However, he must find a chance to sleep for a few hours during the day tomorrow. Otherwise, he would not be able to handle the lack of sleep for several days in a row, even at a young age.
Actually, I have a way, so I don't have to keep paying attention to whether these NPCs are following me.
Xia Shi exited the door without taking another look at Chen Xiaoya in the room.
What can I do?
Xiaoyang asked with great interest.
If I don't have to stare at a few NPCs all the time, I can relax and not be so tired.
Xia Shi pointed upward.
Fly to the roof.
She had thought of this idea last night, but she was not sure whether Peipei and Sister Qing both had fairy wings, so she didn't bring it up. She didn't want to drag two people flying alone. In addition, Peipei and Sister Qing both had freezing guns, and 3 freezing guns would have no problem dealing with 2 NPCs, so she gave up the idea of flying out. But the situation is different now. Jun Nanju also has fairy wings. She doesn't have to fly with others, and she can avoid keeping an eye on approaching NPCs all the time. Why not? Jun Nanju already understood what Xia Shi meant, and he laughed.
It's indeed a good idea. As long as we control the height. Even if those NPCs catch up, they won't be able to touch us.
Xiaoyang also became energetic.
Then let's try it quickly, and don't stay here. We have to find a place where we can go out.
Xia Shi pointed to several rooms on the second floor.
There is no window here that is suitable for going out.
In order to prevent Chen Xiaoya from coming into contact with the outside world, the windows of Chen Xiaoya's room were sealed directly from the inside. The room where various sundries are placed has a flat window, which is very long but not very high. There are also several vertical railings in the middle so that no one can get out. The bathroom is just a small window. It's okay for cats and birds to get in, but not for people. So there is no place suitable for going out on the second floor. Chapter 1091 Misty Village 57. Only then did Xiaoyang react.
Then it seems we still have to go to the first floor and choose a window to go out.
All the windows on the first floor are large and spacious, and there are no railings, so you can go out when the windows are opened. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh.
I have to run past these NPCs again. I get a little nervous every time I do this.
Xia Shi shrugged and said,
I can just teleport out.
Jun Nanju also said,
I can do it too.
Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment before he realized that Xia Shi and Jun Nanju were referring to teleportation props. He hesitated for a few seconds and then said reluctantly,
Me. I have it too.
He just bought this one, Baiju moment, with 50 million points, which made his body hurt. Each teleport consumes 1 durability point, which means that he can teleport up to 100 times, which is equivalent to using up 500,000 points for 1 teleport. This is too luxurious. He will never use it until the critical moment. But now Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju both wanted to use teleportation tools. If he didn't use them, he was afraid that he would be left here. It's scary to think about facing so many NPCs alone. So I had no choice but to sacrifice 500,000 points once. When Xiao Yang said that there were teleportation tools, Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly, and then said,
"That's just right. We can teleport directly to the door of the village chief's house and fly into the sky."
As she spoke, she took out a golden sun-shaped brooch and put it on her clothes. Jun Nanju didn't speak, but his actions were consistent with Xiaoxi's. Seeing this, Xiao Yang did not dare to continue to lament and hesitate, so he could only take out his precious brooch. The 3 people disappeared instantly. The village chief, De Zhuang, and the little boy seemed to have not reacted for a while, and continued to walk upstairs slowly and lazily. The next second, Xiaoxi and the others appeared outside the big iron gate of the village chief's house. Xiaoxi looked around. In the thick fog, even the light of the flashlight was difficult to penetrate, and the range of sight was limited to an arm's length from her side. There was no movement outside, not even the common buzzing of insects or barking of dogs. It was so quiet that it made people even more panicked. Xiaoxi took a deep breath to keep herself calm. Then she took out the fairy wings and put them on. At this time, Jun Nanju had already put on the fairy wings, holding Xiao Yang's arm with one hand and holding Xiao Yang's waist with the other, although Xiao Yang felt that such a posture looked too manly. At this time, being able to avoid the NPC was the most important thing, and he couldn't care so much. The 3 people flew into the sky at the same time, in order to see each other. They got very close and stayed at about the same height. When she flew above the roof of the village chief's house, Xiaoxi turned the flashlight to the brightest and then stayed on the roof. She and Jun Nanju flew to a height of almost 2 meters before stopping. It's easy to fly with wings, but it's a little difficult to keep flying without moving. Just like when a person is standing still with his eyes closed, it is inevitable that he will move away. At this height, the outline of the roof can no longer be seen, and it is no different than closing your eyes. But from this height, they can vaguely see the light of a flashlight. With such a reference, at least they won't accidentally fly onto someone else's roof without knowing it. Chapter 1092 Misty Village 58. I stayed on the roof of the village chief's house like this for a while, but didn't hear anyone coming up. Xiao Yang yawned.
Although it may be a bit inappropriate to say this, I suddenly feel like sleeping.
Now that he no longer had to tensely stare at the NPC that might approach at any time, he felt a little relaxed. In addition, he had not slept much for 2 nights and 1 day, and now he felt very sleepy when he relaxed. And when I think about those NPCs, they move slowly. Climbing stairs is slower than walking. To get to the roof, you have to rely on ladders, which is definitely slower than climbing stairs. It will probably take an hour or 2 to wait for those NPCs to come over. It's a pity not to use such a good time to sleep.
You can sleep now.
Jun Nanju's voice was gentle.
Then you work harder tomorrow morning and go deal with the village chief and De Zhuang. Xuxia and I will sleep until noon. I agree too.
Xiaoxi expressed her position from the side. Xiao Yang thought about it and felt that it was not a loss. So he agreed. After getting permission, Xiao Yang relaxed even more and fell asleep after a while, snoring slightly. Neither Xiaoxi nor Jun Nanju spoke. Maybe there was nothing to talk about. Or maybe he didn't want to wake Xiao Yang up. Xiaoxi was quiet for a while, then simply opened the friends function and sent Suyun a message. Xiaoxi Suyun, have you ever entered a single-player game? After sending this message, she turned off the friend function. She wasn't sure whether it was day or night when Suyun was there, so whether it would be convenient to reply to the message. Anyway, she wasn't in a hurry to get Suyun's reply right away, so there was no need to stare at the screen and wait. 5 minutes later, she received Suyun's reply. Suyun, Sister Xia, you actually chatted with me. I'm so happy. Suyun, I have never entered a single-player game. Suyun, what's wrong? When Xiaoxi opened the chat window, she saw a series of messages. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and there was a hint of smile in her eyes. Xiaoxi, are you not busy now? Suyun, yeah. It's evening here, and I just finished my work. We can chat for the rest of the time. Xiaoxi thought for a while before typing. Xiaoxi, I want you to do me a favor. Suyun, what are you busy with? Suyun, Sister Xia. Just say it. As long as I can help. I will definitely help. Xiaoxi, I have something I want you to keep for me. In return, I will give you some props. Suyun, I don't want any reward. Just tell me what Sister Xia wants me to keep. I promise to always protect your things. Xiaoxi, no. You have to get paid. Xiaoxi, brothers have to settle accounts clearly. And by paying you, I can command you more confidently. Suyun, *****, okay. Then listen to Sister Xia. Xiaoxi, do you have any spare storage compartments? Suyun, yes. I have 3 empty storage compartments. After receiving this answer, Xiaoxi first took out 5 high-grade defense items from the storage compartment, packed them in a plastic bag, and sent them to Suyun. She got these props from others. Although they are not as good as the best defensive props, they are enough in many cases. Because there were a lot of items transmitted at one time, and the transmission speed was relatively slow. Xiaoxi simply sent a message to Suyun first. Xiaoxi, I will give you part of the reward first. You are not allowed to refuse. Keep it well so that I can rest assured. Chapter 1093 Misty Village 59. Suyun, okay. I will listen to Sister Xia. Xiaoxi, it should take some time. You will receive it after a while. Suyun, yeah. I understand. After waiting like this for almost half an hour, 5 high-grade defense items were finally teleported. Suyun, wow. Sister Xia, this reward is already a lot. Don't give me anything else. Xiaoxi, didn't you just agree not to refuse? Suyun, but 5 high-grade defense items are really good. Really good rewards. Xiaoxi, just keep what I gave you, so that I can trust you to take good care of my things. Suyun probably thought for a while before sending a new message. Suyun, I understand. I will do my best to take good care of Sister Xia's things. Suyun, I wonder what Sister Xia wants me to keep. Xiaoxi, you will know when I give you the things tomorrow. Xiaoxi didn't say it clearly, but kept it secret. It's not that she was being extravagant. It was just that she was wary of triggering keywords by mentioning the words special items. Jiao Xiaolin told her before that after becoming an observer, she would be closely monitored. In other words, before becoming an observer, no matter what your identity is, you will not be under close surveillance. It can basically be thought that before becoming an observer, keyword extraction will be used to decide whether to focus on monitoring a certain player. If there are no words that are particularly noteworthy, it probably won't attract attention. After all, the number of players in a world is measured in hundreds of millions, not to mention how many worlds there are. Even though a lot of players died, the number was still considerable. If they were monitored one by one, they might not be able to take care of them. As for the person behind the system who is so afraid of special items, the 4 words, special items, are definitely the key words. I'm afraid that whether it is written or spoken, it is likely to be noticed. So she couldn't say it clearly. She has already delivered something today. According to the restrictions, she can deliver items to up to 2 players a day, and she can only deliver items to each other once at most. Her quota for sending things to Suyun today has been used up, and she has to wait until tomorrow. The reason why she chose teleportation props instead of special items now was mainly because she felt uneasy with Jun Nanju around. It's not that she thinks Jun Nanju will try to destroy her special items, but as an observer, Jun Nanju will be closely monitored, so the people around him will inevitably suffer. If she took out so many special items at once, she might attract the attention of the person behind her, mainly because she has a lot of special items. If she wants to send them to Suyun at once, she has to pack the special items first. If you don't take it out from the storage compartment and transfer it directly, you won't be seen by Jun Nanju, but you can only transfer 1 at most. If you take it out and package it before transferring, you can transfer multiple. So she had to find a time when Jun Nanju was not around before teleporting. Anyway, after thinking about it for 2 days, she finally decided to choose Suyun to help keep her special items. There are not many players who could enter her friends, and among all friends, the most suitable candidate is Suyun. Needless to say, those who have become observers will only suffer the fate of being destroyed if special items are given to them. Chapter 1094 Mist Village 60. Among the remaining friends, apart from Yi Kanqing, the only one Xia she trusted most was Suyun. Suyun is pure and kind-hearted, and has no selfish thoughts. This is the most important point. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the other party is, as long as you have the intention of taking it for yourself, giving special items to the other party will be like a meat bun and beating a dog, and there will be no return. What she needs is someone who can take care of the special items, and never try to use them at any time. Another very important point is that Suyun never participates in single-player games. This means that even if Suyun is marked by an observer one day, he will not participate in the special single-player game, which fundamentally eliminates the possibility of Suyun becoming an observer, no matter how long it takes to put the special items together into a complete spherical shape. If you put them on Suyun, you don't have to worry about them being destroyed by Suyun himself. Besides that, she remembers Suyun as a girl with a good luck buff. Natural good luck will allow Suyun to turn disaster into good fortune in many cases. Even if he is not strong enough, good luck will give Suyun a higher chance of survival. The above 3 points make Suyun the most suitable candidate to keep special items. But Xiaoxi also knows very well that Suyun's biggest problem is that he is not strong enough. The good luck buff may not take effect all the time. If an accident occurs, it may lead to Suyun's death. Once Suyun dies, those special items will become the possessions of others or be recycled by the system. The plan will completely fail. In order to increase Suyun's survival rate and enable him to survive without using special items, Xiaoxi must give Suyun enough props. She chose to give the things to Suyun, which also brought trouble and danger to Suyun. So she should be responsible for giving Suyun more security. But she couldn't tell Suyun these words through the friend function. So she could only say that they were rewards for Suyun. The person behind the system cannot violate the rules of the game and directly kill a player. Otherwise it would not create the problem of observers dealing with special items. So the most likely thing is to increase the difficulty of Suyun's game, or send observers close to Suyun. In this way, even if Suyun has more and more special items in his hand, which may attract the attention of someone behind him, with Suyun's good luck buffs and various props, it shouldn't be a problem to survive in the game. Suyun responded quickly. Suyun, okay. Then Sister Xia can give me the stuff at any time tomorrow. I will tell Sister Xia when I receive it. Xiaoxi, okay. Xiaoxi, by the way, how many more days do you need to play this game? Suyun, there are 8 days left. Xiaoxi, yes. I understand. Xiaoxi, have a good rest first and contact me tomorrow. Suyun, okay. Good night. Sister Xia. Xiaoxi, good night. After turning off the friend function, Xiaoxi began to think about how much she could give Suyun in these 8 days. Jun Nanju on the side saw that Xiaoxi's hands were no longer busy. So he smiled and said, You really have a lot of props. Xiaoxi came back to her senses, and remembered that Jun Nanju must have seen her just packing high-grade defense items. I got them all from other players. Xiaoxi looked at Jun Nanju and raised her eyebrows slightly. Do you want to buy it? Anyway, Jun Nanju only saw her taking it out and putting it back in. He didn't know that she was packing it to send to others. So she wasn't nervous at all. Chapter 1095 Misty Village 61. What can I give you in exchange? Jun Nanju asked with a smile. What is your participation in the knockout round? Xiaoxi asked bluntly, as if she had already thought of the exchange conditions. Jun Nanju was silent for 2 seconds and sighed helplessly. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but that I can't. Xiaoxi pretended to be disappointed and waved her hand. Forget it. In fact, she had no intention of exchanging with Jun Nanju in the first place. Now she said this deliberately just to divert Jun Nanju's attention. After a while, there was finally a slight sound of the ladder being placed on the edge of the roof, followed by the crunch sound of stepping on the ladder. The NPC should have come looking for me. Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju looked at each other, but neither of them spoke. Xiao Yang slept quite soundly, and did not feel any discomfort from being held by Jun Nanju. He has not woken up until now. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the crunching sound of stepping on the ladder disappeared, followed by the sound of stepping on the tiles. There was an obvious slow pause between each step. The sound was not chaotic, and it sounded as if only one NPC had walked onto the roof. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Xiaoxi saw that the light of the flashlight she placed on the roof shook. It seemed that the NPC stepped on the flashlight, causing the flashlight's position to change. But the NPC did not pick up the flashlight, nor did it turn off the flashlight. I don't know if it's because my limbs are too stiff to pick things up on the sloping roof, or because I'm so focused on catching people that I don't even care about a small flashlight. In any case, the light source of the flashlight is still there, which is a good thing for Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju. The two of them flew a little further, about 30 centimeters, just in case the NPC would touch themselves if they raised their hands. The flying altitude is not too high now, but the visibility is less than half a meter in the dark and thick fog, and even the light source on the roof can only see a faint light. They couldn't see clearly where the NPC was. Only occasionally, when the NPC was very close, could they see the extended palm. But the palms were still a little far away from their feet, and couldn't touch them. Like this, until the sky was completely bright. I vaguely heard the clock chiming the hour downstairs. It rang 7 times in total, and the sound of stepping on tiles on the roof suddenly disappeared. Jun Nanju took out a hand and patted Xiaoyang's shoulder.
It's time. You should wake up.
Xiaoyang opened his eyes drowsily and yawned.
Is the time coming so soon?
As he spoke, he rubbed his neck.
My posture seems to be wrong. I'm a little stiff.
Xiaoxi glanced at Xiaoyang and ignored him. She said to Jun Nanju,
It should be fine now. I'll go back first. Are we going back together?
Xiaoyang asked in confusion while turning his neck.
There is no need to separate at this time. I'll teleport back.
Xiaoxi smiled at Xiaoyang.
If you also have a second teleportation item, of course we can teleport simultaneously.
Xiaoyang choked. A teleportation item will cool down for 24 hours after use. He just used it last night, and it is still within the cooling time. He can no longer use the teleportation item, unless he has a second teleportation item. But he didn't at all. Xiaoyang said nothing, while Xiaoxi flew to the roof, got back her flashlight, and then teleported back to the room she had locked. Chapter 1096 Misty Village 62. Jun Nanju took Xiaoyang and landed directly in the yard. He said to Xiaoyang,
When I meet the NPC later, tell me that you got up early and are preparing to brush your teeth.
After Xiaoyang agreed, Jun Nanju jumped back to his room from the open window. Jun Nanju gently closed the door and locked it, getting ready to sleep. It was only then that Xiaoyang realized that he now had to deal with the NPC alone. He patted his cheek to help himself recover as quickly as possible, then took out the toothpaste and toothbrush from the storage compartment, went to the well to get water, and prepared to brush his teeth. In this way, even if the NPC finds him in the yard, it is very reasonable. Asterisk. 11:30 in the morning. Xiaoxi opened her eyes. It wasn't a long sleep, but it was very peaceful. When I woke up, I felt refreshed. Xiaoyang should have told the village chief and Zhuang, so no one came and knocked on the door to disturb him. Xiaoxi took out her toiletries, opened the door, and walked into the yard. There is a small pool not far from the well, and Jun Nanzu is standing there brushing his teeth. Xiaoyang and Zhuang continued to peel the corn kernels that they had not finished yesterday in the yard. Xiaoxi greeted Zhuang politely, walked to Jun Nanju, and asked politely,
Can I use the bucket of well water you brought?
Jun Nanju spat out the water in his mouth and said to Xiaoxi,
Of course.
Xiaoxi then started to brush her teeth and wash her face. After washing up, Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju went to the kitchen together. Seeing this, Xiaoyang quickly washed his hands and followed in. They have to do the second task today, which is to make a birthday meal and nutritious food for their big son.
I can't cook,
Xiaoxi said to Jun Nanju and Xiaoyang as soon as she entered the kitchen.
But I can make a fire, so I'll be responsible for lighting the fire.
Jun Nanju chuckled.
Okay.
Xiaoxi glanced at Jun Nanju.
You have a low point of laughter. I just think it's a bit funny when I think about us two men cooking. And you, a delicate woman, sitting behind the stove and lighting the fire, making everything look dirty. After Jun Nanju finished speaking, he couldn't help but chuckle again. Quite interesting. Don't worry. I won't be disgraced, Xiaoxi said and walked behind the stove and sat down. You think about how to cook. After you think about it, I will start to light the fire. Jun Nanju and Xiaoyang discussed for a while, took the ingredients prepared by the village chief and Zhuang in the morning, and quickly made a decision. Children who have just turned 2 years old can only add a little oil and a little salt to the food they eat. The main thing is to keep it light. It needs to be mixed into a paste. So Xiaoyang is responsible for cutting all the ingredients into small pieces. Then Jun Nanju poured water into the pot, put a bamboo steamer rack on it, put a few bowls on it, and put the broken pieces into the pot to steam across the water. After steaming, mix the broken pieces together and make small balls one by one. And you're done. In addition to food for the children, Jun Nanju also made braised pork and vegetable and tofu soup. Although there are only 2 dishes, the portion is large enough for several adults. When dinner was served, the village chief took his grandson down. Xiaoxi took a look and found that he looked exactly like the child he saw last night. It's just that now the little boy looks fair and clean, with bright and clear eyes, completely different from the dead gray last night. The village chief and Zhuang ate the meal with gusto. The grandson also ate a lot of complimentary food and seemed to like it very much. The village chief and Zhuang were full of praise
for the 3 players. Chapter 1097 Mist Village 63. In this way, the task given by De Zhuang was completed. In the afternoon, they had to complete the task of shucking corn given by the village chief. While sitting on the small bench peeling corn kernels, she secretly rejoiced in her heart. Fortunately, the little grandson didn't seem to be very good at talking. It was probably because the old man didn't develop his language skills well. In short, it saved her the trouble of doing another task. After she sat for a while. She raised her eyes and looked at Jun Nanju. Jun Nanju understood. He stood up and said to De Zhuang,
I want to send a few letters to my parents. Is the village chief in the room now?
De Zhuang was stunned for a moment before he realized what Jun Nanju said. He nodded.
He must be putting the child to sleep in the room at this time. You can just go to him directly.
Jun Nanju thanked him and left the yard. She deliberately waited for about 10 minutes. Then stood up and said with some embarrassment,
I'm going to make it easier.
Then, without waiting for De Zhuang to say anything, she walked directly to the back of the house. There is a red brick hut at the back of the house. It is small, but it has a wooden door that can be locked from the inside. As expected of the village chief's house, the other houses' huts can only be covered with cloth curtains, and only the village chief's house has wooden doors. After locking the door, she checked around the latrine to make sure there was no window or hole through which she could see what was going on inside. Then she put it on herself. With Xiaoyang guarding De Zhuang and Jun Nanju guarding the village chief and grandson, she didn't need to worry about meeting these people later. She teleported directly to the room where Chen Xiaoya was on the 2nd floor. At this time, Chen Xiaoya was sitting on the bed in a daze, when she suddenly saw a person appearing in the room, and her eyes widened in fright. Her mouth also opened, but no sound came out. Xiaoxi, who was already ready to cover Chen Xiaoya's mouth, put down her hand upon seeing this.
It seems you really can't speak.
Xiaoxi looked regretful. If she suddenly appeared like this, everyone would be startled, and their normal reaction would be to scream once or twice. But under such circumstances, Chen Xiaoya didn't even make a sound, so she was obviously really mute. If you can't speak, communication will be a bit time-consuming. I hope Xiaoyang and Jun Nanju can hold off those NPCs for a little longer. After being frightened for more than 10 seconds, Chen Xiaoya's expression gradually returned to normal, and she seemed to quickly accept the fact that a person suddenly appeared in the room. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows in surprise. This is not the reaction a normal person should have. Even if he couldn't speak, he would always show a defensive look, or try to drive her away, or try to figure out the purpose of her appearance. But Chen Xiaoya actually had no unnecessary reaction to Chen Xiaoya. She is not just a stranger, but more importantly, the way she appears is very strange. Without knowing the props, precautions and fear are inevitable. Just when she wanted to ask why Chen Xiaoya became so calm, Chen Xiaoya suddenly reached out and took out a pen and paper from under the pillow. That was what she gave to Chen Xiaoya last night. At this time, the piece of paper was densely filled with words. She was stunned for a moment, and then thought of a possibility.
Do you still remember what happened last night?
She asked Chen Xiaoya directly, without beating around the bush. Chen Xiaoya looked at Xiaoxi and nodded seriously. Chapter 1098 Misty Village 64. Xiaoxi understood immediately. No wonder Chen Xiaoya accepted her presence here so quickly. Chen Xiaoya had the memory of last night, so she naturally remembered the conversation between them, and knew that she was not an ordinary person. Chen Xiaoya was indeed startled by her sudden appearance, but after seeing clearly that it was her, she calmed down. She looked at Chen Xiaoya carefully for a while. Chen Xiaoya's eyes were clearly black and white, not gray at all, and her eyes did not move around. Her expression was vivid and natural, just like ordinary people. Chen Xiaoya, like this, still remembers what happened last night. What about the village chief and De Zhuang? Did they remember, but didn't show it, deliberately pretending not to remember anything? Or were they different from Chen Xiaoya and didn't remember at all? At this time, Chen Xiaoya turned over the paper full of words, revealing a line of larger words on the back. Can you help me open the chain? She came back to her senses. She glanced at the words and smiled.
Yes.
Regardless of whether she is willing to help Chen Xiaoya or not. This is the first question asked to her by the NPC Chen Xiaoya, and she can only answer in the affirmative, even if Chen Xiaoya behaves differently from those villagers. The fact that Chen Xiaoya is also an NPC cannot be forgotten. However, since Chen Xiaoya had written the words that seemed to be meant for her to read, it was right for her to help Chen Xiaoya open the chain. After receiving this answer, Chen Xiaoya smiled a little. Then she wrote another line of words on the back and handed it to Xiaoxi to read. You helped me unlock the chains. And I'll show you everything written on this piece of paper.
If I help you untie it now, won't the village chief and the others soon find out that the chain is broken?
Live here.
Chinselia picked up the pen, wrote a few more lines of small words on the blank part of the paper, and then showed it to Xiaoxi. I have my period these 2 days, so they won't come in to see me. I can only use the toilet in the house to go to the toilet. They have brought food to me these past 2 days, and they have also brought it in through the opening under the door, so they won't find the chains being open these days. Xiaoxi glanced at the chain that tied Chinselia. It should be long enough for Chinselia to walk to the door to get food. She turned her head and looked at the bottom of the wooden door. There was indeed an opening. There should be a baffle on the outside. Pulling out the baffle will reveal the opening, which is just big enough to put a bowl in.
Then let me ask another question.
Xiaoxi looked at Chinselia.
Do they still remember what happened at night during the day?
Chinselia shook her head. She didn't write. She just clicked on the paper. It seems that she has already written down the specific things.
Are you shaking your head because they don't remember?
Xiaoxi asked seriously. Seeing Chinselia nodding, Xiaoxi felt relieved.
Okay, I'll get it for you now.
She took out a toolbox from her storage compartment. This is what she stocked up on in the last game. Each toolbox contains a fairly comprehensive set of tools. After a while, she took out a large long arm cable cutter from the toolbox. Before she started, she said to Chinselia,
I have to explain one thing. The iron rings on your wrists and ankles are too thick for me to cut, so I can only try to cut the iron chains for you.
Chapter 1099 Misty Village 65. The iron chains that tied Chinselia were half thinner than the iron rings, making them easier to cut. Of course, this is just compared to iron rings. Iron chains are easier to cut, but with Xiaoxi's strength, it is still difficult to cut them. Seeing Xiaoxi's posture, Chinselia was a little worried, so she wrote another line and handed it to Xiaoxi to read. What if your strength is too weak and you can't cut it?
Then you definitely can't just sit there and watch me work hard alone.
Xiaoxi said confidently.
If you come with me, wouldn't the two of us be more powerful?
Chinselia was stunned for a moment, then nodded stupidly.
By the way, I almost forgot to ask.
Xiaoxi moved the cable pliers in her hand to try out the feel, and asked Chinselia at the same time.
When are you planning to run away?
She knew very well that Chinselia would definitely want to run away after her restraints were released. Although she didn't know whether Chinselia could run out of the village and whether there were restrictions on NPCs in the game area. This did not affect Chinselia's attempt to escape. As long as Chinselia runs away, the village chief and De Zhuang will find out before long. She had to find out all the information she could get before Chinselia ran away, and then left the village chief's house as soon as possible. Although it was impossible to completely avoid suspicion, as long as she left, it would not be easy for the village chief to cause trouble for her. Of course, this is definitely a bit risky. If the village leader has the ability to gather all the villagers, and gets angry and asks all the villagers to deal with players like them, things will be a little tricky. But there was no way. Who made Chinselia ask her to help untie the restraints? The rules of the game restricted her from refusing, and only by doing this, Chinselia was willing to give her the piece of paper. She had a hunch that what Chinselia wrote should be important information about the village, which might help her deal with the next situation. This one is still worth the gamble. Chinselia was startled when she heard Xiaoxi ask this. After a moment of silence, she wrote a line of words on the paper and handed it to Xiaoxi to read.
I'll leave tonight. Then she quickly wrote another line of words and handed it to Xiaoxi's eyes, for fear that Xiaoxi wouldn't read it. Will you regret helping me because of this?
No.
Xiaoxi answered simply without any hesitation. Chinselia showed an unexpected look. She thought Xiaoxi would answer, no regrets. But she didn't expect Xiaoxi to be so straightforward.
I promised you, and I can't regret it.
Xiaoxi shrugged, and then said,
But why did you choose to leave at night? Is it because they will keep an eye on us at night, so you will be safer and easier to escape?
Chinselia nodded.
But you also become sluggish at night. Although you have memory, and are not completely sluggish like the village chief and De Zhuang, your performance is not much normal. Are you sure you can control it?
Does your body do things?
Xiaoxi expressed doubts. I can.
Okay.
Xiaoxi didn't say anything else. She began to wonder where the best place to cut the chain would be. The connection between the iron chain and the iron ring is welded, and is very strong and firm. This position is the most difficult to cut. But if the hand chain is cut close to the iron ring, Chinselia will not be able to cut it by herself. so she must leave a little distance between her hands. But don't leave the chain too long. Otherwise it will be too easy to make noise. Chapter 1100 Misty Village 66. After thinking about it, she decided to cut off the chains on her feet first, and do the work on her hands later. The ones on the feet can be cut close to the iron ring. As soon as she got into position, Xiaoya handed over the paper again. Thanks.
You don't need to thank me. This is an exchange of terms. We each get what we need.
She said, as she started to exert force.
As long as you don't come to catch me at night. Speaking of which, why were you staring at me so last night?
At the end of the sentence, Xiaoxi's face turned a little red, caused by excessive force. But fortunately, this brand new cable plier was still somewhat sharp, and the iron chain was not made of fine iron. She flipped it twice, but it made a little gap. This gave her a lot of confidence. To be honest, she had already prepared for the worst. If it couldn't be done, she was ready to find an opportunity to let Jun Nanju do it. Jun Nanju has enhanced physical strength, so cutting this thing is much easier than for her. It's a pity that Jun Nanju is looking at the village chief now, and maybe he's still thinking of a way to take the key to the small box that the village chief is carrying. If he suddenly goes there and changes people, it may ruin Jun Nanju's plan. It is also easy to arouse the suspicion of the village chief, so she first tried to grind it out slowly, trying her best to succeed on her own. If she didn't want to get what Xiaoya wrote now, she could actually put it off until the evening. But there was always a voice in her heart urging herself to understand the situation as soon as possible. At this time, she chose to trust her intuition. After a while, Xiaoya handed over a sentence. Last night you said you could help me untie you, so I focused on you.
You know how scary those eyes of yours are?
She couldn't help complaining.
The last time you stare at me, it always makes me feel hairy.
Sorry.
You don't have to apologize.
She said calmly.
If you really want to hurt me, I will also find a way to kill you without mercy.
After saying this, she let go of the cable cutter in her hand and rubbed her palms. It hurt so much.
Try it yourself. I'll take a break.
She handed the cable clamp to Xiaoya. Xiaoya carefully folded the paper and put it into her arms, fearing that she would snatch it away. Then she took the cable cutters and tried to cut the chains on her ankles. After Xiaoxi's attempt just now, the gap was already obvious. As long as she used more force, she would have a chance to cut a gap. Faced with her only hope of escape, Xiaoya put all her energy into sucking the milk and couldn't even bear to stop and rest for a second. She rubbed her crotch and saw that the veins on Xiaoya's forehead were slightly bulging,
and her cheeks were congested and red due to exertion. She couldn't help but feel a little emotional. She was really the most dedicated when it mattered to herself. If she were faced with such a dilemma, she would probably work harder than Xiaoya. At that time, whether her hands hurt or not would not be that important. However, she will try not to get herself into such a predicament. After a while, there was a slight click sound, and a small ring of the iron chain was cut out.
You're not bad,
Xiaoxi praised, and then she took out a second cable cutter.
This way, each of us can cut one side faster.
Xiaoya finally had a smile on her face and looked very happy. After hearing Xiaoxi's words, she nodded in agreement. Chapter 1101 Misty Village 67. Xiaoxi helped Xiaoya find the right position and fixed it on the other side of the small ring that had been cut, indicating that Xiaoya could use more force. Once this side is cut, the chain on this foot will be completely disconnected. Xiaoxi began to cut off the iron chain on Xiaoya's other foot. When Xiaoya completely cut the first iron chain, Xiaoxi also happened to cut one of the iron chains on Xiaoya's other foot. Cozy, she asked Xiaoya to cut the remaining side, and she began to cut the chain on Xiaoya's hand. In this way, the two of them worked together, and finally spent more than an hour breaking all 4 chains. Xiaoxi put away the 2 cable pliers. She felt that the pain in her palms was so numb that she could not feel much. It was just swollen and hard, and her palms looked like they were bigger. She took out a medical kit from the storage compartment, then took out a bottle of anti-swelling and analgesic spray, and sprayed both of her hands. When she looked up, she saw Xiaoya staring at her. Xiaoya's eyes were full of curiosity. She probably thought it was amazing that Xiaoxi could conjure so many things. Of course she wouldn't explain anything. She shook the spray in her hand and asked Xiaoya,
"You want to spray too?"
Xiaoya glanced at her hands, which were also red, but she shook her head. Xiaoxi didn't force herself and just put everything away.
I have already fulfilled your request. Should you give me the things?
She stretched out her hand to Chen Xiaoya. Chen Xiaoya happily returned the pen and paper to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi didn't unfold it immediately to take a closer look, but put it into her pants pocket. Then she put on the new one for herself. Baiju moment.
Then I'll leave first. You must not wear it before night.
Exposed.
Chen Xiaoya nodded seriously. Xiaoxi teleported back to the toilet. Almost as soon as she appeared, Xiao Yang's voice sounded outside.
No. She's a girl. It's not appropriate for you to go there like this.
Xiao Yang's voice was a little anxious.
I'm just a little worried.
De Zhuang's voice gradually approached the toilet.
It's been more than an hour, and she hasn't come out yet. I'm afraid she's been bitten by a poisonous snake.
Xiaoxi understood what was going on instantly, opened the door, and went out. Sure enough, they saw De Zhuang striding over, and Xiao Yang, who tried to stop De Zhuang but failed. Xiaoxi pretended to have been squatting on the toilet for a long time and limped out.
What's wrong with you?
She blinked her eyes, looking innocent. Xiao Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xiaoxi coming out. But he was still smart and didn't show it. He just said to De Zhuang,
"Look at what I said. She must be fine. She just spent a little time squatting on the toilet." Miss Xiao.
Me. De Zhuang was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and stammered to explain.
Occasionally there are poisonous snakes here. I saw that you never came out. I was worried about your safety, so I thought come and see. Sorry for making you worry.
Xiaoxi behaved politely and a little shyly.
Me. I just didn't feel well in my stomach, so it took a long time. I understand. I understand.
De Zhuang nodded quickly.
As long as you're fine. Well, the corn hasn't been peeled yet, has it?
Xiaoxi naturally changed the subject while limping out.
We have to try to finish peeling the corn before dark today.
Chapter 1102 Mist Village 68.
It's almost there. There aren't many left.
De Zhuang followed Xiaoxi and said to Xiaoxi,
"Just sit down and have a rest. Xiao Yang and I will do it. This is not good."
Xiaoxi hesitated.
"I promised the village chief that I would help you finish shucking the corn."
"It's okay," De Zhuang advised Xiaoxi.
"You already helped a lot yesterday, and you also did some today. It's enough. My dad is very talkative and won't care about the last point."
After receiving such an answer, Xiaoxi felt relieved. She wouldn't have wanted to shuck the corn if it weren't for the fear that it would count as her failure to complete her task.
"In that case, can I go back to the room and sleep for a while?"
Xiaoxi looked weak. "I may be a little sick, so I spent so long on the toilet." "Of course."
De Zhuang nodded repeatedly.
"What's wrong with you? Do you need me to give you some medicine?" "No. No."
Xiaoxi waved her hand.
"I should just take a nap. Then you go and have a rest."
De Zhuang said to Xiaoxi,
"I'll ask my dad to make some old hen soup to replenish your health tonight. Maybe your health will be better. This is too expensive, so I don't want it anymore,"
Xiaoxi said as she walked into the house. De Zhuang did not follow him, but just said to Xiaoxi,
"You have a good rest, and I will call you in the evening."
Xiaoxi said, and then turned around and went back to her room. As she walked, she never failed to look weak and limp. It wasn't until she closed the door to the room and locked it that she returned to normal. After closing the window and drawing the curtains, she immediately took out the piece of paper and read it. Chen Xiaoya wrote quite a lot of words, so the fonts were very small and densely filled up on a piece of paper. After reading the entire content carefully, she couldn't help but feel glad that she immediately agreed to Chen Xiaoya's exchange terms instead of waiting until night to exchange. What Chen Xiaoya wrote was not very organized. He probably wrote it wherever he thought, but it can be roughly divided into two parts. Part of it is about the villagers, and part of it is about the village. Regarding the villagers, Xiaoxi had already guessed some of them before. For example, this village is too backward and poor, and men of the right age cannot find wives. They either have to exchange their sisters or younger sisters with people in other villages to solve the problem of getting wives, or they have to spend money to buy them outside. Money is usually not used in the village. Most of the time, things can be exchanged for things. If there is no sister or younger sister in the family to use as exchange, you could only spend money to buy a wife. All the valuable things in the house had to be sold in order to barely buy a wife. This also caused the villagers to pay close attention to the wives they bought, for fear that they would run away and lose their lives and wealth. The village is remote, and most of the women trafficked by kidnappers have been given a small amount of sleeping pills. They are not very awake and cannot remember the way they came. In addition, after being sold here, they will basically be locked up and raised. and the women have basically no hope of escaping. But under such circumstances, one woman did it. After the woman understood her situation, she didn't cry or show any intention to escape. She seemed to have accepted her fate, and honestly did everything a wife should do. They take on housework, work in the fields, wash and cook, and even perform conjugal obligations with their husband, showing great filial piety to their parents-in-law. Chapter 1103 Mist Village 69. The villagers were very envious of the fact that the family had bought such an obedient and sensible wife. And the woman's husband's family also gradually lowered their guard because of the woman's various behaviors. What is even more unexpected is that this woman would actually take the initiative to persuade other abducted women when her husband took her to visit. Although the woman pulled the other person aside and talked quietly every time. The villagers did not know what the woman talked about with the other trafficked women. But after each conversation, the women would become more compliant. At first, everyone was worried about whether it would be bad for women like them to get along alone. But they gradually felt relieved when they saw that the women in their own family had become like wives and no longer clamored to run away. Many villagers even felt grateful to this woman and truly regarded her as a member of the village. After more than half a year, the woman became pregnant. This makes the woman's husband's family feel more relieved. Accept the woman from the bottom of their heart and give her absolute freedom. Women can not only chat casually and go for a walk by themselves, but can even go to the market to exchange some daily necessities with people in other villages. Her husband and parents-in-law were also very kind to her. In order for her to have a good pregnancy, the eggs laid by the hens at home would be cooked in different patterns every day to supplement her nutrition. Another month passed, and on Ghost Festival, the woman finally found her chance. The villagers here will perform simple sacrificial activities in every household on the evening of the Ghost Festival. They will never go out that night. They are afraid of bumping into ghosts and getting into trouble when the ghost gate is wide open. During the sacrifice, they would drink a decoction made the day before, which is said to have the effect of exorcising evil spirits and avoiding disasters. At noon the day before, the woman took the opportunity to walk around and poured a large amount of sleeping pills into the 2 wells at the beginning and end of the village, and the water tanks in the villagers' homes. These medicines were saved bit by her in different ways, and through different channels over a long period of time. Taking advantage of the opportunity to visit, she also quietly informed several abducted women that they should not drink water or eat for 2 days. No matter what the reason was, they should not eat. Women are not stupid. They know that people's hearts are separated from each other. So she did not reveal her specific plan, but just asked the other women to walk to the entrance of the village on the night of the Ghost Festival. She did not tell all the trafficked women the news, but chose those who had just been abducted for less than a year, or who had a strong desire to escape. Only these people would have no intention of informing. She also knew that her plan was not foolproof. For example, there were several houses where she did not find a suitable reason to enter, so she was unable to put medicine in the water tank. But she could no longer wait any longer. Her belly was already more than 2 months old. If it were any bigger, she would be at great risk of having an abortion. If she continued to drag her on, even if she wanted to run, it would be difficult for her to move with her big belly. So this is her only good chance at the moment. When the woman returned to her husband's house, she excused herself from morning sickness and only ate some dry food such as biscuits, without drinking a sip of water or eating a morsel of vegetables. On the evening of the Ghost Festival, when her mother-in-law brought her the sacrificial decoction, she pretended to drink it, but actually poured the entire bowl of decoction under the bed when her mother-in-law was not paying attention. Chapter 1104 Misty Village 70. On the night of the Ghost Festival, all the villagers stayed behind closed doors and went to bed early. The village was extremely quiet. Even in the homes of those who have dogs, there is no barking, because according to the rules, dogs also have to drink the sacrificial soup. The woman waited patiently for an hour to make sure her husband beside her was asleep before she got up. She only took with her the money she had saved during this period, and no other luggage. When she left her husband's house, she was filled with resentment and lit a fire on the firewood pile in her husband's kitchen before leaving without looking back. She didn't stop at any point along the way and walked straight towards the entrance of the village. Her husband's house was far away from the entrance of the village. When she arrived at the entrance of the village, several people were already standing at the entrance. They were all young women who were abducted and trafficked. After her reminder, these women did not drink the decoction and waited for the arrival of hope with excitement. Among them is Chinsioya. The woman told everyone that today is the best time to escape from here. She has been to the market many times and knows the route. As long as she can reach the market, she can get out of here and go to the city outside. Then, you can find a way to get home. Other women know very well that if they want to go home, they need money. But they had no money at all. But even so, it cannot offset their determination to leave. Even if they beg along the road, as long as they can leave here and have hope of returning home, they can endure any hardship. So several women gathered around and told each other about each other's hometowns, made a simple route plan, and were ready to set off. Before leaving, Chen Xiaoya looked back. Just this glance made her make a decision that she still regrets. She saw fire in the distance. The woman who set the fire probably didn't expect that the climate was dry these days, and the fire would spread very quickly when it started. The fire not only quickly engulfed the woman's husband's house, but also quickly spread into the distance. Every household has weeds and trees in the front and backyards. Every household also has a kitchen and piles of dry firewood. These have become the best combustion-supporting materials. Coupled with the fueling of the night wind, the flames spread extremely quickly, and by this time several houses had been burned down. Due to the effects of sleeping pills, the villagers fell into a deep sleep and could not wake up at all. No one realized that they were in danger. Chen Xiaoya instantly thought of her son, who was more than 1 year old. Although it was not the fruit of her love, it was still her own flesh and blood. It took all her courage to leave her son behind. But if she had to watch her son being burned to death, she really couldn't bear to do it. Chen Xiaoya expressed in sign language that she wanted to go back and save her son. The woman who set the fire tried to stop it and rationally analyzed the situation at this time, and it was very unfavorable to go back. Chen Xiaoya knew it, but she just wanted to save her son. Seeing that Chen Xiaoya refused to listen, the woman who set the fire told Chen Xiaoya,
"If you insist on going back, no one from us will wait for you here. Whether you can get out of here on your own depends on your own destiny."
Even so, it did not dispel Chen Xiaoya's idea of saving her son. So the woman who set the fire decisively left Chen Xiaoya behind and left with the other women. The departure of the others made Chen Xiaoya a little flustered. But when she thought about how fast the fire was and how precious every second was, she did not dare to delay any longer and ran quickly to the village chief's house. Chapter 1105 Misty Village 71. As soon as Chen Xiaoya ran back to the village chief's house, she saw De Zhuang stumbling out of the house. Chen Xiaoya was startled, her face full of panic. De Zhuang's usually honest face rarely showed a look of shock and anger.
"Where have you gone? Are you planning to escape? Have you drugged me?"
The well at the village chief's house was also drugged by the woman who set fire to it. Unfortunately, De Zhuang caught a cold the day before and had diarrhea the next day. Although he took the sacrificial potion, he quickly pulled it out. The effect of the medicine was not good for him. He was somewhat affected, but not able to put him into a coma. De Zhuang was thinking about his son and always wanted to get up at night to take a look. But tonight, he felt that his head was particularly heavy. At first, he thought he might have been affected by a cold. But when he discovered that Chen Xiaoya was missing, he realized something was wrong. He was about to run out to find someone. But Chen Xiaoya came back unexpectedly. Seeing Chen Xiaoya's panicked expression, it was undoubtedly his fault, which made De Zhuang particularly angry. He was so kind to her, but she still wanted to run away. Chen Xiaoya couldn't speak, and could only explain to De Zhuang through gestures. But De Zhuang was so overwhelmed by anger that he still had the mood to look carefully at Chen Xiaoya's sign language. He directly dragged Chen Xiaoya upstairs and locked Chen Xiaoya in the room. The iron rings and chains were given to Chen Xiaoya when she first bought them. Even after Chen Xiaoya gave birth to a son, she never loosened these restraints. Later, the woman who set the fire always came to persuade Chen Xiaoya, and Chen Xiaoya's attitude became better and better. De Zhuang then took the initiative to release Chen Xiaoya from the ground, and even let Chen Xiaoya sleep downstairs so that he could always see his son. But now, De Zhuang regrets giving Chen Xiaoya freedom and almost let Chen Xiaoya run away. So, he locked up Chen Xiaoya again. After locking Chen Xiaoya, De Zhuang closed the door and went downstairs to try to wake up his village elder father. At this time, Chen Xiaoya felt extremely regretful, but no matter how hard she struggled, she could not get rid of the shackles of the iron chain. She opened her mouth silently, but no sound came out. Even she had no way to remind De Zhuang that a fire was already spreading outside. She was poisoned and mute by the kidnapper on the way to being trafficked. At that time, it was to prevent her from asking for help from passers-by. But now, it also became a weapon for her to rush to death. Chen Xiaoya cried silently in despair. Should have known. She won't come back. Should have known. She should have run away with the other women without looking back. But in this world, there are not so many people who know early. Asterisk. After De Zhuang realized that he couldn't wake up the village chief, he finally smelled something burning in the air. When he went out and took a look, he realized that the fire was very close to his home. He hurried back, picked up his father and son, and ran out. As for Chen Xiaoya, he has not forgotten it, but he knows very well that he cannot bring a third person with him at this time. Moreover, the delay in going upstairs and downstairs may cause the fire to spread to the home. So he chose to give up Chen Xiaoya. His son and father were the most important people in his heart. But De Zhuang underestimated the severity of the fire. He dragged an old man and a young child with him. And under the influence of sleeping pills, his full running speed was not fast enough. Naturally, he could not outrun the speed of the fire. In the end, he screamed in pain and was swallowed up in the fire together with his father and son. Chapter 1106 Misty Village 72. In fact, before the fire spread to the village chief's house, it had already burned into the homes of the few people who had not taken sleeping pills. Although they woke up, they were caught off guard by the sudden fire. Everyone has no common sense about firefighting, and they still try to save their precarious house. Reluctant to let go, when they finally find that they can't save the house, they can't run away either. They were all burned to the ground. So De Zhuang's screams didn't even attract anyone's attention. In this way, the village was burned down overnight. The fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights without being extinguished. All the villagers died in the fire. Only those villagers who went out to work and did not stay at home survived. But no one wants to stay in such a sad place. So the place was completely deserted. After the fire, the thick smoke here gradually turned into a thick fog, which lingered for a long time and enveloped the entire village, making it impossible for outsiders to see what was inside. Most of those who tried to come in to check out the situation never came back. Those who came back were either stupid or crazy. After that, even fewer people dared to set foot here. When Xiaoshi finished reading this part, she was not too surprised. She guessed about abduction, and she also guessed that these villagers might not be human anymore. But she didn't expect that the final tragedy would be caused by a man-made arson and a meal of soup mixed with sleeping pills. All parties involved in this tragedy are responsible. They are both victims and perpetrators, and no one can be said to be truly innocent. In short, Xiaoshi has already guessed most of the villagers. What she hadn't guessed was the part about the village. According to Chen Xiaoya, the village experienced a fire on the night of the Ghost Festival, and enough souls were sacrificed that the village itself became conscious. This makes the village alive, and all the sacrificed souls become the function that allows the village to alive. If a village is compared to a living person, then the villagers are the indispensable organs of the human body, large and small. Because of the normal functioning of organs, people can live normally. In normal times, organs can operate autonomously, and when necessary, people can control the operation of organs. For example, when you take a deep breath, you increase your lung capacity, and when you run, you increase your heart rate. During the day, the villagers live as they did before death. This is their autonomous operation. All the actions taken by the villagers at night are controlled by the village consciousness. So they have no memory of the night, and they do not have any autonomous consciousness at night. Unlike people, villages can only control villagers at night, and cannot be controlled during the day. Villagers cannot escape the control of the village, and will automatically lose their sense of autonomy at night. The purpose of the village controlling the actions of the villagers is to increase its population so that it can have more living power. The way it increases its population is by marrying wives and recognizing sons. This preserves the original character of the village. The reason why they focus on the youngest is because young women are easy to give birth to and young boys are easy to control. In fact, after the youngest man and woman are captured, the youngest man and woman will still be selected to arrest among the remaining people. The purpose of the villagers is somewhat different from the purpose of the village. They are for assimilation. Chapter 1107 Mist Village 73. The villagers try to slowly erode the player through food and drinking water containing ghost spirits, so that the player eventually becomes an object that can be assimilated and absorbed by the villagers, thus enhancing the individual strength of the villagers. That's why these villagers behave so hospitably. As long as you eat food from the same villager's house for 3 consecutive days, it will gradually be assimilated to the level that the villagers can absorb it. If you eat food from different villagers, it will take 5 consecutive days to be assimilated. In addition, the thick fog covering the entire village is actually ghost energy. Players are eroded by ghost energy every moment, and will gradually become neither human nor ghosts. However, if the player is assimilated through ghost energy erosion, it is an ownerless thing, and any villager can snatch it and absorb it. If it is corroded and assimilated in a villager's home, it belongs to that family and cannot be taken away by other villagers. If the person has been eroded and assimilated in several families, then the last family to stay will become the beneficiary. In addition, if you don't eat the food and water of the villagers, the rate of being simply eroded by the ghost energy will be slower, and it will take 7 days. Fortunately, Xiaoshi discovered it quite early. It was only the afternoon of the 3rd day of the game. She had changed her residence to 2 other households, so it was not too late. If it were any later, it might be hard to say. Although she had been taking Jiedu pills continuously during this period, the ghost energy was probably not within the detoxification range of Jiedu pills. Even if it has a certain effect, the effect may be weakened. Just like the defensive effect of defensive items against ghosts will be weakened. According to Qin Xiaoya, if you want to solve the erosion problem, you must go to the fields to look for the seeds left behind after the original flames burned. The seeds grown under this special situation can produce fruits that can offset the erosion of ghost energy. But one fruit can only offset the erosion of ghost energy for 3 days. The fruit is about the same size as a longan. The outer SHL looks transparent, with flowing flames inside. You can see a little light from a distance in the thick fog. The fruit must be eaten immediately after being picked to have any effect. The fruit will wither and lose its effect within 10 seconds. No matter how many fruits you eat at a time, it can only have the effect of one fruit. After the ghost energy in the body is cleared, no matter how many fruits you eat, it will not have the effect again. You can only eat it after new ghost energy accumulates in the body. Only fruit can be effective. In other words, it is neither possible to pick enough fruits at one time and save them to eat slowly, nor to eat enough fruits at one time to offset all the time. Obviously, what Xiaoshi has to do next is already clear. She has to go to the fields to find fruit every 3 days. Qin Xiaoya also wrote about her own situation at the end, because she had a very strong resentment before her death and wanted to get rid of the village. She retained this thinking and attitude after becoming a ghost. As a result, the village had a weak influence on her and could not control her normally at night. Action. This is why her limbs become stiff and her eyes are gray at night. But she does not stare at the youngest player like other villagers according to the village's wishes. And why she still retains her memory. The village cannot freely control Qin Xiaoya, and other villagers cannot absorb Qin Xiaoya like the player. In order to prevent Qin Xiaoya from causing trouble, everyone unanimously decided to keep her tied up as she was before she was alive. Chapter 1108 Misty Village 74. Qin Xiaoya's existence is like a virus to the village and villagers. Uncontrollable and unable to be driven away. So in order to prevent Qin Xiaoya from causing trouble, everyone chose to tie her up all the time. But this goes against Qin Xiaoya's desire to escape here. So Qin Xiaoya chooses to ask the player for help in exchange for a chance to escape from the bondage. As for whether Qin Xiaoya can leave the village, this piece of paper did not mention it. Xiaoshi guessed that Qin Xiaoya could not leave just by saying leave. Even if Qin Xiaoya is a virus to the village, she may not be able to leave just as she wants. It always takes a little surgery to separate the virus from the body. Otherwise, for such an uncontrollable existence, the village itself should also hope to kick Qin Xiaoya out. The reason why I chose to tie him up instead of kicking him out is probably because I can't kick him out, or the price I have to pay for kicking him out is too high. Xiaoshi couldn't guess exactly how to do it, but she can put this matter aside for now. As long as it doesn't have any impact on her mission, she doesn't need to worry about it. The top priority is to find the flame fruit. But before that, she had one more thing to do. Xiaoshi put the paper away and took out all the special items from the storage compartment. She didn't hesitate and put all the special items together. It took a while to find the right angle, but when all 5 special items were integrated, it only took a total of 2 minutes. The special item in Xiaoshi's hand still looks like an irregular log-colored wooden block, but one side can already see an obvious arc, like the arc surface on the periphery of a sphere. Based on this size, she felt that it would take at least 20 special items to piece together a complete ball. Now there are only 15 left, and there is still a long way to go. Xiaoshi put the special items into the storage compartment, and suddenly remembered that Yi Kongqing also had 2 special items. It's a pity that Yi Kongqing doesn't know that after becoming an observer, any special items he touches will be destroyed. He may not have a chance to leave any backup. Sigh. It hurts to think that 2 special items were sacrificed in vain. Heartbroken, Xiaoshi still lay on the bed, planning to sleep until the Zhuang called her in the evening before getting up. Finally, I have a reason to catch up on some sleep. And it would be a shame not to sleep well. Asterisk. At dusk, Xiaoxi heard a knock on the door, and De Zhuang called slightly cautiously.
Miss Xiao Xia, get up and have dinner.
Xiaoxi immediately sat up and answered the door. Only then did De Zhuang leave with peace of mind. Xiaoxi rubbed her temples to help herself wake up faster. After entering this game, I never had a peaceful sleep. Not only did I have irregular sleeping times and had to stay up late every day, but I could only use fragmented time to sleep. Although it was only the third day, this had already made her sleep a little uncomfortable. It's not the discomfort of not getting enough sleep or feeling dizzy and drowsy, but the discomfort caused by fragmented sleep and irregular work and rest. After rubbing it for a while, she felt much better. Xiaoxi quickly put on her shoes, opened the door, and went out. As soon as he left the room, he saw Jun Nanzhu standing outside the door.
I've had a good harvest here.
Jun Nanzhu smiled gently at Xiaoxi and lowered his voice.
How's it going over there?
Chapter 1109 Misty Village 75. Xiaoxi approached Jun Nanzhu and handed him the paper in her pocket.
My harvest is not bad.
After saying that, she crossed Jun Nanzhu and left to find Xiaoyang, lest she and Jun Nanzhu stay here for too long and arouse the suspicion of the village chief and De Zhuang. Xiaoyang was fetching water from the well in the yard. When he saw Xiaoxi coming over, he asked,
Do you want to wash your hands? Okay.
Xiaoxi responded casually, walked to Xiaoyang, lowered her voice and said,
Make an excuse not to eat dinner today.
After Jun Nanzhu read what Chen Xiaoya wrote, he would naturally know what to do. But Xiaoyang didn't have time to read the piece of paper now, and Xiaoxi didn't have time to elaborate, so she could only tell Xiaoyang not to eat the dinner at the village chief's house. Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment, then lowered his voice and asked,
What's wrong? It's not good for players' health,
Xiaoxi said concisely, although Xiaoyang is not particularly smart and doesn't know what is bad about the player's health. When he heard this, he knew that Xiaoxi was definitely not joking. He glanced secretly in the direction of the kitchen, and then asked in a lower voice,
But why should we refuse? Too tired and want to sleep. Not feeling well and have no appetite. Any reason will do.
Xiaoxi saw De Zhuang coming out of the kitchen and spoke faster.
Also, we have to go out tonight, so be mentally prepared.
Xiaoyang was stunned again, and then he understood that going out, as Xiaoxi said, was by no means as simple as leaving the village chief's house and walking around. He couldn't help but worry about the dangers he might encounter at night. But it was too late to ask any more questions at this time, because De Zhuang came over.
Xiaoyang, Miss Xiao Xia, let's go eat. My dad and I are ready,
De Zhuang said enthusiastically.
By the way, why didn't Xiao Jun come out?
Xiaoyang scratched his nose.
I'm a little tired from working today. I don't really want to eat. I just want to go to bed early.
De Zhuang was stunned.
Huh? When you are tired, you should eat something to regain your strength. But I'm too tired and have no appetite.
Xiaoyang pretended to yawn.
It's better to wait until I have a nap and then eat after I wake up.
With that said, he walked into the house, fearing that if De Zhuang said a few more words, he would not be able to deal with it. De Zhuang looked at Xiaoyang's leaving figure and scratched his hair in confusion.
Sorry.
Xiaoxi smiled apologetically at De Zhuang.
I suddenly felt a little hungry while I was sleeping, so I got up and ate the snacks I brought with me. If I don't feel hungry now, I won't stop. Time for dinner.
De Zhuang's attention was immediately diverted. He looked at Xiaoxi and persuaded in a good voice.
You will get hungry soon after eating some snacks. You'd better eat something more.
Xiaoxi opened her hands and counted them.
Although they are snacks, there are also a bottle of milk, a bag of biscuits, and a bag of bread. My stomach really can't hold anything else. That's indeed a lot to eat.
De Zhuang sighed regretfully.
Okay, I won't force you.
Turning around after him, he looked at the door of the house again.
Why hasn't Xiao Jun come out yet? Maybe he has a stomachache?
Xiaoxi explained to De Zhuang thoughtfully.
I met Xiao Jun when I came out just now. He said he was a little acclimated and he always had a stomachache today. He also asked me if I had brought any gastrointestinal medicine. I want to eat one.
Chapter 1110 Misty Village 76. When Xiaoxi said this, her voice was not low, and Jun Nanzhu, who was walking to the door, happened to hear it. Jun Nanzhu immediately frowned slightly in cooperation, looking a little uncomfortable. When De Zhuang saw it, he hurried over and said,
What's wrong? Are you really out of tune? You don't look very good. It's okay.
Jun Nanzhu waved his hand.
I just vomited and feel a little better, but I really have no appetite to eat. If you were fine yesterday, Why did you suddenly become acclimatized today?
De Zhuang was a little anxious.
I don't have any medicine at home for you. Sometimes it takes a few days for the acclimatization to show up.
Xiaoxi explained for Jun Nanju.
His current reaction is considered mild. At least, he can still walk on his own. Well,
Jun Nanju echoed.
I can usually get better with a sleep. But I can't eat casually during the recovery period. Okay.
De Zhuang sighed again.
My dad also specially made an extra pot of chicken soup. Now only my dad and I are left to eat. And we probably won't be able to finish it. Sorry.
Jun Nanju apologized politely.
I didn't expect that I would suddenly have an acclimatized reaction and make you waste your time preparing dinner. Actually, it's not that big of a deal.
De Zhuang smiled naively.
Just get better soon.
Jun Nanju nodded.
Then I'll go back and rest first.
Xiaoxi then said.
Then I'll go back to the room. Otherwise I'll be alone. I'm a little embarrassed.
Then she waved to De Zhuang and entered the house with Jun Nanju.
Xiaoyang has gone back to the room.
Jun Nanju lowered his voice and said to Xiaoxi.
I will explain the matter clearly to him later. Yes.
Xiaoxi responded without stopping.
I'll be there in a moment.
After saying that, the two people went back to their respective rooms. Xiaoxi locked the door and confirmed that the windows were not opened and the curtains were still tightly covered. After waiting for about 5 minutes, she estimated that Jun Nanju's side should have locked the doors and windows. And then used, by Ju's moment, teleported over. Seeing Xiaoxi's sudden appearance, Xiaoyang couldn't help but ask.
Xiao Xia, how many Baiju Yishu do you have?
He remembered that it was 8 o'clock when Xiaoxi used White Horse Flash for the first time last night. But it was still evening. The sky was not completely dark. And the 24-hour cooling time of the item had not passed. In other words, what Xiaoxi used this time was not the one she used yesterday, but a new teleportation prop. This number is probably too much.
Don't ask about social affairs.
Xiaoxi replied perfunctorily, and then said to Jun Nanju.
Have you shown it to him? I haven't finished reading yet.
Jun Nanju replied.
I came just as I was watching you. Then you watch first.
After Xiaoxi said to Xiaoyang. She took out the milk and compressed biscuits from her storage compartment and started eating them. She hadn't eaten dinner yet, and was actually hungry by the time it was time to eat. Seeing this, Jun Nanju also took out his own compressed biscuits and milk. Xiaoyang.
Dot.
He also took out his own compressed biscuits and mineral water and ate them while watching. While Xiaoyang was reading the content on the paper, Xiaoxi asked Jun Nanju.
When do you plan to tell others about this?
Jun Nanju took a sip of milk slowly and said.
I just tried the friends function. And the system prompt I received was, you cannot add other players in the Misty Village game as friends during the game.
Chapter 11:11 Misty Village 77. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. This means that in this round of the game, players in the same game cannot be added as friends. The purpose of being so targeted is obviously to make it more difficult for players to communicate with each other. If the players are scattered one by one, it will be very difficult to convey the information that one of them has to other players. It may even be difficult to find people because you don't know where other players are. Of course, this is based on the premise that players are willing to share the information they have.
Can't add friends?
Xiaoyang, who was reading the densely packed small words on the paper, was diverted. He looked up at Jun Nanju.
So, we have to go back to tell the other 4 people about these things. Well,
Jun Nanju looked at Xiaoxi when he answered Xiaoyang.
It depends on whether you are willing to tell them.
Hearing this, Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment. Then he seemed to have thought of something and didn't ask again. He quickly lowered his head again and read the paper in his hand faster. Xiaoxi tilted her head and smiled at Jun Nanju.
What do you think?
Both she and Jun Nanju have read everything Chen Xiaoya wrote. With Jun Nanju's IQ, he should have thought of the same place as her. Chen Xiaoya did not explain clearly how many flame fruits there were and whether they were enough for all players. Judging from the current situation, if I can find the flame fruit and eat it tonight, it can offset the impact of the ghost energy on the body in the previous 3 days. But after the ghost energy in the body is cleared, there is no use in eating flame fruit. You must wait until the body is corroded by ghost energy again before you can eat flame fruit again. 1 flame fruit can clear ghost energy for 3 days. The most cost-effective way is to eat the flame fruit every 3 days, without eating the food and water given by the villagers. It will take 7 days for the player to be completely assimilated by the thick fog in the village. The last 3 days without eating the flame fruit will not have much impact. But even so, a player still needs to eat 4 flame fruits to ensure that he can survive the game safely to the end. 7 players will have to eat at least 20 flame fruits in total. If the flame fruit does not grow in the same position in 2 days after being picked, but has a relatively long growth cycle, such as a month or a quarter, or even the flame fruit has no growth cycle, the rhizome will grow after the fruit is picked, will wither. So for players who can only stay here for 15 days, the number of flame fruits will be reduced by 1 if they are picked. Although the village is large, the number 28 is not small. Who knows if there will be enough for everyone to share? Such uncertainty forced Xia Shi to prioritize her chances of survival. If there are not enough points, then this news cannot be known to all players. Otherwise it will increase obstacles for you to survive until the end of the game. She knew that Jun Nanju must have thought of this too. Although Jun Nanju is already an observer, the most points will be deducted if he loses in the game, and the impact on him is not as great as that of ordinary players. But if there are not enough flame fruits and are eroded by the ghost energy to the point of being completely assimilated, even Jun Nanju will die in the game. In order to protect himself, he also had to consider whether the number of flame fruits was enough. And Xia Shi knew very well that Jun Nanju was not the kind of person who liked to embarrass other ordinary players in the game. If he can win, he will not let himself lose easily. Chapter 11-12 Misty Village 78. Hearing Xia Shi's question, Jun Nanju's smile became gentler. He reached out and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses slightly, with a hint of smile in his tone.
My thoughts are the same as yours.
Xiaoyang, who quickly read all the contents on the paper, was confused when he heard Jun Nanju's words. What kind of unanimity is consistency? He didn't seem to have missed anything just now. When did the two people reach an agreement? Xiuxia didn't seem to say anything. How could Xiao Jun tell what Xiuxia was thinking?
That's good.
Xia Shi also smiled.
I'm glad we can reach an agreement. That.
Xiaoyang raised his hand weakly.
Can I ask? What consensus have you reached?
He was really confused by this riddle. Jun Nanju then looked at Xiaoyang and said,
We have decided not to tell anyone else about this. The 3 of us will look for the flame fruit together tonight to see how many there are, and then decide whether to tell others.
Xiaoyang had already read what Chen Xiaoya wrote and knew about the flame fruit. However, when he heard Jun Nanju talk about the quantity, he realized that Chen Xiaoya had not written whether the quantity was enough for all players. He nodded quickly.
I agree. I agree.
He was afraid that if he spoke a second too late, people would wonder if he was feeling compassionate. After all, he has been struggling in the survival game until now. There is no such thing as compassion. At least, he won't sympathize with others casually until he is sure that he can save himself. Xiaoyang couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he had chosen to come to the village chief's house with Xia Shi and Jun Nanju. Otherwise he would have been the one abandoned. He knew very well that when 3 people acted in a team, everyone in the team knew what everyone in the team was doing. If Xia Shi doesn't take the initiative to show this piece of paper to other teammates at this time, the teammates can also get some inside information from Chen Xiaoya. What's more, this kind of behavior is too easy to arouse suspicion, which is not conducive to Xia Shi's private actions. Otherwise, he and Jun Nanju would definitely feel strange if Xia Shi ran out alone in the middle of the night, and they would not be able to hide the matter, which would lead to conflicts. Simply share the secret with your teammates, and the 3 of you will unite as a front, making it less likely for things to leak out. In any case, if 3 people share the flame fruit, the probability of sufficient quantity is relatively high. Xiaoyang understood that it was for this reason that he had the opportunity to get such first-hand information. Otherwise Xia Shi might not let him know. So he was very glad that he chose to come to the village chief instead of staying at the old lady's house. They can't tell other people about things by adding friends. They can only tell them when they go back. This will also increase their own risks. If they meet villagers they haven't interacted with yet, it will be very troublesome. Not to mention the risk. It would be silly to have a few more opponents competing for the flame fruit. Anyway, based on time, those 4 people will not be assimilated immediately. Old Man Qian and Lu Er changed residences in the middle and needed to eat villagers' food for 5 consecutive days before they could be assimilated. As for Peipei and Sister Qing, he remembered hearing Peipei mention before that they ate their own food for breakfast the next day. If they did not eat the villagers' food continuously, the erosion rate should also slow down a bit. In other words, after they determined the number of flame fruits, it was too late to tell others. Chapter 11-13 Misty Village 79. If it is really too late, it can only be said that Peipei and Sister Qing are out of luck. It's not their fault. After thinking about this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but gear up.
Actually, can we start taking action now?
Jun Nanju and Xia Shi didn't speak. They just looked up at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang felt that it was rare for him to make a useful suggestion. And he was very excited.
They won't bother us now anyway. Let's just lock the door and go out through the window. There is no need to wait for them to mutate after midnight.
Take action again. It's still early. The village chief and the others probably haven't rested yet. And the three of us refuse dinner at the same time. Even if they don't know that we are aware of their plot. They should feel strange at this time.
Jun Nanju's expression was gentle.
At this time, they should be very concerned about our movements. Even if we open the window carefully, they may still notice it.
Xiaoyang was stunned. He didn't expect this.
Maybe they are standing outside the window now.
Xiaoxi lowered her voice and spoke to Xiaoyang, while glancing at the window with the curtains drawn.
Maybe as soon as you open the curtains, you can see a pair of eyes staring at you. And an expressionless face. No. 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 Stop talking.
Xiaoyang looked nervously towards the window.
It's so leaky.
Xiaoxi shut up. Although she wanted to scare others, she felt a little bit creepy after she said it. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Jun Nanju laughed softly and said nothing.
Actually, if there is a Baiju moment that is not in the cooling off period, you can leave now.
Xiaoxi shrugged and said to Xiaoyang,
it's a pity that you don't have one.
If you have teleportation props, just teleport directly to the roof. She does have it. But Jun Nanju and Xiaoyang's teleportation props are probably still within the cooling time. Xiaoyang. It breaks my heart. Old man. Jun Nanju coughed lightly. And when he saw Xiaoxi and Xiaoyang looking at him, he said,
actually, I also have a teleportation item that I can use right now.
He has a total of 3 teleportation props. He used 2 of them yesterday, and they are still in the cooling down period. But there is one that has not been used. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly, and looked at Xiaoyang with a half smile.
Then it seems I can go out with Xiao Jun first. And you wait here alone until after 12 o'clock. And then teleport to the roof. And then we can pick him up.
You?
Xiaoyang was a little reluctant.
This is not good.
He's scared to be here alone. And he doesn't want to be left behind. He wants to go find the flame fruit with him. He was afraid that by the time he went, the flame fruit might be gone. Or might be harder to find.
I think it's okay.
Jun Nanju nodded slightly, and said half seriously and half jokingly.
This way it won't waste our time.
The
2 of us,
he said was, of course, referring to himself and Xiaoxi. Xiaoyang suddenly became anxious. He knew that he was not very powerful. Nor did he have any conditions in exchange. If these 2 people really wanted to leave him and leave first, he would not be able to stop them. He wasn't even in a position to blame them for abandoning him. Because if it were him, he might do the same thing. But when the person being abandoned is himself, his mentality is completely different from when he is about to abandon others. He very much hopes that he can persuade others not to abandon him. Chapter 11:14 Misty Village 80. Xiaoyang really regretted that he had just taken the initiative to say that he should leave now. If he hadn't said it himself, he might have waited until after 12 o'clock before taking action. It's all my own fault. It's good now. I've screwed myself up. What was originally a good group of 3 people suddenly changed to a 2+1 mode. He was so panicked. Xiaoyang felt that he wanted to kneel down and beg them not to abandon him. If it works, he will really kneel.
Xiao Xia.
Jun Nanju looked at Xiaoxi, still looking like a polite gentleman.
What do you think?
Xiaoyang looked at Xiaoxi eagerly.
Me. If you want anything, as long as I have it, I can make you wait for me for a few more hours in exchange.
He was seriously ill, and had to go to the hospital indiscriminately. He didn't know how many things Xiaoxi had. But seeing how many props she could bring out, he knew she must have more supplies than he did. I'm afraid what he has. She has. What can you do to attract people to negotiate terms? But apart from this, he really didn't know what else to say. Xiaoxi did not refuse directly as Xiaoyang expected, but tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she stood up, pulled Xiaoyang's sleeves, and walked to the corner next to the bed. Xiaoyang didn't know why and looked at Jun Nanju uneasily. Jun Nanju smiled at Xiaoyang and sat there without moving. Xiaoyang was dragged to the corner by Xiaoxi. He swallowed nervously.
Well, what do you want to do? Do you have any special items?
Xiaoxi said to Xiaoyang in a voice that only 2 people could hear.
If you do, I can give you a white horse moment in exchange.
In fact, when she said she wanted to leave Xiaoyang behind at first, she just said it half-truth and half-falsely. He didn't really want to threaten Xiaoyang, nor did he want to get anything from Xiaoyang. But since Xiaoyang took the initiative, She felt that she should seize this opportunity. When she becomes an observer, any special items she touches will be destroyed. And even if she finds them, they will be useless. But just relying on Suyun to find special items one game after another, I don't know how long it will take to get 20 of them together. If you can exchange special items with other players, the speed will be much faster. Although there may not be too many players with special items, it is always good to have one more way to collect special items. Xiao Yang looked at Xiaoxi blankly, as if he didn't realize what Xiaoxi was saying for a moment. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly, but her voice was still very low. No! Her expression didn't change much, and she couldn't tell whether she was disappointed or not. Xiao Yang clenched his fists, as if he had made up his mind, and said, I have a special item, but I don't think it's worthwhile to exchange it for just one, by Jui Shu. Xiaoxi was not annoyed, but laughed. You still want to raise the price on the ground? Xiao Yang opened his mouth, as if he wanted to bargain. Xiaoxi did not give Xiao Yang this chance. She said with a smile, You have to be clear. Whether I want your special item or not, it doesn't have much impact on me. If you don't want the teleportation item, I will go with Xiao Jun. Go first. As for how much impact it will have on you, only you know. Xiao Yang choked immediately. Of course he knew that the initiative was not in his hands at all, so he was not even qualified to raise the price. But such a rare thing as a special item. He has gotten this one now. This is a special item that can revive people with full health as long as they have a breath. It would be a waste to replace it with a teleportation item. Chapter 11:15 Misty Village 81. You can think about it. Xiaoxi looked at Xiao Yang with a smile. Whether it is more important to complete the current game or to retain special items. Xiao Yang pursed his lips and did not speak immediately. Xiaoxi was neither anxious nor urging. She just looked at Xiao Yang leisurely. After a long while, Xiao Yang opened his mouth. Special items are rare. I went through so many games to get one. It's too cheap for you to just give me a teleportation item. And I don't have to follow you to the fields to look for fire fruits now. He said in one breath with his eyes closed, for fear that he would be interrupted. I can go there a few hours later. In that case, you can go a few hours later. Xiaoxi shrugged and turned to leave without even saying anything more. Xiao Yang suddenly became anxious. He grabbed Xiaoxi's shoulders and said, Wait a minute. Xiaoxi stopped and looked back at Xiao Yang. If you have something to say it. But don't do anything casually. Xiao Yang quickly retracted his hand. He rubbed his hand nervously before saying, You can't just give me a prop. It's really too cheap. The teleportation prop is worth 50 million points. Which is not cheap anymore. And I'm not just giving it to you once. I'm giving you a new prop with 100 durability. They will come after 12 o'clock to arrest people. Are you sure you can survive the attack of 3 NPCs until the cooldown time of your teleportation item ends? Calculating the time. It should have been after 2 o'clock in the morning when Xiao Yang used the teleportation prop. In other words, if Xiao Yang stayed, he would have to face the pursuit and interception of 3 NPCs alone for at least 2 hours. It's not that easy to keep an eye on 3 NPCs. Especially when these 3 NPCs first appeared. Their locations were very random. Of course Xiao Yang knew this very well. And it was precisely because he was worried about this that he felt uneasy and worried when Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju said they wanted to leave first. Once caught by an NPC, the consequences would be disastrous. The clues can be seen just from the words written by Chen Xiaoya. At night, the NPC's actions and thoughts are controlled by the village. So the NPC captures the player because the village wants to capture the player. The purpose of the village to capture players is to make the players become new villagers in the village and add new blood to the village. Although it's unclear exactly what this method of turning players into villagers is. If you get caught, it's bound to be bad. Xiao Yang felt scared at the thought of being sacrificed or something like that. After hearing what Xiaoxi said, Xiao Yang's brows furrowed tightly, as if he was caught in a battle between heaven and man. You? After a while, Xiao Yang finally spoke again. At least give me some other supplies. Don't just give me a prop. When he said this, his voice was extremely low, and he seemed particularly unconfident. But even though he was so unsure, he still wanted to work hard to get a little more for himself. He looked at Xiaoxi and said humbly, I know I don't have any advantage to negotiate terms with you, but giving only 1 teleportation item is really too little. This is my only special item. Even if you give me more, a box of water, a box of biscuits, etc., I accept them. Chapter 11:16 Misty Village 82. Then I'll give you half a box of compressed biscuits. Xiaoxi was very cheerful this time. although she felt that there was nothing wrong with taking advantage of the opportunity to lower the price. She did not want to push people into a desperate situation. The rabbit bites when he is anxious. It would not be a good thing if he is pushed too hard. At present, there is no clear conflict of interest between players, and there is really no need to be at odds with others. And this half box of compressed biscuits was one of the supplies she got from other players. She didn't lose anything when she gave it to Xiaoyang. But for Xiaoyang, half a box of compressed biscuits can be eaten for a long time, so it should be considered a good supplement. This small concession immediately made Xiaoyang, who had been nervous, breathe a sigh of relief. Although this was still a little far from what he wanted, he didn't dare to ask for more. He was afraid that if he made further demands, he would be overwhelmed and lose everything.
I agree.
Xiaoyang nodded. As he spoke, he took out things from the storage compartment. Xiaoxi and Xiaoyang were very close, and used their bodies to block what Xiaoyang took out to avoid being seen by Jun Nanju. Then she also took out an unused, by Ju Yishu, and half a box of compressed biscuits, and handed them to Xiaoyang. The two exchanged things smoothly, and Xiaoyang quickly put the things into his storage compartment. Xiaoxi waved her hand to Xiaoyang.
You go over first. I have to wait for a minute.
Although Xiaoyang felt a little confused, he didn't ask any more questions and left obediently. Xiaoxi maintained her posture facing the corner, took out the big wooden block made of 5 broken building blocks, and put it together with the newly obtained broken building blocks. After successfully putting the pieces together, she put the special items back into the storage compartment and turned back to Xiaoyang and Jun Nanju.
Have you discussed it yet?
Jun Nanju had a gentle smile on his face, showing no dissatisfaction at all because he had just been excluded.
Yes.
Xiaoxi nodded and said calmly,
He has something he can use now. Let's go!
Jun Nanju didn't ask in detail. He put on teleportation props and fairy wings on himself.
That would be great. If we can find the flame fruit in the first half of the night. We still have time to go to the village chief's room in the second half of the night. Open that little box and take a look.
Xiaoxi, who had just put on the teleportation item, also thought about the box. She also recalled that Jun Nanju said in the evening that his harvest was good. While putting on fairy wings on herself, she looked at Jun Nanju.
You got the key.
This is not a question, but an affirmation. In fact, she even thought of the way Jun Nanju got the key, which should be the special ability, exploring the bag to retrieve objects. However, it is up to Jun Nanju to know how to operate it without arousing suspicion from the village chief.
Yes.
Jun Nanju smiled and nodded, admitting readily.
Okay. Let's just make the plan for tonight.
Xiaoxi looked at Xiaoyang.
Are you ready?
Xiaoyang had already put on the teleportation props. When Xiaoxi asked him, he nodded like garlic.
Okay. Okay. Let's go!
As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju disappeared from the room almost at the same time. He was startled and quickly used teleportation tools to take himself to the roof, fearing that he would be left behind if he moved slower. Chapter 11:17 Mist Village 83. Xiaoyang didn't stand on the roof last night. He just flew more than 2 meters above the roof. So when he teleported, he could only appear above the roof. In addition, he has no wings, so he will have to fall when he teleports to the sky. Fortunately, it was not far from the roof, and he could afford to fall. Xiaoyang was mentally prepared to fall to the roof, but he didn't expect that Jun Nanju would hold his arm firmly as soon as he appeared. His pounding heart suddenly felt relieved, and he looked at Jun Nanju gratefully.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Jun Nanju put his other hand around Xiaoyang's waist to avoid weight imbalance.
Let's descend a little now and get closer to the roof.
Xiaoxi was next to Jun Nanju. The flashlight in her hand was shining everywhere. The visibility was very low, and the fog was thick. It was impossible to tell the front, back, left, and right. At this time, the sky was completely dark, and the visibility was weaker than during the day. However, if you lower the position slightly, you can still see the roof. The roof can be used to distinguish the front and back of the house, so you can choose the direction behind the house. Normally, you should be able to see a large field. Jun Nanju's thoughts were consistent with Xiaoxi's. He took Xiaoyang and slowly lowered the altitude with Xiaoxi. Soon the 3 people saw the roof again. They determined the direction behind the house and flew towards the back of the house. In order to avoid flying in the wrong direction due to lack of reference objects, they flew out from behind the house and began to descend until they could see the wheat growing in the fields. They maintained such a low altitude and flew all the way into the distance. After they were far away from the residential area, there was no reference point to identify the direction under the thick fog. For them, the wheat in each farmland was not much different. However, as long as they did not wander over the same farmland repeatedly, and could see crops wherever they flew, then they were flying correctly. The flying speed of the three people is very slow. The flame fruit is only as big as a longan. Even if the light can be seen from a distance, it may be ignored because the light spot is too small. So flying too fast may miss the flame fruit. After flying for a while, Xiaoyang looked back with some worry. Under the thick fog, he could no longer see the way he came, let alone which direction to return to the village chief's house.
How should we go back?
He couldn't help but muttered. His voice was very low. But Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju were very close, and it was extremely quiet here, so both of them heard it. Jun Nanju laughed.
You forgot. We can use teleportation props to go back.
Xiaoyang then remembered that he already had 2 teleportation props. After 2 o'clock in the morning, the cooling time of the teleportation props he had used before would be over, and he could use the props to teleport back directly, so he doesn't have to worry about the route at all. Thinking of this, he felt relieved and was finally able to focus all his attention on finding the flame fruit. The night wind is cool and blows on people's faces, which makes them more awake. After flying for a while, Xiaoyang raised his finger and pointed ahead.
Is it that one?
At the same time that Xiaoyang spoke out, Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju had also discovered it. There was a faint firelight flickering in the distance, like the stars in the sky. Faint but clear, although not bright enough. It was enough to guide people. Chapter 11-18 Misty Village 84. Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju accelerated their speed and flew in the direction of the flame fruit. This was the first time that Xiaoyang truly experienced the speed of fairy wings. He felt as if his face was deforming in the air, and he had closed the distance between him and the flame fruit in just a few seconds. It wasn't until this moment that he reacted belatedly. Although the three of them reached an agreement to look for the flame fruit together, there was still a competitive relationship between them when only one flame fruit was found. Because it is unclear how many flame fruits there are, it is particularly important to whom the first flame fruit belongs. The person who gets the first fruit will have one more chance of surviving safely than others. But Xiaoyang himself knew very well that he was unable to compete with the other 2 people. So the choice for the first fruit was between Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju. Just when Xiaoyang was secretly thinking about whether there would be situations where they would throw bombs at each other and use props to attack, and how he would avoid it, Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju had already flown to the flame fruit together. Then, Xiaoxi looked at Jun Nanju and raised her right hand.
Let's guess the box.
Xiaoyang. What did he hear? Jun Nanju also showed a hint of surprise on his face. He guessed that Xiaoxi would not fight with him over the flame fruit, but he thought that Xiaoxi would try to find various reasons to persuade him to give the flame fruit to her, and he was ready to refuse. But she didn't expect that Xiaoxi would choose such a convenient, fast, and relatively fair method. After the accident, Jun Nanju nodded.
Okay. Win 2 out of 3 rounds.
Xiaoxi added.
Okay.
Jun Nanju agreed readily, with Xiaoyang's stunned expression. Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju quickly completed 3 games of guessing, and Xiaoxi won in the end.
I'm willing to admit defeat.
Jun Nanju made a please gesture to Xiaoxi in a gentlemanly manner.
It's yours.
Xiaoxi was not coy and flew over to pick off the flame fruit. Before he could even touch the fruit when he stretched out his fingers, something suddenly happened around him. There was still a wheat field here, and the flame fruit grew in the wheat field. At this time, the surrounding wheat suddenly surged, like a violent wind, blowing them to and fro. But now there is no such strong wind at all. Just when Xiaoxi's fingers were about to touch the sword flame fruit, a giant snake sprang out from the side, opened its mouth, and bit Xiaoxi's arm. Xiaoxi's reaction was not slow. She had to retract her hand, quickly flapped her wings, raised her body and flew upwards, barely avoiding the giant snake's attack. Jun Nanju also pulled Xiaoyang back towards the distance at the same time. Xiaoyang's flashlight shone on the giant snake, allowing the 3 people to clearly see the snake's face. It was a face bigger than a millstone, and the body was as thick as you can imagine. Such a giant snake can swallow 2 people in one bite without any problem. More importantly, its face is shaped into a sharp triangle with clear edges and corners. This is a distinctive feature of venomous snakes. Xiaoxi almost took out an antidote pill from the storage compartment and swallowed it as soon as she saw the snake's face. Jun Nanju and Xiaoyang were not slow to respond. At this time, they both took out their respective antidote pills and ate them. After eating, Xiaoyang couldn't help but lament it.
This is completely different from what De Zhuang said about venomous snakes in the toilet. Is this an ordinary venomous snake that would appear in a normal village?
Chapter 11:19 Misty Village 85. The giant snake's vertical pupils turned slightly and stared at Xiaoxi. It opened its mouth wide and spat out the snake message, making a distinct hissing warning sound. Xiaoxi looked calm, and when Xiaoyang lamented, she took out the freezing gun and shot the giant snake's body. The huge body of the giant snake is a target, and it is difficult to miss it, so she easily controlled the giant snake's movements. Xiaoyang showed envious eyes. This prop is really useful. While he was still struggling with how to get the flame fruit from under the nose of this poisonous giant snake, the trouble was solved instantly. This is the advantage of Krypton gold. After Xiaoxi froze the giant snake, she accelerated towards the flame fruit. This time, there was nothing to stop her, and she successfully obtained the flame fruit. The flame is indeed as Chen Xiaoya said, with a transparent film on the outside and a cluster of small flames on the inside. It is warm when touched in the hand. It always makes people feel that the moisture and coolness brought by the thick fog have been driven away. A very comfortable feeling. Xiaoxi didn't waste any time, picked off the flame fruit and swallowed it directly. The next second, she felt a warm breath spreading to her limbs. The discomfort caused by the thick fog in the past few days had subsided a lot.
This fruit is quite useful,
Xiaoxi said and flew into the distance.
Let's go quickly and find the second flame fruit.
Before Xiaoxi finished speaking, Jun Nanju had already started to fly away. Although it is not certain whether the giant snake responsible for protecting the flame fruit will choose to lurk again after seeing the fruit being swallowed, or follow up to pursue it. There is no need to stay here now. Taking advantage of the 5 minutes when the giant snake is immobilized, it is the wisest choice to seize the time to find other flame fruits and keep a distance from the giant snake. And judging from the current situation, a flame fruit will be guarded by something, so there is likely to be a territorial division. If they flew into the territory of other things, the giant snake would probably not follow them. Otherwise it would easily anger the occupiers of other territories and trigger a fight. Fairy wings are very fast, and 5 minutes is enough for them to fly far away. When Xiaoyang finally felt that there was no resistance on his face, another flame fruit appeared in front of his eyes. He was a little excited for a moment, but soon fell silent like a deflated ball. He knew very well that this second flame fruit definitely did not belong to him, and he could only take the third one's turn. Originally, he now had to rely on others to hold him in order to fly in midair, thus avoiding the risk of being harmed by poisonous insects, rats, and ants while walking in the fields. He was not qualified to argue with others. Otherwise they would just throw him to the ground, and he would not be as relaxed as he is now. Jun Nanju really had no intention of discussing it with Xiaoyang. He flew directly to the location of the flame fruit. As expected, another big guy came out this time. But it was not a giant snake, but a giant centipede. Jun Nanju, who was well prepared, took out his freezing gun and froze the giant centipede before it could make any attack gestures. He successfully obtained the flame fruit and ate it in one bite. Then the 3 people started looking for the third fruit. This time I found the fruit very quickly, and soon I found new ones. And Xiaoyang suddenly became energetic. It's finally his turn for the flame fruit. Chapter 11:20 Mist Village 86.
That's Xiaojun.
Before flying over, Xiaoyang carefully said to Jun Nanju,
"Can you help me control the animals guarding the flame fruit later?"
He doesn't have a freeze gun or fairy wings. It would take a lot of effort to get the fire fruit on his own. He actually had no idea whether it would be successful or not. Looking at the snake and centipede before, they were so big that ordinary pistols might not be able to penetrate their SHLs. If you use bombs, he wasn't sure if he could kill them all in one go. Therefore, he chose to seek help from Jun Nanju. But he was worried in his heart. He didn't know whether Jun Nanju was willing to help him.
Okay.
Jun Nanju's face remained gentle under the flashlight light.
But in the next few nights, before midnight, you will be responsible for keeping vigil. How about it?
Seeing that Jun Nanju actually agreed to help, Xiaoyang readily agreed to Jun Nanju's conditions. In this way, Xiaoyang successfully obtained his first flame fruit. In the next few hours, they kept flying over the endless fields, looking for other flame fruits. Although it is unclear whether the same flame fruit has been found repeatedly. Judging from the number they found, it is not enough for 7 players. Of course, this is based on the fact that the flame fruits will not produce a new batch of fruits soon after being picked. But no one knows whether it can bear new fruits in a short time. They can't always watch the rhizome where the fruit has been removed. After the fruit is removed, the guarding animal will become extremely aggressive and will be attacked again as soon as they enter the animal's territory. In addition, they also need to rest, and they have no idea how long they will have to stay here to wait for an answer. Therefore, without knowing whether the fruit will grow quickly, judging from the current number of fruits, they cannot tell the other 4 players the news. None of the 3 players had much to say about this result. Survival games are inherently cruel. When there is no way to protect oneself, there is no spare energy to sympathize with others. What's more, it was those 4 people who chose to stay with the old lady in the first place. And the current result was also caused by their own choices. When Xiaoyang said that the cooling time of his white horse flash was over, the 3 of them teleported back to the village chief's house. They chose to appear directly in the village chief's room. It is now past 2 o'clock in the morning. No matter where the village chief is at this time, they are already in a state of mutation. Even if they suddenly appear in front of the village chief, it doesn't matter. The village chief won't remember them during the day anyway. The 3 people stood in the village chief's room. They took the first look at the situation in the room and made sure that neither the village chief nor the child was in the room. Then, they opened the desk drawer and took out the small box. Jun Nanju took out a small key from his pocket and unlocked the small box. After opening the small box, Xiaoshi shined the flashlight in her hand into the box and stared at the contents in the box with 3 pairs of eyes. It was a polished stone tablet with the 3 characters, Yongla Village, engraved on it. The characters were also painted with bright red paint, and the color was particularly eye-catching. Chapter 11:21 Misty Village 87. This stone tablet is only a little bigger than a palm. It is more like a stone tablet than a stone tablet.
Is this the original name of this village?
Xiaoyang looked at the 3 words, Yongla Village, and that was all he could think of. Although when they entered the game, they heard the system say, Misty Village. But after understanding the inside story, they all knew that this village was definitely not called that originally. Probably. Xiaoshi reached out and picked up the stone tablet and looked at the back. The back is also polished smooth, but there are no words on it.
What is this thing used for?
Xiaoyang looked puzzled.
If it is used like a boundary marker, it should generally be larger, and it should be placed at the beginning and end of the village, not at the village chief's house. This is something that was created after the village gained self-awareness.
A strange woman's voice suddenly sounded outside the door.
You can understand that this is the heart of the village.
The 3 people looked towards the door in unison, and 3 beams of flashlight shone over, illuminating Chen Xiaoya's delicate face clearly.
Aren't you mute?
Xiaoyang was a little confused.
Did you always pretend before?
No. Xiaoshi denied Xiaoyang's guess.
She must have been truly mute before. But now,
she looked at Chen Xiaoya carefully and felt that Chen Xiaoya looked different from before. Although all NPCs still have the pale face and gray eyes that appear at night, Chen Xiaoya's eyes can choose who to look at independently, instead of rigidly turning their eyes to stare in one direction like a puppet. Chen Xiaoya suddenly became able to speak at home, and Xiaoshi seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Chen Xiaoya and asked,
Where are the village chief and of Zhuang?
Chen Xiaoya curved her lips and smiled happily.
You are really smart. You figured out the key point right away.
Jun Nanju also reacted at the same time.
Did you absorb them?
The NPCs are all ghosts, so the word eat seems a little inappropriate, but absorbing is very accurate. He remembered what Chen Xiaoya wrote, mentioning that the village could not control her freely, and other villagers could not assimilate Chen Xiaoya like they did the player. However, she did not say that she could not absorb other villagers. If you think about it carefully, if the relationship between Chen Xiaoya and the villagers is just that they can't help each other, there is no need for the village chief and a Zhuang to tie up Chen Xiaoya, or even weld the iron rings to death, for fear that Chen Xiaoya will run away. They could have kicked Chen Xiaoya out of the house. As an NPC without a residence, Chen Xiaoya loses the most convenient way to assimilate players. She will also be at a great disadvantage when competing with other NPCs for players in the later stage. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for Chen Xiaoya to increase her strength, and there was no need for the villagers to take her seriously. But they chose to tie Chen Xiaoya to death to eliminate the possibility of Chen Xiaoya escaping. In other words, they were very worried about Chen Xiaoya being able to move freely. Taking the previous metaphor, Chen Xiaoya is like a virus. Her purpose in the body is to destroy various functions of the body to strengthen herself. That is, to absorb all the villagers in the village to increase her own strength. It is precisely because Chen Xiaoya's target is not the players that she is so active in exchanging mutual aid terms with the players. Chapter 11:22 Misty Village 88. Qin Xiaoya died with great resentment. Her wish was to completely get rid of the shackles of the village and these villagers. But judging from the current situation, she is forced to be part of the village. And it is not something she can get rid of just by getting rid of it. But if she could absorb all the villagers, wouldn't it mean destroying all the functional structures within the village? And the village would, unable to survive. And she would have the possibility of escaping.
You guessed it right,
Qin Xiaoya admitted frankly, with no intention of hiding anything.
I didn't expect that just the energy of 3 people could actually make my voice recover. It feels so good to be able to speak again.
Her chin was slightly raised, with a relaxed and happy expression on her face, as if she was enjoying the freedom she had regained.
3.
Xiaoyang stuttered a little.
That child is your child. You also absorbed it.
He didn't mean to accuse anything. He was just too surprised. Although the little NPC looked quite scary at night, it could not cause any harm to Qin Xiaoya. That's still her biological son. So he can do this. Isn't it a bit exaggerated?
Of course.
Qin Xiaoya's expression was still cheerful, and she couldn't help but open her hands and stretch out comfortably.
If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have ended up like this. After becoming this situation, his treatment of me, why should I be reluctant to let go of him if he doesn't even respond to his request for help?
When she said the second half of the sentence, although there was a smile on her face, there was a hint of secret hatred in her words. When she first became a ghost, she was tied upstairs and maintained in the same state as before her death. She knew that the village chief and De Zhuang were both cruel. So she only asked her son for help. Although my son is still very young, he has a certain ability to understand after becoming a ghost. But even though her son understood her intentions, he had no intention of helping her. Instead, he chose to inform the village chief. It was precisely because of her son's informant that the village chief and De Zhuang called in the only blacksmith in the village and welded the iron ring shut. Even the original keyhole was blocked with molten iron, cutting off all her hopes. From that moment on, whenever she recalled that she was reluctant to let her son be burned to death and gave up the chance to escape, she felt very disgusted. Everyone here deserves to die. Even this is her biological son, who is under 2 years old. Ever since she had this idea, she had been looking forward to this day. She will absorb the village chief and his family immediately. After she expressed his emotions, Qin Xiaoya felt much better. She stretched out her hand to Xiaoxi.
This stone tablet is of no use to you. Give it to me.
Xiaoxi didn't move and just asked,
Why do you want the stone tablet? This is the heart of the village. With it, it is equivalent to holding the village in my hands. And it does not dare to act rashly.
Qin Xiaoya stared at the stone tablet in Xiaoxi's hand.
I do not have the ability to absorb you outsiders have the ability. So you can rest assured. As long as you don't go against me. I don't want to cause trouble for you. You said these things yourself. But we have no way of verifying their authenticity.
Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly.
You can't prove that you can't absorb and assimilate us like other villagers. Nor can you prove that you will keep your promise and not cause trouble to us.
Chapter 1123 Misty Village 89.
You doubt me?
Qin Xiaoya's face darkened, looking very unhappy.
Even if I don't doubt you, others will. My companions are not just the 2 you see now.
Xiaoxi shrugged and said matter-of-factly,
But if you can follow my suggestions, I promise that nothing will happen between you and me.
Qin Xiaoya was silent for a moment and asked,
What is your suggestion? Leave this stone tablet to me for safekeeping first.
Xiaoxi said, as she took out her small backpack and put the stone into it.
I will give you the stone tablet on the day we leave. When will you leave?
Qin Xiaoya did not refuse immediately. But she also did not agree immediately. She asked cautiously.
We will leave in 12 days.
Xiaoxi replied. Qin Xiaoya frowned slightly.
Why do you have to stay here? You have to stay for such a long time. 12 days is not a long time. Compared with the time you were imprisoned.
Xiaoxi was very calm.
The reason why we stayed has nothing to do with you. But it will certainly not affect your plan.
At this point, she paused and smiled.
If the plan you just told us is true. Of course I am telling the truth.
Qin Xiaoya was a little annoyed, as if she was dissatisfied with being questioned.
I just don't understand. You have discovered the anomalies in this village. And you should also know that it is very detrimental to you to continue to stay here. Why continue to stay? I said. This has nothing to do with you. And it won't affect what you want to do. You don't need to ask any more questions.
Xiaoxi had no intention of answering Qin Xiaoya's questions. Xiaoyang secretly cursed at the side. If he had a choice, he would also want to leave this Lish place as soon as possible. But the game restrictions require players to stay for 15 days before leaving. and he has no choice.
Humph.
Chin Celia snorted coldly.
Ever since this village became like this, foreigners who are not afraid of death always come in to explore every once in a while. In my opinion, you are all tired of living.
Xiaoxi didn't say anything about this, or even responded. These NPCs, who are trapped and dead in place, are definitely not qualified to participate in the survival game. It is normal for them to have too little information about the survival game. There was no need for her to explain too much to Chin Celia. Seeing that Xiaoxi ignored her, Chin Celia knew that she wouldn't be able to get any useful information out of her. After a moment of silence, Chin Celia spoke again.
You promised to leave in 12 days? When the time comes, if you beg me to stay, I won't.
Xiaoxi said to Chin Celia with a smile.
Okay, I'll leave this deal to you for safekeeping first. You'd better keep your word. Otherwise I'll make you pay the price.
Chin Celia finally agreed. And at the end, she whispered as if she was talking to herself.
12 days the time is enough for me to deal with other villagers first.
Although her voice was very low, the room was very quiet at this time, and all three players could still hear her clearly.
Do you want to absorb all the villagers?
Xiaoyang asked with some vigilance.
Then you will be very powerful by then. Right. Are you scared?
Chin Celia glanced at Xiaoyang and sneered.
Don't worry. I have no interest in living people. Even if I am strong enough to break through the village's prison, I will only find lonely ghosts outside. Eat.
Chapter 11:24 Misty Village 90. Chin Celia's characteristics are affected by the resentment before her death, so she cannot absorb human energy to strengthen herself like ordinary ghosts. She can only rely on absorbing other ghosts to make herself stronger. This is not a choice she can make. But this situation is conducive to maintaining a stable cooperative relationship between her and Xiaoxi and others. After hearing what Chin Celia said, although Xiaoyang felt a little worried, he still didn't say anything else.
Now that this family has been absorbed by Chin Celia, this place should be an ownerless house.
Xiaoxi turned to Jun Nanju and Xiaoyang and said,
We can live here with peace of mind and don't have to think about changing places. Well,
Jun Nanju smiled and turned to Chin Celia.
In this regard, I have to thank her for her help.
Chin Celia had never seen such a good-looking man in her whole life, with such a warm smile and a polite and gentlemanly demeanor. The first time she saw Jun Nanju, she was a little moved. Even though she is now a ghost, she still feels a little shy when facing Jun Nanju's smile and words.
You're welcome,
she responded subconsciously.
Will a house without an owner be broken into by other villagers at night?
Xiaoyang asked uneasily.
If other villagers come over to cause trouble for us, then we still can't live well at night. Rest. I don't know about this.
Chin Celia shook her head and told the truth.
I have been locked upstairs and have no chance to go to other people's homes, let alone stay in an empty house without an owner. So I don't know if I will show up. Intrusion by other villagers. Don't think about resting at night,
Xiaoxi said to Xiaoyang.
It's safer if we rest during the day and move around at night.
It is difficult to speculate on such unknown things. The village may not be able to control the NPC to leave the house and go to other people's homes, but it may also be able to control it. It depends on how powerful the village is and whether it reaches the point where there is no distance limit to control NPC actions. Before them, there are many players who have experienced the Misty Village game, which has resulted in the strength of the NPCs here and the village itself being improved to a certain extent. But to what extent no one knows. Even if you couldn't control the NPC to leave your home at night, you might be able to control it now. Since there is such uncertainty, don't take the risk of sleeping at night. It is better to choose a relatively safe daytime sleep.
That's true.
Xiaoyang scratched his cheek, feeling a little embarrassed.
Then I'll listen to you and rest during the day.
Although it was a little uncomfortable to see black and white, there was no need to deal with the village chief and his family. And at least he could sleep through the day.
It's okay for you to stay here.
Chin Celia stretched again, then walked to the bed and sat down.
I plan to stay here too. Don't you hurry up and go to other people's homes to absorb the villagers now?
Xiaoyang looked puzzled.
She should have restrictions. She cannot absorb too many villagers at one time.
Xiaoxi answered this question on behalf of Chin Celia. If it could be absorbed without limit, Chin Celia could probably finish it in one night. Not 12 days at all. But Chin Celia said before that,
12 days should be enough to deal with other villagers.
Which means that 12 days may not be enough. Chapter 11:25 Misty Village 91. Obviously, there are limits to Chin Celia's ability to absorb villagers. It may be that it takes some time to digest after it is absorbed. Or it may be that there is a limit to the number of villagers that can be absorbed in one night. Chin Celia did not deny this. She crossed her legs and looked at Xiaoxi.
I need to rest. If you have nothing to do, don't stay in this room and disturb me.
Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly.
Then we'll leave first.
Chen Xiaoya used the word rest. It seemed that she needed time to digest the several NPCs she absorbed tonight. Judging from her weight and volume, the amount she can absorb in one night is not large. So she probably won't be able to absorb all the villagers in 12 days. This is a good thing for Xiaoxi. If she can leave before Chen Xiaoya completely absorbs all the villagers, she can avoid Chen Xiaoya absorbing the village after she has the power to fight against the village. If Chen Xiaoya becomes a village, she may replace the village as the new game boss. By then, players may not be able to coexist peacefully with Chen Xiaoya like they are now. This is also the reason why she handed the stone tablet to Chen Xiaoya before leaving, at least to ensure that she would not have to face the changes between Chen Xiaoya and the village during the game. However, Chen Xiaoya may not have thought of this herself. Jun Nanju and Xiaoyang left the village chief's room with Xiaoxi without saying anything. Chen Xiaoya didn't close the door and lay directly on the bed. Xiaoyang glanced at Chen Xiaoya, who was already lying down, and asked Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju in a low voice.
Then what should we do next? It's up to you.
Xiaoxi shrugged.
As long as you don't sleep, you can do whatever you want.
Now is not the time to take it lightly. Beware of other NPCs that may appear suddenly. So not only can't you sleep now, but it's also best for the three of you not to be separated.
It's better to go back to the room first.
Jun Nanju pointed to the room where he and Xiaoyang lived.
But the doors and windows are locked. How can we get in?
Xiaoyang looked sad.
My teleportation props are all in the cooling down period. Don't worry. My teleportation props can still be used.
Jun Nanju smiled at Xiaoyang.
You don't need to give anything in exchange.
Xiaoyang, who was a little anxious at first, finally felt at ease after hearing these words. Of course he knew that Jun Nanju and Xiaoxi both had white judgment that could still be used. But he was worried that these two people would teleport into the room by themselves and leave him alone outside. If he talks about terms and exchanges for things, he will be really anxious. Fortunately, there is nothing to exchange this time. Jun Nanju teleported into the room, opened the locked door, and let Xiaoyang and Xiaoxi in. Xiaoxi stood against the wall and opened her personal panel. Based on the current time, she should be able to send things to Suyun again. She turned on the friend function and directly sent the 6 fuse building block fragments to Suyun. This thing is not big, so the transmission did not take long, and it was successful in 1 minute. Then, she sent a sentence. Xiaoxi, from now on, just use gift as its name and don't call it anything else. Suyun responded very quickly. The first thing she sent was a series of exclamation marks. Suyun, Sister Xia. What you want me to keep is such a valuable thing. Xiaoxi, I believe you can keep it safe for me. Chapter 1126 Mist Village 92. Suyun, since Sister Xia trusts me so much, I will definitely not let down Sister Xia's expectations of me. Xiaoxi, if you don't like single-player games, you might as well not participate in them from now on. Suyun, I also think it's safer not to participate in single-player games. Xiaoxi, if you receive a message to add a friend in the future, but you don't know the person at all, don't reject it in a hurry. Add him as a friend first and let's chat. Maybe I introduced him to you. Xiaoxi, if I introduce you, then the other party will definitely give you a gift. After successfully receiving the gift, remember to tell me and then
put them together
as soon as possible. This was Xiaoxi's plan that she had thought of before. After she becomes an observer, even if she can exchange special items from others, she cannot hold them in her own hands. The best way is to let the other person transfer the special items to Suyun. Although troublesome, it ensures that special items are not damaged. Suyun, Sister Xia, what are you going to do? Suyun, don't do anything dangerous and pay attention to your own safety. Xiaoxi, don't worry. I'm fine. Xiaoxi, don't ask for details yet. You will know when the time is right in the future. Xiaoxi, now, I hope you can do everything I asked you to do. Suyun, okay. I wrote it down. Xiaoxi, if you want, the gifts you get in the future can be put together with mine. Xiaoxi, of course. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Suyun, Sister Xia, although I don't know exactly what you want to do, I understand your intention with this gift you gave me. Suyun, don't worry. I am willing. Suyun, I also have 2 gifts of my own now. Before going to bed later, I will find a place where no one is around and
put them together
with your gifts. looking at Soo-Yun's last 3 words in quotation marks. Xiaoxi knew that Soo-Yun understood what she meant. What she wanted was not simply to put special items together, but to fuse them. Xiaoxi felt more and more that Soo-Yun was really a cute little girl. Xiaoxi, thank you for what you did for me. Soo-Yun, Sister Xia. What are you talking about? We are friends. Friends are supposed to help each other. Xiaoxi, even if you are a friend, you should express your gratitude to the other person for helping you. Xiaoxi, from today on, if you are short of any props or other supplies, tell me. As long as I have them, I will try my best to satisfy you. Xiaoxi, don't refuse. This is not only for your own good, but also for me. Xiaoxi knew that Soo-Yun was not that kind of greedy person, and naturally, she would not make excessive demands, let alone ask for too many things from her for her own selfish desires. So she was willing to say such things to Soo-Yun. As long as she has it and Soo-Yun needs it, she will give it to her. Soo-Yun was quiet for a while before replying with a new message. Soo-Yun, I know Sister Xia, and I will listen to you. Xiaoxi, tomorrow I will send you a wave of supplies first. It may take a long time because there are many things. Just don't refuse. Soo-Yun, okay. Xiaoxi, it should be evening over there, so go to bed early. Soo-Yun, yeah. Sister Xia also needs to pay attention to her rest. Soo-Yun, you must protect yourself. Sister Xia, no matter what you do, your own safety must come first. Don't take risks casually. Chapter 1127, Misty Village 93, Additional Update 4. Chujio. Xiaoxi, I know. You don't have to worry. After the two said good night to each other, Xiaoxi turned off the friends function and saw Jun Nanju staring at her. She raised her eyebrows slightly, without any change in her expression.
What's wrong? Are you chatting with Yi Kanqing?
Jun Nanju didn't mince words and directly asked what he was guessing.
Why are you asking?
Xiaoxi asked instead.
It has nothing to do with our game, and it has no conflict of interest with you. I'm just curious.
Jun Nanju smiled.
Maybe you should have guessed that when you become the same person as me, you won't be able to appear in the same game as Yi Kanqing.
Xiao Yan on the side looked confused. Who is Yi Kanqing? What does it mean to be the same person? Why can't they appear in the same game? How come he feels like he understands every word, but when put together, he can't understand what it means at all? But among the people present, no one could answer his questions. At this time, Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju didn't even glance at Xiao Yang, and didn't pay attention to Xiao Yang's reaction after hearing these words.
So?
Xiaoxi's expression still didn't change much, and even looked a little cold.
You don't seem to have much reluctance.
Jun Nanju seemed to have thought of something, and said with a smile,
If it's not that your feelings for him have faded, it's that he will become the same person as me. Already?
Even though it was a question, his tone was affirmative. Xiaoxi shrugged noncommittally, neither denying nor admitting. But she knew that with Jun Nanju's IQ, it was almost certain that Yi Kanqing would also become an observer. There was no need for her to deny it. Anyway, this matter would not harm Jun Nanju's interests in any way. They all became observers. And for Jun Nanju, they became employees with the same position. Not to mention welcoming new employees to join. At least there will be no sense of crisis or competition due to the addition of new employees. More importantly, through this conversation, it was much better to make Jun Nanju think that she was really chatting with Yi Kanqing just now, than to let Jun Nanju know what she was actually doing. Again, what she was wary of was not Jun Nanju, but the system that Jun Nanju might be monitoring behind his back all the time. The matter just passed, and Jun Nanju didn't ask any further questions, until the clock in the main room rang 7 times. No other NPC appeared in the village chief's house. When daytime comes, the NPCs return to normal, and there is no need to worry about them breaking in at will. Xiaoxi returned to her room to rest, while Xiao Yang and Jun Nanju still slept in the same room. Over the next period of time, my schedule became very regular. Xiaoxi and the other two slept during the day, chatted or dazed at night, and went to the fields every 3 days to find flame fruits to eat. Since every time Chinsioya absorbs a villager, it takes a whole day and half a night to digest it, and she will fall into a deep sleep when digesting. In the past few days, she has not caused any trouble to Xiaoxi or the others. When Xiaoxi was sleeping, Chinsioya was also sleeping. When Xiaoxi was awake, Chinsioya was still sleeping half of the time. So Chinsioya had no chance to steal the stone tablet while Xiaoxi was sleeping. After confirming this, Xiaoxi felt relieved. Chapter 1128 Misty Village 94. The stone tablet cannot be put into the storage compartment. So she can only carry it with her. So there is a possibility of it being stolen. However, Qin Xiaoya's waking time was too short. And it happened to overlap with Xiaoxi's waking time, which eliminated this possibility. During this period, Xiaoxi dug out a washed and dried hemp bag at the village chief's house. When she went back to her room to sleep alone during the day, she put 10 detox pills and 3 by Jui Shun in the sack, 3 moonlight shadows, 3 freeze guns, a tranquilizer gun, a stun gun, and 2 boxes of tranquilizer bombs. Then he sent something to Suyun as soon as he could, because there were too many things. The transmission speed was extremely slow. It took nearly 5 days to successfully transmit. Xiaoxi tried once in the middle. Even if 24 hours had passed, she could not send anything to the same friend again during the transfer process. The item can only be transferred again after the transfer is completed. By the time this wave of things was transmitted, it was already Xiaoxi's 9th day in Misty Village, and Suyun had less than 2 days left in her game. On the day after the transfer of things was completed, Xiaoxi tried to deliver medicine to Suyun again. There wasn't much. Just a box of antibiotics, mainly for experimentation. Then she confirmed that if the transmission and the successful transmission were not on the same day, it would not occupy the transmission quota for the new day. So after the transmission was completed, the item could be transmitted again. Although Suyun was mentally prepared, he still acted a little panicked when he saw Xiaoxi giving him so many props and weapons. However, she did not say that she would not accept these things. She only said seriously that she would live up to her trust and do her best to complete what Xiaoxi told her. Suyun's side has made arrangements, and Xiaoxi's side has also received new information about the other 4 players. The news was brought back by Qin Xiaoya. She would go to a random house every night to have a full meal, but she had always chosen a route away from the entrance of the village, so she had not come into contact with other players. Last night, she chose the old woman's house on a whim, and thus got a lot of information about the other 4 players. On the afternoon of the 5th day of the game, something was obviously wrong with Pepe's condition. His reactions became a little slow. His body movements were stiff, and his face turned gray. Although other players noticed something was wrong, they didn't know how to deal with the problem. They just chose to isolate Pepe out of self-protection. The method of isolation was simple. They tied Pepe up and tied him to the kitchen stove. And this just makes it easier for the old woman and the little girl to absorb Pepe. Because Sister Qing was more cautious, she basically didn't eat the food at Grandma's house after Xiaoxi and others left. So there was nothing particularly obvious on the 5th day. And Pepe is a greedy person. When she saw the old lady making some delicious meat food, she couldn't help but try a few bites. Although the amount was not much, she would only eat a little for lunch during the day. But after accumulating, she became the first an assimilated player. Before the player is assimilated, the NPC can only look at the feast in front of him without moving his mouth. But after the assimilation is successful, he can enjoy it. It's just that it takes time to absorb and digest. Even if the old woman and the little girl enjoyed it together, it took a day to absorb Pepe, and another day to digest. Chapter 11:29 Misty Village 95. Compared with Qin Xiaoya, the combined absorption speed of the old woman and the little girl is much slower than Qin Xiaoya. It may be that Qin Xiaoya absorbs it faster, or it may be that the difference between living people and ghosts results in different absorption speeds. During the day when Pepe was slowly absorbed, no other players noticed, because after they threw Pepe into the kitchen, they never looked at him again. After Pepe was completely assimilated, he was like a walking zombie, having lost the ability to express himself. Even though he would feel pain during the absorption process, he could not cry out in pain. It wasn't until the evening of the 6th day that something was wrong with Sister Qing that they remembered to take a look at Pepe. But at that time, Pepe didn't even have any scum left, so naturally he couldn't find anyone. In addition, Xiaoxi and the others never came back. Lu Er and Old Man Qian felt that they could not sit still and wait for death, so they decided to set off to the village chief's house together. But they don't have such expensive props as fairy wings, so they can only walk there. Naturally, he could not avoid being bumped into by other villagers, so he had to answer the villagers' first question and take action. A lot of time was wasted during this period, and until the 9th day of the game, they were unable to reach the village chief's house. And Sister Qing has been absorbed and digested by the old woman and the little girl in the past few days. As for where the 2 people were now, and whether they had been completely assimilated, Qin Xiaoya did not ask. She would fall asleep soon after eating. She did not want to stay outside, so she came back soon. After saying this, Qin Xiaoya rubbed her belly with enjoyment.
The villagers who have received nutritional supplements are different. I am very full after eating this meal, and I feel that it may take more time to digest it.
After saying that, she didn't care what the expressions of Xiaoxi and the others were, and turned back to the village chief's room to rest. Xiaoyang swallowed hard. Apart from feeling a little physically nauseous, he felt more grateful. Once again, he was glad that he decided to come to the village chief's house to investigate the situation in the first place instead of staying where he was. Otherwise, he would probably be dead long ago. Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju's performances were much calmer in comparison. They had already guessed the outcome of those players from the moment they made their decision. So I wasn't surprised to hear this at this time. Although Chen Xiaoya did not inquire about the situation of Lu Er and Old Man Qian, they could all guess that these two people should have been completely assimilated, without eating food and water from the villagers. It would take 7 days to be completely assimilated by the village's fog. But Lu Er and Old Man Qian had eaten some of the villagers' food before, so the assimilation speed would be faster. However, considering that Pei Pei and Sister Qing were assimilated later than expected, it is basically certain that Jiedu pill has a certain effect in alleviating the erosion of ghost energy. So Lu Er and Old Man Qian should be able to hold on for a few more days. The problem is that they cannot have an unlimited supply of antitoxic pills. I am afraid that starting from not eating the villagers' food, they will stop taking antitoxic pills. Calculated in this way, 9 days is already long enough, which is almost the limit of what they can support. In other words, these two people should have no chance to go to the village chief's house to find them. Chapter 11:30 Mist Village 96. The 10th day of the game. Night. Xiaoxi was going to visit the houses next door. Before that, she had asked Chen Xiaoya that on the route to the end of the village, the 5 households near the village chief's house had all been absorbed by Chen Xiaoya. Since the stone tablet is still in her hand, if something happens to her, the stone tablet will fall into the hands of other villagers. This is definitely not what Chen Xiaoya wants to see. So Chen Xiaoya will not lie about this matter. She visited the unowned houses mainly to see if she could find special items in the game. Although the chance is not high. As long as there is a chance, you must try. She only had this round of the game left to touch special items on her own. And this last chance couldn't be wasted. Xiaoyang was washing his feet with well water in the yard. When he saw Xiaoxi going out, he quickly stood up and asked,
Xia, where are you going? Go out for a walk.
Xiaoxi responded casually, opened the door, and prepared to leave.
No.
Xiaoyang immediately stopped him.
We still have a few days to clear the game. It's safe to stay here and not run around at this time. Don't cause trouble for yourself. I know it well.
Xiaoxi waved her hand and went out without looking back. She chose to come out at night because she had been sure that NPC would not leave her home at night to go elsewhere. If the previous village did not have the ability to control NPCs to go too far, then after Chen Xiaoya devoured many villagers one after another, the strength of the village should have been weakened a lot, and it would be even less able to control NPCs to go too far. During the day, NPCs maintain their normal routine and act independently, so there is a possibility of visiting each other. So it is safer to go out at night. Not far after Xiaoxi walked out, Jun Nanju followed her. Xiaoxi looked back at Jun Nanju.
Why are you following me?
Jun Nanju smiled gently.
It's safer for 2 people to go together. I don't need company,
Xiaoxi said, no longer looking at Jun Nanju, and strode forward. Jun Nanju still followed.
I happen to have something to do, so we are on the way.
This excuse is simply untenable. Without personal missions, what else can players do in the game? But if they were looking for special items, then Jun Nanju and Xiaoxi were indeed on the same road. Xiaoxi knew that she could not drive away Jun Nanju, so she could only let him follow. If she acted too obviously, it would be easy for Jun Nanju to guess that she already knew that the duty of the observer was to destroy special items, and she was about to have the opportunity to become an observer, but on the premise of knowing the responsibilities of the observer. She acted completely opposite to the responsibilities of the observer, trying to grab special items from the observer. It will make people doubt her purpose. She didn't know Jun Nanju's position, but the position of the system monitoring Jun Nanju was very clear. Therefore, Xiaoxi had to always remind herself to be careful and not to reveal her flaws easily or arouse Jun Nanju's suspicion. The 2 people walked silently into the residence next door. The door to the courtyard was wide open, but it was very quiet inside, without any people at all. Walking all the way into the house, there were no traces of a fight or any blood. Of course there was no blood. Chapter 11:31 Misty Village 97. The two of them tacitly agreed to walk through all the rooms first. And after confirming that there were no NPCs, they began to explore slowly bit by bit. Although neither Xiaoxi nor Jun Nanju said clearly what they were going to do, they both knew in their hearts that each other should be looking for special items at this time. But Jun Nanju thought that Xiaoxi didn't know that he wanted to destroy special items. In his view, only after becoming an observer can one know what the responsibilities of the observer are. Therefore, Xiaoxi should not have thought that the way observer handles special items is completely opposite to that of ordinary players. She only thought that he wanted special items just like her. However, from a certain perspective, it is true that he also wants to get special items. The two people looked for 3 houses in silence. They explored almost every place they could reach, but found nothing.
It seems that both of us are not very lucky.
Jun Nanju suddenly said this.
Judging from the current situation, it may be difficult to find special items.
Xiaoxi turned around and glanced at Jun Nanju. In the night, under the thick fog, she couldn't see Jun Nanju's face clearly, but the white teeth that Jun Nanju showed were still very conspicuous, letting her know that he was smiling.
Are you going to give up?
Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly.
It's a good thing that you gave up. There will be fewer people to compete with me.
Since Jun Nanju took the initiative to reveal her intention to find special items, it would be strange for her to deny it. The best way to deal with it is to admit it openly and behave naturally, just like 2 ordinary players competing for special items.
You haven't given up yet. How could I give up so easily?
Jun Nanju said with a smile in his voice.
Let's go and have a look at the 4th house.
With that said, he walked out first. Xiaoxi didn't say anything more and followed to the 4th empty house. Still found nothing. Neither of them gave up and continued to the 5th house. This is a shabby and small thatched house. Even in such a backward village, thatched houses seem too shabby. The only one they have seen so far is a thatched house, and it occupies a small area, has no yard, and looks like it is only as big as a room inside. One can imagine how poor this family is. Xiaoxi walked into the house and shone her flashlight everywhere. The room was even shabbier than she thought. Apart from a simple bed made of wood, there was only a chair and a small table. There was only a pair of chopsticks and a bowl on the table. It was obvious that there was only one owner of this household. And judging from the dirty appearance of the floor and bed, he was probably an old man living alone. The elderly's legs and feet are inconvenient, so they are not so diligent in cleaning. And the home is inevitably not clean enough. Xiaoxi only looked at it for a few times before starting to explore the few things in the room. Because everything she could see in the room was somewhat dirty, she had to take out a pair of disposable gloves and put them on her hands to prevent herself from touching anything sticky. When she touched the table, she glanced at Jun Nanju, who was standing on the other side, and saw that Jun Nanju had also put on disposable gloves to touch the bed. She didn't say anything and speeded up her groping. What she didn't expect was that she actually touched it this time. Chapter 1132, Misty Village 98, Additional Update 4.
Chujio.
When Xiaoxi was touching the window lattice, she accidentally touched a toothbrush stuck in the haystack. The handle of the toothbrush was half broken, and it was almost invisible in the dark when it was stuck in the grass. If she hadn't been in the habit of touching the window to see if there was anything, she would have missed this toothbrush. And this toothbrush is a special item in this game. Xiaoxi moved her wrist slightly and put the toothbrush into the storage compartment calmly. Then she continued to fumble forward with a calm expression. She didn't stop until she had explored every possible place in the thatched house.
It seems that there is no game this time,
Jun Nanju said with some regret. This is already the 5th house that Chinsuya has found. Chinsuya has absorbed the NPCs in 5 houses here. It is not safe to go to the 6th house. Xiaoxi's tone also revealed a hint of disappointment.
Go back.
The two people returned to the village chief's house in silence. At the door, I saw Xiaoyang squatting in the yard in a daze. Xiaoyang said that even Chinsuya went out to hunt. He was really scared to stay at home alone, so he could only squat in the yard and wait for everyone to come back. Seeing that Xiaoxi and Jun Nanju were back at this time, Xiaoyang relaxed completely, taking advantage of Xiaoyang's opportunity to curiously ask Jun Nanju what he was doing out there. Xiaoxi walked into the house and handed the newly acquired toothbrush to Suyun before Xiaoyang and Jun Nanju came in. In this way, a total of 9 special items have been saved, which is a little closer to the goal of 20. Asterisk. The 14th day of the game. The game of Misty Village is finally coming to an end and everything is going smoothly. Xiaoxi is now just waiting for the game to end and enter the knockout round to meet Yi Kanqin. At this time, Xia unexpectedly received a friend message from Mao Mao. Mao Mao, Sister Xia. I still remember that I said I would give you a gift in return. Mao Mao, although it took me so long to return the gift, I think this gift should be able to make up for the interest for such a long time. After a while, Xia received a baby bib sent by Mao Mao. She reached out and touched it, confirming that it was a special item. She was surprised and happy, but also hesitant. She just gave Mao Mao some food, but she didn't actually think about getting a gift for Mao Mao in return. But he didn't expect that such a small thing would be remembered by Mao Mao for so long. And the gift in return is still so valuable. Before, she would have refused without hesitation, even if she wants to accept Mao Mao's gift in return. It should be of equal value to what she gave to Mao Mao. But the situation is different now. She needs special items very much. And the sooner she collects them all, the better. So she didn't want to say no. After much hesitation, Xia sent a few messages back to Mao Mao. Xia, thank you. This is something I need very much. Xia, but it is very valuable. If I want to accept such a gift in return, I must give you something more valuable so that I can feel at ease. Xia, so in exchange, I'll give you a top-notch defensive item. Don't refuse. The best defensive items can protect Mao Mao from injury to a great extent. The protection can be used more than once, compared with special items that can only have a one-time healing effect. It is worth it. Since she entered the survival game, she has relied on the protection of top-notch defensive items and has never had the opportunity to use special items. So her exchange doesn't count as cheating Mao Mao. Chapter 11 33-point statistics and binding inquiries. After Xia sent the message, she sent a silver bracelet to Mao Mao. Mao Mao quickly replied to the message. Mao Mao, Sister Xia. Logically I should refuse. But your willingness to give me props makes me very happy, which makes me feel that you recognize my existence. Mao Mao, such a precious prop is indeed very important to me. It can give me more chances to survive in future survival games. Mao Mao, so I can't bear to refuse. I can only thank you. Mao Mao, thank you. Sister Xia, for giving me such a good prop. If I have another chance to meet you in a game in the future, I will do my best to help you pass the game. Mao Mao is quite candid, without any politeness or duplicity, which is in line with Xia's character. Moreover, he accepted the things from Xia frankly, allowing Xia to accept the special items with peace of mind. So the rest of the conversation was very relaxed and pleasant for both of them. After chatting with Mao Mao, Xia transferred the newly acquired special item to Suyun. She can send things to up to 2 players a day, and she has used up all her quota today. Suyun was already in the new game at this time, but as long as she wasn't in the white room, teleporting things wouldn't be a problem. In this way, Suyun has collected 10 building block fragments. Although she couldn't see it, Xia could imagine that when the 10 building blocks were put together, they should be able to form a hemisphere. Half of her short-term goal had been accomplished, which made her feel a little more unreal. 15 days of playing the game finally passed, and Xia, Jun Nanju, and Xiaoyang successfully cleared the game. Before leaving, Xia handed the stone tablet to Chen Xiaoya as promised. What kind of things will happen between Chen Xiaoya and this village in the future is not what she cares about. When Xia returned to the white room, the system sound immediately rang. Congratulations to player Xia for successfully completing the game and earning 10 million points. The player is now an observer candidate and is eligible to enter the knockout round. After clearing the knockout round, he can officially become an observer. Will the player choose to enter the knockout round in the next round of the game? Xia sat down cross-legged skillfully and replied without hesitation. Yes! Player Xia has a half-hour rest here. After half an hour, he will enter the knockout round. Players are asked to choose products to purchase, or enter the next game immediately. Xia opened them all. There are no new props, and guns and ammunition are not available for purchase. Although she gave Suyun some props, the number of props in her hand was enough to be used in the next round of the game, so she did not plan to buy new ones for the time being. I have a question, she asked the system while closing them all. If the players who are bound to each other become observers, will the binding effect continue to take effect? Although she had never asked before, she knew very well that if only one of the players who were bound to each other became an observer, then the binding effect would most likely disappear. Observer and players have different purposes for participating in the game, and even have an antagonistic relationship in some aspects. It is easier for conflicts to occur when they are tied together, and it is also easier for players to discover the existence of observer. But if 2 players who are bound to each other become observers. She is not sure whether the binding effect will still exist. Chapter 1134 Inquiries about Binding. Xiaoxi hopes that the binding effect can continue to take effect, so that she can continue to be with Yi Kongqing in the next game. If it was stipulated that only one observer was allowed in a game, then she would have to be separated from Yi Kongqing in subsequent games. But she has not heard of similar regulations so far. Neither Zhou Xiaolin nor Wen Zhuling ever said that there was only one observer in a game. It was impossible for Zhou Xiaolin not to tell her such important news. After all, he wants to cooperate with her, and whether he can meet in person will have a great impact on subsequent communication. Using friend function is far less safe than using earless wall when face to face. Moreover, when Wen Zhuling talked to her about Yi Kongqing's affairs before, although he didn't say it explicitly, the few words he revealed made her feel that different observers should be able to enter a survival game at the same time. Otherwise, why would Wen Zhuling think it would be better for her and Yi Kongqing to both become observers? How can two people be better if they cannot act in sync? In fact, Wen Zhuling's help to her and Yi Kongqing is worth pondering. It would be too false to say that the chance encounter was out of kindness and wanted to fulfill lovers. However, this matter was not what needed to be clarified most at the moment, so she left it alone for the time being. What needs to be confirmed most at the moment is whether she and Yi Kongqing can continue to maintain their bonded relationship. The system was quiet for a while without making any sound. Just when Xiaoxi was about to urge the system to answer, the system finally spoke. If players who are bound to each other participate in the same knockout match and pass the knockout match together to become observers, the binding will still be valid. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. This is good news. Although there were many restrictions, she and Yi Kongqing had a chance to meet the conditions. They are about to enter the same knockout round together. As long as they can clear the game together and become observers, the binding will still be valid. However, Xiaoxi didn't show any happy expression on the surface. She even curled her lips and asked, "You don't have similar experience and don't know how to answer me. So you asked someone else?" The probability of a similar situation happening is very low, the system admitted readily. No player has asked me such a question so far. Then, it said, "You and the player Yi Kongqing are the first people who may have such a low probability event." Xiaoxi smiled sweetly. "Why are you paying so much attention to me? Could it be that you have a crush on me?" Right. The system knew that she and Yi Kongqing were both going to enter the same knockout round, so she was not surprised. According to her previous speculation, she and Yi Kongqing should both fall under the jurisdiction of this system. So every time they enter the White Room, they are managed by the same system. Then the system will naturally know that she and Yi Kongqing will enter the knockout round. The binding relationship between her and Yi Kongqing was also given by this system. If she suddenly asked such a question, no matter how stupid the system was, it would know what it meant. Player Xiaoxi, please be careful with your words. This system will not have any personal feelings for any human being. The cold, inorganic voice sounded a little unhappy at this time. Yes, I know you are a serious system, Xiaoxi said casually. The system didn't say anything after that. When half an hour was up, it immediately kicked Xiaoxi out. Chapter 1135 Knockout Round 1. Xiaoxi felt her vision waver, and the next second, she saw a completely different scene in front of her. Next to her is a Greek-style fountain. In the center of the fountain are 3 beautiful marble statues of little angels. Each little angel has a different posture, but they all hold a clay pot in their hands. Water pours from the clay pot into the fountain pool. The climate here is pleasant. Standing next to the fountain pool, you can also feel the coolness of the water, which makes people feel very comfortable. Xiaoxi looked around. Wherever he looked, he didn't see a single player. This should be a large garden, with a variety of vegetation and flowers visible in the distance, as well as some sculptures and roadside seats. After waiting quietly for a while, without hearing the sound of the system or seeing the figures of other players, Xiaoxi stepped forward to explore the situation elsewhere. At this moment, a male voice with an accent came from above. "Players who have already arrived, please wait patiently. Players for this round of the game are still gathering. Before the game officially starts, players are not allowed to move around at will." Xiaoxi immediately stopped, thought for a moment, and stood back to where she was. The voice stopped ringing, as if knowing that Xiaoxi would stop wandering around. She stopped talking. Xiaoxi subconsciously looked up at the sky. The sound was different from any system she had heard before. It's not the tone or the tone. According to all the systems she has come into contact with so far, each system has a different style. so their tone and expression will be different. I have heard sweet female voices before, and I have also heard cold neutral voices. If this voice was just a pure male voice, there would be nothing surprising. But this was the first time she heard overlapping sounds. It was as if every word spoken produced 2 or 3 different sounds at the same time. These sounds overlapped and appeared at the same time, similar to those top masters on TV. Scenes that will occur. I don't know why the system is designed so strangely. Is it because the knockout rounds are special, so the system is also special? Just as she was thinking about these problems, a player finally appeared not far away from her. He was a middle-aged man with a stooped back. His clothes were somewhat tattered and his face looked haggard. However, his eyes revealed a shrewd look. At first glance, he was not a character that was easy to fool. The man had already noticed she the moment he appeared. He looked at she with a look and vigilance in his eyes. He was on guard, and at the same time gauging the strength of the other party. She only glanced at the man, then shifted her gaze, and stared at the fountain pool in a daze. This was not someone she knew. And before the rules of the game appeared, she didn't want to have any contact with anyone other than Yi Kongqing. The man only looked at she for a moment, and then shifted his gaze. Obviously, he did not think that she was a difficult target, and there was no need to pay too much attention to she. Just when the man was about to go to other places to investigate the situation, the male voice with an accent above sounded again, still saying the same thing. The man didn't dare to move anymore, and returned to his original position. She stood a little bored, so she simply sat down by the fountain pool. She stared at the water, and let her mind relax before the game started. Chapter 1136 Knockout Round 2. After waiting for a while, Yi Kongqing didn't appear yet. So she tried to open the friends function to contact Yi Kongqing. Unexpectedly, as soon as she clicked on the small circle pattern, a pop-up window popped up in front of her. System prompt: all players in the knockout round are prohibited from using communication tools. She. It was really banned so completely that she couldn't turn on the friends function directly. Well, if Yi Kongqing enters the game not near her, she will have to find a way to find Yi Kongqing after the game starts. But they haven't seen each other for a long time, and they had no chance to discuss how to find each other as quickly as possible when such a situation occurs. She felt a little sad. When she was worried, she didn't forget to check her props and weapons. After making sure that none of these things were prohibited, she didn't know whether she should feel relieved or more worried. On the one hand, props and weapons can be used, which naturally gives you more security. But on the other hand, all players can use these props and weapons, which also proves that fierce battles may occur in the game. Of course, this is just her guess. Jiao Xiaolin said that the purpose of the knockout round was not to eliminate players. The actual situation may be different from what she guessed. Having nothing to do, she simply took out a bottle of milk to drink. Anxious waiting is still waiting, and leisurely waiting is still waiting. At least if you are more leisurely, your state and mood will be better. So it is better not to be anxious. More than 2 hours passed like this, and the accented male voice finally sounded again.
It seems that there are only so many players this time.
The voice of this sentence was low, much like mumbling to himself. But because the sound sounded in the sky and was infinitely amplified, it finally made all the players present heard it. Before everyone could reflect on the meaning of this sentence, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. The figure appeared so suddenly in the sky. It had no wings or hoist, but it was able to float in the air and would not fall down. Even though he was a little far away from the ground, everyone could still see him clearly. It was a man with a ponytail, who looked like he was about 30 years old. He was wearing a pure white robe, and his whole body was wrapped tightly, with only one face exposed. His appearance has an indescribable sense of illusion. If he looks ordinary, he always feels heroic between his brows. But if he looks handsome, he feels lost in everyone. This is a feeling that is hard to describe. Just like his voice is hard to describe whether it sounds good or not.
Welcome, players, to my God servant space.
The man raised his hand, as if giving a speech.
I am the master here. You can call me Little God.
She listened carefully to the man's words. But when she heard this, she still showed a trace of doubt. Although some are beyond the scope of what the technological society is willing to accept. With so many survival games involved, even if there is a god in this world, there is nothing to make a fuss about. But this guy said he was a little god. God is God. What kind of thing is a little god? Generally, you can call yourself little god when you are humble. But it feels weird to let others call yourself little god. Chapter 1137 Knockout Round 3. The title, Little God, sounds disrespectful and solemn no matter how you hear it. On such an occasion, this person said that he was the master here and would not want to be looked down upon. But even so, he still chose the term, Little God, which means that he cannot call himself God. Could it be understood that this man is not actually a god? He just calls himself one. But if it is self-proclaimed, and the title is exaggerated, it is no big deal to say that he is a god. No one can expose him anyway, unless there is a higher level character above him. He would not dare to use an exaggerated name, lest he be discovered. It's also worth noting that this place is called God Servant Space, which sounds different from those survival game venues in other worlds. So is this a separate space? And this man is obviously completely different from the previous systems. Not only does he have an entity, he also claims that he is the master of a space. If such a character appears in such a situation, is this person the person behind the system? Just when so many thoughts flashed through Xiaoxi's mind, the man was already continuing to talk.
I know that everyone must have all kinds of speculations and curiosity about my identity now.
The man smoothed his broken hair on his temples. His voice was repeated and a little proud.
As you can enter God, Servant Space, Reward, I can tell you directly now that I am the master behind all systems.
After saying this, the man was quiet for a while, seemingly deliberately leaving time to give all the players a chance to reflect and think. When she heard this, Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. No wonder Jiu Xiaolin would say that becoming an observer will bring you closer to the truth. Before this, all players had no chance to get close to the people behind the system, and had no idea why they were involved in the survival game. But in the knockout round, all players were able to meet the people behind the system, even though it may be difficult to find out more information. With this contact, compared with the headless flies who were pushed by the tide of fate to participate in the survival game before, at least we already know who put everyone in such a situation. There is even a clear target that needs to be dealt with. If there is a chance to kill this man in this round of the game, will it completely end the farce of the survival game? Although this idea flashed across her mind, Xiaoxi quickly rejected it. If he really wanted to be so easy to deal with, this man would never show up during the knockout rounds, and he wouldn't dare to take the initiative to reveal his identity. Players who have participated in the knockout rounds don't know how many batches there are, but this man can't seem to have suffered any damage, and all the people who have become observers are doing things for him regardless of whether they are willing or not. All this is enough to show that this man is not so easy to deal with. There is even reason to suspect that this man deliberately exposed his identity at this time, just to see which players have dissident intentions. Once a player tries to take action, it also gives him the opportunity to eliminate dissidents. If you act impulsively and expose your purpose, you will end up dead. So she needs to calm down. She must control herself and never take action easily. Chapter 1138 Knockout 4. The man was quiet for a while, which was enough for all the players to digest the news, before he continued to speak.
Everyone should have an idea of my identity.
So now let me talk about the rules of the knockout rounds.
He raised his hand slightly, and a 3D terrain map suddenly appeared in midair.
This is the whole picture of God Servant Space. The green dots are where the 10 players are.
Xiaoxi carefully looked at the man's movements and made sure that he didn't have a projector or anything like that in his hand, and he didn't even have a watch on his wrist. Therefore, the 3D terrain map that appeared out of thin air is not a product of high technology, but a product of magic or the like. In other words, this man is really not human. Then the title,
Little God,
makes people feel that there is a higher level role behind this man,
such as Great God,
or something. Isn't he the final big boss? Just coming to the stage to confuse all the players? Is the real big boss still hidden behind? If so, is this man claiming to be a
Little God?
Too obvious? He simply told everyone that there was someone else behind him. This is inconsistent with the big boss's purpose of hiding himself, just like the emperor wants others to pretend to be the emperor. And when he is hiding in the dark, he will never let the fake emperor call himself a
Little Emperor.
Xiaoxi shook her head. She had too many questions in her mind, but she couldn't find any answers at this moment. The most important thing at the moment is to understand clearly the rules of the knockout round first. Xiaoxi tried her best not to think about those messy problems and focused on listening to the rules of the game. The man said,
As you can see, there are only 10 players participating in this knockout tournament.
Having said this, he shook his head, looking quite disappointed, apparently not happy with this player count. After a pause, he said,
The knockout round is a hide-and-seek game. 10 players come to me after the game starts. The player who finds me can pass the knockout round. Only I know the location of each player. I will choose a place that I think is suitable as a hiding place. And all you have to do is find me. Every hour, I will change places. When I change places, the players must stay in place and cannot move around. Only after I change the hiding spot can the players continue to come to me. You can aimlessly look for me everywhere in the Servant of God space. Or you can choose to ask various statues along the way. The statues will not tell you directly where I am, but they will hint to your direction in various ways. After one of the players finds me, the game will pause for a period of time. The game will not continue until I have completed communication with the player and I change a new hiding spot. If the player successfully finds me, he will get an opportunity to ask me a question. I cannot refuse to answer this question. Nor can I lie. Players can start thinking about what questions to ask me now. After all, this rare opportunity only comes once. The knockout round lasts for 5 days. Players who have not found me after the time will only lose the opportunity to become an observer. But 5 days is such a long time. It should be enough for 10 of you players to find me. Otherwise, you are too weak and you are not worthy. Become my subordinate.
Chapter 1139 Knockout Round 5. The man's voice did not stop and continued to talk about the rules of the game.
There are no special restrictions on players in the knockout round. You can enter and exit the Servant of God space anywhere you want. And you can also use props and weapons at will. But if you destroy my beautiful building, you have to find a way to repair the plants and vegetation yourself. If you don't repair it well, I will deduct half of your props and points.
Xiaoshi.
666.
It sounds like there are no restrictions on the use of props and weapons. But in fact, under such harsh conditions, how many people would dare to use weapons casually? It's just asking for trouble. However, not using weapons easily is not a bad thing. After all, this restriction is effective for all players.
There is no limit on the number of players who can find me in the elimination round. There is no situation where the remaining players will be eliminated after more than a few people find me. The only reason why you will be eliminated is that you have not found me within 5 days. After the man finished speaking, he raised his hand slightly, and the 3D terrain map in the sky disappeared.
In addition, the game will be paused when night falls. Even if you see me during the night, it will not count as clearing the game. The game will not start again until dawn the next day. This is the rule of the game. I explained it in detail. You should not have any doubts.
He seemed to be asking and answering himself, and without giving the players a chance to ask. He continued.
The game begins.
As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from midair. Xiaoshi looked around. The hunched middle-aged man in the distance was also looking around. Neither of them moved immediately. After waiting for a while, the voice of the little god sounded in the air again.
I have hidden myself. Players can come to me. The 1-hour countdown begins.
His voice seemed to come from above, making it impossible to identify the location of the source. As his words fell, Xiaoshi found that a transparent pop-up window appeared in front of her. The pop-up window was counting down continuously, and the numbers were detailed to the millisecond. This virtually increases the player's tension. Originally, 5 days of gaming time was actually sufficient. But not playing games at night suddenly shortened the gaming time a lot. Although resting in the middle will allow players to recover their physical strength and prevent them from being too exhausted. As time goes by, the psychological pressure of players who have not found the little god will increase. There are pros and cons to intermission at night, but shortening the time will definitely make players more eager to find the little god as soon as possible. The appearance of this countdown is like a time bomb that reminds players that time is limited. If you have a slightly worse mentality, you can easily become irritable by this countdown. Fortunately, Xiaoshi's mentality has always been good. After the countdown appeared, she first chose to put on fairy wings on herself, and then flew at low altitude above the entire Servant of God space. Without the friend function to communicate, she had to slow down her flying speed to ensure that she could find Yi Kongqing. To avoid flying too fast, Yi Kongqing discovered her, but she did not see Yi Kongqing in time, causing the two of them to miss her. Rather than finding Xiaoshan in the first hour, she hoped to find Yi Kongqing first. As Jiu Xiaolin said, the purpose of the knockout round is not to eliminate players. So the rules of the game are not too harsh. Even if you rest at night in 5 days, there is still a high chance of finding the little god. Chapter 1140 Knockout Round 6. Because of this, Xiaoshi gave priority to looking for Yi Kongqing. Of course, another advantage of flying above is that you can better understand the terrain of God's servant space. The location she was in when she entered the game was next to the fountain in the garden. After flying up, she realized that the garden was larger than she imagined. And there was a Greek-style pure white palace in the distance. If this was a place where the little god lived alone, it would be quite luxurious. I don't know if he feels lonely. Xia, she thought casually while looking at the entire garden. The garden is indeed very beautiful. Various flowers, plants and trees are combined to create beautiful shapes. The white pavilions, paths planted with small flowers along the road, and unique marble statues all reveal the beauty of ancient Greek style everywhere. Some trees are very lush and block some sightlines. But if you get closer, you can still see the situation under the trees through the gaps in the leaves. Xia, she had just been flying at low altitude for half a minute when she suddenly saw Yi Kongqing flying into the sky in the distance. Those beautiful pairs of transparent wings with fine shimmer shined in the sunlight. Coupled with his emerald green eyes and slightly messy short black hair, he was so handsome that he looked like a rebellious elf. Xia, she suddenly smiled. She looked at Yi Kongqing, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with tenderness. Yi Kongqing also discovered Xia Shi at the same time. He accelerated towards Xia Shi and then hugged Xia Shi into his arms. He kissed Xia Shi's lips softly, and his warm breath had a lingering flavor. Xiao Shi! Although he just called Xia Shi's name and didn't say anything sweet, his unconsciously joyful tone was enough to make people feel his mood at the moment. Although Xia Shi was very happy, her rationality was still there. She quickly pulled Yi Kongqing to the ground together. If two people keep hovering in the sky, they will attract the attention of other players. Although there is no need for players to fight each other according to the game rules. Being too conspicuous in the early stages of the game may not be a good thing. Especially if other players find out that the two of them are working together. There may be people who don't like them and want to cause trouble for them. There's nothing wrong with being low-key. They can only stay in the air for a minute at most. And this map is very large, with only 10 players in total. Most of them are far away from each other, so they probably haven't had time to notice their presence in the air. After landing, Xia Shi threw herself into Yi Kongqing's arms and rubbed her head against Yi Kongqing's chest.
Aching, I miss you so much!
In total, she and Yi Kongqing had been separated for 45 days. A month and a half. When I think about it, it suddenly feels so long. Yi Kongqing rubbed Xia Shi's head, said yeah, paused, and then said,
Me too.
Xia Shi raised her head and kissed Yi Kongqing's lips. After a brief taste, she said restrainedly,
Okay. Now is not the time to reminisce about the past. Let's finish the game first.
Yi Kongqing licked his lips, but did not object to Xia Shi's words.
I just flew up to take a look at the overall terrain.
Xia Shi pointed in one direction.
There is a palace there. I want to walk along the road to see if the little god is hiding in the palace.
Since the little god said that you can go anywhere here, there is nothing wrong with her entering the palace. And it is possible for the little god to hide in the palace. Chapter 1141 Knockout Round 7. Xia Shi was very curious about what the interior of the palace where the little god lived would look like, and whether there would be any secrets that interested her. Although there is a high probability that there is no chance to see any secrets, you still have to take a look before you give up. However, flying over directly would seem too purposeful and might arouse Xiaoshen's suspicion. So she walked over slowly to appear more natural. But she couldn't say these words directly. She was a little worried that the ubiquitous sculptures would tell the little gods after hearing her words. Even without being told by the sculptures, the little god himself can collect all kinds of information nearby through the sculptures. Although this is just her guess. Since the sculptures know exactly where the little god is hiding, it means that there is some kind of induction or connection between the sculptures and the little god. She felt that her concerns were well-founded, and it was always right to be cautious.
Okay.
Yi Kongqing readily agreed without asking for a reason.
For the time being, let's follow our own route. If we finish looking inside the palace and still haven't found the little god, we can then look for the statue and ask where the little god is hiding.
Xia Shi added.
Yeah.
Yi Kongqing nodded.
I'll listen to you.
As soon as the two people discussed the plan, a small shadow suddenly appeared above their heads. They glanced up subconsciously and saw a young woman with long reddish-brown hair flying past. The woman was flying very fast, and they only had time to see her back. Not even her appearance. However, it is not surprising to encounter other players who also have fairy wings in the knockout round.
It seems that she wants to look everywhere as quickly as possible.
Xia Shi retracted her gaze.
But the little god probably won't hide in a place that can be seen at a glance. If she searches like this, there is a high probability that she will find nothing.
Yi Kongqing also withdrew his gaze.
Everyone probably didn't want to ask questions about the sculpture at first. Well, Ah Ching loves to use his brain now.
Xiaoxi smiled at Yi Kongqing.
Although the little god didn't say there was any trouble in asking the sculpture for questioning.
He said that the sculpture needs to hint to the player in various ways. I always feel like this so-called hint might be causing trouble.
It may be misleading. Or it may require the player to complete a task before giving a hint. In short, if you can find the little god on your own, players probably won't want to rely on sculptures. Anyway, it's 5 days, so there's nothing wrong with just trying it out on the first day.
That's such a pity.
A high-pitched voice suddenly came from behind.
If you ask me, you should be able to find the owner faster than you, who are looking for someone on your own.
Xiaoxi looked back and saw that it was a stag sculpture on the top of a lamppost. The antlers on both sides each held a small round lamp. It was quite beautiful and artistic. Seeing the player looking at him, the stag blinked.
You can ask me any questions, and I will try my best to give you the answer.
Thank you.
But I still want to try it myself first.
Xiaoxi politely refused.
That's really a pity.
The deer was not angry because of Xiaoxi's rejection, but only showed a regretful expression. Then, it returned to the still state that a sculpture should have, and the vivid expression on its face quickly faded, as if it had never spoken. Chapter 1142 Knockout Round 8. Xiaoxi took Yi Kongqing's hand, and the two of them walked towards the palace together. However, in order not to arouse suspicion, they did not go straight to the palace, but walked along the road while searching, pretending to be seriously looking for the little god. After walking for more than an hour, they came to a pool. The water in the pool is crystal clear, and you can clearly see the carp swimming leisurely. Xiaoxi sat down on the bench by the pool, took out the mineral water, and took a few sips. Then she looked at the palace in the distance and couldn't help but sigh.
It seems like it's not far away, but walking for so long doesn't seem to make us any closer.
Flying will be much faster, and when flying in the sky, the distance will not seem particularly far, but walking on 2 feet will feel far different in both speed and distance. Yi Kongqing took out 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, opened and packed the self-heating bags and said to Xiaoxi,
"Let's eat something first before leaving."
Xiaoxi watched Yi Kongqing busy and smiled sweetly.
"Well, I'll listen to you."
When she entered this god servant space, the sun was shining brightly. Judging from the height of the sun, it felt like it was about 9 o'clock. It took more than 2 hours before the little god started to explain the rules of the game. It took some time to finish explaining the rules of the game. By the time the game officially started, it was already noon. It was actually dinner time at that time. But both of them were preoccupied with finding each other, and neither chose to rest and eat first. Later, after finding each other, I thought about going to the palace, and for a while, I forgot about being hungry. Now that I sat down to rest, I realized that I was quite hungry. Xiaoxi took out 2 bottles of milk and gave one to Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing inserted the milk straw, handed it to Xiaoxi, and took another one. Xiaoxi took a sip of milk and suddenly asked,
"Ah Ching, have you thought about what questions to ask the little god after you find him?"
Yi Kongqing thought carefully for a while and shook his head.
"I didn't expect it,"
Xiaoxi said.
"Yeah, there's no rush. There are still a few days anyway. Let's think about it first."
After saying this, her eyes glanced at the lion relief on the edge of the pool casually. The two finished their lunch while chatting, and then continued walking towards the palace. Except for when the little god changed hiding places every hour and they had to stop. They never rested at other times. However, the garden is really too big, and the route to the palace is not a straight line. Various winding paths also extend the walking distance. Because the little god said that if the vegetation is damaged, you have to find a way to repair it. If it is not repaired well, half of the points and materials will be deducted. So neither Xiaoxi nor Yi Kongqing chose to step through the flower bed in order to walk in a straight line, just walking like this while looking for someone.
After walking for about 2 hours, I finally arrived in front of the palace gate. At this time, the door of the palace was actually open, as if to express a warm welcome to everyone who came and went. At this time, the countdown in front of Xiaoxi became midnight again. Then, the voice of the little god sounded from the sky.
1 hour is up. Unfortunately, no player can find me yet. Next, I need to take some time to change the hiding position. Please stay where you are and don't move around.
After saying this, it became completely quiet. Chapter 1143 Knockout 9. Xiaoxi raised her head and glanced at the blue sky. Cloudless. The weather here is so good. Even the climate temperature and humidity are the most comfortable. I don't know if there are seasonal changes here, or if the climate is like this all year round. She thought curiously, and turned her gaze to the palace gate. Part of the interior of the palace can already be seen from outside the gate. Even just a small glimpse is enough to show the magnificence of this palace. The marble columns used to support the entire palace are carved with beautiful reliefs. The door frames of the arch structure also have symmetrical relief patterns. The chandeliers inside seem to be made of crystal, reflecting beautiful and dazzling light from every angle. Eye-catching. Soon, the little god's voice rang again.
The hide-and-seek continues.
A transparent pop-up window popped up in front of Xiaoxi again, and the countdown started again. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing walked into the palace together. The overall color tone inside is mainly white, which also makes the light in the entire palace very good. There are no separate rooms on the first floor, and the overall look is like a sculpture exhibition hall. Every time you walk a certain distance, you can see a sculpture as tall as one person. They have different expressions and different clothes, whether it is the subtle expressions on their faces or the wrinkles on their clothes. They are all carved vividly. It can be seen that they must have been made by the hands of masters. Xiaoxi looked at these sculptures casually and unknowingly reached the end. There is only one snow-white wall, and the relief on it is a beautiful scene of nature, which is perfect as a decoration for this entire wall. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing looked at each other, turned around and walked back in tacit agreement. If you don't see anything special on the first floor, you have to go to the second floor to have a look. The stairs are in the middle of the first floor. As you go up, you can see the beautiful corridor on the second floor. There are also various landscape reliefs on the walls of the cloister, and the dome is inlaid with beautiful oil paintings. You can see rooms after walking through the corridor. As a large palace, every room here is much larger than an ordinary house. Every time Xiaoxi passed a room, she opened the door and took a look. Although every door was closed, it was not locked and opened easily. After opening it, I did not receive any prompts prohibiting intrusion. Obviously, the little god did allow players to enter the palace by default. As a rich man who had seen many gorgeous villas, Xiaoxi was still stunned by the wealth of this palace. Every room has crystal chandeliers and various decorations that are valuable at first glance. The oil paintings hanging on the walls and the frames decorating them are all decorated with gold filigree, and every corner is extremely luxurious. If it weren't for the fact that electric lights can be used here, and the products of other civilizations and other eras occasionally appear, this place would really look like a palace belonging to ancient Greece. However, she did not see the figure of the little god in the several rooms she checked so far, nor did she find anything noteworthy. She closed the fourth door and was about to go to the next room to open the door when Yi Kongqing suddenly grabbed Xiaoxi's wrist.
There's someone there!
Yi Kongqing lowered his voice and pointed in the direction of the corridor. Xiaoxi looked back and listened attentively. After about 2 minutes, she heard footsteps approaching gradually. Chapter 1144 Knockout 10. The visitor was not walking too fast, and his footsteps were not very light. Whoever it is, it's definitely not a small god, according to the rules of the game. Except for changing hiding places, the little god will not move at other times. And it's not time for the little god to change his hiding spot yet. Then the only ones who can come here are other players. Xiaoxi thought for 2 seconds, then pulled Yi Kongqing and hid behind a thick stone pillar. There happens to be an angel statue over 2 meters high next to this stone pillar, which is more than enough to block 2 people. Half a minute later, a woman with long reddish-brown hair came out of the corridor. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. Although the Western face was unfamiliar to them, both of them had an impression of the long hair. There are only 10 players in total, and the probability of 2 women with long reddish-brown hair appearing at the same time is not too high. So this woman should be the player they saw using fairy wings to find the little god before. Now it seems that this woman must have flown around the garden several times and found that she could not find the little god using this method. So she simply chose to come to the palace to explore the situation first. It's actually similar to Xiaoxi's idea. Listening to the footsteps, the woman was not walking fast, but the footsteps were a little louder than the average person. Xiaoxi looked carefully out from the gap in the wings of the angel sculpture and found that the woman's feet seemed to have been injured, and she was walking with a slight limp. No wonder this woman couldn't bring herself to walk without making any noise. The woman's expression was not nervous, nor did she appear guilty of petty theft. Just like Xiaoxi before, she opened every door along the way to check the situation in the room. It seemed that the woman didn't care whether she would be seen by other players. She probably came here just to find the little god, which was different from Xiaoxi's purpose. While the woman was entering the second room, Xiaoxi took Yi Qing and walked gently to the corridor. When she heard the sound of the woman coming out, she hid behind the nearest stone pillar and waited for the woman to enter the third room and continue walking. Soon the two of them returned to the corridor and headed to the third floor. She doesn't want to meet other players for the time being. What she wants to do most right now is to see all the rooms in the palace. If she meets other players, she will inevitably have to test each other, which is a waste of time. You can wait to see the remaining rooms on the second floor after the woman leaves. It's okay for her and Yi Qing to go to other floors first. Yi Qing has no objection to this. The two people opened every door of the room on the third floor in turn. After viewing half of the rooms on the third floor, Xiaoxi closed the door and pulled Yi Qing to the center of the corridor, which was a little far away from the nearby sculptures. Then she approached Yi Qing, lowered her voice and said,
Qing, do you feel that these rooms all look like figures?
Yi Qing thought for a while and asked in a low voice,
Do you think these rooms are all set up for taking pictures and no one lives in them? That's pretty much what it means.
Xiaoxi nodded.
Although all the rooms we have visited so far are magnificent, they are not popular at all. They are just like the samples displayed in exhibition halls. That's true,
Yi Qing said in agreement.
Only the little god should live here. Although there are many rooms, he may only live in 1 or 2 rooms regularly. The other rooms have been vacant for a long time, so naturally they are not popular.
Chapter 11:45 Knockout Round 11.
Yes, that's the point,
Xiaoxi said in a very low voice.
Where is the room where the little god usually lives? We haven't found it yet.
If you want to discover some special places, it will be easier to find them by looking for places where the gods usually live. Yi Qing understood what Xiaoxi meant.
I understand. Next, focus on finding rooms with traces of habitation. There is no need to carefully check every corner of other rooms.
After a pause, he suggested,
Maybe we can act separately, which will be faster.
It seems that there is no danger here at the moment, so it doesn't matter if we separate. And what he meant by separation was that 2 people open the doors of 2 adjacent rooms at the same time. This way, we are not far away, and if there is any emergency, we will have time to react. Xiaoxi shook her head.
It's better not to act separately.
What she worried about was that if there were some dark rooms in the palace, and one of them accidentally turned on the switch of the dark room and was locked in the dark room, the other person, who was separated, would not know what happened at all. The friend function cannot be used here, and there will be no way to contact the other party. If you can't use teleport props to teleport out of the dark room, it will be even worse. Although this is just her guess. But normally, which palace does not have a dark room? And this, God Servant Space, is different from those previous game worlds. So it's always right to be cautious. Seeing Xiaoxi's objection, Yi Qing did not mention the matter again. The two of them visited all the rooms on the third floor, and then all the rooms on the fourth floor. They are all uninviting rooms that look like figures. During this period, the game was paused twice because the little god had to change his hiding place. Finally, the 2 people arrived on the 5th floor. This is the highest floor of the palace. Since there are no signs of habitation on the other floors, it is only possible that a certain room here is where the little god often lives. There are not as many rooms on the 5th floor as there are on the 2nd, 3rd and 4th floors, because half of them are luxurious terraces. The terrace is more than enough for holding large-scale open-air dance parties. However, there was no dance party on the terrace at this time. Apart from some potted plants, there was only a set of sofas placed on it. Xiaoxi was just passing by, but after seeing the set of sofas, she suddenly turned around. She looked carefully, as if to confirm something, then simply opened the terrace door and walked over. On the coffee table next to the sofa, there is an exquisite coffee cup. The cup holder is engraved with unknown flowers, and the coffee cup is placed in the center of the flower. At this time, there was still half of the coffee in the coffee cup, and it seemed that it had just been drunk. Yi Qing, who was following Xiaoxi, also saw it. He stepped forward and touched the side of the coffee cup.
There is still some residual warmth. So, the little god should have been hiding here before.
Xiaoxi confirmed this, but she didn't look too regretful. There are still 40 minutes left in the countdown, which should be the hour before Xiaoshin changes his hiding place for the last time. He has been staying here, although it's a pity to pass by the little god. But thinking about what I have to do, I haven't finished what I have to do. If I find the little god now, I won't have the chance to check all the places. So if you miss it this time, just miss it.
He didn't really hide.
Yi Kongqing glanced at the less obvious sitting marks on the sofa cushion and said to Xiaoxi,
It seems like he would rather be found by the players.
Chapter 1146 Knockout Round 12.
You are right.
Xiaoxi nodded in agreement.
Otherwise, he would not choose to sit on the terrace sofa and drink coffee. Instead, he should find a place to hide himself.
She wasn't actually surprised by this. As Jiu Xiaolin said, the purpose of the knockout round is not to eliminate players. Moreover, allowing players to become observers should be the result expected by the little god. So it is easy to understand why the little god does not hide so seriously. At present, the knockout rounds do not seem to be very difficult. But having said that, if Xiaoshan originally wanted the players to become observers, and he didn't mean to embarrass the players in the knockout round, there seems to be no need to set up a knockout round. After the player completes the special task, the player can be directly promoted to observer candidate, and the knockout rounds seem a bit redundant. But in fact, there are candidates and elimination rounds. Since there is such a setting, this knockout match should have some purpose, even if it's not to eliminate players. What is the purpose? Xiaoxi thought as she and Yi Kongqing left the terrace and continued to open doors one after another. This time, they finally found the room where the little god lived. Well, it should only be called a room, not a bedroom. After all, there isn't even a bed here. The reason why I am sure this is Xiaoshan's room is because there are many traces of life in it. Although there are no regular beds or en-suite bathrooms here. The coffee machine at the bar at the door. The various snacks in the cabinet. The tea sets on the sofa and coffee table. And the various types of toys on the carpet all prove that this place is inhabited. As for not having a bed, maybe Xiaoshan himself doesn't like to sleep on the bed. Of course, it's also possible that he doesn't actually need sleep if he's not human. In short, it is correct that this is the room that Zyagami often uses. Xiaoxi looked at the toys everywhere. Children's versions and adult versions. Puzzles, metals, clay, electronics, velvet and so on.
This little god has quite a wide range of interests and hobbies. He has all kinds of toys.
She walked carefully among these toys, trying not to step on any toy or move the position of each toy.
He might be bored when there is no knockout competition.
Yi Kongqing said this while following Xiaoxi.
That makes sense.
Xiaoxi couldn't agree more. Even if this little god is not human, it is indeed easy to get bored if you are alone in this place all the time. Especially if you don't need sleep. The boring time will be even longer. With these toys, you can kill a lot of time, and you won't be bored when there are no elimination games. It seems that this little god is very good at finding fun for himself. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing crossed the toy area and walked to a small door. This is the only door in the room. It is in the innermost corner of the room. It is completely different from those Greek-style carved wooden doors. This is a very ordinary and modern wooden door. Yi Kongqing held the door handle and tested it. With a slight click, the door lock turned open.
It's not locked.
He said this and pushed the door open. As the door was opened, bright light shone out from inside, making Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing feel uncomfortable for a moment. Chapter 1147 Knockout Round 13. In fact, the light in the whole room was not dark. But this small room was extremely bright, which made Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing feel uncomfortable. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing closed their eyes at the same time, then opened them again. The two quickly adapted to the light. Then, Xiaoxi opened her mouth slightly.
This is it.
Yi Kongqing's eyes also showed a hint of astonishment. In addition to a set of very soft sofas, there is only a whole light curtain in this room. The light curtain occupies the entire wall, and the light curtain is cut into many small pieces. Each small piece has a different picture, just like different split screens of the monitoring equipment. If you look carefully, you can easily find that some of them are scenes of players in a white room or a black room, and most of them are scenes from various games. Obviously, this is where Xiaoshan usually uses to check on the players. However, based on the number of games and players that Xiaoxi had previously estimated, what could be shown in this screen of light was only the tip of the iceberg, which was far from enough to monitor all players. Xiaoxi watched carefully for a long time, and found that these surveillance pictures would not change into other game scenes every once in a while. In addition, there is a console-like place in front of the sofa with many buttons and several electronic screens. From time to time, some incomprehensible codes or text will appear on the screen, although it is unclear how to operate it specifically. The button should control the split screen changes on the light screen, and the electronic screen is probably a way to keep in touch with those systems. Even if you haven't tried it, You can guess that these buttons can switch the monitoring screen and call up scenes in different games. However, if you do not switch manually, the monitoring screen will not change automatically. In other words, the scene to watch is chosen by the little god. Everything in front of her can basically confirm several of Xiaoxi's previous guesses. First, ordinary players and candidates are basically not qualified to be paid attention to by the little god, unless there is a particularly obvious resistance or overly radical remarks. They may be keyword captured and then appear on this light screen. Second, the observer is monitored by the system. Even if there is an abnormal performance that is not very obvious, it will be noticed by the system and then reported to the little god, who will then choose to put it on the light screen. Third, Shushin's monitoring of most players is not real-time, so starting from this aspect will provide great operability. As long as you can avoid being noticed by the system, you can still perform small actions even if you become an observer. Confirming these 3 points gave Xiaoxi a little more confidence in her next plan to gather special items. Xiaoxi glanced at the control console again, but ultimately did not move it. This small room was not locked and was opened easily. Even if the little god was careless and forgot, even a fool would not believe it. This place can be said to be a medium for the little god to control everything. If he can show the player such a bold move, the little god must have some tricks up his sleeve. So she had reason to suspect that the little god deliberately exposed such flaws just to test what the players would do. If the player attempts to use the console, understand how the light curtain operates, or attempts to destroy the console, it will probably violate Zyagami's taboo. It may not be as simple as being closely monitored endlessly, but it may directly kill the player to avoid future troubles. Chapter 1148 Knockout Round 14. Xiaoxi knew very well that she couldn't touch the control console, although Yi Kongqing on the side didn't say anything. His thoughts at this time were exactly the same as Xiaoxi's. No need for Xiaoxi's reminder. Yi Kongqing knew that this console must not be touched easily.
Go and have a look in other rooms,
Xiaoxi said to Yi Kongqing in a relaxed tone.
The little god is not hiding in this place.
She didn't forget to do some superficial work, in case the little god is observing all the players in the dark, or the sculptures will quietly convey to the little god every move of each player. Then she must show that she came in only to complete the hide-and-seek game, and not for any other purpose. Yi Kongqing said, and followed Xiaoxi silently. The two men opened 2 more rooms with the same figures and looked around, but found nothing. Then, they finally came to the last door. This is the only glass door. They had opened all the doors in the entire castle. Even the small door in the room where the little god lived was made of wood. But this last door was made of frosted glass. The materials are completely different, which makes people curious about what will be inside this door. Yi Kongqing took the lead and walked over, grabbed the door handle, and pushed the door tentatively. He didn't feel any obstruction or discomfort. He nodded to Xiaoxi and opened the door directly. What comes into view are rows and rows of glass display windows, arranged in an orderly manner like bookshelves. The highest level of each display window reaches directly to the ceiling. The distance between each display window is somewhat narrow, only enough for one person to enter and exit. Looking around, the 50 rows of glass showcases in the front are already filled with all kinds of things, and there are many empty glass showcases in the back. This room is much larger than expected. It is like a large exhibition hall with all kinds of things in it. However, the placement of objects in this exhibition hall seems to be irregular. Objects in the same row in the same window may have completely different sizes, materials, styles, and uses. For example, in the 4th row of the second display window that Xiaoxi was casually looking at, there were basketballs, mirrors, toilet pushers, red candles, old antique clocks, lace hairbands, and lint toothbrushes.
Collecting addiction?
Yi Kongqing's tone was a little uncertain.
Maybe.
Xiaoxi was not sure. Maybe when Xiaoshin has nothing to do, besides playing with toys, he just likes to collect things to pass the time. It's just that the placement of these things is too irregular. Generally, people with collecting habits will arrange the collected items according to their own order. It is a bit strange to arrange them randomly. However, it is also possible that the little god has his own order of placement, which looks chaotic to outsiders. Xiaoxi thought this as she walked inside. She curiously looked at the items in each window. After walking through more than 30 display windows, she suddenly stopped and stared blankly at the second item in the 5th row in the glass display window in front of her. Yi Kongqing noticed Xiaoxi's strangeness and asked,
"What's wrong?"
Xiaoxi pointed at the shining gem necklace in the window and said to Yi Kongqing,
"This is the item I submitted to the system in my first single-player game."
Yi Kongqing was stunned. He confirmed to Xiaoxi.
Are you sure?
Xiaoxi nodded firmly.
I'm sure.
Chapter 1149 Knockout Round 15. Such a precious gemstone necklace. As a family heirloom. Must be unique in style in the world. What's more, the 1 yuan coin-sized cat's eye stone in the center, with its golden green luster, is so distinctive that it's hard to mistake it. She was sure that this was the gem necklace she got from Xiao Yifeng. After receiving Xiaoxi's affirmative answer, Yi Kongqing instantly thought of a possibility, and he immediately looked for it in the window. Soon, he found the item he submitted after completing the first single-player game in the 9th row of the same window. It's a small tablet computer. There was an unnatural dent in one corner of the tablet, and there were 3 obvious scratches next to the logo, which was exactly the same as the one he got. So he was sure it was the tablet he submitted. Hearing what Yi Kongqing said, she went to look at the display windows at the back. Sure enough, in 2 of the windows, she found the item she submitted after completing the 2nd and 3rd single-player games at that time. Although neither the diamond cufflinks nor the safe key are unique items, it would be too much of a coincidence to say that they appeared in this room together with a gem necklace, and it was not the item she submitted. In particular, there are 3 items submitted by Yi Kongqing before. Everything is already clear. This is indeed an exhibition hall. It is an exhibition hall where players in all normal worlds have taken something after being invaded. Everything here becomes a trigger for the butterfly effect in the worlds they belong to, causing those worlds to become hotbeds of survival games. And that sorts. Probably in the order of time submitted by players. There are already so many items here, which means that so many worlds have become battlefields in survival games. The vacant display window behind will welcome more new items, and more new worlds will be disrupted. Xiaoxi recalled the 3,000 small worlds originally mentioned by the system, and suddenly realized more clearly that there might really be more than 3,000 small worlds. Or perhaps more than 3,000.
If these items were submitted by players,
Yi Kongqing obviously thought of the same thing as Xiaoxi. He said,
the players submitted them to the system at that time, and now they appear here. It means that the system gave them to the little god.
Xiaoxi came back to her senses and said, yeah.
I know what you want to say. This should prove that the little god is indeed the master behind the system.
She and Yi Kongqing had searched all the rooms in the castle, but only that one showed signs of habitation. In other words, there is indeed no other person or so-called god here. There is only the little god himself. The items from various worlds submitted by these players all appear here, and are kept by the little god. Then the master, that the system's call can only be a small god, and there is no one else. But she was still confused about the title, little god, and her previous doubts were not dispelled. She still suspected that there might be higher-level beings above the little god. Perhaps the systems were under the jurisdiction of the little god, so they didn't know there were others above the little god. Or maybe, before Xiaoxi's thoughts were completely clear, Xiaoshen's voice suddenly sounded from above.
Congratulations to player Chris for finding me and passing the elimination round.
Chapter 1150 Knockout Round 16. Xiaoxi came back to her senses and looked at Yi Kongqing subconsciously, while Yi Kongqing also looked at Xiaoxi at the same time. Before either of them could speak, Xiaoshen's voice sounded again.
Unfortunately, player Chris was unable to reach a pleasant communication with me and lost the opportunity to become an observer and dedicate herself.
Xiaoxi was stunned. Dedicate yourself? What's the meaning? Is it the dedication of the body, or the dedication of the life? Judging from the situation in the first half of the sentence, no matter what kind of dedication it is never a good thing. But the key point is the sentence.
Unable to achieve pleasant communication.
If she guessed correctly, there was probably something wrong with the question Chris asked Xiaoshen. In such a short period of time, Chris suddenly went from clearing the game to
giving of herself.
There could only be something wrong with that question. Yes. Think about it now. At that time, Xiaoshen just said that he could not refuse to answer the questions asked by the players or lie. But he never said that he would not do anything to the players after answering the questions. This means that if he asks a question that he doesn't want the player to know, he can directly deal with the player after answering. This can prevent subsequent trouble caused by the question, and prevent the player from spreading the answer to the question. Xiaoxi's mind was spinning rapidly at this moment. She remembered the light curtains she saw in the room where the little god lived, and her suspicion that the little god deliberately let the player see that small room just to test the player's reaction. She also thought of becoming observer, S level of surveillance will then skyrocket. Finally, she thought about all her previous speculations about Xiaoshen's purpose in holding the knockout competition. In a flash of lightning, She suddenly thought of the most suitable possibility. The purpose of Xiaoxin's elimination tournament was to eliminate those players with different intentions. Those players who try to find out the truth and try to prevent the survival game from continuing to develop are potential threats to Xiaoxin. Even if it doesn't happen for the time being. If left alone, it is likely to gradually grow and eventually pose a real threat to the little god. Stifling it in the cradle is the most appropriate choice and can avoid many subsequent problems. Just like the small room with a light curtain is not locked. After finding the little god in the hide-and-seek game, you get the right to ask the little god a question. Also to test the player. This is an opportunity to talk directly to the little god. And the little god cannot refuse to answer questions. Nor can he lie. For players who want to find out the truth, the temptation is too great. In particular, the little god deliberately concealed his intention to decide whether to harm the player after the question was asked, making the player subconsciously think that this game is the same as the previous survival games. They also subconsciously thought that the little god is the same as the system, and is only responsible for announcing the rules and regulations of the game. Maintain the smooth running of the game. In particular, everyone can infer from the attitude of the little god and the difficulty of the knockout round that the little god hopes that the candidate can successfully become an observer. So it is even harder to consider the possibility that the little god will take action against the players. Entering into this misunderstanding, players can easily ignore the fact that the little god, as the owner of the system, has much greater power than the system, and focus on thinking about what questions to ask the little god in order to better answer their own questions. Once you think this way, you fall into the trap of the little god and end up like Chris.